The experiment's tragic results. The dimly lit metal room, stark and lifeless, gave no hint of its tragic occupants. Inside, two fair-haired Caucasian girls sat motionless. Their identical features would have been striking in another context, but here they radiated an eerie stillness. Lin En's gaze lingered on them. He had seen this face before. It was the same as Riva's subordinates, the very ones he had used his mind control ability on. However, one of those subordinates was now dead, lying in a corner of the room. Judging by the stiffness of the corpse, it had been lifeless for over a day. There were no visible wounds. The death was the result of mental annihilation, a terrifying collapse caused by losing control of one's mental power. The White Queen's body trembled, her red-rimmed eyes brimming with tears as she stared at the girls. She felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. The truth dawned on her like a crashing wave. Riva had used her genes for experiments, creating these two clones. In a twisted way, they were her children. Dead. They're all dead, the White Queen whispered, collapsing to her knees. Her proud demeanor shattered, leaving a broken and grieving woman. For all her resilience and strength, this discovery was too much to bear. Her anguish quickly turned to seething hatred. I will make Riva pay, she vowed through gritted teeth, her voice trembling with rage. Lin En stood silently beside her, his expression unreadable. After a long pause, he spoke softly, I brought you here so you could bury them properly. Let their souls find peace. Click. Click. The sound of tears hitting the floor punctuated the silence. The White Queen bowed her head, struggling to regain composure. Her trembling voice eventually broke through. I understand. It took a while, but she finally rose, her emotions tightly controlled. She glanced at Lin En with a look of gratitude, not only for showing her the truth but for his quiet patience during her breakdown. Let's go, Lin En said, opening a glowing portal. The White Queen nodded, cradling the lifeless bodies of her clones. But her tear-filled eyes burned with a fierce resolve. She had never felt such hatred for anyone before. Riva would pay, and so would anyone else who had betrayed her. The Hellfire Club, a reckoning. The portal opened into the opulent chambers of the Hellfire Club. Riva, bound tightly in webs, froze in terror as the White Queen emerged from the portal. The sight of the two lifeless girls in her arms and the murderous intent in her eyes drained all color from Riva's face. Even in the warm, air-conditioned room, Riva shivered. If it weren't for the webs gagging her mouth, she would have screamed for mercy. She struggled violently against her bindings, but it was futile. The White Queen's cold, piercing gaze silenced any hope of escape. Riva, you traitorous snake, the White Queen hissed, her voice trembling with fury. She placed the bodies of the girls gently on a nearby couch and turned her attention to three identical girls standing in the corner. For a moment, the White Queen's rage was tempered by a glimmer of comfort. These three girls were alive, and that thought eased her pain, if only slightly. Turning to Lin En, she pleaded, please, let me deal with her. She's no use to you. Lin En glanced at Riva, her struggles now frantic as she squirmed in fear. To him, Riva was a worthless liability, a minor mutant with a trail of betrayals to her name. She had no redeeming qualities, no value to offer. She's yours, Lin En said with a slight smile. Do as you wish. The White Queen dropped to one knee, her lips trembling as she whispered, thank you. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. She had expected to bargain or plead for this chance, but Lin En had handed it to her without hesitation. Her gratitude deepened, solidifying her loyalty. Loyalty increased, 45. Lin En nodded in satisfaction. Loyalty was a resource, and the White Queen's devotion was growing steadily. It was only a matter of time before she became an unshakable ally. Stand up, Lin En said calmly. I reward loyalty, and I punish betrayal. The White Queen rose, her expression hardening as she turned to face Riva. Her voice was cold and sharp, every word laced with venom. You'll suffer endlessly for what you've done. Riva's muffled cries turned into a silent scream as her face contorted in pain. The White Queen's telepathic powers invaded her mind, constructing an illusion of unrelenting torment. I've amplified your senses 100-fold, the White Queen said with cruel satisfaction. And in this illusion, time moves 100 times faster. A minute here will feel like an eternity. Lin En observed silently, unimpressed but uninterested in intervening. I'll give you 1 month to bring the Hellfire Club under control, he said, preparing to leave. Make sure it's done. The White Queen nodded, determination burning in her eyes. I will not fail. An unexpected visitor. As Lin En's portal closed, a figure approached from the shadows, a thin, old man whose presence exuded power and authority. The White Queen stiffened, recognizing him instantly. Eric, she said, her voice edged with surprise and caution. What are you doing here? It was Magneto. His towering presence and commanding aura filled the room as he stepped closer. The White Queen instinctively shifted into her diamond form, ready for a fight. "I'm not here to fight," Magneto said, a rare smile softening his face. "I've come to help." The White Queen froze, trying to make sense of his words. "Help? From Magneto?" And then, the unthinkable happened. Magneto bowed respectfully, his voice humble as he addressed someone behind her. "I greet my teacher." The White Queen's mind reeled. "Teacher?" She turned, her gaze landing on Lin En. The absurdity of the situation made her question her sanity. Magneto, the proud unyielding master of magnetism, was bowing to this young man? "You're his student," she murmured, barely able to form the words. Lin En sighed, his tone laced with exasperation. "I've told you, Eric, you don't need to make such a show every time we meet. As your student, it's my duty," Magneto replied firmly. The White Queen pinched herself, half expecting to wake up from a dream. But the sharp pain reminded her that this was real. Lin En was no ordinary mutant. He was someone far beyond her comprehension. Magneto turned to her, his gaze sharp but not unkind. "Emma, the world has changed in the years you've been gone. Lin En is the future of our kind. Follow him, and you'll secure your place in it." The White Queen's lips curled into a small smile, tinged with irony. "I'm already his subordinate." Magneto raised an eyebrow. "Then you've made the smartest decision of your life." The White Queen couldn't help but laugh softly. The power dynamics of the mutant world had shifted entirely, and Lin En stood at its center. For the first time in years, she felt both awe and hope. Whatever challenges lay ahead, she would face them with unwavering loyalty to the young man who had upended her world. The top floor of the Hellfire Club. Magneto stood on the top floor of the Hellfire Club, his expression unreadable as the White Queen casually mentioned Lin En accepting her into his fold. Her tone left no room for doubt, and Magneto immediately stiffened, suppressing any inappropriate thoughts he might have harbored. He nodded solemnly. The White Queen's allure was undeniable. Her beauty was a potent weapon, an intoxicating combination of elegance and sensuality that could leave even the strongest-willed individuals enthralled. "I must admit," Magneto said after a moment of silence, "there are quite a few other women in the teacher's circle." "Oh." The White Queen raised a curious brow, though her confidence didn't waver. "Thank you for the reminder," she replied with a smirk. "But I'm quite confident in my own charm." She turned toward the nearby glass pane, her reflection staring back. It was a vision of perfection, icy beauty with delicate, sculpted features, an impeccable figure, and an unmistakable air of sophistication. Her eyes, however, held a teasing glimmer that added a layer of sultry magnetism. "I hope you're right," Magneto said, his voice trailing off. He didn't add more, his thoughts shifting to the others in Lin En's circle, Wanda, Gwen, and others who were youthful, beautiful, and formidable in their own right. He sighed quietly. Their status within Lin En's orbit was unquestionably higher than his. For a moment, a flash of green hair crossed his mind, a rebellious figure he once knew. Magneto wondered if there might be a chance to align her with Lin En, a move that could cement his own position further. Lin En's villa, a surprise visit. Lin En had barely settled into his home when his phone buzzed. Tony Stark's voice came through the line. "The AI you asked for is ready. Open the door." "I'm already outside," Tony announced. Lin En raised an eyebrow. It wasn't easy to develop a new artificial intelligence, even for someone with Stark's resources and expertise. Yet here he was, delivering it in record time. The roar of an engine signaled Tony's arrival. A sleek red Ferrari pulled up in front of the villa, its polished surface gleaming in the sunlight. Tony stepped out, dressed in a gray plaid suit, his eyes shadowed with heavy circles, a testament to sleepless nights spent working. 2 days of non-stop work, but I made it, Tony said, collapsing onto the sofa. He grabbed a dried fruit from the table and tossed it into his mouth. "Where'd you get these?" "Pretty good. Share some later." Lin En chuckled, but his focus remained on the AI. His curiosity was palpable. Sensing Lin En's anticipation, Tony couldn't help but smile. "All right, let's get to it." He pulled out his phone, and a virtual screen flickered to life. A 3D blue data stream materialized, intricate and mesmerizing. Artificial intelligence loading. Connection successful. Master binding, Lin En. Please assign a name, Master. The mechanical voice echoed through the room. Lin En felt a rush of excitement. Once activated, the AI would begin learning autonomously, absorbing vast amounts of information from the internet to grow and evolve. Gift Crab, Lin En blurted out jokingly. Name registered, Gift Crab. Lin En sighed, realizing he'd have to change the name later. The commotion drew the attention of others in the house. Gwen and May entered, their eyes widening at the sight of the AI. Is that artificial intelligence? Gwen asked, her voice filled with wonder. Then her gaze shifted to Tony, and her expression lit up. Oh my God, Mr. Stark. Am I dreaming? Tony grinned, used to such reactions. Hello, Gwen Stacy, right? Lin En mentioned you. You know my name? Gwen's excitement reached a fever pitch. Can I get your autograph? Without waiting for an answer, she dashed upstairs, muttering, if my friends knew I met Tony Stark, they'd be so jealous. Tony adjusted his suit, clearly pleased with himself. See that? He said to Lin En, his tone brimming with pride. Still got it. May approached hesitantly. Mr. Stark, could I trouble you for an autograph too? My nephew Peter idolizes you. He even has your picture in his room. Tony's grin widened as he glanced at Lin En, his eyes practically saying, top that. A tense encounter. Wanda descended the stairs, her expression darkening the moment she saw Tony. Her cold gaze betrayed the lingering resentment she held for him. Although she knew he wasn't directly responsible for her family's tragedy, the association was enough to stir her emotions. Tony, oblivious to her inner turmoil, asked, want an autograph too? Lin En resisted the urge to laugh. Wanda didn't want an autograph, she wanted revenge. Sensing the tension, Lin En interjected, Tony, there's something you need to know. He proceeded to recount Wanda's story, detailing the loss of her family and the pain she carried. By the time he finished, the room had fallen silent. Gwen and May, who had returned with paper and pens, listened intently, their expressions somber. Tony's face was a mix of guilt and sorrow. I'm sorry, Wanda. Truly. His voice was hoarse, the flamboyant exterior giving way to the genuine kindness beneath. For all his bravado, Tony Stark carried his own burdens, and the weight of this revelation only added to them. Wanda hesitated, her hardened expression softening. It's not entirely your fault, she said quietly. But thank you. Tony nodded, his resolve hardening. He pulled out his phone and made a call. Pepper, schedule a press conference. In 3 days, Stark Industries will announce that we're ending all weapons manufacturing and sales. The room erupted in shock. Even Lin En raised an eyebrow. Stark Industries, the world's largest arms manufacturer, abandoning weapons entirely? It was an unprecedented move. Tony met Lin En's gaze, a flicker of determination in his eyes. You were right. Weapons are a double-edged sword. If I'm going to make a difference, it won't be through selling arms. Lin En smiled faintly, his mind already racing with possibilities. Tony's decision marked the beginning of a new era, not just for Stark Industries but for the world. A vision for the future. As the group discussed the implications of Tony's announcement, Lin En guided the conversation toward deeper questions about the root causes of conflict and inequality. His words painted a stark picture of a world driven by exploitation and survival, forcing everyone to confront uncomfortable truths. Tony, ever the genius, was quick to grasp the larger vision. So you're saying I should use my resources to develop better weapons, not to sell but to protect and fund relief efforts? Lin En nodded. Exactly. Use your brilliance to change the system, not perpetuate it. For a moment, Tony stared at Lin En, awestruck. You're not just thinking about one country, you're thinking about humanity as a whole. Lin En's gaze shifted eastward. There's a lot of work to be done. Let's hope we're up to the task.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Definitely, Lin En doesn't think that this kind of thing will trigger a war. After all, the real big countries are very restrained. They all know one thing, that is, once a war is about to start, the price they face will be very serious. After all, everyone has the ability to flip the table, and no one is afraid of anyone. And Lin En's approach is equivalent to indirectly helping the Dragon Kingdom to use technology to another level. Everyone was very shocked by what Lin En said. This young man can always look at problems from a new perspective, and give a very useful method that everyone ignores. Even Tony can't help but admire Lin En very much at this moment. Immediately, I began to think about various countermeasures in my mind. The lighthouse country is too aggressive. Wars and divisions of many small countries. And if you want to prevent this from happening, maybe the big country in the east will be better. At least the people's happiness index is very high. Realized the prosperity of the whole people. Just when everyone fell silent, the voice of artificial intelligence sounded. Master, you have a guest. Lin En frowned. In his mental perception, he already knew who came here. Wang Lin and his wife. It's the one who puts repaying kindness on his lips every time. When Lin En faced a crisis, he chose to leave. Go out and have a look. Lin En stood up and walked outside. The three women also followed behind. Lin En, it's really great that you're fine. Yeah, we came here as soon as we knew you were back. Wang Lin and his wife walked over with a smile, carrying things like eggs and milk in his hand. Mei looked weird. I wanted to say something, but I reached out and didn't hit the smiling face. What's more, the other party was still carrying a gift, so she couldn't even say it. But Gwen didn't have such a good temper. At only 14 years old, she didn't have so many twists and turns in her heart. As long as you are unhappy, speak up immediately. When Lin En was in danger, you left without hesitation. Why are you still coming back now? Go away, you are not welcome here. Straightforward words are merciless. The faces of the two of them changed, and they were also a little embarrassed. Wang Lin wanted to leave, but was held back by the woman. After hesitation, he still looked at Lin En. Lin En, you have to understand that we are just ordinary people. In that case, it is useless to stay, but it will only cause trouble for you. Besides, we know that you, with the help of God, will be fine. Understand? How can you not understand? After all, at that time, it was really very dangerous. Lin En killed someone at that time and caused a big incident. At this time, it is the most normal thing to choose to part ways with Lin En. So Lin En didn't have much resentment in his heart. This time, I should have something to talk about. Lin En's tone was flat. There are no ups and downs on the surface. Wang Lin and his wife looked at each other in embarrassment. The man blushed with embarrassment, and the woman kept bumping into the man's arm. Signal the former to speak quickly. Well, I'm actually fine, I just came to see you. The man hesitated. Useless stuff, why did I marry a man like you? The woman cursed angrily. Then he looked at Lin En with a smile, with a kind smile on his face. The tent at the amusement park expired after Christmas, so I would like to ask you for a favor. The reason why Wang Lin and his wife were able to contract the large tent to earn money as people from the Dragon Kingdom was because Lin En came forward to help in the first place. This year's contract expires. They went to the person in charge, but unfortunately the person in charge ignored both of them at all. At this time, he got the news that the villa where Lin En lived had signs of being inhabited again. After many inquiries, they learned that not only was Lin En not arrested or sentenced, but he was promoted to the police chief of Queens. This made them regret it. If I had been with Lin En back then, maybe I would have developed now, but it's no use regretting. The top priority now is to find Lin En first, and ask him to help settle the matter of continuing to rent the tent. Lin En, please help me. As you know, our family, young and old, all rely on this business for a living. The older one is about to get married in Longguo, and the younger one is still in school. Having said that, the woman touched her tears. It looks very pitiful. FB. He frowned. After listening for a long time, he understood it. The couple in front of them have a very good relationship with Lin En. After all, they are all Oriental. And the couple has a lucrative business. According to their ability, it is impossible to undertake it. However, all of this was revealed by Lin En. And when Lin En was in trouble, the two turned around and left. Now seeing that Lin En is fine, I came back to ask for help and play the emotional card. Tut. This is human nature. However, Tony wasn't about to interrupt. He turned his gaze to the boy. Lin En's expression remained flat. Slowly shook his head. Can't help. It is understandable for Wang Lin and his wife to leave. But that doesn't mean he doesn't care. Can't help? How can you not be able to help? The woman froze for a moment, and said hastily, you will be the chief of the police station soon, just say a word. No, it's just a matter of effort for you. Why should I help you? Lin En's face turned cold. He can help. But it's not necessary. Furthermore, why should he help? When I helped them back then, it was because they were all from the east, and it was a great help if I could help them. But now, the two are no longer friends. He is not a bad guy. It is impossible to repay grievances with virtue. Lin En, how can you do this? We will take you a lot, for example. The woman opened her mouth eagerly, but she shut up halfway through the sentence. After thinking about it carefully, it seems that the husband and wife have done nothing in the past 3 years. Always say thank you Lin En with a gift. But never came. Just last time Lin En took Wanda to play. It was also paid for. If it's okay, let's go and don't come again. Lin En said coldly. Lin En, you have to help me with this favor, or I'll die here. Wang Lin wanted to leave, but the woman stopped him, and then said in a bad tone. See this scene. Say no to Wanda, Gwen, Mei. Even Tony couldn't help it. Fuck, what are you thinking about? Based on your actions, Lin En didn't want to embarrass you, and he has done his best. I still have to help now. Why? Tony spoke loudly, accusing indignantly. To be honest, he had never seen such a person. We beg Lin En, who are you? Why are you interrupting? Our friendship for so many years is comparable to yours, the woman said aggressively. What if Lin En hears these words and doesn't help them? Most importantly, she had never seen Lin En with this friend before. If you speculate, you can know that this is a new friend. How old are you? Tony Stark. Tell me how old you are. Tony was transformed by J.A.R.V.I.S. I also know that old man is not a word of praise. Tony Stark, the woman sneered. Then his face became stiff. From the first time she saw this middle-aged man, she felt a little familiar. Now hear the name. It suddenly reminded me of the live broadcast with hundreds of millions of people a week ago. The person in front of you. Integrate with that superior person. Her heart skipped a beat. Who is Tony Stark? I'm afraid no one in the entire Beacon country knows. And I actually scolded the latter. The woman's legs went limp. He looked at Tony with a pale face. Just now I was blind. I apologize to you. Please forgive me, okay? Tony ignored it directly. For this kind of person, his character was too lazy to talk to him. Lin En, help our husband and wife. The woman turned her gaze to Lin En again, and begged. However, seeing that Lin En's emotions were not moved in the slightest, his expression immediately changed. In the end, he just lay down on the ground and yelled loudly. The police chief is bullying, Lin En is bullying. Is there anyone to comment? The woman watched her neighbors come out and yelled even louder. Then he looked at Lin En and spoke threateningly. If you don't help me, I will lie here forever, and no one will feel better about it. Lin En looked at Wang Lin. The man's face was flushed, but he lowered his head without any stop. Good, good, good. Then you stay here. Lin En laughed back angrily. Originally, he still missed the fact that he was also from the Dragon Kingdom, so he didn't want to do anything. Now, there is no need to show mercy. Immediately sent a text message. A few minutes later, 2 policemen on duty came over. When you see Lin En, you salute immediately. Although the latter has not officially taken office, it is very necessary to leave a good impression in advance. The 2 men robbed the house, locked them up and interrogated them 10 times. Lin En said coldly. Wang Lin and his wife were stunned. No, we didn't burglary, we know Lin En, we are his friends. The woman screamed quickly. Explanation of. Wang Lin no longer pretended to be bored, and said eagerly, let's go now, let's go. However, the 2 policemen ignored them at all, took out the handcuffs and walked towards them. Wang Lin and his wife were stopped. If you wanted to resist, you saw that the policeman had raised his pistol. Immediately, cold sweat broke out from both of them. When the cold wind blew, the cold touch also woke the 2 of them up. Only found out at this time. They can survive smoothly in the lighthouse country because of Lin En's protection. Knowing many people has kindness towards them, also because of Lin En. When the person was taken away, Lin En's expression was very calm from the beginning to the end. Wang Lin and his wife wanted to come out. Even if you find a lawyer, at least you have to pay a lot of money. Tens of thousands of dollars each can't be lowered. Definitely, free trainee lawyer, but the level, I'm afraid it's not very good. Lin En, don't worry about this kind of bad guy. Tony smiled. He still agrees with Lin En's merciless sending Wang Lin and his wife to prison. This kind of person should be treated like this. Haha, I still understand this truth. Lin En said with a smile. It's cold outside, let's go inside first. Tony's body trembled. Okay. He didn't feel it just because he just watched the excitement. React now, shivering with cold. Lin En, I have very bad news for you. Tony was lying on the sofa, drinking hot coffee, with a very helpless expression. I have found no trace of Thor on Earth. Satellites from Stark Industries, plus network monitoring from J.A.R.V.I.S. I didn't find any news about Thor in a days. No, it's normal. The latter is probably in Asgard now. Lin En rubbed his brows and sorted out the plot. Fact, I still can't believe that there really are gods. Tony couldn't help but said. The appearance of Thor is the thing that subverts his 3 views the most. This represents the real existence of gods. There is also God King Odin, the purpose of the 9 realms that is above everyone. For a materialistic technological genius like him, this is something that directly destroys his 3 views. Let him also have doubts about technology. Lin En looked at Tony with a weird face. I also know what's on his mind. This kind of thing is easy to understand. An ordinary person walking on the road suddenly sees a yellow-skinned person speak, probably can directly scare the pee. Seeing Monkey King with my own eyes, I guess the first reaction was not surprise, but fright. And now Tony, is this kind of thinking. Perhaps as time goes by, the latter can gradually understand. But now, for the sake of Tony's loyalty, this life mentor, I decided to be myself. It's too small. Lin En said slowly. What? Tony froze for a moment. The layout is small. Lin En cleared his throat. Slowly opened Joe. The whole living room fell into silence. On knowledge. Wanda, Gwen, and May, before meeting Lin En. Almost nothing. Among the people Wanda has been implicated in this life, the most powerful, is Tony Stark. The reason is also somewhat special. The weapon made, blew up her house. And Gwen is his father, the majestic Queen's police chief. May was even more miserable. Life is hard, and the most powerful person I have ever met is my former boss. Still in prison, tortured by several black carousels. After seeing Lin En, he has a long-term vision, but it is also limited. Hearing that there is a god in this world, I couldn't help but grow my mouth. This is too much. However, seeing the dialogue between Lin En and Tony, I also understand very well that this is probably true. Immediately hold your breath and listen quietly. Tony tilted his head with a playful expression. In this life, he has never heard of it. Some people say that he has a small structure. No, Lin En said with a smile. Immediately, he leaned forward with his upper body, stared at Tony, and said word by word. I ask you, what is God? Omnipotence? Or can alter reality? One thought, all things perish. Tony frowned. He vaguely grasped something. It's just not clear yet. To Ants, what are we? Lin En continued. God, well-deserved God. For those pigs on the farm. What we do, it's a miracle. Speaking of which, Lin En, here we go. In Tony's eyes, he saw a trace of confusion. However, in this confusion, a glimmer of clarity flashed from time to time. If pigs are given millions of years, will they evolve civilization? When technology surpasses us, will we still regard pigs as gods? Thor, Odin, their civilization developed for tens of thousands of years. For us, the electric current only appeared more than 200 years ago, and the concept of the internet appeared in Tuan more than 100 years ago. Tony felt that his three views were being reconstructed. 747. The self-confidence and materialism full of cracks are also rapidly reorganizing. Yeah, they just developed early, they are not gods, they are just a group of aliens with advanced technology and strong bodies. Tony's voice grew louder. Emotions are also getting more and more excited. No one can know how tormented he is in the depths of his heart after knowing that there are gods in this world. You are a genius that is rare in 100 years. Lin En stood up, patted Tony on the shoulder with a serious expression, and a hint of encouragement flashed in his eyes. I hope that one day I can see you, as a mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with a god. With a mortal body, shoulder to the gods. Tony shuddered. His eyes sparkled. A soaring aura emerged from his body. That's unparalleled confidence. Ha ha ha, Lin En, thank you, I see. With a mortal body, you can stand shoulder to shoulder with a god. So what about Thor? What about Odin? What about those so-called gods? It's just a creature that was born earlier. Just a bunch of aliens. One day, he will catch up with this group of people. Just thinking about that scene made Tony's blood boil. Get Tony Stark loyalty. Loyalty level, 85. Congratulations to the host for receiving rewards. Constitution plus 150, Strength plus 150, Speed plus 150, Mental Power plus 230. Reward, Nanotechnology. Lin En. Good guy. Others give skills, but when it comes to Tony, they give technology directly. A technological genius indeed. As the system's voice fell, various knowledge about nanotechnology also emerged in his brain. But this kind of thing is of little use to him. Compared to being a tech genius, he wants to become a powerful existence that is physically invincible. That being the case, why not let Tony make good use of nanotechnology? Since you have regained your confidence, as a friend, let me give you a reward. Lin En put her finger between Tony's eyebrows. A large amount of knowledge about nanotechnology is constantly transmitted to the latter's mind. Shock flashed in Tony's eyes, but he quickly realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if it is extremely excited, there is no unnecessary movement. After about 5 minutes, Tony rubbed his swollen head. A lot of knowledge made him feel motion sickness. But after a few minutes, with the absorption of knowledge, his pale face became normal. It's amazing. The knowledge is transmitted directly. In this way, no one can become a genius in an instant. Tony looked at Lin En in shock. Learning is a painful thing for everyone. In comparison, there are too many temptations in this world. With Lin En's method, everyone can become a genius. Anyone can be a scientist. In this way, a new round of technological explosion will surely usher in. Put away your dangerous thoughts. Lin En said helplessly. Many people cannot create even if they have knowledge in their heads. Plus, with such conveniences, many people will only be lazier. Lin En paused. Said a horrible thing. What would happen if everyone could make a nuclear bomb? What will happen? There is a high probability that the Earth will be destroyed directly. The development of an era requires a transition, but now, we only need a pioneer, a super genius, Tony Stark. Understood. Tony nodded seriously, looking at Lin En's gaze, with unprecedented respect and attention. In his head, Lin En is carrying his hands behind his back. After a while, his agitated heart also settled down. Looking at Gwen and May, she smiled. Almost forgot about the signature, explain it to me. Gwen shook her head, forget it, I suddenly discovered that brother Lin En is the best. May's eyes sparkled, and she also put away her notebook and pen. She had already decided to give Peter Parker a good beating. There is someone as good as Lin En here. Why even worship Tony Stark? I didn't see that when the latter was confused, it was Lin En who woke him up with a few words. He even taught Tony the knowledge of science and technology. Fuck. More and more found that Lin En is excellent. May swears that tonight, she must rub Lin En's milk all over her body. Also feel the crystallization of wisdom. Tony. All right. In front of Lin En, the only confident technology was also crushed. Own signature. Perhaps it is precious to others. But, for living with Lin En, and for Gwen and May, who have an unusual relationship, it doesn't seem to matter at all. Ding ding ding. At this moment, the landline in the hall on the first floor rang. Mei Xiao ran over to pick up the phone. Lin En, Chalk, yours. Lin En walked over and connected the landline. Inside came Phil Coulson's voice. An emergency meeting is called, it's about Avengers, come here quickly. Lin En frowned, feeling slightly nervous. So suddenly, turning his head to look at Tony in the distance, he was also answering the phone. Okay, I understand. Lin En hung up the phone. Let's start with a word from Tony. The next decision is to attend the meeting. Or let Magneto blow up S.H.I.E.L.D. and delay the formation of Avengers. Tony, this meeting is about you. Tony walked over. His expression was a little serious. Lin En raised his eyebrows, but didn't speak. Tony continued. Magneto broke into the White House, walked away, and slapped the government in the face. The government's attitude towards mutant is almost polarized. One is to win over the Xavier's school headed by Professor X, and the other is to attack the Mutant Brotherhood headed by Magneto. Lin En frowned upon hearing this. So, you want to set up Avengers to deal with Magneto? No, many people are now very swayed by what happened to Mutant. Tony shook his head, telling him everything he knew. The Avengers set up now, and then deal with Magneto. There may be a lot of abuse from many people. The White House wants Professor X to deal with Magneto, but the attitude of the latter seems to have changed. Sure enough, Tony still knew much more about the inside story than himself. But what does this have to do with me? Lin En narrowed his eyes slightly. After all, Magneto's entry into the White House was his own instruction. Professor X refuses to cooperate and is also his own guide. Could it be that the government has discovered its behavior? It doesn't make sense. Do it so secretly. How could it be discovered? Tony said here. However, after what happened last time, you are very close to Xavier's school, so it is very likely that I want to start with you. The specific things, we still have to go to find out. Lin En nodded, and after entrusting Wanda and others, he drove towards the Tricurved Wing building in Tony's car. Arrived in the conference room, Lin En found that besides Fury, there were only Phil Coulson and Natasha Romanoff. They're all here, take a seat first. Fury on the first seat rubbed the space between his brows. It can be seen that his face is a little tired. Recently, everyone knows about it. Everyone nodded. The vice president and several lawmakers died outside the White House. This is a slap in the face. Press the face of the government to the ground and rub it desperately. Even knowing it, this is Magneto's revenge. But the government still can't stand it. So, set up Avengers and go catch Magneto. Natasha Romanoff asked. In this situation, the establishment of Avengers is just right. No, Avengers, it can't be established for the time being. Fury shook his head, with a trace of bitterness on his face. Now Professor X's attitude has become unclear, and arrests from third-party organizations are likely to cause Professor X to forcibly stand in line. This kind of situation cannot happen under any circumstances. And this time, the reason for holding the meeting is to sneak into Xavier's school, get in close contact with Professor X, and see his attitude. This matter is very urgent. Natasha Romanoff's expression turned serious. Among all the people here, she was the only agent, and immediately held her breath, waiting for the next order. Director, if you have any order, please give it, I will definitely complete it. Ahem. Phil Coulson had a strange expression on his face. Here reminder. Natasha Romanoff kept her mouth shut. There is also some curiosity in my heart. Momo was constantly sizing up among several people. If this task is not carried out by myself, who would it be? Tony? Certainly not possible, because out of T. Phil Coulson? The latter is the deputy director, and Professor X has also seen it, so it is impossible. So, she couldn't believe it. This important task involving mutants and humans should be handed over to Lin En. Lin En, your relationship with mutants seems to be pretty good. Fury spoke slowly. Lin En nodded. He couldn't hide from Fury that he went in and out of Xavier's school. And now Pietro and Peter Parker are still at Xavier's school. It's better to admit it directly. Lin En, I give you a task. Go to Xavier's school to test Professor X's attitude. Lin En's eyes narrowed slightly. If you agree to this kind of thing, you have mastered the mutant and the government. Personally participating in and mastering first-hand information will be very helpful to change the plot in the future. There are also disadvantages. That is, I will always be exposed to the eyes of the government and SHIELD. The advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Lin En pondered for a moment and nodded. Director, I disagree. It's a big deal. What if something goes wrong? Lin En is just a policeman. He's not an agent. Natasha Romanoff stood up. He frowned tightly. So, Natasha Romanoff, you are responsible for assisting Lin En. Fury said. Natasha Romanoff, 11. Come on. As soon as he refuted, he became his subordinate. Isn't this putting eye drops on the leaders? Tony also had a weird expression on his face. Who would have thought that things would be so dramatic? Immediately, I couldn't help laughing. Looking at Fury, Coulson, and Natasha Romanoff. Lin En couldn't laugh. Install, continue to install. I really thought that when you played this oboe, I couldn't see shit. Isn't Natasha Romanoff just an eyeliner planted on her body? Fury still trusted himself. After all, so many things he did before can express his attitude. Natasha Romanoff is arranged this time, most likely because of it. He also wanted to know how friendly his relationship with Mutant was. Lin En pondered for a while. He looked at Natasha Romanoff, who was still shocked and staggered. I have to say that the best acting skills are the agents. But, whether it is true or not, we have to test it out and make a conclusion. If you don't want to, then forget it. Lin En spoke slowly, with an extremely flat tone. I don't really like working with people, either. These words can be said to be without saving face. Expressed his meaning clearly. If so, Natasha Romanoff is still following up, it must be Iron Wolf. That won't work, I'm an agent, and I have to carry out all the tasks of the superior. Natasha Romanoff's face froze for a moment, and then she spoke hastily. Okay, it's clear. This is a beauty undercover. Fury, you are interesting. If the relationship between the two is not good, Natasha Romanoff will pick all kinds of criticisms. But you have to prove your innocence. Just have to show it, show Natasha Romanoff. In this way, it is estimated that the whole process must be accompanied by Natasha Romanoff. Good guy? After a long time, behind the scenes, Natasha Romanoff was still the leader. But, do you think that I have no means? GGG, that's a happy cooperation. Lin En thought of the plan in his mind, and couldn't help but let out an extremely abstract laugh. In fact, he thought of a very villainous idea. Natasha Romanoff's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, hearing this laughter, he and she felt chills all over their bodies. In 3 days, I'm busy recently, Lin En said with a smile. Fury nodded. Natasha Romanoff was a little unhappy. What can you do? Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but ask back. In comparison, Lin En is still in lockdown and doesn't even have to work. You are the leader, I am the leader. Lin En glared. Okay, I'm quitting, you guys take your time. After Lin En finished speaking, he turned his head and left. The 4 who stared wide-eyed were left behind. Natasha Romanoff. The corner of Fury's mouth twitched, and he said seriously, Lin En is the only one who can enter and leave Xavier's school freely. This matter is very important, and it can even determine the fate of humans and mutants. That's what the leaders said. Natasha Romanoff had no other options. As a subordinate, she can only do her best. However, when she ran out of the door of the conference room, Lin En was still there. The bastard. Natasha Romanoff huffed. Is that how you call the leader? Came a faint voice. Natasha Romanoff turned her head and saw Lin En standing at the corner. Not waiting for her to be happy, I saw Lin En raised his palm. Snapped. There was a crisp sound. What are you doing? Natasha Romanoff covered her hips and glared at Lin En. It feels good. Lin En smelled his hand, showing an intoxicated look. A perverted look. Aren't you finding fault and disgusting me? See how I deal with you. This task is of great benefit to him, so there is no need to give up. However, let Natasha Romanoff understand who is in charge of this matter. Haven't you heard a sentence? If you have something to do as a secretary, if you don't have something to do as a secretary. Lin En said with a half smile. No, you go. Natasha Romanoff bit her red lip. Anger flickered in her beautiful eyes, but still silent. Perfect. Lin En thought to himself. See if I won't play with you in the next few days. You are not afraid, I will report to the director. Natasha Romanoff was furious. In this task, she is the real leader. But Lin En didn't follow the routine at all. In the absence of any other means, she could only tell the truth. I'm not from SHIELD. Lin En shrugged indifferently. But you're joining the Avengers. Natasha Romanoff continued. What do you think is the chance of it being established now? Fury also said just now that it will not be established for the time being. What is the difference between this and the high probability that it will not be established? Lin En sneered. Deep down, however, I was extremely happy. There are too many things to do now, and Fury is too busy. I just need to add another fire. At that time, the Avengers will be completely unable to form. At that time, you will still be that little agent, and I will be the dignified chief of the Queen's District Police Department. Natasha Romanoff shuddered. Yes, if the Avengers is not established, she will always be an agent. What about the 10th level agent? As a native of Seoul who came from the Red House, it is impossible for her to enter the upper echelon of S.H.I.E.L.D. in this life. You're right, but I have more authority than you. Natasha Romanoff is still stubborn. But I can live under the sun openly. Lin En said playfully. Continue. I see what else you have to say. Natasha Romanoff shuddered. Killing people. This sentence directly hurt the place in her heart that she least wanted to touch. Snapped. There was another crisp sound. Natasha Romanoff's hips bob up and down. Why are you hitting me again? Natasha Romanoff was already in a bad mood, but was slapped again, and immediately glared at Lin En like a violent lioness. If she was an ordinary person, she might have done it. But, she can't beat Lin En. My subordinates are not serious about their work, what should I do if I punish them? Lin En is not afraid at all. You don't want to do it, let's go. Hoo. Natasha Romanoff panted heavily, her chest heaving constantly. Draw a perfect arc. Lin En glanced over and understood clearly. This place seems to be more attractive than hips. Looking at Lin En's undisguised gaze, Natasha Romanoff's heart tightened, subconsciously covering his chest. This made her already charming, even more attractive. *T. Gudong. Natasha Romanoff swallowed. She didn't want to take on this task a little bit. Lin En, the first few times we met, you are not like this, and my attitude towards you is also very good. In this case, she only plays the emotional card. And, she thought about the process of getting along carefully, and she was very friendly to Lin En every time. Except this time to raise objections in person. Good attitude? Hehe. Lin En couldn't help but sneered inwardly. Nemas. No loyalty at all. What to put on? If it wasn't for the system, I would have been fooled by you, a guy who is good at disguising. After we got acquainted, I exposed my true nature. Lin En rubbed his chin. The metamorphosis must be carried through to the end. Natasha Romanoff fell silent. She knows that there are many women living in Lin En's house. Thinking of that scene, she couldn't help touching it. Deep in my heart I fell into a tangle. Although as an agent, seduction is also a part. But up to now, relying on her superb playing hard to get, she has completed the task every time at the critical moment. In other words, up to now, she has not been touched by anyone. As for the first time, it is indeed gone. The former agent organized the Red House. In order to prevent the female agent from having two minds, she can't let go when performing tasks. Already self-destroyed. Even their uteruses were removed. But, She has never been obtained by a man. Now we are out of the conference room door. Just got spanked twice. If it takes a few days, it won't be eaten and wiped clean. The most important thing is that even if Lin En came to be strong, she couldn't resist. Natasha Romanoff looked troubled. Take a closer look at Lin En. After so many years, it was the first time she saw such a handsome man. In addition, the strength is also strong. Even if you sacrifice yourself, it doesn't seem to be a disadvantage. In the end, the beauty overwhelmed everything. Natasha Romanoff's eyes complicated, becoming firm. That's it, go ahead, find fury to refuse the mission, and get a more cute agent. Lin En thought to himself. Although Natasha Romanoff looks only in her 20s, she is actually 5 or 6 years old. It's just a defective drug similar to super soldier serum. In order to delay aging, coupled with being good at disguising and being very good at using intrigue, Lin En doesn't want to stay with her. However, the next second, he saw Natasha Romanoff's serious opening. I am an agent, no matter what, I will complete the task. Fuck. She won't know that she has a virgin complex, so don't dare to touch her. Lin En was speechless. He hadn't really touched any woman except May. May, on the other hand, was in the early days of entrepreneurship. In order to complete the rewards of the system, the conditions were lowered. Now he doesn't need to be like this anymore. So, no matter how beautiful Natasha Romanoff is, he can't do it. It's up to you, but I have a very bad personality, and I will touch my hands at every turn. Lin En made up his mind. Since you don't leave, I'll kill you. The entrance of the Tricurved Wing building. Tony couldn't help laughing. Haha, you are the only one who can handle Natasha Romanoff like this. As for Natasha Romanoff, his senses weren't too good either. The reason is simple, this woman once applied for a secretary, and also seduced him out of his wits. This is definitely a dark history. Every time he thinks about it, it makes him feel ashamed. Now seeing Natasha Romanoff deflated, he is still very happy. Your car is really well modified. Lin En couldn't help but exclaimed. Tony's mouth curled into a smile and his eyes narrowed. Want to? No, I can't fly. Lin En shook his head. Tony, this is a sports car, not an airplane? He finally realized how distressed it was for others to chat with him. The mind jumps too fast to keep up. Okay, what are you going to do these 3 days? Tony felt helpless. Get in the driver's seat. Tilting his head, he ran past Lin En. Don't say that you have no idea these 3 days. Definitely yes? Lin En smiled. If this continues, the Avengers, 80% will not be able to form. We're always going to do something. Tony frowned and thought for a moment, showing interest. You mean, to facilitate the formation of Avengers? After all, in the eyes of everyone except Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye, Lin En is the most wanted to join Avengers. After all, in this way, he can become a superhero, standing in front of the public 600, enjoying flowers and praise. This is especially fatal for a teenager in his 20s. How to promote it? Lin En asked rhetorically. The establishment of Avengers requires timing. Is the timing right now? Tony fell silent. During this period of time, the entire Beacon country is in great chaos. The struggle between mutants and humans, unless it really gets out of hand. If not, the emergence of Avengers is the fuse. After all, with the emergence of such a superhero team, who can guarantee that it is not aimed at mutant? The current Professor X is no longer the obedient saint. Some time ago, he also knew Professor X's attitude towards the government. A full 5 billion, plus vibranium and citizenship. There is not much money, but this attitude of daring to resist is really scary. After thinking for a long time, I still have no idea. Tony could only look at Lin En. The latter's way of thinking is always peculiar, and there may be a better way. I ask you, why is Mutant worried about the establishment of Avengers? Lin En continued to ask. Tony was speechless. This question still needs to be answered? He swears. If not Lin En, he's definitely going to swear. Because Avengers, although it is an independent third party, the government occupies the majority of its staff. Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye are people from SHIELD. Captain America is a symbol of the lighthouse state, directly dividing the government. There's also that big green fat guy named Banner, right? He used to cooperate with the military, and he didn't know anything about General Ross' daughter. Lin En nodded with a half smile. Fingers tapped on the car. What if the two of us form a real superhero organization that has nothing to do with the government? Gift crab. Tony's eyes widened, and he swore he had never been so surprised in his life. Forming a superhero team by yourself, this kind of thing, the lighthouse country will definitely not agree. This represents an uncontrolled powerful only will. For the people, the advantages may outweigh the disadvantages. But for the government, there are all kinds of harm but no benefit. In case other people with super abilities follow suit, a few people get together and directly form a superhero organization privately. At that time, I still don't know whether it is a superhero or a supervillain. At that time, the Lighthouse Congress directly messed up. No, the government won't accept this situation, and neither will I. Tony shook his head and refused. This kind of principled question, no matter how good the relationship is, it is useless. Not negotiable. This kind of thing, unless authorized by the state, is absolutely not allowed. Lin En's expression was still indifferent, and he said slowly, then let the above authorize it. Tony, after a long circle, came back again. Let the government authorize and agree, it will arouse the suspicion of Professor X and the resistance of mutant. So, having said so much, what's the point? You use your brain to think about it. Lin En was a little helpless. Who belongs to the territory we step on? Lighthouse country. Tony was really crazy. This kind of question, which he asked knowingly, had almost worn out his patience. Grass. Lin En sighed. Odin, the 9 realms are his domain. He is orthodox. What is the lighthouse country? At most it is a farm. Hiss. Tony gasped. Fuck. What kind of brain circuit is this? It rose directly to the 9 realms level. From a higher dimension, come to get support and consent. At that time, if the Lighthouse Kingdom dares to disagree, it is to despise the majesty of God King Odin. Others dare not follow suit. Good guy. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So, do you have a way to find Thor? Tony asked. Odin certainly won't see it. There is no doubt about it. The only Norse god that can be touched is Thor. Definitely, come with me. Lin En said confidently. Under the search of the artificial intelligence gift crab, he has found Jane Foster. This is Thor's girlfriend and the only woman he loves. Wants to bring Thor down from Asgard. Just start with simplicity. The 2 of them had no extra nonsense. Under Lin En's navigation, the 2 soon came to a coffee shop. A woman with brown hair and long hair sat in the dining room, frowning. Opposite the woman, sat a plump woman with a body that exploded. Wearing an old-fashioned knit hat. Wear an inconspicuous down jacket. But even so, it still couldn't cover that proud chest. Jane, don't be unhappy, that's a scumbag. Don't worry, we will meet better. Daisy Louise encouraged. Yeah, I shouldn't have hoped for him, the bastard. Jane drank the coffee in one gulp. Just about to speak, I saw the nympho on the face of my best friend. God, Jane, I seem to have met the one in my life. Daisy had a nympho look on her face, her chin was resting on her hand, her eyes were blurred. Jane followed her gaze. Then I saw a handsome oriental man who looked like a star walked into the cafe. Beside him was an American man with a good appearance and a noble suit. It was Lin En and Tony. Oh my god, he's coming towards us. Daisy said excitedly. Can't wait to welcome it now. But there was still a sensible Jane, who pressed her on the seat. Hey, 2 beautiful girls, we meet again. Lin En said with a smile. A very old-fashioned opening line, but I like it very much. Daisy held her face in her hands, and her saliva was about to flow out. Jane also smiled slightly, showing a happy smile. Anyway, it's always nice to be complimented by a handsome man. Have we met? Jane asked curiously. I was going to the bar just now, but I saw 2 beautiful girls outside, so I came in. Lin En smiled, and his handsome appearance attracted all the women around him. Jane's heart was pounding too. The 2 had indeed met, in order to change Mutant's reputation. Jean Grey delivered a baby on the street. However, these 2 people have not seen him. Let me introduce you, Lin En. Lin En said. Tony Stark. Tony also nodded. People in the past would scream excitedly when they heard his name. But, now 2 women, none of them talked to him. Completely became a supporting role. Jane Foster. Daisy Louise. Even if the 4 of you know each other like this, sit next to me. The 2 women spoke to Lin En at the same time. Hey, Jane, you already have a boyfriend, why do you still do this? Daisy said dissatisfied. That bastard, I have to give him a share a long time ago, Jian Yi said in a positive manner. Finally, Lin En and Tony are sitting opposite each other. No way. These 2 good girlfriends, at this time, will not let anyone else. The 4 talked for a while. Under Lin En's good eloquence, the 2 girls burst into laughter from time to time. Jane's depressed mood was also swept away, when it was learned that Lin En was Lin En who murdered people on the street in order to save the little girl. The beautiful eyes of the 2 are full of tombs. God, do you know? When I learned that you were arrested, I was still participating in the parade. Daisy waved her fist and said fiercely. However, don't you have a 1-year monitoring period? How can you come out? Lin En smiled. I just came here, mainly because I wanted Qingjian to help me. Me and Tony want to find Thor and start an organization of heroes. Daisy's eyes lit up and she exclaimed. Wow, that's incredible. After seeing all the people around looking over, he quickly covered his mouth. Sorry, I don't know where that bastard went. Jane shook her head helplessly, and she was furious at the mention of Thor. Since taking away her heart and love, she has disappeared. I couldn't get through by phone, and no message came. I have a way to make him appear, but it needs your cooperation. Lin En tapped on the table. Open your mouth slowly. Hearing this, a trace of fierceness flashed in Jane's eyes. Stand up with a crack. Really? The other customers around looked over one by one. The waitress came over with a cup of coffee. Hello, this is a relatively quiet place. Sorry. Jane said awkwardly. At this time, the waitress took the coffee and put it in front of Lin En. She blinked her beautiful eyes and bit her lip. I treat you to this cup of coffee, love. Then he took out another piece of paper. Gently push it in front of Lin En. Sir, this is my phone number and address, please keep it. Fer. Jishin Lin En. He shang Tony? This is usually his treatment. Now, he has become little transparent. Thank you. Lin En nodded. The waitress' eyes were blurred, and she couldn't help but let out a muffled snort. Then he walked away on catwalks. Fuck, this bitch. Daisy 0.8 gritted her teeth. Okay, let's continue the discussion. Lin En rubbed between his brows helplessly. He is too handsome, but also has troubles. Yay, tell me. Jane took a deep breath to suppress her emotions. If you are in danger, Thor will appear. Lin En said with a smile. Kidnapping first, then being molested later. Definitely, it won't really touch you. He knows it. In Asgard, Thor makes Heimdall look at Earth every day. Follow Jane Foster. In Thor 2, it was because Thor discovered that Jane was in danger, so Thor came back from Asgard desperately. You mean, that bastard is watching me every day? Jane frowned, obviously very disbelieving. You can try it, anyway, you won't lose anything. Lin En spread out his hands, his magnetic voice was full of temptation. Don't you want to? Questioned Thor's child. He didn't say a word, and left you here alone. There are many beauties in Asgard God's domain. Boom! Jane slammed her fist on the table. Fuck. That damn bastard, do what you say. I choose to be kidnapped. Lin En nodded. Remove the mental barrier that shrouded the surroundings. Be careful, there is always nothing wrong. It would be embarrassing if Heimdall happened to be watching Jane while they were talking. Next thing. It is relatively simple. Go straight to an abandoned warehouse. Lock up Jane and Daisy. Maybe I'll lock you up for a long time, don't worry yet. Lin En shrouded his mental power around him. Pull all four of them into the spiritual space. This will also ensure that Thor finds out. At that time, I will wear a mask to molest you. You must be panicked, you know? Don't reveal your secrets, otherwise, you may be seen. Lin En asked repeatedly. Why can't I wear a mask? Tony, who had been acting as a little transparent, asked. He who used to be the protagonist of the crowd felt that he was ignored today. I need to do something urgently to prove myself. Okay, you can come too. Lin En didn't care. Mr. Lin En, it's better for you to come. Daisy's eyes were full of nympho. Be tied up by you, that rope is all charming. Jane raised her eyebrows, and said not to be outdone, me too, EB. Then I go? So you don't need me? When have I ever been so angry? I can't bear it anymore. I can't bear it at all. Tony shut his mouth angrily, not wanting to speak at all. Then, several people discussed the details again. The consciousness of the four people came out from the spiritual space. Time flashed and half a day passed. This is to ensure that Thor can find out that Jane has been kidnapped. After all, Heimdall's line of sight is to observe the entire 9 realms. There wasn't much time for Jane either. Just observe occasionally. In this way, it will take at least a few hours for Thor to get the news. If locked up, directly molested, I'm afraid it's over, and there's no news from Thor's side. At the same time, Asgard. This is the abode of the gods. Gods including the king of God Odin and many other gods 29 lived here. This mysterious and sacred place is where the Aesir Protoss lived. Similarly, this is also the most suitable realm for survival among the 9 realms. In addition to the vast expanse of land and fertile land, there are strong magic elements and gods floating in the air. In such an environment, any Aesir Protoss, even ordinary people have a lifespan of thousands of years, and their physical fitness far exceeds that of human beings. At the same time, in the palace area of the god King Odin, a banquet is being held. Thor once again quelled a war in the 9 realms. According to the rules, there will be a 7-day banquet. All the gods came to congratulate him. After all, Odin has grown old. The future king of Asgard is Thor. It's always good to get acquainted now. Hey, Thor, come with me for a drink. Asgard female warrior. The mighty Sif came over. Whether it is her family or personal strength, she is incomparably outstanding. In the entire Asgard, her strength among women can be compared to the top 3. She is the most powerful female warrior besides Valkyrie and Ever Witch. For this Thor who has fought side by side for hundreds of years, it can be regarded as a childhood sweetheart who grew up. She is very fond of it. However, this man, since he went to Earth some time ago, just fell in love with a woman. No, I still have something to do. Thor smiled and said. Looking at the noisy crowd, a trace of loneliness flashed across his face. This is your celebration party, are you leaving? Sif took a deep breath and spoke slowly. They all said that you are becoming more and more like a king, so you can't be willful. Willful. Thor waved his hand, not wanting to discuss this issue anymore. A future king of the 9 realms. What is needed is a queen who can help him and is extremely powerful. And not a puny, ordinary human girl. The status of a human being is even lower than that of Asgard's maid. Neither the gods nor the god King Odin would let him do this. You guys drink first, I'll be back later. Thor drank the beer in his hand. Turn around and leave. I'll give you enough time, I'll wait for you all the time. Sif looked at the distant figure with complicated eyes. She knows that every time it comes to this time, the man whom he looked up to went back to his brother Heimdall to ask about the Earth Woman. Unshakable, every day. There you are. Heimdall opened his eyes. In those deep eyes, there seemed to be an endless starry sky. Mysterious and spooky. How is she? Thor asked. Why persist? Heimdall was annoyed. You know that it is impossible for you. In the entire 9 realms, only Tiff is the most suitable wife for you. Thor waved his hand. Fitness is not love. I didn't know what love is until I arrived on Earth. Heimdall stopped talking. In any case, as long as Thor is king of Asgard, then the queen must be Sif. This is all immutable. This is the order of the supreme god King Odin. It is also for this reason that Sif has played with Thor since he was a child, and fought together. No one dared to disobey Odin's orders. Not even Thor dared. As for feelings, can be cultivated. Isn't it the same for Odin and Frigga back then? After living for thousands of years, feelings are better than anyone. As for the present willfulness, It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. How is she now? Thor looked out at the broken Bifrost. Since blowing up Bifrost, there is no way for him to go to Earth. Earth can only be viewed through Heimdall's all-seeing eye. Find out what's going on with Jane. I'm looking, wait a minute. Heimdall whispered, his eyes shot a foot-long light. No, she seems to be in danger, and a man wants to force her. What? Thor stood up abruptly. Why is this happening? I'm going to Earth. He was extremely anxious. At this moment, all glory and reason disappeared. He just wanted to protect Jane from harming the latter. God King Odin said, you cannot go to the world of Midgard. Heimdall said solemnly. Not long ago, Thor disobeyed Odin's orders, was exiled, and nearly died. He didn't want this kind of thing to happen again. I'm going to Midgard, now, right now. Thor glared at Heimdall. There are only two people who can make him rush to the earth in an instant without using Bifrost. One is the God King Odin. One is Heimdall, who is inspecting the 9 realms in front of him and holding the Excalibur. The situation is urgent now. He didn't have time to look for his father. I cannot disobey the God King's orders. Heimdall shook his head slowly. You are the future king. You shouldn't do this kind of thing for a human woman. I have to go. With a gesture from Tony, Mjolnir flew from afar. Carrying a sharp wind sound, it fell into his hands. If she gets hurt in any way, I will never forgive you. Heimdall pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly. After saving her, go back to Asgard, do what a king should do, marry whoever you should marry. Why? Okay. Thor nodded without any hesitation. Heimdall stretched out his hand and muttered a spell in his mouth, let the dark magic give me the power zone in the end. Immediately afterwards, a streamer appeared. Thor was surrounded by light, disappeared directly in place. At the same time, on the outskirts of New York, next to an abandoned warehouse, a stream of colorful light descended from the sky. A complex circle is formed on the ground, with various mysterious textures on it. Jane, I'm here to save you. According to Heimdall's prompt, Thor knew that the warehouse 500 meters ahead was where Jane was being held. If these bastards dare to touch Jane with a finger, I will make them pay a terrible price. Thor held up Mjolnir, with rage. Fly towards the warehouse. Boom! Thunder exploded. The dilapidated roof of the warehouse was directly smashed, and a burly man wearing a battle armor and a red cloak descended from the sky behind him. The murderous gaze just happened to see Jane, whose coat was taken off and her collarbone was exposed. Fortunately, it came in time. Thor let out a long sigh of relief, and at the same time looked at the masked criminal angrily. Go to hell with me. Thor roared and rushed over. The criminal quickly waved his hands. Hey, this is a mistake. Immediately afterwards, the whole person was blown away by Mjolnir. Wherever it went, whether it was steel bars or iron sheets, they were all broken. The power of a hammer is so terrifying. Gudong? Backwater. Fortunately, it's not me. Otherwise, with a single hammer down, I'm afraid I will become a meat paste. But the next second, he became nervous. What if something happens to Lin En? Mr. Stark, don't worry, Mr. Lin En's vital indicators are normal. Hearing this, he relaxed. Daisy couldn't help screaming. It would be a pity if I finally saw a handsome guy with a sense of humor and was smashed to death. Rumble? Lin En stabilized his body only after flying backwards for hundreds of meters. Hiss. Lin En gasped. It really hurts to be hit by this kind of artifact. Thor saw Lin En, who flew upside down but was still alive. Furiously, he rushed over again. Very well, I'm still worried about killing you. I can't vent my anger. Thor, it's a misunderstanding. Jane yelled at once. However, Thor in rage, IQ is not much higher than Hulk. Didn't pay much attention to it at all. 723 raised the hammer in his hand. A series of electric lights condensed out. Then it fell on Lin En at the speed of light. The crackling electric current sounded. Some stones were directly split by the powerful lightning. Woman who dare to provoke me, I will make you completely disappear from this world. Thor put away Mjolnir. His eyes were extremely cold. Silence, deathly silence. The smoke cleared. A deep pit with a diameter of 5 meters suddenly appeared on the ground. The pit was extremely black, as if baptized by shells and flames. You have caused a disaster. Daisy wanted anxiously. Run over. Jane also covered her mouth. The beautiful eyes are full of anxiety. Being able to attract Thor proved that the strategy was very successful. But if it's at the cost of Lin En's name, that would be ridiculous. She couldn't think of anything. After Thor came down, the first thing he did was to attack with thunder. Can't even hear the words. It also worried her a lot. If something happens to Lin En, she will regret it for the rest of her life. Just at this time, the ground began to tremble. Centered on a scorched black pit, a series of cracks appeared. Like a spider web, it spreads towards the surroundings. A powerful momentum rose into the sky. From the deep pit, a figure slowly flew out. Clothes are torn, but no scars. Lin En slowly tore off the broken clothes with force. Not the same as strong muscles. Lin En's muscles are sharp and not exaggerated. The streamlined lines are like the golden ratio, with that well-proportioned 8-pack abs. Let Lin En be like a most perfect sculpture. People can't help but cast their eyes on the past. At this moment, both Daisy and Jane's eyes blurred. Even Tony couldn't help but marvel. Why is it that only the upper body can look so good? Come on, Thor, let me see how capable you are. Lin En's cold voice sounded. Anger rose in my heart. It's okay to be beaten for the first time. It can be understood as anger, but Jane has already reminded. Thor continued to attack because he just wanted to kill himself. Looking at Thor, who is still angry, Lin En flexed his wrist. Since you've lost your mind, I'll beat you up. 0 in the original setting of Mumon. Thor's IQ is very low. In the current situation of rage, I am afraid that he is not much better than Hulk. That being the case, let's fight. Lin En burst into battle. Thor. Very powerful. Only slightly inferior to Hulk in physicality and strength. But in other aspects, it is much stronger than Hulk. Especially Thor's hundreds of years of battle, has countless actual combat experience. Such an existence, as an opponent, can't be more suitable to see where one's own strength is. Go to hell. Thor once again condensed his way of thunder. However, Lin En, who had been on guard for a long time, dodged directly. Come on, let me see how powerful you are. You can fight with the legendary gods. Lin En's fighting spirit was extremely passionate. Clenching his right hand, Wolf hit an uppercut. Boom! Thor was directly thrown into the sky. And that's not all. Lin En followed closely behind, and at a speed far exceeding the speed of sound, directly grabbed Thor's foot. Then it fell constantly towards both sides. Rumble! A sound like an earthquake sounded constantly. Thor was constantly thrown to the ground like a sandbag. Smoke and dust rose everywhere, blocking everyone's sight. Cracks appeared on the ground. Asshole! Originally because Jane was kidnapped, she was extremely angry. And now being beaten like this again. Thor uttered endless rage, and the strong sense of humiliation made him completely crazy. The hammer in his hand directly condensed a large amount of thunder. Cover all around. Lin En's arm went numb unconsciously. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Thor immediately stepped back. Lin En took a deep breath and blew it hard. A strong hurricane swept across the surrounding area, blowing away the smoke and dust. The three of Tony, at this moment, saw Brother Jean. I saw the ground completely cracked. The hard stones on the ground were smashed into powder. As for Thor, he no longer had the courage of the gods just now. The cloak was scratched, the battle armor was also shattered, and the whole person looked extremely embarrassed. Constantly panting heavily. Looking faintly at the corner of the mouth, there are still some traces. On the other hand, Lin En, blushing and out of breath. Only a pair of eyes became brighter. The fighting spirit on his body became stronger and stronger. Jane and Daisy grew their mouths. They know the details of Thor, son of the god King Odin, god of war of the 9 realms. Now, Ran was beaten like this. The handsome and elegant appearance of Lin En emerged in their minds. I couldn't help but shuddered. This is too inconsistent. As for Tony, his eyelids couldn't help shaking. In the data provided by J.A.R.V.I.S, the power that Lin En erupted has reached more than 500 tons. And looking at it like that, it's far from the limit. What a freak, is this really a human? Tony opened his mouth in dismay. Compare with Thor. On the contrary, Lin En is more like that god. Still fighting? Lin En asked lightly. After preliminary attempts, he already knew his own strength. Stronger than Thor? Definitely, refers to the present spirit. After all, the people of Asgard, as they get older, their strength will become stronger. The Rune King Thor in the comics even surpassed the level Godfather. Stronger than regular Superman and Captain Marvel. Thor at that time was stronger than Odin. But, when that time really comes, Lin En may face OA directly. After all, with all his plans, he has only been using the awakening system for 2 months. Bastard! How dare you tease me? Thor yelled. The whole person rushed to Lin En again, and the Mjolnir in his hand carried endless lightning, covering Lin En. Lin En looked up. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The mental power directly hits the past. What? Thor held his head with a pale face, then fell directly to the ground. Mjolnir was all thrown to the ground. At the same time, Heimdall has been keeping an eye on this planet. In order not to let Odin find out, he let Thor go to the Earth without permission. He needs to take Thor to Asgard directly after Thor kills the bandits. However, right now, his complexion was pale, and sweat dripped from the top of his head unceasingly. The majestic Thor was actually pressed and rubbed on the ground. What's even more frightening is that the boy still possesses terrifying spiritual power. Directly knocked Thor out. Gudong? Heimdall swallowed. When did Midgard have such a powerful existence? But he didn't discover it. However, the only good news is that Lin En did not exude killing intent. There is only fighting spirit on him, but for prudence, he was still mobilizing dark magic, preparing to teleport Thor back before he was fatally injured. After all, this is the future king of Asgard, don't be careless. At this moment, his eyelids twitched. The body stiffened and looked to the side. I saw an old man with long silver curly hair appearing. The old man exuded endless majesty. One of his eyes was blind, but the other exudes endless wisdom. See God King. Heimdall's scalp was numb, and he quickly knelt on the ground. Yes, this old man is none other than the God King of the 9 realms. Do you know that using the power of darkness without authorization will attract prying eyes from other dimensions? Odin spoke slowly, with no fluctuations in his voice, even a little gentle. He also disobeyed my order without authorization and put Thor in the world. The voice was so gentle that everyone in Heim trembled slightly. There is no other reason. Only those who fought against Odin back then would know how much murder this kind-looking old man caused in the 9 realms. Say it bluntly. All the enemies in the past were all wiped out. His position as the king of gods was piled up with corpses one after another. Get up. Odin spoke again, looking at Earth with one eye. This little guy is interesting. Heimdall, you said it was funny when people praised your beloved son like this. But he didn't dare to say a word. After all, his punishment has not yet been said. As a king, never get carried away by anger. Odin seemed to be speaking to Heimdall. It also seems to be talking to myself. The lessons learned this time will also allow him to grow even more. As a king who has lived for thousands of years, he has seen too much. Also know Thor's flaws. As a god who only knows fighting, Thor is not competent in terms of IQ. In other words, even Loki is better suited to manage the 9 realms than Thor. But the king of Asgard must be Thor. Because that legend, the legend of that Ragnarok? Ragnarok's prophecy is coming. The old gods die, and the new gods come. Thor is the living god. Odin spoke slowly, his voice full of unique charm. I'm running out of time, and I must do everything possible to let him grow. There was horror in Heimdall's eyes. As the only person in the entire 9 realms who has all-seeing eyes, he once peeked into the corner of the future. The flaming giant swung the sword in his hand. Asgard is filled with endless flames. Countless gods fell. However, he didn't see much. Odin, on the other hand, saw a spaceship. Inside is Thor, with the rest of the populace alive. Could it be? Is this unavoidable? Helm asked, looking at the vibrant Asgard. Difficult to speak. The prophecy cannot be changed. After a moment of silence, Odin spoke slowly. For thousands of years, we have constantly verified this, and every time it is changed, it will cause a more tragic end. Odin's voice was like thunder, a little low. It seems to recall sad things. Heimdall was also depressed. Death, but cannot be changed. This kind of thing really makes people feel desperate. Simply, Asgard will be destroyed. And under the leadership of Thor, new gods will replace old ones. The scorched Asgard will also give birth to a new green. At this time, Jane also ran over. Thor, everything just now was fake, just to lure you out. Jane, really? Thor asked. It's true, big man, you finally showed up. Daisy came over with a lollipop in her mouth. See this scene. No matter how stupid Thor is, he still reacted. Angry emotions disappear. Seeing this, Lin En also put away the suppression of mental power. Thor stood up, looking affectionately at the girlfriend whom I miss every day, opened his arms. Jane. Daisy said happily, the sour smell of love. Not bad. Tony also raised his eyebrows. A love story between God and man is always worth singing. Only Lin En's expression was a little unnatural. Snapped. There was a crisp sound. Jane slapped Thor across the face. You bastard, why haven't you come to me for several months? Have you been fooling around with that woman? Thor was dumbfounded. Everyone is dumbfounded. This slap was too decisive. Even his god didn't respond. Furthermore, the two haven't seen each other for so long. Shouldn't it be hugging together and pouring out our hearts? Why did it suddenly become different when I got here? Haha, that's it. Lin En couldn't help laughing. Jane's temper is more irritable than Thor's. See who goes wrong, just go up and slap. Bifrost is broken, I can't go back. Thor said. Jane definitely didn't believe it. Then why are you down now? You just don't care about me. When I came back this time, I disobeyed my father's order, and I may never see you again. Tony took a deep breath. When Jane heard this, her delicate body trembled. I can no longer restrain my emotions. He hugged Thor directly. The other side. Lin En looked at Mjolnir on the ground. Lin En wants to raise Mjolnir. There were ups and downs in Odin's majestic voice. There was also a hint of curiosity in those wise one-eyed eyes. Too presumptuous. Heimdall sneered. Mjolnir was made with a fixed star that was about to die, plus dwarfs forging and Odin's spell blessing. Only those who can be recognized by Mjolnir, the truly good ones, can lift up. The other method is to rely on strength to forcibly move, of the promise. But the latter is simply nonsense. Relying on power to move fixed star, he has lived for thousands of years, and he has seen that Li Ding and Hela can do it. Others. Totally impossible. At the same time, on Earth, Lin En looked at Mjolnir who was discarded on the ground. Can't help touching his chin. Or, let's try to. This thing can be said to be one of the criteria for testing strength. In the entire Avengers, there are not many who can lift it up. Captain America is relying on the heart of justice. Vision is because it is not human. And Magneto and Lorna, due to the existence of the variant ability, can also be lifted. As for Hela, who used to be the owner of Mjolnir, she crushed it with her bare hands. The rest. Lin En looked at Jane. This woman, by order of Thor, got Mjolnir's acknowledgement. It can be said that Mjolnir is actually a little conscious. Only very faintly. I'll try it too. Lin En took a deep breath. The exciting time has come. He rests his palm on Mjolnir. Constantly adjusted his breathing. Use a little force. Mjolnir didn't move at all. You don't want to control Mjolnir? No one can lift him but me. Thor began. As the master of the hammer, he knows full well that no one on this earth can lift the Mjolnir. No one deserves to lift Mjolnir either. Look at how promising you are. Lin En was a little speechless. There are quite a few people who lift this thing up. The current self should not be bad. You can try it out on strength. How heavy can a hammer weigh? Tony walked over with a strange look in his eyes. How heavy can this hammer be? At the moment, those who don't believe in evil step forward, just in case. Click. A crisp sound sounded. Tony's right arm was dislocated straight away. Fake squid bitchy. Tony cursed angrily, with big beads of sweat dripping from his pale face. Lin En. Hold on, I'll help you connect. Lin En took over Tony's arm. Use a little force. Click. The arm returns to its original shape. Tony looked at the hammer differently. Hehe, a mortal wants to lift Mjolnir, it's really beyond his control. Thor smiled disdainfully. Mjolnir, only I, son of Odin and god of the 9 realms, can lift it. Tony replied unceremoniously, that's great, the slap just now hurts. Okay, stop arguing. Lin En waved his hand and looked at Mjolnir again. He moved his wrist lightly, making a click sound. Ah! Lin En let out a loud cry. His legs were tensed, and all the strength of his body was concentrated on his arms. Rumble! Powerful forces gather around. The ground and rocks underfoot began to crumble. Lin En's lower body was buried directly in the rock. Lin En. Oh shit! This happens too, which is outrageous. He was not reconciled to the failure of this method. Don't try again, you won't be able to lift it. Tony hugged Jane and couldn't help laughing. I was beaten up just now, but now I see Lin En making a fool of myself. I am still very happy in my heart. Lin En, you can't lift it up. Your whole family can't lift it up. Asgard. Odin was silent, but the corners of his mouth twitched twice. It's not obvious to scold him. Heimdall pretended not to hear or see. For this kind of thing, it's best to pretend to be stupid. The performance of righteous indignation, curse Lin En? This is pure insanity. This is equivalent to proving that 610 Odin is not good. Big man, Lin En can definitely do it. Daisy pouted and came to Lin En angrily. I believe you can do it. Then he pretended to pick up Lin En and slapped the dust off his body, constantly stroking the pecs and abs. Lin En. Why did I meet these people? The style of painting was a bit wrong. Don't touch it. Lin En said helplessly. Daisy touched it one last time, reluctantly backing away. Lin En, your feet have too much force-bearing area. As long as you expand the force-bearing area to 7.25 square meters, there will be no problem. Tony constantly calculated the numbers. A quasi-strong answer is given. Lin En waved his hand. The vibranium gate obtained by the Hellfire Club appears directly under the feet. In this way, the power is dispersed, and the ground will not collapse. Seeing this scene, although Thor didn't say anything, his eyes narrowed slightly. During the fight, he could feel Lin En's force zone. It can only be described as horror. After so many years of fighting in the 9 realms, he has only met a few people who are stronger than him. But that is also limited in strength, and Lin En in front of him is directly crushing. If it wasn't for owning the power of thunder, can temporarily paralyze Lin En, I'm afraid they can only be pressed to the ground, and there is no room for fighting back. On the other side, Lin En has already held Mjolnir with both hands. A flash of determination flashed in his eyes, and he raised it vigorously. Boom! Vibranium gate shape-shifting again. The surrounding ground trembled violently, but it didn't go straight down. Get up. Lin En's arm muscles bulged. Veins popped out on his forehead. Fuck. Thor couldn't help cursing. Mjolnir is his proudest place. It's a badge of honor for him. No one can lift it. It's what he's most proud of. Move, move. Daisy couldn't help screaming. I saw that Mjolnir was shaking a little bit. Insignificant, but it really exists. CJFC. Thor's expression changed suddenly. At the same time, Asgard. Heimdall's dark complexion turned livid. From a distance, it looks like King Gangian. How is it possible? How is it possible? Odin's one-eyed eye suddenly shrank. He knew Mjolnir well, even better than Thor. After all, Mjolnir's forge, he was involved in it all. The spell behind it was also carved by him. Want to pick up Mjolnir, one is his charge. Like Thor. The second is pure heart and noble character. These two methods can freely use Mjolnir. But there is another one. It is the brute force, the force area. This cannot use Mjolnir to fight. But it is more terrifying than the first two, because Mjolnir is conscious. Consciousness, there will be obedience mentality. And he can give Mjolnir to anyone he wants. The big reason is that he really surrendered Mjolnir. It's so heavy. Lin En let go of Mjolnir. Ha. Thor laughed. I just said, no one can lift it but me. But Lin En, if you can move a little bit, your strength will be at the forefront among the 9 realms. Jane couldn't help but rolled her eyes. Just now, she heard Thor's rapid heartbeat. Obviously very nervous, but still so arrogant. Get out of the way, I'm going to use all my strength. Lin En pursed his lips, thinking about it. With all his strength, he can probably lift it up. Thinking of this, he felt a burst of fire in his heart. To be able to lift Mjolnir was his wish in his previous life and this life. There's another reason. Thor is just too proud. Prince of the 9 realms. The default lord of the 9 realms. In addition, the strength is also very strong. As long as he is there, everyone will focus on him. Everywhere you go, it's a compliment. I am afraid that there is no rich second generation who can compare with him. In this state, one can develop a character of arrogance, and no scruples in 1 month. Really want to form a superhero organization. Let Thor respect himself and listen to himself. It is necessary to show great strength. And frightened him severely. Amount. Thor stopped smiling. Why did his face froze? You haven't exhausted your strength yet. Lin En nodded. If he bursts out with all his strength, he can even cause the distortion of space. In this case, the people around him are undoubtedly very dangerous. Hey, is this distance okay? Daisy waved her hand while standing 20 meters away. Go further away, it's safer, Lin En said. Daisy pouted unhappily, but retreated obediently. That way, you won't be able to see your muscles. She pushed her thick eyes and couldn't help complaining. Lin En shook his head helplessly. Hold the hammer handle with both hands. Take a deep breath. His chest bulged even more. With him as the center, powerful forces condense, making the space in the room slightly distorted. Get up. The sound was like thunder, resounding through the west. Tony and the others couldn't help covering their ears. Accompanied by Lin En's roar, the Mjolnir wobbled a bit, then was lifted up. The soil on it rustled down. Get up, the meow meow hammer has been picked up. Daisy jumped up excitedly, happier than when she lifted herself up. Jane also laughed. This hammer doesn't look so difficult to pick up. It seems that this hammer is not as exaggerated as you said. Thor didn't speak. The mouth is open. A pair of eyes can't wait to stare out directly. This impossible scene made him stunned. He does know the meaning of Mjolnir. Pick it up with strength. This incident alone is enough to make Lin En's reputation resound throughout the 9 realms. Lin En mentions Mjolnir, arms trembling constantly. But in the dark eyes, there was excitement. That's the weight of a compressed fixed star. Even if a lot of impurities are removed, it cannot really be compared with a planet. But the weight is amazing enough. Lin En is extremely happy to be so strong in just 2 months. Now even if the ordinary Superman and Captain Marvel came, he would have to get down. The only weakness is speed. His current speed is about 30 times the speed of sound. It's almost scary. But the double star status of Superman and Captain Marvel, basically the speed of light, this kind of setting is completely bullshit. If hoo. Lin En waved twice. Mjolnir carried this huge amounts of inertia, which nearly brought him to the ground. It seems that my character is still not good enough. Not acknowledged by Mjolnir. I simply rely on brute force. It can only be lifted cumbersomely. In this case, let alone fight with Mjolnir. It is more difficult to act. You can only barely lift it up in this situation. Thor coughed a few times and continued. God's dignity cannot be lost, especially in front of a beloved woman. That's right. Jane nodded. When Thor uses Mjolnir, he can kill with ease. Can be thrown at will. And Lin En, with both arms together, trembled slightly. Your strength is much greater than that of Lin En. Thor blushed again when he heard this, but he didn't explain. Daisy wanted to say something. But facts speak louder than words. Lin En, you will be able to swing the meow hammer freely in the future, Daisy encouraged. Tony frowned. During the fight just now, Lin En almost fought against Thor. In the process of wrestling between the two sides, Thor was also irresistible. All this shows that Lin En's power is stronger than Thor's. But what's the situation now? Tony narrowed his eyes. A trace of doubt arose in his heart. This thunder, hammer of God, there is a problem. Hearing Thor's words, Lin En couldn't help but rolled his eyes. This guy, as long as he wants to save face, he won't say such shameless words. For the sake of God's face, do things against your will. This character is no higher than his own. Without the help of that old fellow Odin, Thor now, there is a high probability that he is not qualified to be recognized by Mjolnir on his own. Asgard. Heimdall opened his mouth. His face was full of disbelief. How is it possible? By strength alone, he managed to lift Mjolnir. He is just a mortal, why is he stronger than us gods? Odin's one eye narrowed, and an inexplicable light flashed in it. The heart that has not fluctuated much for hundreds of years is also tense at this moment. I wish, don't let that happen. At the same time, on the earth, Lin En had a weird expression on his face. I don't know why it took me so long to pick up Mjolnir, I was so tired. Or an illusion in the mind. He felt Mjolnir grow heavier. Are you resisting me? Lin En raised his eyebrows. Relying on his strong mental power, he actually felt a weak mood swing. Woo, Mjolnir, bounded consciousness? Lin En was surprised for a moment. Immediately understood. It's my narrow-mindedness. Mjolnir should have been conscious all along. Whoever it recognizes can pick it up and gain the power of thunder. It admits this sentence, which means it obviously has the ability of self-analysis. Tony can research artificial intelligence. That Asgard technology is even more advanced. It is also normal for Mjolnir to have basic intelligence. While Lin En was thinking, Mjolnir was even heavier. Lin En narrowed his eyes. Competitiveness also arose in my heart. You have a hammer, and you still want to give me arrogance. Mjolnir constantly aggravated. Lin En's arms also began to tremble constantly. Want me to let go? Lin En's eyes flashed brightly, and there was a hint of meaning in them. Lin En, let go. Mjolnir is resisting you. If this continues, you will be hurt. Thor said in a deep voice. He also saw the clues. Want to raise your hand to summon Mjolnir. However, to his dismay, Mjolnir was also resisting him. Tormund is gone. Get Mjolnir in nearly 1,000 years, he has never met such a thing. This weapon is regarded by him as his closest partner. And now, don't bird him at all. Mjolnir, he called Mjolnir's real name. Still no response at all. Lin En clenched his hands tightly. Lift Mjolnir up again. Boom! Mjolnir triggers the lightning. Thunderbolts appeared in the void. They all fell towards Lin En. The powerful thunder and lightning distorted the air, like a silver-white electric snake, crashing down. Lin En, get out of the way. Tony yelled loudly. The energy contained in this lightning made his detector constantly send out an alarm. Even if Lin En is physically strong, he may not be able to resist it. The key is pointless. What's the point of forcibly lifting Mjolnir? If you prove yourself, it has been proven. But he didn't know what happened between Mjolnir and Lin En. If Lin En really puts it down, he will not be able to lift this Mjolnir in the future, and there will be shadows in the heart. Without the indomitable heart, how can he continue to become stronger in the Marvel world? So what if you have a system? The metamorphosis in the Marvel world is exaggerated one by one. Today, he has to pick up Mjolnir. Defeat Mjolnir. Scatter it for me. Lin En raised her head sharply, looking at the lightning that was falling rapidly in the sky. A monstrous flame erupted from his body. The azure blue flame swept and churned, burning and twisting the air. With Lin En's roar, the flame turned into a dragon with 1,000 feet, roaring like an electric snake and rushing over. Boom! Flame and lightning intertwined. Collide with each other and annihilate each other. All kinds of thunder and lightning radiated and sparks flew in all directions. The 4 people watching this scene were stunned. But in the next second, the tingling skin told them how high the temperature is now. One by one hurriedly ran towards the back. Daisy staggered and fell directly to the ground. And a group of blue sparks fell straight towards her. Daisy couldn't help but yelled. There was panic in her beautiful eyes. Thor wanted to rush over. But in this case, Jane will also be in danger. Daisy looked at the approaching blue flame, completely desperate. However, she didn't feel the scorching temperature. I saw the blue flame turned into a big hand, grabbing Daisy and retreating rapidly. It didn't slowly dissipate until it came to a safe zone 100 meters away. Lin En. Daisy survived the catastrophe. After the initial panic, her beautiful eyes were full of emotion. With affection in her eyes, she looked towards Lin En in the center. Thunder and fire intersected, and only one person stood still. Give me up. Lin En yelled again. The veins on his arms were like little snakes, crisscrossing ferociously. Under his feet, the golden-eyed gate also began to slowly shapeshift. Great power, constantly transmitted along the ground. Click, click. The sound of rocks and ground cracking is endless. It is well known that vibranium molecules do not move. The transmission of force will also be attenuated to 1,000th. The ground is cracked like this. One can imagine how terrifying the current power is. It can be described as unbelievable. Thor released Jane from his arms. Can't help taking a breath. At this moment, he completely lost the heart to compete with Lin En again. Gudong. Tony's expression was even more shocking. He stared fixedly at Lin En. It's full of worries. Vibranium is shapeshifting, and the weight that Lin En receives is terrifying. He didn't even dare to think about it. Daisy bit her lip, her sharp nails pierced her palm, and strands of blood seeped out and dripped on the ground. And she didn't realize it. In the beautiful eyes, it is even more foggy. Asgard. Heimdall's shock never stopped from beginning to end. The powerful power emanating from this human being made him shudder. Throughout Asgard, he is already a very powerful deity, but the power and fire that Lin En showed make him feel extremely dangerous. His power is more terrifying than Hercules, and his flame is less scorching than Vulcan. This is the first time for Heimdall to compare Lin En with God. This also means that he faces Lin En with an equal attitude. Instead of the high gods, Odin's face changed for the first time, shock flashed in his one eye. If this goes on, Mjolnir will surely surrender. Will no longer be Thor's weapon. A mortal, completely surrendered to Mjolnir. This kind of thing made him also fall into a tangle. As long as he is unwilling, he can use the spiritual imprint left on Mjolnir to resist Lin En. With the powerful strength of level Godfather, even if he doesn't need to be on the scene, he can easily crush Lin En just by relying on his spiritual imprint. His palms are raised. At the same time, Lin En on Earth, gradually feeling Mjolnir in his hand, is constantly getting lighter. This discovery made him feel ecstatic. A possibility came to mind. No, if you forcefully pick up Mjolnir, you can get its approval. Lin En couldn't help but think. But this kind of thing has never happened in the Marvel world. After all, not even the Hulk can afford Mjolnir. But this kind of thing is always good. Forget it, give it back to Thor. After all, it's not your own. Thor. Lin En just opened his mouth when he suddenly realized something was wrong. A spiritual power that is pure to the extreme and contains extremely powerful and majestic power appears. The scene in Lin En's eyes changed instantly. He appeared in the sky. Endless silence and coldness surrounded him. In front of him stood a giant with a height of 100 feet. Sitting on the throne, he exudes an invincible aura. Odin. Lin En's pupils constricted, and he subconsciously wanted to back away. This guy is definitely the most powerful existence at present. The strength of the level Godfather is enough to make him disdain the 9 realms. But after a while, Lin En realized the clue. This is just an illusory body transformed by spirit. Immediately, Lin En's backward steps stopped. Looking up at the 100-foot giant. This ray of my spirit has stayed in Mjolnir for thousands of years, and you are the first person to come here. The giant said. The sound rumbled through the entire starry sky. Lin En frowned. Endless coercion came overwhelmingly from the voice, and this spiritual force wanted to invade his thoughts. However, when this point of mental power touched Lin En's mental barrier, it was directly shattered. Arrogant, doesn't take directness seriously at all. This is Lin En's evaluation of Odin after a short contact. This Lord of the Nine Realms is not as kind and amiable as he looks in the movie. Mjolnir is not a mortal like you, an existence that can be pointed at. Leave, or perish, Odin spoke again. The one eye full of wisdom also slowly revealed a hint of fierceness. Lin En frowned even deeper. He didn't like this tone of voice. 3 breaths passed. Weak human beings, go to hell. Aogong, who was sitting on the throne, stood up. He raised a hand and dropped it towards Lin En. The entire illusory starry sky is distorting. Powerful spiritual power flocked to Lin En overwhelmingly. Odin is not only powerful in battle, but also extremely powerful in terms of magic and spirit. No one dared to imagine how huge the spiritual power of thousands of years is. But Lin En judged. This ray of spiritual power will not be weaker than White Queen. Lin En doesn't care about this spiritual power. What makes him frown most is the will of Odin. 0 looking for flowers. Invincible, indomitable self-confidence. Like an invincible spear. Wherever the will goes, no matter how strong it must be surrendered. Submit to the King of the Nine Realms. Surrender to the real god of killing who has topped the 9 realms with a long spear. Kneel down, kneel down. A strong will was condensed on the palm of his hand, crushing towards Lin En. Boom! Lin En's face was ferocious, and he blocked the palm with both arms. In the next second, use force with your palm. Fist. Lin En's arm muscles are towering, and the blood vessels are peristaltic, constantly transporting power. Fist. A slight sound sounded, and Lin En's skin exploded. Kneel down, kneel down. The terrifying will and endless killing intent came over again. Rub rub rub. Lin En stepped back 1 step, 2 steps. The powerful coercion made him feel like he was in a storm. The black hair on his head was shaking violently, and his clothes were also rattling, blowing backwards. His strength and spiritual strength, on Earth, are indeed standing in the first echelon. But in the face of Odin, he condensed the will and killing intent several years ago, still very inadequate. Kneel down, kneel down. If you kneel down, this Odin's will disappear. Lin En narrowed his eyes slightly. However, in that case, I am afraid that from now on, when I see Odin, the so-called god, I will be uncontrollably afraid. 0. No wonder Mjolnir has been in Thor's hands for so many years, and there is no strong presence to snatch it. It turns out that we have to face Odin in the end. He had a vision of Hela crushing Mjolnir. Watching the movie at that time, apart from lamenting Hela's awesomeness, I just felt it was a pity. Think about it now. Hela also knows something. Being able to pick up Mjolnir means being powerful. Then he was suppressed by Odin's will and surrendered ever since. If resisted, on his road to becoming stronger, he will be unimpeded. And when fighting, the strength will be displayed beyond normal. Even burst out several times the power. Because of him, when he was weak, resisted the will of Odin, the level god father. As expected of the Lord of the Nine Realms, apart from his formidable strength, this kind of strategy is not bad at all. 17. But Odin, you underestimate me too. Lin En figured out the key. His expression was ferocious, with a monstrous unyielding look in his eyes. It's hard to live a new life. How could Lin En surrender? In the eyes of others, Odin reigns supreme. But he knows. Odin is just a butcher in this corner. What is the Lord of the Nine Realms? If you really want to put it on the table, it's not enough to see. If you encounter this will, choose to surrender. Then how dare I travel the universe? Scatter it for me. Lin En's eyes burst out with monstrous fighting intent. A terrifying aura emanated from him. How dare you disobey me? Odin Phantom was furious. Put your palms together. You want to directly touch Lin En to death. Disobedient to you? What are you? Even if the sky falls today, I will push him back. A strong rebellious psychology emerged, and Lin En's chest heaved constantly. Strong fighting spirit and anger gushed out. Crash! Endless blue flames appeared in this illusory starry sky. The flames were constantly tumbling, but this time it looked a little different. It seems to contain a will, an unyielding, a rebellious... What? Odin looked shocked for the first time. At this moment, it is no longer him who wants to surrender Lin En. It's a battle of wills between the two sides. What he represents is God King Aogong. So can't fail. The flame swept across and wrapped the 5 fingers that touched it. Boom boom boom. The whole finger is wrapped in flames. This kind of flame is useless to me. Odin snorted coldly. However, the next second, cracks appeared one after another on the little finger that was more than 10 meters long. Immediately afterwards it collapsed. Aside from flames, what else do you have? Oh haha laughed. Lin En took a deep breath. Suddenly, there was a rapid and sharp stabbing sound in the palm. Odin Phantom frowned. I felt something was wrong in my heart. Immediately afterwards, one after another thunderbolts gushed out of Lin En's body, and hundreds of lightning snakes roared towards the ring finger. Outside the silver-white thunder and lightning, wrapped in azure blue flames, it looked incomparably gorgeous. Playing with the power of thunder and lightning in front of me? You kid is too arrogant. If we say that at the beginning, Odin just thought that Lin En was overwhelmed. But now, it is anger. Among the 9 realms, who is more familiar with thunder and lightning than him? And now Lin En is undoubtedly challenging his authority. And, this ability to control lightning. Still from Mjolnir, get it? Thunder. Odin roared. Those running thunder and lightning stopped quickly. Start turning around. I have obtained the power of Thor, controlling the thunder of the 9 realms. Lin En let out a long cry. A soaring unyielding fighting spirit filled the entire sky. In my name Lin En Thor, give me holy. The electric snake kept struggling. This is the inner space of Mjolnir, do you think it obeys you or me? Odin's voice was cold. Lin En looked at the palms that were getting closer. There was a hint of cruelty in his eyes. In the current situation, only the wisdom born in Mjolnir can help him. Odin is old, and Odin's will dissipate. If you don't listen to my command, I can guarantee that one day in the future, there will be no more thunder in the 9 realms. Without thunder, there would be 427 without Thor. Well, it's not doing anything. Hear this. There was a chime in the whole space. Countless thunder came from all directions. Finally turned into a spear, suspended in front of Lin En. If Odin is here, he must not dare to use Thunderbolt. But, Odin in front of him is just a ray of spirit. If it weren't for Odin's will, Lin En could be destroyed with one hand. Crush me. Lin En grabbed the lightning spear, just in case. Boom! The ring finger was directly broken. Damn it! Odin raged. It never occurred to him. Mjolnir unexpectedly chose Lin En. Yes, he is just a trace of Ao's mental power, but he can think too. The situation in front of him made him very angry. Now the big hand grips faster. He wants to completely press Lin En's to the ground and surrender it. The remaining 3 fingers approached swiftly, with the supreme will of Odin. Lin En took a deep breath. The dark pupils quickly turned red. This is a shard of origin magic power. It's so weak and thin it's not usable at all. But this ancient energy that existed from the beginning of the universe contains a stronger will. In this battle of wills, origin magic power doesn't need to be destructive, just willpower. Bang bang, broken middle and index fingers. But at this time, the most powerful thumb has arrived. The winner has been decided. Odin said slowly, with water in his eyes. As long as Lin En's spirit is defeated, he can make this godlike young man surrender. It's still very early. Lin En smashed 4 fingers, and the fighting spirit and unyielding will in his heart became stronger and stronger. He laughed loudly, and a bottle of strong liquor appeared in his hand. Pour it into your stomach in one gulp, and you will be heroic. Today, I will use my fist to completely annihilate your Odin will. Lin En let out a loud cry, all the strength of his body concentrated on his right arm. The terrifying power caused his muscles to swell. The blue blood vessels protruded high, like a brook, and the blood inside flowed crazily. It seems that the blood vessels will burst afterward. Boom! Fist and thumb touched together. A terrifying air wave directly moved the entire spiritual space. Fist! A blood vessel in Lin En's arm ruptured. Muscles were also severely torn. Blood poured out. However, the next second, there was a clicking sound. The thumb shattered. Odin's 100-foot-tall body was also knocked back 2 steps by the huge amounts of power. Damn mortal, you are too arrogant. Odin was tyrannical, but there was already a trace of dignity in his voice. Suddenly, a trace of horror flashed in his one eye. I saw that Lin En, who didn't know when, had rushed towards him. The strong fighting spirit emanating from his body, as well as the unyielding will to resist, made him extremely frightened. Odin, you are old, your energy and blood are weakened, and the injuries on your body have made you cultivate all the year round. Lin En kept talking. Have you ever worried that the 9 realms will change? Did you ever worry that there would be an accident in Asgard? You don't have to worry. Thor, is he a suitable king? You are not a god, you are just a race stronger than humans. Lin En asked loudly. The sound was louder and louder. Shut up, maybe you don't have such worries. Odin said angrily, his voice full of annoyance. I am still young, I have plenty of opportunities, I am confident, I can live forever. I can stand proudly in the entire universe. Odin, tell me, can you do it? Lin En issued a fatal blow. Yes, there is still capital when you are young. It took him only 2 months to reach where he is today. With the system and his familiarity with the plot, he can guarantee himself an infinite lifespan. Can also become stronger. And Odin does. No matter how glorious the past was, no matter how invincible it was. He is old. Strong on the outside but dry on the inside. The reason why he said these words. Just to get Odin emotional. As long as this once invincible god king of the 9 realms has a slight mood swing. As long as his mind is in a mess, he wins. Lin En stared at Odin with scarlet pupils. Suddenly, he found out. There was a hint of wavering in Odin's eyes. Is this battle about strength? Is it the spirit? Yes, and no. The most important thing is the battle of wills. And in these words, there was a trace of fear of death in Odin, fear of the future. You are shaken, Odin, you are defeated. Lin En laughed. The bloody arm was blasted out. Lin En's height of 1.8 meters is as insignificant as an ant to Odin, who is hundreds of feet tall. But, in Odin's eyes, there is no longer the initial contempt. Accompanied by Lin En punching him between the eyebrows. Like a spider web, dense cracks spread towards the whole body. Rumble, Odin's body began to collapse. Lin En's tense spirit also relaxed. This battle of wills. Very dangerous. If he really lost, he would probably only have endless fear in the face of Odin, not even daring to resist. But now, he won. Although there are some suspicions of bullying the elderly. Moreover, he always felt that there was some change in his body. Open the character panel. Lin En pondered for a moment, then spoke directly. Name, Lin En. Physique, 4770. J 4850. 4900. 6050. Ability, Flame Emperor, Spirit Barrier, Origin Magic Power, Fragment, Steel Kidney, Spider Telepathy, Cobweb, Poison Immunity, Portal, Man of Steel 3.0, Unyielding Fighting Will. Comprehensive Combat Power, 4830 to 9999. In addition to Magneto Loyalty, the 4-dimensional attribute has been increased by 250. There is just one more skill, Unyielding Fighting Will. And the combat power has also changed from a range. It is not a simple fixed value. Instead, it can reach a combat power of up to 9999. The combat power is doubled directly. The most frightening thing is that with his current value, it will be doubled directly. Lin En's mouth twitched. To put it bluntly, this is definitely the biggest enhancement he has ever obtained. The most important thing is that this is the only one, not obtained through the system, but spelled out by yourself. This sense of accomplishment made him straighten his back unconsciously. Standing shoulder to shoulder with a god with a mortal body? Haha, weak burst. With a mortal body, Lao Tzu tyrannized God King Odin. So, it's a natural thing to get this skill. After doing all this, Lin En's mind moved, and he also left the spiritual space. At the same time, Asgard. Odin's expression changed. In his perception, the wisp of spirit dissipated. This situation made him extremely shocked. What worries him the most is that the will has dissipated. This also led to him not knowing the specific battle process at all. How is that possible? Heimdall took 2 steps back. Lived for thousands of years. With Odin sitting firmly on the position of the king of the 9 realms. It represents the supremacy and invincibility. No one dared to resist his spirit. However, in the present day, he has seen Odin's spirit shattered before his own eyes. This is even more shocking than lifting Mjolnir. To know, that is the spiritual power of God King Odin. Carrying in it is the will of God King Odin. Among the wills that fought for countless ages and killed countless people, no one dared to face the will of Odin. And no one dared to stand against Odin. But, today, Odin's spirit is destroyed along with his will. How did this surprise him? It seems that I'm going to go there myself. Odin was silent for a long time, then spoke slowly. Farewell to the King of God. Heimdall bowed his head hastily. Watching Odin disappear, Heimdall frowned. When Odin went to Earth, he admired Lin En, accepted him as his subordinate, and rewarded him as a god. Or directly suppress and obliterate it. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. If it is the previous Odin, it will definitely be wiped out directly. The current Odin may make Lin En Thor's right-hand man. But exactly how, still have to look to know. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze to the earth. Tisk tisk, it's getting lighter. Lin En waved Mjolnir. No more bulky and strenuous work just now. It was as if Mjolnir had lost weight. Thunder. Lin En snorted softly. Rumble. Thunder exploded in the sky. Several silver-white lightning flashed. Following Lin En's thoughts, it fell directly towards the distant stone. Click. Crack. The stone was directly crushed. Sure enough, those who are recognized by Mjolnir can gain the power of Thor and control thunder and lightning. Now Lin En can undoubtedly use Mjolnir. Gift crab. Thor's jaw dropped. His brain, which was not smart at all, crashed directly. He couldn't understand the current situation at all. Obviously a few minutes ago, Lin En lifted Mjolnir with great difficulty, and even broke out in cold sweat. Mjolnir also resisted immensely. But now, Lin En can not only lift Mjolnir at will, but also has the power of thunder and lightning 3.3. So, what is he now? Do you want Thor's title? Came to Earth. The weapon is gone. This is not bullshit. Lin En, don't give me the weapon now, Wang Er said. A trace of helplessness flashed across Lin En's face. Although I like Mjolnir very much, it is not my weapon after all. I will still be using Thor in the future, so it won't be a deadlock. Also, Odin wasn't going to let himself take Mjolnir. Thinking of this, he smiled and threw Mjolnir over. Thor breathed a sigh of relief. What he is most afraid of is that Lin En will not return it. You can't go to Odin to complain, he can't do this kind of thing. Fortunately, Lin En returned Mjolnir. Get Thor loyalty. Loyalty level, 40. Good guy? Lin En raised his eyebrows. This simple-minded guy is indeed very easy to gain favorability. It's already 40 now. Just a little bit more, you will be able to get rewards. Thor held out his hand. Watching Mjolnir getting closer, I swear secretly in my heart. From now on, no one can easily touch his hammer. In case I meet someone like Lin En again, I'm afraid the hammer will change hands. However, the next second, his smile froze. I saw Mjolnir stop directly in the air, then turned around and flew towards Lin En. Thor. Mjolnir landed in front of Lin En. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. None of them expected this to happen. It seems that Thor didn't want Thor to touch it. Lin En's mouth also twitched. This situation, he did not expect. Thor wanted to cry even more. It never occurred to him that in this short half hour, Mjolnir would forget to be with him for hundreds of years. But he still didn't believe that Mjolnir would abandon himself. Haha, it must have been an accident. Thor laughed again, hiding his embarrassment. Take 2 quick steps and come to Mjolnir. Reach for it. Mjolnir remained motionless. A look of surprise flashed across Thor's face. It seems that he has not reacted yet. Work harder. Mjolnir still didn't budge. See this scene. Everyone's face changed. Looking at Lin En strangely, and looking at Thor with pity. Son of the mighty Odin, Thor. It's almost ruined now. The most proud weapon, I don't want him anymore. This is considered a situation, and it is unacceptable for anyone to put it on. J.A.R.V.I.S. You won't betray me in the future. Tony couldn't help complaining. Mr. Stark, only you have my authority, so don't worry, I'm always by your side. And the other side. Rub rub rub. Thor couldn't help taking 2 steps back, the pride of God no longer appeared on his face. Why, what is the situation? As a Thor, he cannot lift Mjolnir. What did you do? He turned his head to look at Lin En, extremely angry and sad. Lin En. How do I know? Lin En has a guess in his mind, but it still needs to be verified. Immediately a move in the heart. Let Thor take Mjolnir. Boom. On the other side, Thor picked up Mjolnir. Huh. Thor patted his chest. 01 had a smile on his face after the disaster. I said, there may have been a little accident just now. The corner of Lin En's mouth twitched. He was sure. I became the only master of Mjolnir. And Mjolnir can be freely given to another person for temporary use. Rumble. Just at this time, a streamer appeared in the sky. In the colorful stream of light, an old man with a white beard wearing a golden battle armor walked out. His majestic one-eyed shot around, with unparalleled pressure. Father. Thor quickly knelt on the ground with his right hand on his chest, expressing his respect. As she spoke, she pulled Jane beside her to kneel down too. The latter was originally unwilling, but when he saw Odin, who was high above and exuding majestic coercion, he also knelt down. After all, this is the legendary god. Daisy also quickly knelt down on one knee. Only Tony, frowning, thought without the will to kneel. He is Tony Stark, the majestic Iron Man. How can you kneel down? Most importantly, the person in front of him is nothing but a powerful alien. His self-esteem and pride did not allow him to kneel down. The other side. Lin En frowned. He didn't expect that Odin would come in person. Immediately vigilant in my heart, a portal appeared silently under the ground 10 centimeters below my feet. However, due to the obstruction of the soil layer, no one can find it. This portal. It is guaranteed that he can escape at any time. But after doing all this, the tension in his heart has not been reduced by half. Even if he personally annihilated Odin's will, not even the slightest bit of arrogance. After all, this time, it was Odin's body. A genuine level godfather exists. Even if you are old and full of injuries. But in a real fight, Lin En didn't think he had a chance of winning. But in a real fight, Lin En didn't think he would die. With the blessing of Man of Steel and healing factor, his resilience can only be described in terms of terror. As long as it is not instantly annihilated, he can be revived constantly. As for the mental shock, he is not afraid. After all, under the protection of the mental barrier, he is in an invincible state. After all, with the unyielding fighting spirit, one's fighting power will constantly increase. But if Odin wants to use his divine power, it will cause old injuries to his body. One ebbs and another. The gap between the two sides will gradually narrow. If you really fight to the death, maybe you will kill Odin. Thinking of this, Lin En felt an inexplicable sense of self-confidence. To deal with an existence like Ancient One, he has a lot less options. But when dealing with an old man like Odin buried up to his neck, he is still very confident. The focus is on a young and strong person recovering quickly. Lin En let out a long sigh of relief. His slightly narrowed eyes and frowning brows also relaxed. Afraid of a hammer, Odin's eyes fell on Lin En, and the coercion on his body gradually strengthened. He didn't understand why this young man was so indifferent when facing himself. And in Mjolnir, how did the wisp of my own spirit dissipate? Who's behind you? Odin said slowly. Under the all-seeing eyes, Lin En's body structure can be seen at a glance. He is Chang En's ordinary earthling. It's just that the physique is stronger. He didn't think Lin En could become so powerful by himself. I also don't believe that Lin En can destroy his will. Behind this young man, there must be other promises. This makes him have to worry. When he died, those who spy on the 9 realms would be ready to move. It's inconvenient to say the power behind it, but I can assure you that I was also born and bred on Earth, so I won't be detrimental to this world. Lin En said, neither humble nor overbearing. Even God King Odin, his face was full of indifference from beginning to end. Good boy. Odin had admiration in his eyes. He traveled the 9 realms, and as long as he knew his identity, there was no one who would not bow down, and no one who would not speak tremblingly. No one dared to look directly into his eyes. Thor, give me the weapon, Odin said. Father, there seems to be something wrong with it. I didn't move it just now, Thor said truthfully. Number 1 is thinking about saving face. After all, in his opinion, Odin is all-knowing and omnipotent, and there is nothing to hide. Pass the weapon directly to Mjolnir. Odin takes over Mjolnir. Mental power swept over. Sure enough, he didn't expect it. This hammer no longer belongs to Thor. Its heart has been completely surrendered by Lin En. Only follow Lin En's orders. Alas, Odin sighed. In his heart, he originally thought that one day Thor would be able to destroy his will. Be the real Thor, rather than only relying on the hammer to exert the power of thunder. It's a pity that all of this has disappeared because of the appearance of Lin En. Even if he injects his own spirit again, let Thor use it. However, due to Mjolnir's resistance, it is impossible for Thor to exert his full power. Lin En, you know, the meaning of Mjolnir to Asgard is very absurd. Odin spoke slowly, without any fluctuations in his tone. Lin En narrowed his eyes, feeling a little embarrassed in his heart. After all this matter, what I did was not authentic. Though Odin's will wants to surrender himself. That is the mechanism set by the spirit when Mjolnir created it. Ahem, this matter is indeed my fault. I will find a way to compensate. Compensation. Odin raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin En with a half smile. There is another way, which is to kill you. Lin En pursed her lips and said, neither humble nor overbearing. Your Excellency the God King, if you really want to do it, there is nothing you can do about it. Odin narrowed his one eye slightly, his face became much colder. He raised his hand violently. Space shock. A golden light fell towards Lin En. Father, don't. Thor said hastily. The other three were also taken aback. Only Lin En's face was flat, with a faint smile on his face. The moment the golden light approached Lin En, it suddenly dissipated. There was a hint of a smile in Odin's one-eyed eyes, and his expression eased a lot. Why don't you hide? No killing intent. Lin En replied truthfully. In the mind space, he saw Odin make a move. This majestic old man lived up to his reputation as a god king. Every time he strikes, he must carry the killing intent that crushes the sky. But, under such circumstances, you can still analyze it calmly. It's really insane. Odin couldn't help but praise. He really hasn't met such an outstanding young man in thousands of years. Even if he had shot himself just now, even if he had no killing intent. But no matter who it is, they can't help being nervous and avoiding it. Because he is the God King Odin? This name will make people despair? But Lin En's mood didn't change at all from the beginning to the end. This proves one thing. This person is not only good at analysis, and have absolute confidence in yourself. If there is no accident, such a person must be able to go further. Confidence is the most important thing on the road to becoming stronger. It was a pile of victories over and over again. Thinking of this, he couldn't help looking at Thor. Arrogant, arrogant. The child he was most proud of was suddenly not so dazzling. This weapon is yours. Odin was silent for a long time, and gently pushed the Mjolnir out of his hand. Lin En was silent. He did not expect that Hunting would give him Mjolnir. In his opinion, Odin's phantom is so insolent that he will strike at the slightest disagreement. It is impossible for the deity to have such a good temper when he comes here. This is also the reason why Lin En thought about running away and fighting the moment he saw Odin. Hehe, that wisp of spirit was left behind when I was young. Odin chuckled and saw through what Lin En was thinking. So it might be more irritable. Number 3. It's more than just being irritable. If there is a disagreement, you will strike, and in a few words, you will suppress it. How are you going to pay for it? A smile appeared on Odin's face for the first time. Lin En was silent. Mjolnir, it is an artifact. It is a magic circle engraved by Odin with the extinguished fixed star and forged by King Dwarf himself. This instrument, incomparably precious. How can I compensate myself? The most important is, as the Lord of the Nine Realms, AO has never seen anything. I am not enough to be a teenager under the age of 20. The most valuable thing in your hand is the vibranium gate under your feet. But Odin should not be lacking. Lin En thought for a while, and then said, I'm still relatively weak now, but believe me, give me a few years, and I will definitely give enough rewards. There was a bright gleam in Odin's one eye, but it was gone in a flash, and no one saw it. Ha ha ha, boy, this compensation is not convincing at all. Lin En was also a little embarrassed. After all, this is the God King Odin. In the eyes of the other party, he is indeed not so conspicuous. The King of Gods means. He shook Mjolnir. This weapon can help him feel the power of thunder. And even if he can't use it, he can give others the right to use it. Can create a god. He didn't want to give up Mjolnir unless he had to. A full shot for Asgard, Odin said slowly. Lin En frowned, but he did not expect that Odin would propose such compensation. But for myself, there is no loss. What danger could Asgard have? Isn't it the ancient gods, the invasion of the dark elves? No, Hela appeared and tyrannized Thor. Isn't it Ragnarok? 8 is reduced to a fiery hell? Ah, it seems that there are still many things, and they are all big events. And, Odin continued, you have to promise me a request within the scope allowed by ability. Lin En. Fuck. This old man must have read the book of Mr. Jin Yong. The reason for such nonsense. However, compared to Mjolnir, these requirements are not excessive. Father. Thor was dumbfounded. I thought that after Odin came, he could find the problem with the hammer. However, sending it away now. Father, I disobeyed your orders without permission. You can punish me however you want, but you can't give my weapons to others. Mjolnir, you have fought with me for hundreds of years. Thor's voice was a little sad. For hundreds of years, he has regarded Mjolnir as his most suitable weapon. Enough. Odin said in a deep voice, a trace of majesty flashed across his face. Thor's chest was constantly heaving, but he still didn't dare to say a word. But the anger in those eyes never diminished. This weapon doesn't belong to you anymore. It reappeared and chose its owner, so you can't use it. Odin said slowly. I'll find King Dwarf and make you a weapon. Thor looked at Mjolnir, his mouth pursed. Terribly wronged. Eye sockets are red. But at this time, Jane gently pulled his back. He said softly, it's okay, it's okay. It's okay not to say it, but once he said this, Thor couldn't control his emotions anymore. Before coming to Earth this time, he is the respected, proud and invincible Thor of the Nine Realms, the new god of war of the Nine Realms. But now, first, I was beaten by Lin En. Then he raised Mjolnir again and slapped him in the face. Now his weapons are all gone. The grievance in my heart can no longer be suppressed. Woo. Thor suppressed desperately, but still couldn't help crying. Tony on the side couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth. The last bit of respect for God in my heart also collapsed. When he came out, He was awesome. Result. Still crying here, in. Really. These gods are actually no different from humans. As long as you work hard, you can constantly improve your technological level. When the time comes to direct mechanical ascension, you can also abuse God like Lin En. Lin En. Calculated according to Asgard's average lifespan of thousands of years. Thor's age is about 12 or 13. It seems normal to cry. Most importantly, the Thor of this time period still have too little experience. There is no setback at all, and the people around are constantly praised. Lead to a bad heart. To the back. Dad is dead. Mother is dead. The house is ruined. The people were killed. My brother is dead too. Thor grew up naturally. It's just, the price is a bit serious. Odin's old face was rare and awkward. Thor's appearance made him a little ashamed. After all, this is the heir who has taught him for hundreds of years. What are you crying for? There was a hint of anger in Odin's voice. Cry like a coward. Given you hundreds of years, you never really gained Mjolnir's recognition. More than once I've seen you smugly lift Mjolnir and say everyone can lift him. Now someone lifts it, and Mjolnir doesn't choose you anymore. Shouldn't you think about becoming stronger? Cry here instead. Odin became more and more angry. The figure of Hela came to mind. This daughter, if she hadn't lost her mind by hatred and killing. Compared with Thor, it seems to be more suitable for the position of the king of gods. Pity. Future prophecy. Only Thor. That is the only future for Asgard. Thor's face was flushed by the reprimand, and he didn't dare to say a word. He was also very annoyed, and cried for no reason just now. Still crying in front of my father and girlfriend. Ahem, this only shows that Thor is a man, showing his true feelings without hiding it. Lin En's face was serious. Hearing this, Odin's face softened a lot. Thor also cast a grateful look at Lin En. Get Thor loyalty. Loyalty level, 50. Lin En. Good guy. Thor's IQ is indeed not enough. In this case, I took his Mjolnir, and also developed a good impression of myself. Not enough. This is just right. I will be so foolish in the future. After 100 loyalty points, he can contribute a lot of 4-dimensional attribute points and several skills to himself. I don't know what the value of Thor is. In Lin En's heart, he was also looking forward to it. After all, this one will reach level Godfather in the future. Congratulations to the host for receiving rewards: Constitution plus 270, Strength plus 270, Speed plus 270, Mental Power plus 270. This value is also within the approximate evaluation range of Lin En, lower than Jean Grey's and Wanda's, but higher than Magneto's. Currently ranked 3rd. Definitely, it's not that God Thor is weak. It is really the first two perverted. 1 Phoenix Force, 1 Origin Magic Power. These two kinds of power are the most ancient and powerful power areas at the beginning of the universe. Possesses the ability to destroy and regenerate. There are many other empowerments that allow people to have all kinds of incredible abilities. This kind of multi-universe level strength. It has far surpassed the level of level Godfather. Only, Jean Grey and Wanda are just hosts, not ontology. However, even so, the abilities of the two are still the most exaggerated among Lin En's acquaintances. Can only say, a good life is more important than anything else. This is fate. Odin narrowed his eyes slightly. Just now, he noticed that the Lin En next to him had become stronger again. Very faint, but real. Immediately, there was a monstrous shock in my heart. As we all know, the stronger the strength, the slower the progress. And Lin En unexpectedly became stronger in such a short period of time. How powerful it will become in the future, I dare not even think about it. Thor, you stay on Earth, follow Lin En, it will help you, Odin said. Those people in the 9 realms can only flatter and flatter Thor. On the contrary, when Lin En saw him, the king of gods, his expression remained normal. There is a judgment between the two. Have Thor follow Lin En. Those who are close to Zu are red, those who are close to Ink are black. It is also good for character training. The most important is, there are infinite possibilities for Lin En's future. Such people either take advantage of their weakness and eliminate them directly, or try to win over. Relationship is fine now, very helpful for the future. After saying this, Odin's figure disappeared directly in place. Thor looked at his old father who was gone, and then at Lin En. His face was extremely weird. His greatest wish is to come to Earth and be by Jane's side. Now the wish has come true, even able to live on the Earth for a period of time. But, his weapon is gone. All of a sudden, I don't know whether to be happy or sad. But Lin En is quite happy. Originally, his plan was to win over God of Fortune. Now with Odin's order, it's justified. Okay, let's go have a drink first. Today is a good day. Daisy stomped her feet and ran over excitedly, looking at the crowd excitedly. Yes, today is a good day. Everyone is happy. Jane and Thor, two people finally meet. Full of emotions need to be expressed. And Lin En not only found Thor, but also got Mjolnir. With a wave of Lin En's hand, Mjolnir directly entered the system space. Several people found a bar. With the help of Tony Bill ability, in the entire bar, all the guests were kicked out. Everyone took a sum of money and left with a smile on their face. Come on, drink. Thor raised his glass and drank it down in one gulp. Jane also had a smile on her face all the time. Over time, Jane and Thor both had a lot to drink. The two were short of breath, looking at each other, wishing they could draw. They then embraced and kissed each other passionately. At the same time, with the sound of heavy breathing, the hands of the two became disheveled. Look at it. Didn't care, it was at the bar. This is in front of several people. #: Are these two people seriously ill? No matter how urgent, there is a hotel next to it, so there is no need to do this. But look at the drunken look, and the eyes that are confused. Lin En knew that what she wanted could really happen. Just as he was thinking, Jane's black knitted sweater was all whipped up. The snow-white skin is exposed, as well as the looming vest line. He turned to look at Tony. This guy looked at Jane from time to time, and a little excitement flashed in him. Lin En was also a little helpless. Jane is also a high-achieving student, a genius in astronomy. Now, as a Dragon Country person, I can't stand it at all. We can meet later. Immediately kicked Thor's ass. Fuck, who interrupts my good business? Thor shouted, turning his head angrily. Our relationship doesn't seem to be getting better. You can watch your girlfriend play poker live. Lin En said lightly. This sentence let Thor's agitated mood suddenly wake up. Look at Jane, whose lower abdomen is completely exposed. I let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, for Lin En, a trace of gratitude rose again. If it weren't for Lin En, he could think of what happened just now with his butt. And Jane is afraid that after she wakes up, she will be ashamed and angrily ignore herself. Hold her to the hotel next door. Lin En took out a few banknotes and said helplessly. Thor immediately hugged Jane and was about to go out. Put her clothes on. Lin said with a black thread in his hair. Oh shit. Have a few drinks and you don't know who you are. Don't care about anything. Who did you learn this from? Okay. Thor was trained to lose his temper. After tidying up his clothes, he touched the money and ran towards the nearby hotel. Eat first, I have something to do with Jane. Lin En rolled his eyes. Return to Thor, return to God. Just so anxious. But understandable. After all, the two haven't seen each other for so long. In addition, it is the age when the demand is great. Dry wood fire. Followed by two people. Daisy's gaze towards Lin En also became ambiguous. Come. Sitting directly next to Lin En. The head leaned directly over. The lips are slightly parted, exhaling like blue. Lin En, I love you? Daisy's eyes were full of desire. Lin En felt helpless. What kind of people are these? This good, she is too nympho. Just met once, that's all. With this kind of personality, I don't know how many men there have been. Okay, I see, you sit back first. Lin En moved to the side. Wow. Hoo. Daisy cried out directly, without any image at all. The crying attracted the attention of the bartender and several waitresses. Looking at Lin En's eyes, apart from being handsome and amazing, there is also meaning. Daisy looks like a college student. And Lin En is that kind of veteran in love at first glance. Immediately, several people filled their brains with thousands of words of stories. Good guy. This is making me a scumbag. Lin En is also very helpless. Actually, tell the truth. This close observation. Daisy is prettier than Jane. But this kind of overly carefree character, I am afraid that he has also made many boyfriends. Lin En doesn't want to be a Tauren. Furthermore, he really doesn't lack women. Daisy is not an important character in the plot, and needs to be solved by herself. No need. Totally unnecessary. Lin En, do you dislike me too? Daisy's tears rolled down from her eyes. The thick glasses were also covered by a layer of fog. Whoa, I knew that was the case. I also want to fall in love, woo. You haven't talked about it. Lin En raised his eyebrows. It's unbelievable. After all, Daisy's appearance is not bad, on the contrary, she is very beautiful. Everyone likes Jane, no one likes me, woo. I don't look good, I don't know how to dress up, and no one likes me. Daisy was tearful and looked very pitiful. Looking at that cute and pitiful look, Lin En was puzzled. The main reason is that Daisy has a good figure and good looks, much prettier than Jane. It can be said that this is a rare beauty. In the lighthouse country where the atmosphere is so open, it is impossible for no one to chase. They all said I was old-fashioned, but I really felt that I was dressed very beautifully, woo. Those boys don't like me. Daisy opened her mouth crying. The more she spoke, the more uncomfortable she became, tears streaming down her face. Heartbroken, the frame of the glasses was wet with tears, making him look even more embarrassed. Actually, you are very beautiful, Lin En said truthfully. Daisy froze for a moment, she looked like pear blossoms with rain, and she didn't wipe away her tears. He looked at Lin En in surprise. You lied to me. That's what they all say. Lin En. It seems that he confessed his love to many men and was rejected. Seeing that Lin En didn't speak, Daisy cried even more exaggeratedly. Usually she would not be like this, but today, she drank so much wine. Really can't take it anymore. All the grievances in my heart for many years have been vented. She obviously didn't want to fall in love with herself, but she made this excuse. The key is that the excuse is still so popular and so similar. This broke her heart. Lin En was quite speechless. He had actually discovered the reason why Daisy had been rejected all the time. Don't cry, I can make you beautiful. Lin En rubbed the center of his brows. Daisy's crying, and the eyes of the waiters and bartenders around him made him a little disrespectful. Good. Daisy didn't even have the slightest doubt. This is all due to confidence in Lin En. Even in a short contact, this man has already shown great strength, and almost omnipotent various abilities. Fight Thor, and talk to Odin as an equal. This kind of thing, even if she is very nervous, feels shocked. But for plastic surgery, I have no money. Hearing Daisy's words, Lin En was speechless. No plastic surgery. Tony on the side couldn't help leaning over. Prepare to use mutant ability, or magic, or other methods. It is really the ability shown by Lin En, which is really too much. 720. Every time he thinks that Lin En's true strength has been touched, the latter can always explode into a new era again. He remembered that when he first met, Lin En was the enemy of the whole world in order to kill a deputy director of the Sentry Secret Service. Now, Thor has been beaten violently, and Odin, the king of the 9 realms, has been talking. He even had a clear perception that Mingong appreciates Lin En. How long is this? Not even a month. From this, it can be seen how great Lin En's strength has improved. Tony pursed his lips. Thinking about it carefully, I felt extremely shocked deep in my heart. Not at all. Lin En sighed. What's the matter with this group of people? They really can't see Daisy's beauty. What do you think she looks like? Lin En turned to look at Tony and asked with raised eyebrows. Don't make use of your expertise in making complaints. Answer truthfully. Tony opened his mouth, swallowed the poisonous words, thought for a while, and frowned. The skin is pretty good, the appearance is average, and the pair of thick black-rimmed glasses are really uncomfortable. Also, I never knew, what is that thing on her head? Is it left over from Halloween? And this outfit, I swear, such an ugly grey down jacket, even my 60-year-old aunt next door wouldn't wear it. The apple muscles on the face are painted like a monkey's buttocks. It really makes people want to die. I swear, I don't want to take a second look. The first sentence of the evaluation is still very pertinent, but the latter is getting more and more vicious. Wow. Daisy's face was flushed from the spray, and before she could dry her tears, she started crying again. If you cry any more, you won't be able to look pretty again. Lin En threatened, then took out a few tissues and handed them over. Dry your tears. Daisy shut up immediately. Obediently wipe away tears. Did you really not notice? Lin En looked at Tony with some surprise. Tony frowned. He understood Lin En's temper. If you ask me this way, it must be different. Immediately lean your upper body forward. I watched it quietly for 2 minutes. Tony's helpless eyes turned a little surprised, and finally even surprised. She has good skin and beautiful features. When it came to this, Tony couldn't help asking. You shouldn't be dressed like this. Daisy was puzzled at this moment. Am I not dressed up? I feel fine. Tony. Lin En stretched his fingers and spoke softly to Daisy. Close your eyes, and I will help you become beautiful. Daisy quickly closed her eyes. To be beautiful is her greatest wish. Looking at Daisy, who looked stupid with her eyes closed, Lin En rubbed her nose. He took off Daisy's heavy glasses. With a shake of his hand, a full set of cosmetics appeared in his hand. As a policeman, I always wear makeup in order to arrest criminals. So he also deliberately learned a hand. Didn't expect it to come in handy now. As for cosmetics, he still has several sets in his system space. These are gifts ready to be given to Wanda et al. Now, we can only disassemble one set first. You're really invincible. Tony raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin En with interest. He never thought of it. Lin En knows how to make up. It's okay. Lin En shrugged. Don't overwhelm yourself with too many skills. First he wiped the blush off Daisy's cheekbones with makeup remover. Tisk tisk, Tony was right. This really looks like a monkey butt. Then gently wipe off the gorgeous to greasy red lips. Without makeup. Still very nice. But Lin En still added a light makeup. Next, is the last step. Just take off that knitted hat. Seeing the shape-shifting hair wearing a hat for a long time, Lin En was speechless. He had never seen a girl's hair in an upside-down bowl. Can't dress up, and the dressing style is not good. Can't make up, and has a carefree personality. Diocese full of temperament. To be admitted to a master's degree, most of the time is spent on study. Definitely, these disadvantages are not the same. It is normal for Daisy to have no self-confidence and not to be seen. After all, on the campus of the lighthouse country of fast foodism, no one will stare carefully at an unattractive dick girl, and look through the surface to see the inner essence. Tony Stark has seen enough beauties, but he didn't see Daisy's beauty at first sight. In this impetuous era, Lin En said, it's all scum. Casual. A blue flame appeared gently. It's just that he blocked everyone's view, so no one else can see it. Daisy can't be hurt by fire, but the temperature in it made Daisy's hair gradually soften. Under Lin En's idea, it became smoother directly, and at the end, came, a bite, a big wave curl. Finally, there is a faint electric current sound. The many small freckles on Daisy's face also disappeared. The faint pain made Daisy frown. But obedient, she still didn't open her eyes. Okay, open your eyes. After doing all this, Lin En took 2 steps back. Along with Lin En's voice, Daisy also opened her eyes. Tony moved his gaze over for the first time. However, his expression was very strange. After all, in his impression, Lin En's hand can destroy steel bars with 1 punch. But now, it's always a bit of a violation to use it for makeup. However, when he saw Daisy's appearance, also stunned. This woman with beautiful facial features and natural charm is that ugly duckling just now? Even he, who has seen so many women, has to sigh that Daisy is a beauty. The surrounding waitresses also wiped their eyes, and then their faces were full of disbelief. Looking at the surprised looks of the others, Daisy couldn't help being curious. Desperately want to know what it is like now. Lin En smiled and took out a mirror from his hand. Daisy stared at herself in the mirror and froze. It never occurred to her. I will become so beautiful. The facial features are exquisite and the face is beautiful. Especially the hair that is straight in the top half and curly in the bottom half. Added a touch of charm. It's really me. Definitely, as I said, you are very good looking. Lin En chuckled. I am very satisfied with my workmanship. Lin En, thank you, I'm really happy. Daisy hugged Lin En directly. Arms wrapped around Lin En's neck. Great pecs. Lin En couldn't help but sigh. With the oppressiveness at such close range, he realized that he still underestimated Daisy. Sir, can you help me become more beautiful? A waitress came over and asked eagerly. Without me, sir, as long as he makes me beautiful, I can satisfy any of your demands. Another waitress, blinking. The little tongue sticks out and licks the red lips, making a look that everyone understands. Lin En. People just look like ugly ducklings, but are actually white swans. You are ugly ducklings. Unless it's a head change or plastic surgery, he won't do this kind of thing. Hey, what do you want to do? Daisy said angrily. She was really afraid that Lin En would be seduced by these women and go away. You bitches, hurry up and get out of here. She has a pungent personality, not much better than Jane. Watching those waitresses leave unwillingly. Did Daisy turn her head to look at Lin En at this time, pouted with tears in her eyes. Lin En, give me a chance. Please, I really like you. If we say that it was just worship in the heart at the beginning, so now it's true love. This man, with his own hands, made himself so beautiful. She had never felt this way in her heart. Thinking of not seeing Lin En in the future, it hurts her to breathe. Daisy swears that she can't live without Lin En anymore. Her tears cut down her cheeks again. Look miserable. Lin En rubbed his nose, and it was the first time a woman confessed to her directly. He was also a little overwhelmed. Especially after knowing that Daisy is still a girl. It can be regarded as entering the scope of his own mate selection. I have more than one woman. Lin En spoke slowly after a moment of silence. Some things still need to be explained clearly, so as not to be noisy all the time. Daisy froze for a moment when she heard this. Lin En shrugged helplessly. It is still unacceptable in modern society that many women serve one man, especially a talented student like Daisy. If nothing else, a few years later, this is a rising PhD in astronomy. Maybe not as talented as Jane, but if you can become a doctor, you can become a master no matter where you are. Live a good life. This kind of ideological development, people with academic knowledge, most believe in the innocence of love. But, how could Lin En give up on Wanda and others? However, in the next second, the corners of she's mouth twitched. Doubt life directly. Wow, I knew it. You are so good, how can no girls like you? How many? If possible, can you take me to meet them? I will definitely convince them to let me be with you. Daisy laughed through tears, touched her fist, and said seriously. Lin En, how did you get into a master's degree? FB. Brain problem. Is this woman a SB? ERM? No, the ugly one is called SB. The girl should be called Dumang. Looking at Daisy's appearance, Lin En could only sigh helplessly. Are you sure you've made a decision? Daisy nodded winkingly. In her heart, she has completely fallen for this handsome boy. Lin En at this time, also no longer hesitation. This kind of thing, women have already let go, why do men still refuse? He glanced at Tony, and said apologetically, why don't you have a drink here alone, and Twist will probably be back soon. Tony's face became a little embarrassed, and he put the wine glass on the table fiercely. Is this mocking him for not having a woman? After living for decades, when did Tien suffer from this anger? He Tony Stark, wherever he goes, isn't surrounded by beautiful women. Don't underestimate me. After saying this, Tony made a phone call, then hung up directly. He waved his hand and spoke disdainfully. Okay, you guys go to the hotel next door, I've already found a female companion. Tut tut. Lin En couldn't help sighing, it's nice to be rich and powerful. A phone call can call a girl. It is estimated that she is still a very high-level girl. But this has nothing to do with him. See you tomorrow. Immediately, he stopped hesitation, and directly pulled Daisy towards the hotel. Out of the bar. The cold wind was piercing, and under the dim street lamps, the shadows of the two were superimposed together, making them a lot longer. Lin En, my heart is beating so fast. As soon as the wind blew, Daisy woke up a lot. Open your mouth shyly. How could she not know what was going to happen next? Lin En, I'm really happy. Daisy held Lin En's hand, looking at the hotel is not far. It's not 5-star, but the service attitude is very good. The waitress at the front desk. It seems that this kind of thing is not surprising. Without raising his head, he said directly, 300 for the big bedroom, 10,000 for the presidential suite. Presidential suite. Lin En said. Lin En, live in a big bedroom, the presidential suite is too expensive. Daisy couldn't help but speak. Lin En couldn't help laughing. It looks stupid, but he still knows how to save money for himself. He found more and more that this Daisy was not bad. Don't worry, I have money. Lin En rubbed Daisy's hair. He opened his mouth with a soft smile. This action made Daisy close her eyes comfortably, enjoying Lin En's intimacy. Her heart was warm. Is this what love feels like? It's so good. Daisy couldn't help thinking. He turned his head again to look at Lin En's handsome profile. Heartbeat accelerated again. Presidential suite. Lin En took out a card directly. He can't live in the lowest level big bedroom like Thor. The province is the province, the flower is the flower. This kind of thing should naturally be spent wisely. Hearing the presidential suite, the waitress raised her head. Seeing that handsome and almost perfect boy, his eyes straightened. Looking at the black card again, it is a symbol of rich people. You have to store at least 100 million in it to handle it. Young and rich, and handsome. What does she come here to work for? Isn't it just to be able to meet such a man? Immediately subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Just as I was about to speak, I found Lin En holding the room card and led by another waiter. Already gone. After opening the suite, Daisy's eyes lit up. She has never lived in such a luxurious place in her whole life. From here, you can overlook most of New York. The roses inside are also beautifully decorated. As for Lin En, he was looking at the note in his hand, with a series of phone numbers written on it. Then he turned his eyes to the back of the waiter who was going away, and shook his head helplessly. You can get this kind of note everywhere you go. This also made him feel the shortcomings of being too handsome. Lin En walked into the room with a wry smile. Next, there are important things to do. As soon as he entered the house, Lin En saw Daisy walking beside the bed. His face was full of joy and tension. The suitable temperature in the room volatilized the alcohol in Daisy's body. Plus the cold wind was blowing outside just now. It also made her face blush, like an apple, extremely attractive. What will happen next? The two said. Lin En. Daisy called softly. His winking eyes were like silk, and his breathing became short of breath. She took off her heavy gray coat. He took off the red and green knitted sweater again. Lin En couldn't help but gasped. I still lost my eyes. Daisy's fullness is even more exaggerated than that of the White Queen. Lin En is no longer hesitation. He jumped on it directly. A whole night without sleep. When the first rays of sunlight in the morning hit their faces, Daisy's eyes were full of love. Congratulations to the host for gaining Daisy's loyalty. Loyalty level, 75. Congratulations to the host for receiving the rewards, Constitution plus 10, Strength plus 20, Speed plus 5, Mental Power plus 8. It's just that this speed is only 5, which is terribly low. But think of the heavy roundness. Lin En thinks 5 is still a bit high. With a few more caddies of meat, it may be very difficult to run. Last night, he can be said to have a deep understanding. Give full play to the advantages of both hands. Lin En was not surprised by this data. After all, Daisy is an ordinary human being. It is also impossible to provide him with an excessively high value. But he was still very happy. I didn't expect Daisy to be qualified enough to let the system prompt. In this case, as long as you reach 100 loyalty points, he can acquire at least 3 skills. This is what he needs. Darling, I love you so much. Daisy rested her head on Lin En's chest. The pretty face is full of satisfaction and happiness. Okay, you sleep for a while, I'll call you when it's noon. Lin En patted Daisy gently. Daisy nodded obediently, closed her eyes, and prepared to go to sleep. But that little hand was still holding Lin En's arm. That appearance seemed to be afraid that Lin En would leave while she was asleep. Lin En couldn't help laughing. The cute look of the other party gave him a different feeling. 0. Ask for flowers. Wait until Daisy falls asleep. He put on casual clothes. Came to the kitchen. In the presidential suite, there is basically a kitchen. After all, some rich people have bad tastes. Or like a cook, or like to cook and so on. This follows a principle that others may not use it, but you cannot. There are all kinds of pots and pans in the kitchen. These are brand new. After all, there will always be some people with bad tastes. Who knows what these kitchen utensils are stained with? So after a guest leaves, everything is replaced. Lin En smiled and took out his kitchen utensils from the system space. This is the benefit of system space, which can store a lot of things you need. Even moving a supermarket in is not a problem. For every woman's first night, cooking a dinner is almost his standard. Daisy is no exception. Fire up the oil first. Then put the top steak in there. Thorn, accompanied by a sound of grease. The rich aroma permeates the entire kitchen. Lin En hummed a song, and soon made a breakfast rich in protein. AHH. Suddenly, the sun screamed. Lin En frowned, and swept away with mental strength. It was found that Daisy did not encounter danger, but just woke up. It is estimated that he did not realize that he was not there. He screamed out in panic. I'm here. Lin En looked at the panicked and aggrieved Daisy, and couldn't help but smiled wryly. Then put the breakfast on the table next to it. Daisy was always worried about Lin En leaving, so she sinks no one. In a daze, I had a nightmare and suddenly woke up. Then I found that I was the only one left in the bed. The pain in her heart made it difficult for her to breathe. Now, Daisy stared blankly at the steaming breakfast, and couldn't help but shed tears. All the grievances and sorrows in my heart were transformed into love. She didn't expect that Lin En would be so heartwarming. She pursed her lips, said, and enjoyed breakfast with Lin En. Click, click, a slight voice sounded. It was only at this time that Lin En realized that drops of tears ran across Daisy's chin, and finally dripped on the steak. What's the matter? Isn't it delicious? Lin En asked with concern. Daisy shook her head. Pear Blossom's rainy face was full of tenderness. I never thought that I would get love, and no one would treat me so well. Lin En, don't ever leave me, okay? Okay, don't worry. After 2 days, I'll let you move in and live with me. Lin En smiled and wiped away Daisy's tears with her fingers. Don't cry, it won't look good if you cry again. Daisy pursed her lips and nodded earnestly. Congratulations on gaining Daisy's loyalty. Loyalty level, 100. Lin En raised his eyebrows. Straight across 2 levels, directly to 100. Doesn't this mean that you can directly get 3 billion skills today? Congratulations to the host for receiving the rewards: physique plus 30, strength plus 30, speed plus 10, spiritual power plus 20. Congratulations to the host for obtaining power increase by 1%. P.S. Don't look at me as young, as long as the base is large enough, I am invincible. Lin En nodded slightly. The introduction of this skill looks awesome, but it is actually useless. The strength value reached 10,000, but it was only added by 100. At that time, a value of around 100 is of no use at all, but nothing is better than talking. A little bit is a little bit. After all, Daisy is just an ordinary female supporting role. There is no special occasion. In the following Marvel plots, it has never appeared again. Such an existence will only be gradually forgotten by people. Can have this value. Already very good. On the contrary, Jane's value should be very high after becoming a female Thor. Only, Lin En doesn't like being a Tauran. Congratulations to the host for receiving the rewards: physique plus 30, strength plus 30, speed plus 10, spiritual power plus 20. Congratulations to the host for obtaining feedback. P.S. You can make your woman stronger by having sex with men and women, and you will be free from worries. Congratulations to the host for obtaining vision enhancement. P.S. With it, you can discover the beauty of this world even more. These 2 skills are not bad, especially the first skill. In this way, an ordinary woman like Daisy can be promoted quickly. At that time, even if there is any danger of 937, there will be no accidents. As for the second skill, it is probably related to Daisy's profession. After all, it is a master's degree in astronomy. A good eye is a must. Lin En counted the 3 rewards. It is also quite satisfactory. After only knowing each other for a day, I acquired a barely good skill. At this speed, he can really take off. However, this also proves that Daisy is really simple. Or rather silly. Now that she is her own woman, she still needs to be more distracted and take care of her. Lin En, I'm done. Daisy wiped her mouth, her eyes were tender. Lin En rubbed Daisy's little head. I'm going to wash the dishes, you get dressed first, let's go out. After speaking, Lin En reappeared and returned to the kitchen. In fact, there is nothing to clean up. It only took Lin En 10 minutes to clean up all the pots and pans and put them away. Wait until after going out. Lin En suddenly had a black line. I saw Daisy wearing the red and green knitted sweater again. My god, take your clothes off. Daisy froze for a moment, blushing. Lin En, I'm still in pain, can I? But she obediently took off her clothes. What are you thinking about? Lin En couldn't help covering his face. Take out the off-white long-neck sweater from the system space. Then he took out a brown woolen trench coat. Put this on. Daisy put on the clothes obediently. Very beautiful. Lin En's eyes lit up. People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Daisy's figure is actually not bad. The waist is also very thin, especially the pair of headlights, which makes people can't help but look at it. Now after wearing this, the timeless temperament will become. Standing there, bright and moving. Especially the upturned headlights showed an astonishing arc. The windbreaker was stretched out of shape. Oh, don't button this windbreaker. Lin En reluctantly unbuttoned it. He discovered that Daisy really had no idea about dressing up. This kind of personality is rare enough in the lighthouse country. Daisy pouted, like an aggrieved child. Isn't it cold? No, Lin En said helplessly. I didn't expect Daisy to be a pragmatist. Only consider the temperature, not the demeanor. Such a straightforward character. I don't know if it is good or bad. Okay, let's go. Lin En opened the door with a smile. Come back later. Lin En, are you cold like this? Daisy quickly pulled Lin En back. Looking at the latter who was wearing thin clothes, he asked worriedly. Lin En was also very moved. After all, this kind of being cared for really makes people feel happy. Hehe, my body is very strong, and I don't care about severe cold and high temperature. Lin En said lightly. Daisy nodded half understanding, and said regretfully, I was thinking about letting you experience the 2 worlds of ice and fire, but now it seems that there is no chance. Jenny, that guy, said that every man likes it, and I want to try it for you too. Jenny is a cousin of mine, married for many years. By the way, I also have a younger brother, his name. Daisy said constantly. It seems that he wants to tell Lin En everything. Ahem. Lin En coughed. I don't care, it's not that I don't feel it. Just kidding, there is such a thing as ice and fire. Why not try it? Must try. Oh, I see. Daisy nodded. Lin En narrowed his eyes. It seems that I should express it more straightforwardly. Just at this time, he saw that in the presidential suite opposite, Wanda came out followed by a beautiful woman. Gift crab, Daisy, you're just stunning in this outfit. Tony couldn't help admiring. He really didn't expect that Daisy would become so beautiful after changing her clothes, changing her hair and makeup. Lin En, let's go to eat. The 15th floor here is full of restaurants, with tastes from all over the world. Is the restaurant on the 15th floor? Lin En was stunned for a moment. He didn't remember this hotel had a restaurant. Definitely, not only that, this hotel has been upgraded to a 5-star hotel. Tony showed his phone. Last night, I bought the entire hotel, everything. Good guy, this is really rich and powerful. For such a big hotel, there is no more than 1 billion yuan, so don't even think about it. Tony bought it without batting an eye. It's such a blessing to have a rich friend like you. Lin Kong couldn't help laughing. My god, you are Mila Diana. Daisy couldn't help screaming. Pointing at the beautiful woman in Tony's arms, he looked shocked. Milna? Lin En felt somewhat impressed, as if he was a big-name star in Hollywood. Unexpectedly, last night, Tony's call was made to her. But Lin En didn't find it strange. To put it bluntly, the film and television industry is a toy for the rich. Tony is also a unique top existence in the rich circle. To be honest, this is also an opportunity for Milna. Being slept by Tony, and telling her about it in the future will also improve her reputation a lot. Haha, keep your voice down, otherwise, those paparazzi will start spouting some messy news. Even though Tony said that, his face was still very smug. After all, isn't this also a profile of Lin En to prove that he has no shortage of women? Finally he felt elated. But in the next second, his face became a little embarrassed. I saw Milna's beautiful eyes could not help falling on Lin En. The whole person is a little sluggish. Have you seen enough? If you keep watching like this, Wani will get angry. Lin En couldn't help joking. Milna only reacted at this time. Seeing Tony's unsightly expression, he immediately became much more obedient. Mr. Stark won't be angry. Any woman beside him is prettier than me. I'm the one who is jealous. As soon as these words came out, Tony's complexion also became much better. Lin En also couldn't help admiring. This woman is worthy of being a veteran in the entertainment circle, and her words are impeccable. Compliment Tony first, then lower his stance. However, this gentleman, you look really handsome. If you come to the entertainment industry, you will definitely become a hit and make a name for yourself in the entire entertainment industry. Milna couldn't help admiring. The entertainment industry has been struggling for 7 or 8 years. This circle is full of handsome men and beautiful women, and she has seen many of them. But no one has ever been as handsome as Lin En. Moreover, the boy in front of him seems to have a very close relationship with Tony Stark. From this point of view, the identity must be different. It's not impossible if we can get closer and something happens. Hehe, I'm not very good at acting. Lin En refused with a smile. He has no desire to enter the showbiz. I heard that some male bosses still have problems with their sexual orientation, so they just like men. The most important is, with his current strength, it is too easy to want money and fame. No, sir, you are so handsome, you don't need acting skills at all, as long as you stand there, you will drive all the women in the world crazy. Milna couldn't help but speak. Actually, after really entering the entertainment industry, my acting skills will gradually improve. At that time, Lin En's appearance will be added. He can definitely become the best actor and win all the awards. If you have a chance in the future, you can go and have a look. Lin En said with a smile. Okay. Milna could only smile and nod. The 4 of them quickly came to the 16th floor. The decoration on the 16th floor is extraordinarily luxurious. One of the walls was made into an aquarium-like wall. Through the glass, you can see marine fish of different colors and shapes. Going inside, Chinese and Western restaurants. There are also Thai and French restaurants. Hello, Mr. Stark. The manager in charge of the floor came over. Open your mouth respectfully. We have distinguished guests today, and each chef cooks a special dish. Tony said lightly. Milna, find some good singers, there is going to be a party here today. Okay, Mr. Stark. The manager said quickly, and went to give orders. As for Milna, she covered her mouth and smiled sweetly. Okay, I'm going to find a few popular stars right now. By the way, do I need an atmosphere group? I have many friends who are not busy right now. Home. Tony thought of this and nodded. It's up to you. Mila nodded happily. Started to step aside and make phone calls. This is an opportunity. She can share the news of her attendance at the party. Those who are willing to pay enough reward or price can join in. This is a very normal thing in the circle. Lin En and the others randomly found a place to sit down. Haha, I didn't expect there to be a restaurant here. Jane and I are starving. On the other side, Thor walked in with his arms around Jane. It is already noon. 5.5 It was a big battle yesterday, and I didn't eat in the morning, so I definitely couldn't hold on. Gift crab? You're Daisy. Thor couldn't help shouting in surprise. Jane also looked at Daisy and laughed. Lin En, you have to take good care of Daisy. Daisy's character is too simple and she is easily deceived. You can't deceive her, otherwise, she will never get out of it for the rest of her life. Jane was not surprised by Daisy's beauty. She is aware of the beauty of the latter. As long as you dress up a little bit, you will be more beautiful than her. But Daisy's character is really too nonsensical. No defense against anyone. It is also for this reason that she always stays by Daisy's side, and takes Daisy with her wherever she goes. And forbid any unreliable man to approach Daisy. Lin En was very kind to me. He was in the kitchen and made me breakfast. Daisy smiled happily. But with this smile, my whole stomach hurts. Immediately couldn't help frowning. Come to think of that huge amounts of stuff. Entering and eating cleanly, she couldn't help but be surprised even now. However, there is no experience for the first time, so you must have a good experience next time. Jane couldn't help but glared at Thor when she heard this. Look how nice Lin En is, you've never cooked for me before. Thor puffed out his chest. For a real fighter, fists are for killing the enemy, not doing it. That's something only women need to do. Thor said very proudly. subconsciously want to shake Mjolnir in his hand. Come to think of it, Mjolnir had abandoned him. You don't seem to be able to beat Lin En. Jane rolled her eyes. He hit Deo mercilessly. They can still cook. But she wasn't angry either. After all, last night, she was really satisfied. Now the whole person is as tender as water. Women are like this, no matter how explosive their temper is, as long as they are satisfied, they will soften. If not, that's another matter. Thor. He forgot about it. But it can be compared with Lin En. This guy is a freak. He couldn't help complaining. But looking at Jane, he had no choice but to continue to defend himself. Well, there doesn't seem to be any kitchen utensils in our room. Daisy must have lied to you. Daisy directly retorted, that's not true, we are the presidential suite, and yours is an ordinary room. That's right, we must give the woman we like the best treatment. Lin En agreed from the side. I can't see you for so long, I still have to live in a normal room. Isn't that right, Thor, the son of Odin the God King? Thor. Don't know why. He felt the girlfriend next to him, the two eyes exuding killing intent. In the following time, Jane took Daisy aside and whispered, Lin En, you came to me through Jane, what's the matter? Thor asked. After all, he has lived for hundreds of years, so he basically still has the brains that 03 should have. Lin En kidnapped Jane and let him come down from Asgard, there must be something to talk about. S.H.I.E.L.D. established Avengers, you should know. Lin En spoke slowly. Tony also leaned forward slightly. He knew that this matter had reached the most critical time. Such a big effort wasted. For this conversation between the three of them. If a new organization can be formed to protect the Earth and protect world peace, whether it is for ordinary people or some countries, it is a very beneficial thing. I know, this kind of thing. The guy who added Phil Coulson before mentioned it to me. Thor nodded. What do you think? Lin En asked as he tapped his fingers on the table. Thor lay in the chair and said casually, it's a good thing, as a superhero, protect the Earth. It's very similar to what I usually do. He is in the 9 realms, just to put down the rebellion. The most important is, in the eyes of Asgard people, the Earth is called Midgard. It is also one of the 9 realms he wants to protect. So, entering the Avengers, there's not much to say either. It's just an extra name, doing what should be done. The Earth is very messy now, and there are too many things. Lin En pushed a tablet over. Thor frowned after taking a look. X-Men, in this organization, there are actually people who control the power of thunder, Storm Girl, interesting. These governments, what's going on, even that mutant is used as an experimental product. This Magneto is too, he dared to enter the White House, he is too courageous. Thor frowned. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether he should help mutant or the Lighthouse government. Both are wrong and both are right. Just a different stand. In this case, Avengers cannot be established for the time being. Lin En spoke slowly. And this world needs an order, a force that can protect the world. Thor nodded. Don't worry, I can settle everything by myself. Lin En was speechless. This guy is really arrogant. With my current strength, I dare not settle everything. As for Thor, with his current strength, I'm afraid he can't even beat Captain Marvel. Hulk was so angry that he could rub him on the ground. However, now is not the time to discuss this. Lin En smiled. Naturally, you are the son of Odin, the majestic Thor. Heard the compliments, especially from Lin En. A trace of pride flashed across Thor's face. As for Lin En, he continued to speak. But, the Earth is so big, you don't have enough skills in duplication alone, and you can't keep busy. There's always going to be a need for someone to beat you or something. Lin En can actually set up an organization directly, and then let Thor join. After all, when Odin left, he said that Thor should follow him. But, in this way, with Thor's IQ, I am afraid that in a few words, he will tell about his establishment of a new organization. In addition, recently my own Xavier's school is very close. If the clues in it are strung together, then you will doubt yourself. Especially that guy Fury, he's so smart. Once you suspect yourself, take the time to investigate. The many things I do can't stand scrutiny at all. There is only one reason why I didn't doubt myself. As a little cop, there is no reason to refuse to join the Avengers. Motivation, of all things, is the single most important factor. In the eyes of all, he has no motive. Now there is only one step away from the complete end of the Avengers, and there must be no accidents. Otherwise, Fury finds himself, kicks himself out, and restarts the Avengers program. Then you can play off yourself. After preparing for this, a lot of system points will be completely gone. Thor's haughty face froze for a moment. Also started to think about this issue. Before Bifrost was destroyed, he was accompanied by the Asgard Triad and many Asgard soldiers. Some miscellaneous soldiers and chores were done by other people. So, don't you want to set up an organization and be the master of the house, because why do you have to have A.S.H.I.E.L.D. as the leader? Lin En continued to bewitch. You know, you are the son of the mighty Odin. Who can order you but Odin? The most important thing is that you can make a career and let your father see how good you are. At the same time, Asgard. This Lin En, this kind of thing said, only believe it if you feel like a child. Odin is lying on the bed, watching the conversation between Thor and Lin En in the all-seeing eye. His injuries became serious again. It is necessary to enter a deep sleep, otherwise, it will easily fall. However, before falling asleep, Thor was still worried. Did not expect to see this scene. Well said. A gleam flashed in Thor's eyes. Stand up abruptly. The whole person flushed with excitement. I also want to build my own organization and make a career out of it. You know, back then, Odin also led a group of teams to gradually grow bigger and stronger and create brilliance. Eventually became the Lord of the Nine Realms. And what he has to do now is not to follow the path that Odin once walked. Who? Thor's breath came quickly. Yes, you set up an organization, and Tony and I will join. Lin En nodded heavily. Let the Nine Realms see the prestige of Thor. Everyone in the future will know that the legend of Thor is a journey that started from the earth. What Lin En said was impassioned, with a powerful voice. Just love talking to guys like Thor. To fool around, there is no need for any logic, as long as it can ignite 903's emotions. Okay, the legend begins with the three of us. Thor was very excited. He has seen Lin En's strength before, and it can be described as terrifying. If this joins his organization, it will also be a major boost to him. As for Tony, this guy is rumored to be Iron Man, tech genius, and rich. But it doesn't matter. Now that Lin En said it, let's make up the numbers and do odd jobs. Think of exciting places. Thor raised his hand. A heavy slap on the table. Click. The wooden tabletop was directly smashed into pieces. Lin En nodded inwardly. Very well, fudge is done. A smile immediately formed on the corner of his mouth. Tony held back a smile beside him. Good guy. Lin En is not only powerful, but also has top-notch ability to fool around. This treats Thor like a fool. Fortunately, I am smarter. This simple trick is of no use to me. So, in this world, brains are better than strength. When Tony was content. But he didn't expect that since the first time he met Lin En, he would be counted against him. Up to now, they have become inseparable partners. Asgard. Odin's mouth twitched. This is foolishness. The point is that Thor believed it. As far as Thor's IQ is concerned, can Asgard be left behind as the spark of the Aesir Protoss? Unfortunately, he is about to fall asleep and can't do anything. But what makes him happy is, moments before his depression, he heard Thor ask a clever and fatal question. No, Lin En, this incident seems to be led by you alone. In the all-seeing eye, Thor once spoke. Good. Worthy of being my good son? With a slightly excited heart, Odin fell into a deep sleep. Seeing Thor react, Tony frowned slightly, but then it unfolded. He believes that this kind of thing is nothing to Lin En. Hehe, it really is the son of Odin, the mighty Thor. Lin En praised again. Not only is he powerful, but his IQ is also so high. I didn't expect that you could discover the advantages of my IQ. You are really different, you are my confidant. Thor seemed extraordinarily excited. He had heard many compliments on his strength, but it was the first time to praise his IQ. Immediately, he liked Lin En even more. But you haven't explained it to me yet. Explain what? Lin En raised his eyebrows and asked directly. Isn't it obvious? Who are you? Facing Lin En's inquiry, Thor frowned, but still answered truthfully. Son of Odin, the glory of the northern gods, Thor, the god of war in several realms. Tony on the side couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Good guy. This is preparing for a new round of flickering. At the same time, deep in his heart, he had a preliminary judgment on Thor. Arrogant and insane. A brute with brute force. Your glory spreads over the 9 realms. Lin En said in admiration, and then looked at Tony who had been watching. Tony is super rich, playboy, tech genius, and the most famous man in the world. He personally created the Iron Man armor, which is a cross-age high-tech. He is a legend, crushing the legend of an era. Tony froze for a moment. Then he looked at Lin En. There is approval in the eyes. As expected of my friend, I know myself so well. He said he was very happy. Having said that, Lin En was silent for a while, feeling a little depressed. But I am a little policeman. Without this organization, without this opportunity, I will always be a little policeman. Thor was stunned. Yes, he is superior, but for Lin En, this is the only chance. Thinking about it this way, what Lin En did was very reasonable. Isn't it easy for people to want to be famous? Fact, you are such a powerful person. If you are in Asgard, you will definitely become a true warrior. This lighthouse country is really terrible, and talents like you are buried. Looking at the trembling Thor, Lin En knew that his misery had succeeded. Who said it wasn't? Lin En spoke with some regret. Don't worry, Lin En, I will set up an organization now, and lead you to fame in the 9 realms. Thor patted his chest heroically, making a deafening sound. So what's our name? Where is the 9 worlds Thor team? Or the gods of Asgard? No, you're not gods. It's kind of difficult. After listening to a few names, by the day according to Hmph, these few are simply not names that normal people can name. Damn it, leave this kind of thing to us. For such an arrogant guy like Thor, he is really speechless. Lin En, I leave this matter of naming to you. I believe in your wisdom. Thor turned his head, and after a moment of silence, he added again. Definitely, weaker than me. Jane and Daisy, who had been unable to speak, couldn't help covering their mouths and laughing. As outsiders, the two only saw that Lin En was fooling a fool. However, Thor still feels that he is very smart. This is flickering. Earth Subdistrict Office. Lin En spoke slowly, with a wicked taste. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone was shocked. What's the name? It's too weird. Subdistrict Office, this kind of name is really embarrassing. Damn it, I shouldn't have trusted your wit. Thor was the first to demur. Tony also couldn't help complaining. Let me do it. How about the super god agent team? I think Mr. Stark's name is good. Jane agreed. Daisy snorted, and said without hesitation, I still like Lin En's name. Jane couldn't help but rolled her eyes. Looking at the nympho-looking best friend, I couldn't help but shake my head. You guy, you've completely fallen. What did Lin En say? That's right. Daisy nodded heavily. As a woman, you should support him unconditionally. Simple. For this love brain, she really has no calendar. I just hope Lin En can treat her well. Tisk tisk, it's too small, you're too small. Lin En raised his voice. When everyone looked over, they asked, what do you say is the Earth? The world of Midgard. Thor opened his mouth faster than his brain. Daisy thought about the home on which I live. Lin En nodded, but, to the universe, it's just a small gravel. Everyone nodded. After all, the universe is too vast, almost infinite. Human beings' current technology is only barely getting out of the Earth. And the so-called Odin, the so-called 9 realms, are just 9 planets in the Milky Way. In the Milky Way, there are more than 1 million planets. A super genius, isn't it true that for you, your ambition is on Earth? Don't you want to see the outer planets? As a god of the 9 realms, do you only have 1/3 of an acre of land in your eyes? You don't want the entire galaxy to leave your reputation. Lin En asked back, and slowly said a sentence that shocked everyone. For me, the Earth is like the street at our door, this small alley. Our future is to conquer the entire galaxy and the entire universe. Daisy's beautiful eyes are full of stars. This was the first time she felt her heart beating extra fast. The man in front of him is really handsome. Even the goals are so ambitious. Thor was shocked again. Straight up. Yes, he is the son of Odin. Back then, Odin fought countless battles and conquered the 9 realms. Then why did he stay in the 9 realms all the time? Stay in the circle that my father drew. It is completely possible to fight outside again and create a new glory. By then, his name, like Odin, can go down in history and be remembered by everyone. Instead of waiting to be the king of the 9 realms. Why didn't my previous self discover this road? Thor took a deep breath. A burning desire arose for the road full of unknowns and excitement. Okay, call the Earth Street office. Tony. Good guy. He was speechless. For what Lin En said, he didn't believe it at all. If it is so far-fetched, it is obviously fallacious. However, he couldn't refute anything. After all, what Lin En said makes sense. For the vast stars, he also has some desire to explore. Lin En nodded. He knew that Tony didn't pay much attention to things like names. Just keep Thor fooled. In this case, basically the general framework has been settled. Thor, the all-around main attacker, and Iron Man Tony, the Tianhao technology boss. The 2 most important people are missing. Avengers, cannot be established. Next, is to quietly wait for the system to ring. Got a lot of points. Directly among the first echelon of the Earth's combat power. As for the future path, Lin En is full of confidence. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Lin En realized something was wrong. Until now, why hasn't there been any movement? What about the system? Hint. Lin En frowned. Could it be? It's my own organization that has not been known by the public. Or, Avengers, there is still a possibility. Lin En pondered for a while. Do you want to bring Hulk into? By the time. If there are only Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye, and Captain America, there is no need for the Avengers to be established. There is no other reason, it is too weak. Maybe it's okay to deal with ordinary people on the Earth, or agents. If you deal with some powerful supervillains a little bit, you will stop cooking directly. But, Lin En was still a little worried. After all, there are many other superheroes in this world. Not the same as the original Marvel world. This is the world of Mamanda Integrate. At that time, Fury will have more choices. Or let Fury voluntarily abandon the establishment of Avengers. In this case, we still have to test Fury's tone. However, it is different from the previous communication. This time he has the advantage. With the initiative in hand, he can advance and retreat in an orderly manner. Thinking of this, Lin En's heart settled down again. But for this kind of thing, we still have to wait until 3 days later, after finishing the work of Xavier's school. It happens to be possible to discuss with Professor X as well. After all, there are some details that still require more deliberation. As for the present, it is definitely a bit chic. Faint after all. Many actresses, and some glamorous supporting actors who have appeared on the screen, have already appeared at the door of the 16th floor. Although not a Tauren, it is still possible to play games with seductive eyes. Soon, there was a burst of Ying Ying Yan's voice. Milna walked in with a dozen beauties. Tony raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Here we come." Thor was a little confused and asked, "Who's here?" Immediately afterwards, he saw many beautiful women filing in. Each one has a good figure and a beautiful face. There are charming ones, and some are petite and cute. There are more temperamental and cold ones, and there is no lack of Qinglian and elegant ones. See this scene. Thor's eyes went straight. When had he seen such a scene? In Asgard, force is revered. This also leads to one thing. Even women wear battle armor and wrestle with men in the arena. One by one, it's time to dress up. But now, he suddenly felt that women can still be so beautiful. After all, there is not much difference in appearance and height between Aesir Protoss and humans. I have to admit that he was really moved. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and turned to look at Jane, who was walking over angrily. hastily smiled awkwardly. Don't worry, I'm not interested in them at all. It's best. Jane said aggressively, her eyes fixed on Thor. Gift crab, who would believe it? Thor, Ran is a strict wife. Tony couldn't help laughing. Joked directly. Damn it, shut up, what do you know, it's single-mindedness. Thor retorted. His eyes unconsciously wanted to look at the many beauties walking by. However, relying on excellent quality, he resisted life and death. Mr. Stark, are these people okay? Milna said with a smile. Tony didn't say anything, just nodded. Finally waved gently. Milna 720 immediately walked over obediently and lay in Tony's arms. At this scene, the other women watching were envious. After all, this is Tony Stark, if you can hook up with him, get a good audition. Such an opportunity is very important to them. In Hollywood, they are just pawns. Some very good films will only have a chance to be staged if they rely on a certain big shot. Otherwise, the so-called fame and awards are not of much use. Therefore, they are still very willing to participate in this kind of bureau formed by the rich. Especially Tony Stark, this kind of top rich man. Even if it's a romantic relationship, as long as it doesn't get photographed by paparazzi, it can also let them eat a few waves of bonuses. Thinking of this, they almost glanced across the room in unison. It's basically a knee-jerk reaction. After all, there is still a difference between the rich and the rich. Some are young and handsome, while others are old, greasy, and disgusting. Observe the situation early on and recognize everyone. Analyzing the strength behind it is what they must do. Only in this way can we seduce better. Therefore, the knowledge of this subject is also very large. However, this time they were destined to be disappointed. The man who stood up had good muscles, but it's a pity that there doesn't seem to be such a person in the entire Beacon country. The most important thing is that it seems to be with a girlfriend. Such a person must not hook up. Another word. They looked at the person sitting in a dark corner. At first, the lights were not obvious, and they hadn't healed yet. This glance. Suddenly he took a deep breath. God, how could there be such a handsome person in this world? The most important thing is not the kind of feminine beauty. It's the kind of handsome man who is full of masculinity and can't help but stop breathing at a glance. Immediately, a dozen women looked at each other. There was a flash of determination in it. This man, they are bound to win. Even in the entertainment industry, they have never seen such a handsome man. Let's go, there's a special bar at the very end, let's go and play inside. Tony clapped his hands. Prepare for the next field. Da-da-da, footsteps sounded. Then came a cold voice, where are you going to play? A woman walks up in high heels. The lower body is straight and long legs. Wear business attire. The blonde hair was tied into a ponytail. The whole person exudes a capable aura. Look at the person coming. Lin En couldn't help raising his eyebrows. What's wrong? Daisy asked in a low voice. Tony's girlfriend. Pause. Lin En's mouth also curled into a smile. Now there is a good show to watch. What would this playboy do in the face of this situation? In the original plot, Potts started out as an assistant. In the later getting along with each other, I gradually gained Tony's trust. The two also secretly fell in love, and finally confessed and became boyfriend and girlfriend. Eventually a daughter was born to Tony. Tut-tut. Perfect ending. It's just that, at the beginning, I only felt that Iron Man was awesome. Now it seems. The two are obviously inappropriate. If this were in China, I am afraid that parents would beat mandarin ducks with sticks. Oh, forget that Tony Stark's parents are dead. That's fine. Furthermore, this is the lighthouse country, where love is free. So, Lin En decides. Let Tony and Potts break up. In this way, maybe, you can get some plot points. Ahem, cough, nothing. Tony quickly pushed Milna away. Then he stood up in a panic. You know, I just wanted to throw a party. Potts stared at Tony. This kind of banquet used to be held by Tony Stark every 3 to 5 times. It's just that she is not qualified to intervene. Even if she is unwilling to get angry again, she must endure it. It's just that, as a girlfriend now, she can't watch things continue to happen no matter what. Lin En's birthday is today. I called these people to celebrate Lin En. Tony is indeed a genius, and in a flash, he thought of a way. And on the back, the hands kept shaking. Signal Lin En to answer. Lin En. Good guy, it wasn't you who scolded someone's wife for being strict in the last second, right? Your mouth is a joke, right? Besides, you are worth $1 trillion. What kind of woman does not have? Yes, Potts' management ability is good. But, in this world, people who manage ability better than her have gone to sea. Do you have to be so cowardly? Lin En expressed that he didn't understand very much. If he has trillions of property, absolutely embrace left and right. Talk about a girlfriend, dare to say a word, and immediately separate. He could also be scolded loudly, without daring to say a word. Have to say. But Tony has no conscience at all. This Potts will have nothing in an instant. Definitely, in that situation, Posy didn't dare to yell loudly. Hurry up and agree, Tony is waiting for you. Daisy gently pushed down Lin En's arm. Lin En immediately looked at Daisy strangely. This is your own woman? Why are you so generous? What are you looking at me for? Daisy blinked. Very puzzled. I'm not good enough for you, I have to pay something. You are so good, it's normal for women to like you. Can I still tie you to me? I'm worried all day long. You're tired, and I'm tired too. If you get bored, I'll have nothing. It's better to let you be happy. Anyway, you have your own bottom line. Know what to do and what not to do. As long as you love me all the time. What Daisy said was true. There is no intention of lying. The most important thing is that the truth in it is also particularly transparent. I really can't tell whether you are stupid or smart. Lin En smiled and rubbed Daisy's hair. Can't help but sigh with emotion. Then he beckoned to the dozen or so celebrities who were neither standing nor sitting. What are you doing in a daze? Why don't you go in quickly? Don't you know my birthday? A dozen people immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Hastily trotted all the way and walked towards the inside. They are most afraid of private parties. Captured by the rich man's main palace. When the time comes, meet a pungent one. I'm afraid it will tear them apart. Don't look at them outside, they have a high status and have many fans. But in this case, I dare not have any resistance at all. Can't even hide. If not, after a period of time, there will be some scandals that will ruin their fortunes and ruin their reputations. And Lin En's actions undoubtedly saved them. As long as there is a reason to leave, their beating is over. So it's Lin En's birthday. Why didn't you say it earlier? Then let's celebrate Lin En's birthday together. Puss said with a smile. Cough cough. Tony coughed, the cooperation with Aishi Group. I've already finished it. Puss said with a half smile. Today's work, I've made arrangements, and I've been very free for the whole day. Tony smiled awkwardly, his mood sank to the bottom of the sea. This proves one thing. He can't do anything today. Lin En couldn't help feeling lucky. Fortunately, there is no such person as Pose in his harem, otherwise, there will be no good day. This is a bar that occupies most of the floor. With Tony Stark's deep pockets, it was done in one night. Accompanied by chefs one by one, the food that they are good at is ready. The alluring fragrance and dim lighting make the surroundings shrouded in darkness. People are most afraid of the dark. It seems to be an innate instinct. It seems that in ancient times, human beings have faced many horrible things, all of which were hidden in the dark. And now people have become the masters of the earth. Definitely no longer afraid of the dark, even like the dark. Because, in the dark, they can do what they like. Especially in that fiery atmosphere. Men and women like it more, hiding in the hazy darkness. Do something that pleases you. But ordinary people are like this. So rich and powerful people, even more so. However, something is different today. The wealthy Tony is sitting on his chest. The future Lord of the Nine Realms accompanied him with a smiling face. And the reason, only also, this creature that people love to hate. It seems that she is born to be able to quickly get everything she wants by manipulating men. Glory, status, money. A dozen or so celebrities can be regarded as celebrities, and some of them are dancing. Some are singing famous songs that they are good at. However, neither of them sang to Tony and Thor. It's not for the two of them to watch. There is only one man who appreciates their voice and dance. A man with no money and no power. That's why he appreciates everything better than rich and powerful men. All because his woman couldn't pinch him. Or, his woman, who loves him enough, is afraid of losing him. But, more importantly, he is good enough and confident enough. And self-confidence is a man's greatest weapon. For women, the deadliest weapon. Unexpectedly, listening to it live is more enjoyable than listening on the phone. Lin En couldn't help sighing. Hehe, what did Mr. Lin En say? It's because I saw you happy today. Beside her, a pure-looking actress smiled and said. The exposed white teeth are extremely well-proportioned and beautiful. Her name is Monroe. It is the same name as the star who was once popular and made countless people obsessed. She is not very old, only 16 or 17. Breaking into the gate of the entertainment industry. I don't know the depth, and I don't get reused at all. That proud appearance was easily ignored. This time, it was her first time attending such a banquet. Knowing what was going to happen, I still came. It's for the dream, she has decided, to join forces with others. Mr. Lin En, today is your birthday. I just went to the back kitchen to have a look. The birthday cake was too stingy. I decided to make a new one. I hope you and Mr. Tony don't blame me. Milna smiled and said. Not so long ago, she arranged for several actresses to sit next to Lin En. Smart, she immediately knew Lin En's mental cleanliness through Lin En's expression. Although surprised, Monroe was called out from among the dozen or so people. An actress who has just entered the entertainment industry. After scrambling, I gradually realized how deep the water was. Originally, this was with Tony Stark. Now it can only be arranged for Lin En. Thinking of this, she was a little envious. After all, looking at the conversation between Tony and Lin En, this super genius who is worth hundreds of millions, especially respects the latter. That casual conversation made her understand even more. This seemingly young boy is definitely not simple. As for the burly man, probably a big fool. Always call yourself God. Odin the God King who opened his mouth and kept his mouth shut. Probably the rich second generation who was too obsessed with watching movies. Definitely, thank you then. Lin En said with a smile. This woman is beautiful. The brain is also very smart. In one sentence, Tony's words perfectly made up for the past. After all, how can a birthday be without a birthday cake? Mr. Lin En, I would like to toast you and celebrate your happy birthday. Monroe picked up the glass and said nervously. Lin En nodded. Unexpectedly, this woman directly picked up the wine glass and drank it down in one gulp. Immediately she blushed. First time to this kind of occasion. Monroe nodded. Still a little nervous. She dare not look at Lin En. That handsome face made her forget all her words. Even, think about things you shouldn't think about. Before you get enough benefits, you can't really let people take advantage of you. This is the principle of these people. If you didn't bring your assistant, don't drink so much. Lin En couldn't help laughing. Today isn't my birthday, and I'm just an ordinary person, so I can't help you, so let it go, and treat it like a reception where you meet new friends. Lin En's voice is very peaceful. If it was before, with such a Hollywood star sitting next to him, Yuan didn't have much resistance. I am afraid that he will also die under the peony flower and be a ghost. Riding the horse and raising the whip, let's have a good gallop. However, now his desire is not good. I am used to beauties like Gwen and Wanda. His vision also slowly increased. Even with a steel kidney, he was still able to control himself calmly. No other reason. See more women. Don't care so much. Monroe blinked her beautiful eyes. There was a hint of cunning in it. Did not get up and leave. Instead, he picked up another glass of wine. Cheers, let me drink with Lin En. Lin En couldn't help but burst out laughing. No respect, no respect. But this kind of comfort makes people more comfortable. The two chatted casually. Lin En's humorous and indifferent way of talking made Monroe laugh like silver bells from time to time. His eyes kept looking at Lin En, with an inexplicable luster shining in them. Daisy, what are you doing? Don't ask for this damn signature. Jane couldn't help pulling Daisy over. Look at Lin En, he's almost getting along with him. 0, seeking flowers. I really didn't expect that this guy turned out to be this kind of person. Tony and Thor held their breaths. Look at Lin En talking and laughing happily with the woman over there. Can't help stealing joy. The two people who were originally lifeless also sat up straight, ready to watch the excitement. Daisy scratched her hair, looking away from Lin En. Not angry. I saw it. Then what? Simple. What then? Definitely rushed to grab him and give this damned guy a hard lesson. How dare you be so presumptuous with you? What a slap. Come on, I'll go with you and slap him. Jane said furiously. He was extremely angry with his girlfriend's appearance. With a fiery personality, she can't wait to rush straight up and teach Lin En a lesson from the wolf. Then make a fool of him. Tony, even if this kind of person is strong, but this kind of personality is really annoying. Puz also echoed. Before you don't have a girlfriend, you can do whatever you want, but if you have a girlfriend, you should be more realistic. This innuendo was also meant for Tony. The latter smiled awkwardly, but he didn't speak either. On the contrary, the apology to Lin En is deeper. It was all because of protecting himself that Lin En was targeted like this. Good brother, hold on for a while, don't confess me. And then, Daisy tilted her head and looked at the second daughter in confusion. If he can change it and apologize sincerely, then forgive him. Jane pondered for a while, and finally said, if you can't get angry, just give this guy a hard lesson and break up directly. Daisy couldn't help retorting, but if this is the case, I will never meet such a man again. The corners of Jane's mouth twitched twice. I was even more annoyed. What kind of ecstasy soup did this Lin En give you to make you so desperate? He is smart, handsome, able to fight and do everything with ease. Daisy wrung her fingers and spoke word by word. When he was fighting, he was distracted to save me. He made me beautiful and made me confident. Everyone doesn't like me, only he doesn't dislike me. He is gentle, knows how to care about me, and even made me breakfast. After saying this, Daisy's eyes became brighter and brighter. Deep down in my heart, I love Lin En even more. After the loyalty reached 100, Lin En is already the most important person in her heart. Even Jane can't compare. I'm not good enough for him. As long as he can love me, it's fine. You keep saying that love is equal, but he is so good, why should I let him only love me? Besides, I know that Lin En has other women. Instead of trying to teach him a lesson, you might as well help me convince those sisters. After all, I am the third party. As soon as the words came out, the four of them were taken aback. Countless thoughts came to mind. Especially Tony and Thor, they look at their loved ones differently. Look at people, look at you. Nothing compares to pills. Puz was stunned for a moment. As a capable and independent woman, it took her a few years to reach the current position of Stark Industrial Executive Director. This means that, apart from Tony, she is almost the second in command of Stark Industries. In my late 30s, I reached this point. Not to mention women, even men, there are few who are stronger than her. And this thought of Daisy made her feel astonished. Followed by anger. What kind of society is this? Also treat women as men's vassals. It's too self-deprecating. Ms. Daisy, you should understand that in modern society, no matter how good you are, you can only have one wife. If I'm not wrong, you should be a master. I hope you can understand what I said. You have an independent personality. Love is noble, it belongs to two people, and many people are not allowed to participate. Puz's voice was flat, without any ups and downs. But its sense of alienation and superiority. Jean's Daisy is very uncomfortable. She didn't want to communicate with the woman in front of her. Being strong and decisive made her very uncomfortable. The most important thing is that I don't seem to need it, and the 530 has no obligation to accept the lesson of this person I just met here. Thank you, this is Daisy's choice, don't bother you to worry about it. Lin En came over, without any expression on his face, and his voice was very flat. I just don't want a girl to be cheated by a shameless man. Puz said righteously. Looking at the approaching boy, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. I have to say that Lin En's appearance is really very handsome, but she didn't have a good impression in her heart. Yes, Lin En, how could you do this? You were only with Daisy last night. Jane asked with a serious face. As a girlfriend, she believes that she has the responsibility and the obligation to help Daisy screen the scumbags. Pause, stop talking. Tony couldn't help but said. For Lin En, he still has great respect. I don't want this conversation to cause a rift between the two. Lin En, please don't get me wrong, Pose has this temper. Thor is also a big head. Pulled Jane's arm. Today is Lin En's birthday, don't make trouble here. This happened. A dozen stars also stopped dancing and music. They stood in the corner one by one, silent, but they could still see the excitement in their eyes. This kind of boss-level quarrel is what they like to watch the most. What's the trouble? Don't worry about this matter. Jane threw Thor's arm away. The latter scratched his hair awkwardly. He cast a helpless look at Lin En. Lin En, you have to apologize. Potts said in a deep voice, taking 2 steps forward. He raised his head slightly, and spoke word by word. Facing the reluctance of the two of them, Lin En also frowned. These two women seemed to think highly of themselves. Apologize? To whom? To Daisy. The corners of Lin En's mouth curled up in an indifferent arc. But Daisy volunteered to be with me. All of this is also her choice, why should I apologize? Or do you think I should apologize to you? But what does this matter have to do with the two of you? The two women looked at each other, breathing stagnantly. Yes. To be honest, this matter has nothing to do with the two of them. I'm Daisy's best friend. Jane said in a deep voice, do you think I am qualified? Oh. Lin En raised his eyebrows. There was a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Others don't know that Daisy is beautiful, but you should. Looking at her wearing rustic clothes and that ugly makeup, you only said that it was for her to avoid scumbags. Do you dare to say that you have no selfishness? Furthermore, I guess, you have quite a few boyfriends, right? Why are you splitting them up? Every one of them is love, so your love is quite cheap. Lin En's unceremonious words are like a knife. Jean's complexion turned pale. Jane, is that so? Daisy asked in disbelief after being silent for a long time. Don't listen to Lin En's nonsense. Jane panicked and took a deep breath. Can you still not believe me? But the people on the field are all human beings. Naturally, Jane's state can be seen. Thor narrowed his eyes slightly. I don't know what to think. After you really find true love, come and teach Daisy how to spot scumbags. Lin En couldn't help laughing. He remembers. In Thor 1, this Jane has quite a few boyfriends. Before I met Thor, I also developed with the cameraman. Then fell in love with Thor one day. So, is this fucking true love? I have found true love. Jane said word by word. Oh, I see. Lin En replied casually. Not at all interested. This kind of words, the circle group letter. Each one is true love, each one is destined. After breaking up, he will be a scumbag immediately. Son of Odin, is that Thor? Lin En asked with a half smile. Such a big shot, let you see the freshness? Or the excitement that you have never experienced before? When you are alone, do you have excited fantasies, Mom, but fell in love with God? It's still Thor. So, this is love. So, tell me, what is love? Jane's face was pale. Not a word. Puz frowned when he saw this. Mr. Lin En, it's really not a gentleman to talk to a lady like that? Why, when you women talk, you can be unscrupulous, but when men talk, you become ungentlemen. Lin En asked back. Who gave you confidence? You. Pazzi raised his eyebrows. How rude. Tony, to be honest, maybe you should think about your friendship with Lin En. Such a person will only shame you. Potts looked at Tony, expectant eyes. As a girlfriend, at this time, Wang and I should be on her side. This has nothing to do with reason, this is emotional identification. Pause, don't say any more, there's really no need to argue about right and wrong about this kind of thing. Tony couldn't help but said. He didn't think Lin En did anything wrong. Excellent people will always be liked by many people. As for Lin En's excellence, even he was shocked. Daisy is very lucky to follow Lin En. It is impossible to get all of Lin En. The rest of Lin En's family. No matter which one, they are all stunning beauties. The most important is, this kind of thing is really common. It is really very normal for a rich man to have a few women around him. That one didn't have an affair, or took care of a few. I can't, I will fight for a lifetime. Then all the money is given to the woman, let her buy. What is the meaning of a man's life? Can't you be a little more relaxed? It's just that this kind of thinking gradually disappeared after being with Potts. All because of love. Love is free, let's not interfere too much, Tony said helplessly. He really didn't want Pose and Lin En to be targeted because of this kind of thing. After all, one is a girlfriend and the other is a friend. It was very difficult for him to be caught in the middle. You are usually very sensible, what happened today? Hear this. Pozzy's face became ugly. Gritting his silver teeth, his eyes fixed on Tony. Tony, I thought you'd changed, but you're still the same. Tony frowned and said, I don't think I was bad before. I think we need to separate from each other for a while, and then calm down. Puz said coldly, picking up the bag on the side, ready to turn around and leave. Damn, I don't need to calm down. Tony stood up. Pull Potts. Hihi, is it necessary to talk about 0.5 in this relationship? Lin En asked with a smile. Tony, if I'm being rude, I just can't figure out what you like about Potts. She is a very competent assistant, very smart. She can also run the company very well, Tony said. When talking about these scenes and pictures of Pose's life emerged in my mind. It's really hard work for her to manage the company. Posey stood still and turned to look at Lin En with disgust in his eyes. You don't even know the hard work I have done, working overtime every day until late at night. Lin En. He looked at Tony strangely. These words sound reasonable, but when analyzed, it makes no sense at all. When you are a helper, you want to climb up all day. Now let you be the second in command, you are tired all day long. Co-author, good or bad, you can finish talking. The most important is, Tony paid too, okay? If you are not satisfied, go away. That being the case, then don't be afraid that I will forcibly modify the plot. Lin En decides. Paz was stunned for a moment. As a capable and independent woman, it took her a few years to reach the current position of Stark Industrial Executive Director. This means that, apart from Tony, she is almost the second in command of Stark Industries. In my late 30s, I reached this point. Not to mention women, even men, there are few who are stronger than her. And this thought of Daisy made her feel astonished, followed by anger. What kind of society is this? Also treat women as men's vassals. It's too self-deprecating. Ms. Daisy, you should understand that in modern society, no matter how good you are, you can only have one wife. If I'm not wrong, you should be a master. I hope you can understand what I said. You have an independent personality, love is noble, it belongs to two people, and many people are not allowed to participate. Paz's voice was flat, without any ups and downs, but its sense of alienation and superiority. Jean's Daisy is very uncomfortable. She didn't want to communicate with the woman in front of her. Being strong and decisive made her very uncomfortable. The most important thing is that I don't seem to need it, and the 530 has no obligation to accept the lesson of this person I just met here. Thank you, this is Daisy's choice, don't bother you to worry about it. Lin En came over, without any expression on his face, and his voice was very flat. I just don't want a girl to be cheated by a shameless man. Paz said righteously. Looking at the approaching boy, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. I have to say that Lin En's appearance is really very handsome, but she didn't have a good impression in her heart. Yes, Lin En, how could you do this? You were only with Daisy last night. Jane asked with a serious face. As a girlfriend, she believes that she has the responsibility and the obligation to help Daisy screen the scumbags. Paz, stop talking. Tony couldn't help but said. For Lin En, he still has great respect. I don't want this conversation to cause a rift between the two. Lin En, please don't get me wrong, Pose has this temper. Thor is also a big head. Pulled Jane's arm. Today is Lin En's birthday, don't make trouble here. This happened. A dozen stars also stopped dancing and music. They stood in the corner one by one, silent, but they could still see the excitement in their eyes. This kind of boss-level quarrel is what they like to watch the most. What's the trouble? Don't worry about this matter. Jane threw Thor's arm away. The latter scratched his hair awkwardly. He cast a helpless look at Lin En. Lin En, you have to apologize. Potts said in a deep voice, taking 2 steps forward. He raised his head slightly, and spoke word by word. Facing the reluctance of the two of them, Lin En also frowned. These two women seemed to think highly of themselves. Apologize? To whom? To Daisy. The corners of Lin En's mouth curled up in an indifferent arc. But Daisy volunteered to be with me. All of this is also her choice, why should I apologize? Or do you think I should apologize to you? But what does this matter have to do with the two of you? The two women looked at each other, breathing stagnantly. Yes. To be honest, this matter has nothing to do with the two of them. I'm Daisy's best friend. Jane said in a deep voice, do you think I am qualified? Oh. Lin En raised his eyebrows. There was a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Others don't know that Daisy is beautiful, but you should. Looking at her wearing rustic clothes and that ugly makeup, you only said that it was for her to avoid scumbags. Do you dare to say that you have no selfishness? Furthermore, I guess, you have quite a few boyfriends, right? Why are you splitting them up? Every one of them is love, so your love is quite cheap. Lin En's unceremonious words are like a knife. Jean's complexion turned pale. Jane, is that so? Daisy asked in disbelief after being silent for a long time. Don't listen to Lin En's nonsense. Jane panicked and took a deep breath. Can you still not believe me? But the people on the field are all human beings. Naturally, Jane's state can be seen. Thor narrowed his eyes slightly. I don't know what to think. After you really find true love, come and teach Daisy how to spot scumbags. Lin En couldn't help laughing. He remembers. In Thor 1, this Jane has quite a few boyfriends. Before I met Thor, I also developed with the cameraman. Then fell in love with Thor one day. So, is this fucking true love? I have found true love. Jane said word by word. Oh, I see. Lin En replied casually. Not at all interested. This kind of words, the circle group letter. Each one is true love, each one is destined. After breaking up, he will be a scumbag immediately. Son of Odin, is that Thor? Lin En asked with a half smile. Such a big shot, let you see the freshness? Or the excitement that you have never experienced before? When you are alone, do you have excited fantasies, Mom, but fell in love with God? It's still Thor. So, this is love. So, tell me, what is love? Jane's face was pale. Not a word. Puz frowned when he saw this. Mr. Lin En, it's really not a gentleman to talk to a lady like that? Why, when you women talk, you can be unscrupulous, but when men talk, you become ungentlemen. Lin En asked back. Who gave you confidence? You. Posy raised his eyebrows. How rude. Tony, to be honest, maybe you should think about your friendship with Lin En. Such a person will only shame you. Potts looked at Tony, expectant eyes. As a girlfriend, at this time, Wang and I should be on her side. This has nothing to do with reason, this is emotional identification. Pause, don't say any more, there's really no need to argue about right and wrong about this kind of thing. Tony couldn't help but said. He didn't think Lin En did anything wrong. Excellent people will always be liked by many people. As for Lin En's excellence, even he was shocked. Daisy is very lucky to follow Lin En. It is impossible to get all of Lin En. The rest of Lin En's family. No matter which one, they are all stunning beauties. The most important is, this kind of thing is really common. It is really very normal for a rich man to have a few women around him. That one didn't have an affair, or took care of a few. I can't, I will fight for a lifetime. Then all the money is given to the woman, let her buy. What is the meaning of a man's life? Can't you be a little more relaxed? It's just that this kind of thinking gradually disappeared after being with Potts. All because of love. Love is free, let's not interfere too much, Tony said helplessly. He really didn't want Posey and Lin En to be targeted because of this kind of thing. After all, one is a girlfriend and the other is a friend. It was very difficult for him to be caught in the middle. You are usually very sensible, what happened today? Hear this. Posey's face became ugly, gritting his silver teeth, his eyes fixed on Tony. Tony, I thought you'd changed, but you're still the same. Tony frowned and said, I don't think I was bad before. I think we need to separate from each other for a while, and then calm down. Pus said coldly, picking up the bag on the side, ready to turn around and leave. Damn, I don't need to calm down. Tony stood up. Pol Pots. Hehe, is it necessary to talk about 0.5 in this relationship? Lin En asked with a smile. Tony, if I'm being rude, I just can't figure out what you like about Potts. She is a very competent assistant, very smart. She can also run the company very well, Tony said. When talking about these, scenes and pictures of Pose's life emerged in my mind. It's really hard work for her to manage the company. Posey stood still and turned to look at Lin En with disgust in his eyes. You don't even know the hard work I have done, working overtime every day until late at night. Lin En. He looked at Tony strangely. These words sound reasonable, but when analyzed, it makes no sense at all. When you are a helper, you want to climb up all day. Now let you be the second in command, you are tired all day long. Co-author, good or bad, you can finish talking. The most important is, Tony paid too, okay, if you are not satisfied, go away. That being the case, then don't be afraid that I will forcibly modify the plot. Lin En decides. Let Tony and Potts break up. By the way, earn a wave of points. Potts from a small assistant, all the way to the position of executive director. It can be said that in this world, many people cannot reach her level. And it is undeniable that Potts really has real talents. But, she can't take money and scold her mother. All of this was given to her by Tony. If it wasn't for Tony Stark, she might still be a supervisor in a certain company. It is absolutely impossible to have the current status. Tony, this is your fault. My girlfriend is here to hurt you. How can you keep her so busy every day? Lin En said calmly. I will introduce you to 2 management talents another day to help you maintain the operation of Stark Industries. Didn't give you what you wanted. Sullen all day long, trying to prove himself. Now here is the position you want. Shouting busy and tired all day long. In this case, then don't do it. Lin En definitely has no talent to manage. However, Professor X has been in business for so many years and must have known many management talents. As the person in charge of the Hellfire Club, White Queen wanted to find a management talent, so it was not too simple. Think about it. Tony touched his chin. He still believes in the people introduced by Lin En. Most importantly, Stark Industries is different from all businesses. There is only one real core, and that is him. 20% of so many cutting-edge scientific and technological researches come from scientific research departments. However, 80% of it all came from his hands. As long as he is still around, no one can make any waves in Stark Industries. No. Potts' face changed. She just talks. If you really go down from this position, she has nothing. After all, she has no shares in the company. Why not? Lin En said with a half smile. Do you feel that after leaving Tony Stark, there is nothing left, and you suddenly feel a little flustered in your heart? Potts turned his head to look at Lin En, not hiding his disgust and contempt at all. Even if I'm not in Stark Industry, with my ability, I can find a good job, but what about you? Besides brute force, I'm just a policeman. I don't know if your salary can afford a seat. On weekdays, she would never say such a thing. But today, for some reason, all the thoughts in my heart were expressed. Tony frowned. For Potts' words, a trace of dissatisfaction rose in his heart. Not to mention that Lin En has other identities. Even if it is a policeman, there is no need for such insults. You can find a job, but you can't find such a good job. Lin En raised his eyebrows indifferently. Tony gave you everything. How did you have the guts to play petty and scold him? I really don't understand. Is this the love in the eyes of a woman like you? Lin En is merciless. Press Possy's face directly on the ground and rub it. What do you know, they are in love. Jane, who had been silent on the side, spoke again. Hehe, then will you give love to the homeless man on the street? Lin En asked rhetorically. If Thor is not Thor, but a maintenance worker, would you still be willing to be with him? I definitely will. There was a trace of panic in Jane's eyes. Thor is a god, and the freshness and excitement he brought to her is real. If you can suppress your mood swings, I will believe it. Lin En couldn't help shaking his head, looking at the two of them with indifferent eyes. Love does not care about class, does not care about any shortcomings and advantages, as long as it is the other person, it is enough. Love is not a pretense of being high-flying, and don't poo under the pretext of being good for your partner. You two are really ordinary. Thor and Jane. Seeing that Jane is very generous and capable, only 5. And Thor looked silly, but the strength is definitely very strong. Otherwise, it would be impossible to conquer the 9 realms and put down the rebellion. More important is status. As long as Odin is alive, Asgard is immortal. He is the nominal real ruler of the 9 realms. And Jane, a master's degree in astronomy, very talented. Then what? I'm afraid there is no longer any advantage. That mouth that advocates love has touched many men. This kind of status is far from Thor, not to mention Tony Stark. On the entire Earth, there are probably not many people who are more popular than him. Rich, beautiful, and armed. He can also become a superhero with his mortal body. What about Potts? Maybe there really is a talent for management. But in this world, there are not many such people. The most important is, Stark Industries is already the largest arms dealer in the world. Almost in a monopoly position. On this vent. As long as you are not a fool, do it. These two women, compared with ordinary people, it is very powerful. But compared with Thor and Iron Man Tony, it seems very ordinary. Definitely, love is free, love is sacred. They fell in love, and Lin En couldn't control it. But, if you can't rely on men to get up, you should still scold men. The most important is, the two of them also imposed their disgusting 3 views on others. Say it bluntly. If it weren't for Daisy's loyalty to reach 100, for 2 ordinary couples, Daisy probably broke up with Lin En. The key is, what about after the split? To find a better partner for Daisy, or to be sad with Daisy? Neither will. They will go on with their lives. When you should be happy, when you should laugh, laugh. This kind of approach of needing really made Lin En very uncomfortable. Thor looked complicated. He's not smart, but he's definitely not stupid. Lin En's words, as well as Jane's performance, were like a blow to the head. It made his extremely fiery heart calm down. Definitely. It is not disappointment in love, but an examination of oneself. At this moment, he quickly recalled hundreds of years of life in his mind. If not son of Odin, not Thor. Does anyone really like him, or praise him? Will Jane also fall in love with herself without hesitation? Thor, Daisy, let's go. Jane frowned and said. Being stared at by Lin En, she doesn't know why, but she always panics unconsciously. Those dark eyes seem to be able to see through her heart. Sorry, Jane, I want to be with Lin En. Daisy took a deep breath. Ever since she was with Jane, she has always been a sensationalist. All kinds of funny things to adjust the atmosphere. Now she doesn't want to be a follower anymore. She doesn't want to be a shadow anymore. She has found someone to love. She wanted to make a decision directly. Jane didn't say a word. She clenched her hands tightly. The chest rises and falls constantly. Then he turned his gaze to Thor. Let's go. Don't give this kind of person any more contact in the future. Jane, don't do this. We just established the Earth Street office. Thor stopped in front, trying to ease the atmosphere. It's just a small misunderstanding. Can't we sit down and talk about it? He didn't understand very much why things turned out like this. Among the 9 realms, it is really a very normal thing for a powerful man to have many 040 women following him. In this way, not only can you eat well, but you can also live. Subdistrict office, listen to this name, how ridiculous it is. Jane couldn't help frowning, and reprimanded mercilessly. She was already hot-tempered. Because of Daisy's refusal, there was a surge of anger in her heart. Anything related to Lin En is extremely disgusting. Immediately sarcasm mercilessly. You don't need them, they need you. Lin En was on the side, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. He sensed a mental change in Thor. In essence, Thor is a young man who has never been in love. When I was in the 9 realms, everyone coaxed and boasted. Stripped of his powers by Odin, he was exiled to Earth. When I had nothing, I met Jane. This woman's toughness and disrespect for him even dared to slap him. It made his heart beat faster and felt that Jane was different from everyone else. What now? The unreasonable appearance made him feel a little uncomfortable. When the filter disappears. I don't know why, but when I looked at Jane again, it didn't seem so dazzling. This goddess who has been thinking about her heart is no longer perfect. Earth Subdistrict office is really what I want to do. Thor spoke again, but this time, he didn't even realize it. The voice became much stiffer. Jane sensed it naturally, and immediately frowned. She, who was already in a bad mood, became even more furious when she heard this. Are you going or not? If you don't go, I'm going. After finishing speaking, he shook off Thor's hand and turned to leave. Beep. The host changes the plot and gets 100 points. The lottery draw begins. Lin En had a smile on his face. It was also unexpected that Thor and Jane would get 100 points after breaking up. The most critical thing, this kind of thing, is huge amounts of change for Jane's life trajectory. This woman can provide 100 points, which is also very impressive. Could it be, after breaking up this time, did we really break up? Lin En's expression was a little weird. But it's okay to break up. In the 9 realms, there are so many beauties, Jane is really not bad. Thor, a typical innocent little virgin. Talk about one, I was brainwashed by the filter halo. Cause it's good to see Jane there. Now that I look at it, it feels normal. After all, ordinary women in Asgard are no worse than Jane in terms of appearance. What kind of skill will it be? Lin En also felt a little hot in his heart. After all, compared to loyalty, this changed the plot, and the skills it gave were much better. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Omega level variant ability, Heart of Thunder. P.S. You are Thunder, and Thunder is you? From then on, you are no longer a piece of garbage that can only be discharged by picking up a hammer. Another Omega level variant ability, Heart of Thunder. It sounds very awesome. Another variant of his Omega level ability, the Flame Emperor. The power in it is not weak at all. Now that I have mastered it not long ago, I can break Dingswell with a single finger. Double Omega variant ability added. I am afraid that there are not many people on the entire Earth. Definitely, Professor X's son, the big group that guy doesn't count. Oh shit, a neurotic. I don't deserve to compare myself. Later, Lin En saw the system's evaluation of skills. I almost laughed out loud. Grace. Thinking about it carefully, Thor is really a piece of garbage. Without the hammer, even the originally ability will not be used. Why? Still a kid. Lin En is happy here. Thor on the other side is a little out of his mind. Lost the taste of first love, like a knife. His heart ached. You go back first. Tony was silent for a long time, the country mouth. He rubbed the center of his brows, sat on the sofa, and seemed to lose all his strength after saying this sentence. It's like they've all been emptied. I'm an adult, and if I make friends, I don't want to be interfered with. I'm not interfering with your making friends, but Lin En is like a blood-sucking moth. He's taking advantage of you. Tony shuddered and looked at Potts in disbelief. It is clear that I can't believe that the latter can say such a thing. Others do not know, but he is very clear. Not only did Lin En not take advantage of him, instead, he took advantage of Lin En. Don't say anything else. It is nanotechnology that is almost bookable. Just buying technology or registering it as a patent can make Lin En a 100 billionaire lying down. The value of it is no less than that of the arc reactor, and such a precious thing. When Lin En gave it to him, there was no hesitation at all, and didn't ask for any value at all. Such are friends of foxes and dogs. So, what a true friend. The nanotechnology that our industry is now preparing to develop was given to me by Lin En. After Tony finished speaking, his expression was very tired. Talking about a girlfriend is indeed a lot of moving. Made him feel like family again. But, also very tiring. But today, this tiredness has reached its peak. Potts shuddered. Unexpectedly, the nanotechnology was provided by Lin En. How could she not know the value of it? It is completely possible for the Stark industry to enter a cross-age stage. The stock directly doubled 10 times. Sorry, I don't know about this. Puz waved his hands hastily. At the same time, he looked at Lin En in disbelief. There is horror in the eyes. Those nanotechnology, hundreds of years ahead of the world. Some ideas conceived by many scientists can be transformed into reality through the knowledge and theories inside. This is no longer learning, but groundbreaking pioneers. Even if you start learning from the womb, it is impossible to understand so much knowledge. Could it be that Lin En doesn't know this guy? Still a genius like Tony Stark? So, can I befriend him? Tony asked. Puz didn't speak, his face flushed a little. Maybe it's not suitable for talking today. Why don't you go back first? I'll be quiet for a while. Tony covered his face with his hands, looking lonely. So, whether to make friends or not, when did it become an interest? Heart tired. Puz hesitated for a moment, then turned and left with a complicated expression. Well. Thor and Tony couldn't help but sigh. The two looked at each other, their faces full of sadness. This is the first time that the two people who are not at odds have found common ground. And this time, the waiter also pushed the cake up. The cake is big and tall, and it smells very good too. I'm sorry, Lin En, I let you celebrate your birthday today, Tony said apologetically. Lin En waved his hand. Okay, today will be my birthday, don't be so sad, get up, okay, Lin En said with a smile. More than a dozen beautiful female stars, seeing this scene, hurriedly walked over with interest. Sing happy birthday. Thor sighed, he really wasn't in the mood right now. With a tangled heart, I don't know whether to go to Jane or really break up. Lin En came over and patted the latter on the shoulder. Still worried about Jane? You have no idea how good you are. Lin En clapped his hands. The field suddenly fell silent. Lin En smiled and said, let me introduce you formally. This rough-looking fellow is Thor, Dingsy Eye. There was silence in the arena. A dozen actresses looked at each other in blank dismay. His face was weird. They are well informed and have met many people who like to play pretend. But it is rare for him to be so deeply involved in the play, and the people around him also help him. Pissed. Sorry. Haha. A few people couldn't help but laugh directly. Lin En didn't care, took out Mjolnir directly, and threw it to Thor, so that the latter could use it temporarily. Thor was also angry in his heart. Immediately raised Mjolnir. Rumble, thunder exploded in the sky. In an instant, the whole room became a lot darker. A dozen actresses turned their heads to look, and saw a large cloud of dark clouds gathered above the sky. One after another, thunder and electric snakes swam away. All of a sudden, each of them opened their mouths, full of unbelievable. Each of them can be regarded as having met people who are familiar with the world, but the scene in front of them has never been seen before. Just kidding. It must be fake. It must be a coincidence. Yes, it must be a coincidence. Hear this. Thor rolled his eyes. Lie. Immediately a move of faith. The thundercloud disappeared. Look good. Thor raises Mjolnir again. Boom. The thundercloud that had already dissipated appeared out of thin air again. A series of silver-white thunderbolts roared. See this scene. No matter how stupid a dozen or so people are, they still know that all this was caused by the burly man in front of them. Immediately one by one covered their mouths in surprise. The surprised Warong turned pale. Milna bumped Monroe's shoulder, said a few words in a low voice. The latter nodded and walked towards Lin En. Lin En, this can't be true. Is this hammer high-tech, or is he really a god? Monroe walked over and asked cautiously. If it is technology, even if they are surprised, they can accept it. If it's a god, it's too much. Who hasn't heard fairy tales as a child? God King Odin, and the famous Thor, they are all familiar. Now, this kind of myth, Zhao Zhao, story has become true. How can one not be surprised when those gods really appear in front of your eyes? Really, he is really a god. The 9 planets including the Earth are all his territories. Lin En rubbed his nose. I didn't lie. Hiss. Monroe couldn't help but gasped. Hastily retreated and told everyone about the matter. Immediately, there was a sound of gasping for air. More than a dozen actresses couldn't stand up. This kind of answer makes them dizzy. To know. The dream of every actress is to be famous, then marry a rich man or someone in power, to complete the class leap. In this way, it can be regarded as standing in the upper class of society. But, this man who had just broken up and lost his soul turned out to be Thor, a god who came out of mythology? The 9 planets are all his territories. Such a comparison. Not to mention some people in power. Even the president of the lighthouse country is nothing. Thinking of this, they became short of breath. The look at Thor was different. My mind also came alive. Joke. They talk about appearance, figure, and the means of coaxing men. That is no more simple and clear. Milna came to Lin En quietly, lowered his body. The fullness of the chest is half exposed, showing an infinite scenery. There was a smile on the corner of Lin En's mouth. What's the matter? You also asked Thor. The reason why he deliberately revealed the identity of Thor God. Just one. For a man, when a lovelorn is broken, he will be overwhelmed with pain and seek life and death. Many methods have no way to alleviate this situation. However, in this case, there is actually another way. That is, talk about another love, or another woman in your life. In this way, there is a high probability that the unforgettable and eternal vows will be forgotten. If one isn't enough, get two. As the saying goes, falling into a gentle country and not wanting to leave, this is probably the reason. Thor, from beginning to end, only spent 2 or 3 days with Jane. How much emotion can there be? This kind of self-righteous love breaks up as soon as it hits. No. Mila shook her head. Eyes turned to Tony. I want to know if he will break up with that Potts. There was an inexplicable gleam in her eyes. After getting along for a period of time, she can see it too. The young man in front of him is easy to talk to. As long as you don't provoke him, he is basically very approachable. Hehe, I'm not too sure about this, but if you really like him, you should care about everything. Lin En stroked his chin. Give one such suggestion. What is most lacking in childhood will be made up for later in life. And Tony Stark, as a genius. What is lacking most is not praise and glory, but family, friendship. 977 What he lacks most is love. Because this thing is too easy for him. As for the real ones, he may not even be able to tell the difference. Definitely don't care either. The reason why Potts was able to succeed. The one who takes the initiative is a companion day and night. As an assistant, I take care of every detail. The only downside is probably after becoming a girlfriend. The tube is wider. All the previous shortcomings must be helped to correct Tony. But, no one is a sage, who can be without a little problem. Since childhood, he has been well clothed and well fed, and he has been praised. At the same time, he is a super genius, rich as an enemy. Arrogant, but noble. In the future, I am willing to dedicate my ecology several times for others. That kind of people. It's perfect. I'm a little lazy in my life, and I don't speak in tune. What's wrong? When you want to change others, please see if you are qualified enough. See if you have this shortcoming. So, with the help of Lin En, Tony came to his senses slowly. In fact, it is also starting to rethink the relationship with Potts. And Milna was smart too. It is clear that this node was also discovered. If I sneak in, maybe I can really have some relationship with Tony other than sex. Lin En raised her eyebrows and landed on Milna. This woman seemed to really like Tony, but also normal. Such a man who plays games in the world. A real winner in life. Who wouldn't like it? However, I would like to advise you that his personality is really bad, and it is difficult to get into his heart without the determination to give up everything. Thanks, I think I should do it. Mila smiled. His eyes sparkled with happiness and pleasure. These words seemed to say nothing. In fact, I have already told you how to be with Tony. Milne didn't have the slightest hesitation, after thanking Lin En. With long legs, he walked towards Tony, and the other side. Thor fell into the land of tenderness. More than a dozen women, most of them gathered around. All of them puffed out their chests and kept rubbing against him. None of them thought that this seemingly silly strong man was the real boss. If this hooks up, wouldn't it directly become a fairy? Can live in fairyland. Lin En's face is full of red, and he reproduces Thor who smiled and showed direct strength. Also couldn't help laughing. This guy, to come all the way from Asgard for Jane, defying Odin's orders. Now, in a short period of time, I have forgotten the pain of falling in love. Really, love is priceless. But these women, if they can really get pregnant, I am afraid that there is really a chance to enjoy all the glory and wealth. After all, after Ding died, not surprisingly, the 9 realms belong to Thor. Definitely. They are not good enough to be queens. But it's okay to be a concubine. This is enough for them. Among them, most of them can only be the playthings of the rich and find a similar person to marry for their whole lives. As for cleanliness, Jane didn't seem to be any better than them to get there. In a place like Lighthouse Country, except for Lin En, no one has a virginity complex. Jane has had so many boyfriends. Not the same, tried each. With the departure of Jane and Potts, more than a dozen actresses are no longer bound. One by one, they became hotter. Thor and Tony also slowly showed smiles at the corners of their mouths. With a drink, rejoice. Accompanied by the lights, there are also those writhing bodies. The whole place also began to become extremely hot. Full of laughter and laughter. Lin En smiled. Find a secluded corner to sit down. He closed his eyes slightly. Start to organize the recent events in your mind. Now everything has reached the final step. We must be more careful, and there must be no mistakes. The first is Thor's side. Odin had a good impression of him. The only pity is, the existence of this level godfather is already old. In a few years, he will die, and the Asgardian Ancient One too. At that time, there will be no deterrence from the two of them. Those beings who spy on the earth will also appear one by one. The first to bear the brunt is the old boy Thanos. Then there is Kong the Conqueror. These guys, out of fear of Odin, they hide in the dark one by one. But it won't take long before the minions will be exposed. The hardest ones are probably Dormammu and Planet Devourer. These two guys have been spying on the earth. My own universe is not the main universe. Ghost knows what kind of existence will happen. It is normal to be destroyed directly. There are still a year or two to go. When the time comes, I should be able to stand alone. Lin En rubbed the center of his brows. Put this kind of stuff behind you. This kind of thing is very dangerous, but there is no need to worry. The top priority now is to prevent the establishment of Avengers. The skill reward obtained by changing the plot is really too rich. Omega level variant ability, if you say it, there is it. This improvement in strength is very significant. The second is within such a short period of time. Integrate the power of the earth. First, improve all the useful talents and strengths you can get in touch with. Mutant is the biggest variable. Many mutants and abilities are developed and will be very powerful. This can be put to good use. The other one is Tony Stark. This guy, just give him enough technology and brain power. He will always be a bug. In many planes, Tony even researched the anti-Phoenix armor and anti-God armor. In the big event of Dija, he was even able to hack into the Beyonders technology, thereby uniting many heroes and defeating Transcendence. The second is the group of harem at home. Decisive time, but check carefully to see if there is any progress in strength. Wanda and Jean Grey must be taken care of. People's loyalty needs to be fully felt. Whether it's rewards or bonuses, neither of them will be too bad. And Lin En has always had a hunch. As long as the loyalty reaches 100, you can get Origin Magic Power and Phoenix Force by yourself. These two abilities are comparable to the Omega level mutant abilities, and are infinitely more powerful. After all, it is the oldest mysterious power from the beginning of the universe. Damn it. I'm still so tired with the system. Lin En felt a little helpless. If you directly give yourself an invincible system, just lie down and win. Just at this time, a hand fell on his shoulder, gently kneading. Why are you here? Lin En didn't open his eyes. That unique fragrance has already proved who is coming. You come to this kind of gathering, it should be for the development of your own career. At this point, I can't help you. I just want to be here. Monroe lowered her head, a blush flashed across her cold face. For some reason, she saw Lin En calmly ranting away the second daughter. In my heart, an inexplicable feeling rose up. This man, no matter what you do, you are always calm and easy. In this trio, even Thor, and Iron Man Tony Stark. The two are already so dazzling. But none of them are as attractive as the young man in front of them. During the conversation between the three, this boy has always been leading the rhythm dash. It is the core of the three. She just entered the entertainment industry not long ago, and she has not been eroded by the world. I just think Lin En is so charming and handsome. He just looked at the boy quietly. She forgot many troubles. You came here because you want to make a career in the entertainment industry. Lin En was silent for a while, and continued. I can't help you with that. Anyone who can come here has something to ask for. Lin En is not in the mood to promote an actress into the showbiz. He also has no interest in doing such things for sexual pleasure. Suddenly, he felt the hand on his shoulder and paused. Immediately afterwards, tick, a drop of cold touch came from Lin En's neck. I'm sorry, it was my tears just now. Monroe quickly apologized, standing by the side helplessly. She was breathing hard. But I just can't control my emotions. Tears fell drop by drop. It can't be wiped clean. Logically speaking, this has never happened to her. In showbiz, being scolded and sprayed is normal. But Lin En's words made her feel a sense of grievance and humiliation. She wanted to explain, but she didn't know where to explain it. After all, the purpose of her coming is to hug her thigh. But now, she doesn't want to do this anymore. Monroe only hopes that Lin En can think highly of her. Sorry, I said something wrong. Lin En scratched his head and said very apologetically. I really don't have the qualifications to speak about this kind of thing. Saying it will also make people unhappy. I'm just worried that you're wasting time by my side. No, it's not like that. If I can, I'd like to stay by my side all the time. Monroe waved her hands quickly. No Lin En's explanation. She laughed through tears, and a smile appeared on her face again. There is no longer a dull pain in my heart. It turns out, Lin En doesn't look down on me. He just thinks of me. But immediately, her cold cheeks turned red. After all, the sentence just now, the meaning of confession, is really straightforward. Sorry, I talked too much just now. Monroe bowed her head quickly. Talk more. Instead of saying the wrong thing. These two sentences, with one word difference, have very different meanings. Lin En couldn't help shaking his head. And not much. Just at this time, that weak and boneless hand rested lightly on Lin En's shoulder again. Keep pressing. Gently help Lin En press the head, shoulders, and neck. You are very tight. Are you usually very nervous? Monroe asked a little surprised. Lin En was also taken aback for a moment. Unexpectedly, the former seems to really know how to massage. Even this kind of professional term can be said. Have you learned it before? Yes, my grandfather once lived in Longwo for a period of time, and I lived there for 2 years. Monroe smiled slightly. The people there are really very enthusiastic. Our neighbor is an old lady. I heard that it is an ancestral handicraft. I often go to her house to play. Hearing this, Lin En became more kind to Monroe in his heart. For that country in memory. If you get the chance, go check it out. Have no idea. In that dank basement in Shanghai, could there be a young man named Lin En who has been exhausted physically and mentally for his life? Thinking of this, Lin En's heart suddenly became hot. It would be really interesting if there was a Lin En in this world. Lin En thought of this, opened his eyes, turning to look at Monroe beside her. Do you want to visit Dragon Kingdom? Monroe froze for a moment, then looked around. Now, she was a little dazed. A banquet is being held now. Wouldn't it be nice to leave Thor and Tony Stark here? She was extremely nervous. After all, these are big guys who can't afford to offend. It's okay, I'll be back in a while. Lin En added from the side. Come back later. Monroe's face became even more puzzled. The difference between Lighthouse Country and Dragon Country is half a world. Even by plane, it will take a day to get to Longwo. Maybe a private jet would be faster. But it will take a few hours. Be back in a while. She knew every word of this sentence. But when put together, it is completely incomprehensible. Definitely. Lin En nodded. Daisy, let's go somewhere together. Okay. Daisy dropped the microphone and ran over bouncing around. She blinked her eyes and looked at Kay Monroe, looking at Lin En. A trace of panic flashed across Monroe's face. I was about to refuse immediately. But when the words came to my lips, I couldn't say anything. At this time, Milna on the side quickly made a look. Indicate to refuse immediately. However, seeing Monroe tensed her body, she did not speak. I couldn't help but sighed. I can only pray that Daisy is kinder and won't hit her. Hey, I knew it. When I first met Lin En, I fell in love with him too. To everyone's surprise, Daisy looked very happy. Holding Monroe's hand, she spoke excitedly. Otherwise, you will live with us too. Monroe, live with what? Is it so generous? And, so exciting? Lin En, good guy. What is this doing? Selling yourself directly? Hmph, Lin En, there are many women. If I go by myself, I'm a little nervous. It would be much better if you could go with me. Daisy gave her reasons. The originally lively place suddenly became silent. Everyone stared at Daisy dumbfounded. Have to say, Daisy's brain hole is indeed big. Normal people can't understand it. 0*. It's really cold people envy. This Daisy is too kind. That man doesn't like 3 wives and 4 concubines. It's a pity that the one at home is watching. I can't be coaxed every day. And Daisy took the initiative to help Lin En find a woman. This approach, they dare not even dream of. Tony and Thor, eyes straight. For Lin En, there is only envy in my heart. Where can I find such a highly educated, beautiful and silly girl? It's great too. Even a fool who meets this kind of girl knows how to cherish it. Immediately thought of. They also had access to Daisy. It's just that they all regard Daisy as a little transparent. Don't pay any attention to it. Only Lin En discovered the beauty of Daisy. Fuck. All the words he scolded just now hit him in the face. The corners of their mouths twitched. After looking at each other, they didn't speak. Really? Monroe couldn't make up her mind. But still a subconscious question. Definitely it's true. Daisy said here, and pulled Lin En's clothes again. 0. Darling, please, can you accept Monroe? If that's the case, I don't have to worry about facing so many sisters alone. Lin En. He died speechless. Stretched out a finger, on Daisy's forehead. He opened his mouth angrily. You girl, what nonsense are you talking about? If you do this again, I won't take you to the Dragon Kingdom. Hear this. Daisy shut her mouth immediately. Put your arms around Lin En's. That fullness, immediately shape-shifting. When Monroe heard Lin En's words, her eyes dimmed unconsciously. The palm of the hand pinched the corner of the clothes, and it turned white. Lin En, are you going to the Dragon Kingdom? Tony Stark came over and asked with interest. In his arms, Milna looked shy. There is an involuntary rossiness on the cheeks. I don't know what the two of them were doing just now. Lin En nodded. Tony said with great interest, go, I'll go and have a look too. Dragon Kingdom. Thor also yelled loudly. Also came over. My father said it was a magical place. Many wise men have been born. However, I'm not interested in these, but I am quite interested in the disappearing heaven. I don't know what happened at that time. It caused Zeus to move away from Mount Olympus, and the heavens and the eastern gods above also disappeared. Lin En raised his head with interest. In the world of comics, there are records about heaven. And in DC, there is also an oriental superhero. The name is Little Monkey King. It is one of Sun Wukong's hundreds of millions of hairs. Has its own intelligence. Thinking of the people in those fairy tales, he couldn't help shaking his head. At least on this earth, he did not sense the existence of these gods. Perhaps, like Zeus, somewhere else in the universe. But this kind of thing is too far away. As for now, let's go to Longguo for a walk. By the way, to help this country's technology, let's mention the area. With the words of Tony and Thor. All the people here are going to the Dragon Country. However, with so many of us, how do we get there? There's no room for a private jet. A group of people discussed. After all, private jets are basically limited to around 7 or 8 people. It's no fun arranging 2 private jets. Except for this, they can no longer think of any method to reach the other side of the ocean in a hurry. Arrive at the Dragon Country that is taking off. What kind of plane do you want? Lin En smiled. There are portals, whoever makes the plane. Immediately, under everyone's suspicious eyes, a purple portal was opened directly. Then he stepped in first. Daisy followed. And Monroe hesitated for a while, and the purple gate that suddenly appeared seemed to be connected to another place at the other end. He is still very afraid of the unknown. But in the face of this situation, there is also the disappearing figure of Lin En. She also gritted her teeth and quickly followed in. For a moment, 3 people disappeared here. Milna and the others opened their beautiful eyes at 750. His eyes were full of shock and panic. They have never encountered such a situation. Don't be dazed, go in quickly. Tony smiled and walked straight into the bottle. Then came Thor. Milna and the others looked at each other. They all gritted their teeth. Drilled indirectly. Just came out. The suitable temperature shocked the spirits of the dozen or so people, since there is air conditioning in the room. So everyone took off their coats. I was worried about the cold at first, but now it seems that this kind of problem has been easily solved. This is spring. We have already arrived in Nannan, where the temperature is more suitable. The scenery is also better, which is very suitable for tourism. Lin En said with a smile. How can it be? Every south of the Dragon Kingdom? This is half a world apart. Such a long distance, arrived in an instant. They looked at the salty sea breeze and the emerald green coconut trees, which made their beautiful eyes shine brightly. Some actresses picked up their mobile phones and located themselves. However, what makes them unbelievable is that they have really reached the Dragon Kingdom. Immediately, everyone looked at Lin En with different eyes. It's just amazing. This kind of surprising thing greatly stimulated their senses. One by one they hugged Lin En and kissed each other. With lipstick marks all over Lin En's face, he immediately smiled wryly. These women are really hot. Lin En thought for a while. Compare that to Sub-Zero in New York. The temperature here is 20 degrees, which makes people extremely comfortable. It is also a good decision to let Wanda and others come here to play. Immediately opened a portal again. Immediately afterwards, Wanda and May came out in doubt. The two were dressed in casual clothes and looked around suspiciously. Where are the others? Lin En was a little surprised. Why only 2 people? Jean and Twinkle went to Xavier's school. Gwen went to the class reunion. May replied. Wanda looked directly at the lipstick on Lin En's face with a strange expression. Nothing happened, and I'm in a daze. Lin En spread his hands, expressed helplessly. Wanda nodded. Lin En will not lie, this is basically the consensus. I was scared to death, I thought there were more than a dozen sisters suddenly. Wanda flipped Lin En coquettishly. After all, she is meticulous, but she can tell that each of the dozen or so lip prints is different. If there were really more than a dozen, the villa might not even be able to accommodate them. Bringing you here is for tourism. Lin En rubbed Wanda's hair and said dotingly. May carefully took out a wet tissue from her bag, and gently wiped the lipstick on Lin En's face. At this scene, Tony and Thor were dumbfounded. More than a dozen actresses were also surprised. May and Wanda's appearance and figure are no worse than them. Especially Wanda. Born with a unique temperament, coupled with his young age, he is like a lotus emerging from water. If this enters the show business circle, it will definitely be a movie god. But these 2 stunning beauties, it seems, are both Lin En's women. The key is to get along so harmoniously. This is not common. It should be said that it is rare. Daisy stood aside, constantly stirring the corners of her clothes with her fingers. She feels inferior. Wanda and May are so beautiful. This also made her afraid to go up and say hello. He just stood in the corner, lowered his head, his fingers turned white. Hehe, let me introduce someone to you. Daisy, I might move into the villa in the future. At this moment, she heard that gentle voice, and a trace of warmth flowed through her heart. But the content of those words made her heart tense up again. The whole person dared not move. But in the next second, she saw a beautiful hand reaching out. Let me just say, Lin En went out and didn't bring a girl back. I'm still a little uncomfortable. May held Daisy's hand and laughed softly. Lin En rolled his eyes aside. Good guy, I am not a hungry ghost. It's just that he is too handsome. Just this kind of thing. Too lazy to explain. Daisy froze for a moment. She didn't expect the plump young woman in front of her to treat her so friendly. Immediately, the tension in my heart disappeared a lot. Daisy opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. She, who has always been very nervous, was a little flustered in the face of this situation. It's okay, we'll be good sisters from now on, don't be nervous. May smiled kindly. I am also very satisfied with Daisy. With her reading countless people, it can be seen that this is a very good girl. Most importantly, as long as Lin En is willing, they will not have too much opinion. After all, this is also to believe in the vision of one's own man. In terms of character, Lin En never disappoints. The few sisters in the family are not the kind of troublesome people. 5 or 6 people got along happily, without any quarrels. They are actually more afraid. A person with a bad temper lived in the villa. In this case, everyone's future life will not be very happy. Relax, I'll take you to choose a room then. Wanda also smiled. This originally withdrawn girl, after getting along for such a long time, will also take the initiative to say hello and greet other people. This is a good development, proving that the wounded heart is being healed constantly. Well, thank you. Daisy's tense heart also completely relaxed. The whole person also smiled again. On the other hand, Monroe saw Sanan chatting kindly with each other. A hint of envy flashed in the depths of the sapphire-like pupils. Pity? She knew that she had no chance. Okay, you guys play here, I have to deal with some things later. Lin En said with a smile. Although the two women were very reluctant, they still nodded. By the way, more than a dozen of them are all celebrities, which may cause some commotion. If there are some strangers who don't have eyes, don't be soft. Before leaving, Lin En asked again. Wanda nodded. Then Lin En disappeared completely. The weather in Moto is still very cold. The streets are full of traffic. Everyone looked anxious. This big city is like a never-ending machine. And everyone, like that screw, is all tightened. In this big machine, constantly is ground to lose everything. Then he was eliminated again and again. Once upon a time, he was also one of them. Lin En sighed. Don't know why. I just stood on this busy street for a while. He felt the pressure on his face. Let his spirit tense up unconsciously. It's really depressing. Lin En could feel it. Everyone's mental state is at a breaking point. These well-dressed 0.9 white-collar workers. And that desolate man who was anxious and scolding. It seems that they are all working hard for that unreachable dream. Very depressing, very sick. But I can finally see the sun. But Lin En knew that there was a more depressing place in this magic city. His body disappeared again. A dark, dank basement doorway. Lin En stood for a long time. The familiar old posters of porn stars from the last century. And the trash can that hasn't changed for thousands of years. Everything is so real. Let the memory of Lin En's last life constantly surface. He rested his palm on the rusted iron door. Want to push away. My heart became tense. This was the first time he was so nervous. He even didn't know whether he was looking forward to seeing the down and out boy inside, or afraid of seeing the down and out boy inside. At this point in time, you should be playing a game, right? Lin En took a deep breath. Slowly apply force with the palm of your hand. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Who? I'm playing a game. A man's voice sounded, followed by footsteps. With the opening of the door, what appeared in front of Lin En was a teenager. Holding a mobile phone in his hand, the screen on it has turned grey. Who is it? Came out from the kitchen and asked. Wipe your hand on your apron. Came over and asked. Looking at the two people in front of him, Lin En's heart relaxed inexplicably. Immediately smiled. Sorry, I admitted the wrong door. Crazy, it's winter, wear a suit. The man closed the door cursing. Lin En shrugged. I don't care. Disappeared here directly. For some reason, his heart became much lighter at this moment. It turns out that there is no one named Lin En in this world. Lin En returned to Nan. Under the coconut trees by the sea, Wanda was wearing cool clothes and lying comfortably on a deck chair. That graceful figure attracted many people to look sideways. Is everything settled? Wanda felt the movement around her and asked softly. The government here just now came. Please leave Mr. Stark and Mr. Thor. After finishing speaking, he stretched out his arms and hooked Lin En's neck. His eyes are full of smiles. Faced with this intimate gesture, Lin En also gently kissed the latter's forehead. Then hugged Wanda and watched the scenery. The latter's weak and boneless figure made him really comfortable. This scene. It attracted the surrounding people to show jealous eyes. How many of them are there? Lin En asked. These female stars are usually protected by various assistants and bodyguards. There is a high probability that her temper will not be too good on weekdays. Most importantly, they are all carefully selected beauties. Everyone's appearance and figure are 1 in a million. After all, can be called by Milna to drink with the 3 of them. It must not be bad. Since ancient times, there have been many beauties. Especially with a dozen beauties, there are more things to do. It would be bad if something happened. Thinking of this, his terrifying mental power swept out in all directions. He immediately frowned. Something really happened. I saw a young man, with a dozen bodyguards, surrounding May, Daisy, and Monroe. Brother Gongze had a wretched smile on his face, and desire flashed in his eyes. He was constantly sizing up the three of them. This guy, in this kind of place, dares to be so arrogant. He really doesn't know how to live. Lin En's face turned gloomy instantly. In his life, what he hated the most was someone who raped his woman. Wanda also sensed it at this time. Stand up straight away. There was a monstrous killing intent in his eyes. She doesn't have a good temper. Sensing that May was wronged, her expression was scary. Zhang Kong is very happy now, and the source of his excitement was Monroe, who looked a little scared in the distance, but was extremely beautiful. Beautiful and cool facial features. It fully demonstrates the three-dimensional beauty of foreigners. Those slender thighs and snow-white skin. There is also a waist that is tightly grasped, which is particularly attractive to him. Especially the long golden hair, reflecting the light in the sun, making it even more dazzling. Your name is Monroe, right? I've seen your movie, and Zhang swallowed. He couldn't stop looking at that graceful and delicate body. Ever since he watched Monroe's movie, he had a deep impression on this cold girl who is still amazing even though there are not many shots. I originally thought that I would have the opportunity to go abroad in the future to get to know each other. Unexpectedly, I just came to Hainan to play, and I happened to meet him. And it seems that there is no power-up or bodyguard. Definitely. The plump MILF next to her and another beautiful girl are not bad either. However, he was most interested in Monroe. Thinking of that cold face, undulating gracefully under his body, he couldn't help but dry his mouth. How about it? Is there a chance to get to know each other? There is a hotel next to it that serves good Western food. We can try it. Monroe shook her head with disgust on her face. Sorry, I don't like feeding strangers. Zhang Kong frowned immediately. The bodyguard next to him snorted coldly. As dogs, they know what to do. Do you know who the person in front of us is? However, Zhang Kong, the richest second-generation rich man in Long Kingdom, doesn't know how many entertainment companies he owns. Follow our young master, you don't have to worry about it for the rest of your life. Several people spoke arrogantly. There are also a few bodyguards who are yelling at the people around who are about to take pictures. He snatched the phone and threw it on the ground. Leave quickly, what's the excitement? Taking another photo, you'll be the one to suffer. Several bodyguards spoke fiercely. Hee, grab it, we have so many people, we are not afraid of you at all. Wait and see us expose this matter. Seeing this scene, Zhang Kong frowned. I don't know how to live or die. Then a phone call was made. After a while, the security of the tourist attraction also came over. Dozens of people are holding batons, mighty and mighty. However, order was not maintained. Instead, he followed the bodyguards and snatched everyone's mobile phones. Immediately, everyone dared not speak anymore. If you want to be a hero, see what you can do. Zhang Kong said disdainfully. In the crowd, several young people blushed, but they couldn't say a word. After all, they are just ordinary people. Compared with Zhang Kong, the top rich second generation in Longguo, there is no doubt that there is a difference. You hide behind me. May's palm loosened slightly, and then clenched again. Constantly repeat this action. I began to estimate in my heart how much chance I would have if I fought with a dozen bodyguards. She was still very nervous. Because I practiced the exercises given by Lin En. She knows that she is better than ordinary people. But how much stronger, it is not clear. Most importantly, she has never actually fought. So I don't know how to fight. Hehe, what are you doing? I just invited this beauty out for a meal. Zhang Kong narrowed his eyes. The voice subconsciously cooled down. At his level, he has money and power. When many women saw him, they took the initiative to post them. It has been a long time since such a situation has been encountered. Besides, do you really think that you can stop so many people? The meaning of threat is self-evident. Although the people around were a little angry, there was nothing they could do about it. After all, this is Zhang Kong. In the land of Longguo, everyone knows about the super-rich second generation. May hesitated for a while, and took a deep breath. Aren't you worried about diplomatic affairs? Then he took Daisy and Monroe and prepared to leave. However, just as the footsteps of the three of them moved, several bodyguards came up and blocked the way of the three of them. Aren't you going too far? If we really make a mistake, you will never be able to go around. Lin En will not let you go, May said in a deep voice. In this case, she can only rely on Lin En's name to calm him down. After all, throughout Lighthouse Country, Lin En has a lot of fame. Especially killing people without scruples is feared by many dudes. However, this is not Lighthouse Country. Zhang Kong thought for a while, but he didn't think of who Lin En was. Moreover, there is no particularly powerful Lin Meng in Longguo. Furthermore, among these three women, only Monroe seems to have some status 657, but also an unknown star. Perhaps compared with ordinary people, he is superior. Compared with him, he was not even a little finger. Immediately also sneered. What is Lin En? I haven't heard of it. Don't be shameless, do you want me to be rough? There are more and more people around. If it goes on like this, the security guards can't stop it. When the gossip spreads, it will cost money to settle things again. No matter who it is, in this land, I have the final say. I want all three of you. After speaking, he looked at the three of them greedily. Finish with him. The dozen or so bodyguards around also began to approach one by one. There was also a fierce look on his face. May tensed up all over, and a look of anger flashed across her face. But she didn't speak. Now that we are outnumbered, it is a very unwise choice to provoke the other party. May is thinking about how to get out of trouble. But Daisy is not happy. You can scold her, but you can't scold Lin En. She finally went on a trip and met this rubbish, which really made her very upset. Immediately, she became very nervous and couldn't bear it anymore. Looking at the arrogant Zhang Kong, he scolded directly, "You are an idiot, look at your face, it's like a husky, you haven't evolved, okay. How dare you scold Lin En, his toenails look better than you when you cut them off. Seeing your big bitch face makes me want to throw up. Also eat your MLGB, dirty detective dog." Everyone opened their mouths and froze in place. No one thought of it. This glamorous-looking beauty with an excellent figure can speak such sharp words from those seductive red lips. This is already a personal attack. The key is, it is really vivid, it really looks like a husky? Why didn't I find it before? Zhang Kong was very excited at first, because it is really rare to meet 3 foreign beauties at once. But now, he is very angry. And the source of the anger was that girl student with long brown hair and a good figure. He has never been wrong since he grew up. Coupled with his arrogant personality, no one would dare to disobey him. But now, he was scolded. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, turning into cold and gloomy. Anyone can see that this super rich second generation of Longguo is really angry. You are the first person who dares to scold me, do you know what price you have to pay? Daisy wasn't afraid at all. She has always believed that Lin En will definitely appear to save her. Are you brain dead? This is the first one. You're so scolded? Then I'll add one more thing, you bastard with a brain. Hoo. Zhang Kong gasped heavily. I just feel dull on my face. Do it? Drag these 3 women to the corner. At first I wanted to use soft methods, but it's really cheap to force me to do it. I'll see if you can still swear with your mouth in a while. My god, I always feel that this woman is familiar, and the reason is the star Monroe. My god, it really is. My god, if something goes wrong, it will probably be a big mess. At this moment, the people around also recognized Monroe one after another. Although it is not a big hit, at least it is a well-known Hollywood actor. Several bodyguards also looked sideways at Zhang Kong. Now this situation is completely different. If it is an ordinary person, just plug in some money and pass. But a rich second generation who molested Hollywood actresses on the street and in public, take people away. This kind of thing, no matter which entertainment company or paparazzi, will not let it go. If it really makes a big fuss, even if Zhang Kong's family can be settled, it is estimated that there will be a lot of bleeding. And these people, they must also take the blame. What are you doing in a daze? Come on. Zhang Kong's complexion also changed constantly. But at the moment, it was hard to get off. But he is not without countermeasures. Just tidy up Monroe obediently. When the time comes, take the initiative to issue a statement, and most of the turmoil will be calmed down. As for a small number of voices, they will soon be submerged in various public opinions. A dozen bodyguards had a headache for a while. This Zhang Kong is really a genius. Obviously you can send people to follow, and wait until there is no one there before doing it. It must be public now. I don't know how such a stupid person can be so lucky. Cast a good tire. But in the face of orders, they cannot move. Do it. Following a bodyguard's voice, the rest of the dozen or so began to smile grinningly and surrounded them. Looking at the dozen or so strong men rushing up, May knew that now she had to make a move. Step forward immediately. But she can't fight at all. It was just a punch. Hmph, it's up to you. A crew-cut bodyguard sneered. I am very disdainful of May's actions. Just kidding, such a woman with no strength to restrain a chicken, how could that soft fist hurt him who is a retired special soldier? However, in the next second, his expression changed. Because that fist came to him at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Before he had time to react, he was hit and backed up again and again. Damn it, this woman is so strong. May was also anxious at the moment. Although she has cultivated, her body has surpassed that of human beings in all aspects. But it doesn't fight at all. Full of loopholes. In the face of several people swarmed up. It is also very difficult. Backed away in embarrassment. If it wasn't for those bodyguards who were worried about being hurt, she might have been taken down. After a while, I will rush over with all my strength, and you two will take advantage of the opportunity to escape quickly. As long as you find Wanda or Lin En, we will be saved. May's face was a little pale. She knew what fate she would face if caught. However, there is no other way now. Can only pray. After the two escaped, they were able to bring Lin En over. Hurry up and catch them, a woman, she's going so hard, what do you want? Zhang Kong yelled angrily again. The two bodyguards looked at each other, with determination in his eyes. In fact, one person directly turned his palm into a claw and fell towards May's chest. This kind of obscene attack made Unlucky's whole body tremble. Immediately put your arms in front of your chest, ready to block. However, another bodyguard rushed over from the side. I wanted to wrap my arms around May directly. Take her out of combat. Shameless. Son of a bitch. Daisy and Monroe couldn't help cursing. This kind of behavior of two people hitting one and sneak attacking is really shameless. Look at me catching you. The bodyguard laughed loudly. However, in the next second, a purple light bloomed between the two of them. A hand slowly stretched out. A sonic boom sounded. He directly grabbed the bodyguard's head and slammed it to the ground. Boom! Huge amounts of strength make the bodyguards have no room to resist. It hit the ground directly and heavily. Accompanied by the splash of blood, there was no movement at all, and he did not know whether he was alive or dead. You, women who bullied me, you can leave your last words. A handsome young man walked out from the portal. With a gloomy expression, he swept across the surrounding bodyguards. Finally, his eyes fell on Zhang Kong. In the pitch-black eyes, a trace of coldness flashed across. As the boy appeared in a unique way, everyone was extremely shocked. After all, this kind of sudden emergence from similar space cracks. I have never seen it before. Zhang Kong's complexion also changed constantly. Lin En opened his hand. The azure blue flame burst out with a bang. Nothing superfluous. The dozen or so bodyguards who did it didn't even react. Burned directly to ashes. Everyone's pupils were wide open, and after a short period of astonishment, endless fear emerged in their hearts. Who would have thought? Those dozen or so bodyguards turned into dozens of pinches of white powder in just an instant. Gudong? I don't know who swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At first, even the security guards could not disperse the crowd, and they retreated desperately. And the people behind who wanted to squeeze in didn't know what happened, and asked loudly, "What's the matter? What happened? Why do you look so panicked?" Many people were bumped and couldn't help asking loudly. Damn, killed, murdered inside. Damn it, more than a dozen people died, and most of the living disappeared in an instant, turning into a handful of ashes. Run away. Unlike crowds, the hearts of Mei and the others settled down in an instant. Are you okay? I was negligent. Lin En looked away from Zhang Kong, who was pale and terrified, and looked at Mei, who was adjusting her breathing. Mei shook her head. A smile appeared on her pale face. It's okay, it's a good thing you're here. Daisy couldn't help but grabbed Lin En's arm. There is horror in the eyes. It's this guy who wants to take the three of us away. It's okay. Lin En stroked the latter's hair affectionately. Did you scold me just now? Daisy was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Lin En pitifully. You know all about it. However, I thought that darling is so handsome, and he didn't rob beautiful women in the street. This guy looks like a dog, but he is so arrogant. I really deserve to be scolded. She won't say it, because she couldn't help it when she heard Lin En being scolded. Girls also need to be reserved. However, this is the first time for me to experience this kind of thing, and I have experienced the feeling of being a beautiful woman, which is not bad. A smile appeared on Lin En's face. Seeing Daisy's appearance, I know that my heart has not been affected. Are you okay? Lin En finally looked at Monroe. The latter panicked like a little rabbit. The sapphire blue pupils were full of fear, but after hearing Lin En's gentle voice, the panic in my heart disappeared in an instant. Fine. Lin En didn't ask too much. Finally, his eyes fell on Zhang Kong again. Zhang Kong's face was pale, and a dozen bodyguards were killed instantly. Then it means that he will also be killed. Immediately swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He quickly hid behind many security guards. Many security guards looked bitter, but they didn't dare to move away. After all, this is the famous Zhang Kong. Who are you? I'm Zhang Kong. I can let the past go without blame for this incident. But even though he said so, he understood in his heart. In Dragon Country, you can do anything, but you can't kill. Especially this kind of large-scale case. As long as he can leave safely today, looking for a chance, he must kill the young man in front of him. Oh, but I don't want to let the past go, Lin En said indifferently, and squeezed out Sun Yan's words from his teeth. Those who bullied him, even if they were the heavenly King Lao Tzu, don't want to leave. Even God King Odin, he has to find a way to make it fall. What's more, a dandy rich second generation. Lin En's words undoubtedly surprised the people around him. After all, this is Zhang Kong. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, they are all well-known people. He has a lot of money, and he is also the seat of headlines on major TV screens on weekdays, especially since his father is the richest man in Dragon Kingdom. There are many big shots, and after seeing him, they are also groveling. This young man killed more than a dozen people in an instant without knowing what means. But, now is the rule of law society. No matter how strong he is, so what if he is alone? Facing a behemoth like Zhang Kong. Also think carefully about gains and losses. Gudong. Zhang Kong swallowed. He is arrogant and domineering, but he is even more afraid of death. And the person in front of him has a chance to kill him. Veins popped out of his forehead. But he still spoke in a good voice. I can apologize for this matter. There was a misunderstanding. I just wanted to treat them to a meal. The people around were dumbfounded. Discussions started in disbelief. It never occurred to me that the mighty Zhang Kong would apologize. Zhang Kong listened to the noise in his ears. My heart trembled with anger, constantly yelling. This group of idiots, what do you know about 787? It's the right way to give in first, and then find a chance to get revenge. At the same time, he hated the boy who suddenly appeared in front of him. Allow yourself to lose such a big man. Get out of the way, get out of the way. The special police are carrying out their mission, let everyone go. Accompanied by a burst of sound, many onlookers stepped aside, looking in disbelief at the special police force wearing special police uniforms, holding submachine guns, and holding explosion-proof shields. My god, did Zhang Kong call this? It looks like this. I didn't expect Zhang Kong's power to be so big. Every South Special Police is not the same. Each is to protect political figures. Whether it is physical fitness or combat equipment, they are all first class. And this kind of team is also very special. Except for particularly important things, or to protect important people, it is impossible to appear. The onlookers gasped one by one. These special police can be called for protection. This Zhang Kong has more energy than they imagined. Unlike the shocked crowd, Zhang Kong was a little confused. In Dragon Country, the importance of people in the government is far higher than that of the rich. Even his father, Zhang Lin. And don't let these special police out every nan. After all, the situation in the Dragon Kingdom is special. And he doesn't even have the qualifications. Let's not talk about these. Most importantly, he never asked anyone to contact the special police. Could it be? My father successfully ran for the National People's Congress? If so, it is really possible. Thinking of this, his heart became hot. After you have money, you move closer to power. And now, it seems to have succeeded. Then the Zhang family can prosper forever in the future. His identity and status can also be raised to a higher level. Thinking of this, he couldn't help straightening his waist. The originally apologetic expression on his face became arrogant again. Are you sent by my father? However, the next second, he was directly warned by the serious-looking special police. We are carrying out a mission, the idlers are waiting, leave now. Zhang Kong, don't know yourself? Wasn't it sent by my father? So who is it for? Suddenly, he looked at Lin En in disbelief. He took 2 steps back in panic. A trace of horror and joy flashed in his eyes. I see, you are here to catch him, aren't you? Is he some escaped criminal? This guy just appeared suddenly and killed a dozen of my bodyguards with fire. Catch them quickly. Mei held Lin En's shirt tightly. Lin En, what should I do? There was tension in the voice. In the Dragon Kingdom, killing people in public is different from the Lighthouse Kingdom. In this place where the people call the shots, the names of ordinary people are very valuable and very important. Wanda's beautiful eyes narrowed. The light red breath circulated in his hand. If she really wants to do it, she is not afraid at all. Lin En signaled everyone to rest assured with his eyes. Then he looked at the leading special officer. A man who looked like a military officer came forward and made a military salute. Captain of the 2nd Special Executive Defense Team, Lin Chaoyang has met Mr. Lin En. Dozens of special police officers behind him also stood upright and gave a military salute. The memory in Lin En's mind was also aroused when he saw the uniform military salute. By the way, everyone also gave a military salute. Mr. Lin En, Mr. Stark, Mr. Thor, and several important leaders are already waiting in the meeting room. See if it is convenient. We will pick you up. Zhang Chaoyang looked at Lin En's military salute. And that oriental face. The corner of the mouth also couldn't help revealing a smile. This kind of blood in the bones always makes people can't help but get close. Hiss. All the onlookers gasped, shocked to the point of trembling. His mouth grew so large that he couldn't speak. They saw with their own eyes that Zhang Kong, the special police team, didn't care. But for this handsome young man, he was so polite. Could it be that the young man in front of him is very unusual? The most important is the words from Lin Shaoyang's mouth. Mr. Stark, as soon as this name appears, who does Vadeo represent? The real richest man in the world. A legend. What excited them even more were those leaders. One can imagine the status of Nan's leadership. And these people are all waiting for this boy. What's happening here? Even if the presidents of Lighthouse Country and Moxing Country came in person, it would be impossible to use the word waiting. This boy? Who the hell? Different from their doubts. Zhang Kong was so frightened that he was sweating coldly. Heart pounding. Even if it is the temperature suitable for the climate in Nanan. His hands and feet were also icy cold. Take him. Lin En pointed to Zhang Kong. The voice was flat. Lin Chaoyang froze for a moment. Their mission was to pick up Lin En. And nothing else. I'll ask the leader for instructions. After a while, his expression turned serious. On the phone, the leader had only one sentence. No matter what the requirements are, all are satisfied. Must not let Lin En have any dissatisfaction. What do you want to do? My father is Zhang Lin, you can't arrest me. Zhang Kong backed away in panic. However, in the powerful arms of the 2 special police officers, it could only be lifted up like a little chick. Let go of me? Let go of me quickly, believe it or not, I will let my dad kill you. Under extreme panic, Zhang Kong completely lost his mind and started yelling. But he didn't think about it either. Lin En can tell the special police to arrest Zhang Kong with one sentence. Can such a person be afraid of Zhang Lin? Bring his dad here too. Lin En turned and left after saying this. The rest of the onlookers, one by one, was hooked. Start guessing Lin En's identity. Definitely, some smart ones too. I think the Zhang family kicked the iron plate this time and offended people who couldn't afford it. Under the arrangement of Lin Chaoyang, a team of special police specially secretly protected Milna and others. And Lin En, with the 3 daughters, came to a building. Just a glance of his gaze, Lin En felt more than dozens of gazes locked on him. Lin En looked as usual. One step into the door. Hi, Mr. Lin En, next, I will take you in. A middle-aged man in a suit came over. Speak respectfully and politely. Mr. Lin En, I can't go to the place below. Lin Chaoyang scratched his head, gave a military salute, turned and left. Lin En nodded. As for the Wanda trio, it was attracted by the flowers and plants in the yard. Lin En shook his head with a wry smile, allowing the three of them to appreciate slowly. Then he followed the man in the suit into the conference room. The decoration in the meeting room adopts Chinese-style architecture. Antique. Tony Stark is talking about everything. Thor's eyes were empty, not knowing what he was thinking. In addition, there are three unsmiling old people in Chinese tunic suits. Lin En raised some eyebrows, also a little surprised. Unexpectedly, it was the three of them who attended the meeting this time. These three people, but often appear on TV, are important leaders of the country. One is the government, one is the military, and the other is the vice president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The government is Tang Chen. The military leader is Zhu Zinan. It can be said that the three of them represent the highest wishes of the three parties. It can also be seen that our country attaches great importance to this meeting. Lin En, you're here. Tony turned his head and smiled at Lin En. You are Lin En. The three old men stood up straight. Each of them showed a happy smile. Looking at Lin En, his eyes are full of appreciation. It's really a hero born out of a teenager. Such a perfect nanotechnology has been developed at such a young age. One of the skinny old men stood up. He stretched out his hand. Hello, I'm Lin Xiao, the vice president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Speaking of which, I'm still in the same family as you. Lin En also stretched out his hand, without any arrogance. This person in front of me, he has made significant contributions to China's new materials and steel products. If it weren't for him, China's missiles would never be launched. That giant aircraft carrier will never go to sea. Overall, this is a man to be respected. Lin En definitely respects those who have dedicated their lives to the Dragon Kingdom. Don't dare not, it's just luck. Lin En replied with a smile. If it weren't for the system, you would make him think about it, and he wouldn't even know what nanotechnology is. Hehe, this is self-effacement. Lin Xiao laughed. Looking at Lin En's gaze, he became more and more satisfied. Some young people, who have not done anything yet, are very arrogant one by one, with their eyes above the top. And the young man in front of him is so indifferent and humble, which is really rare. However, on the molecular stretching of the material, how can we reproduce the formation of a suitable and stable molecular structure? Lin En smiled and said, Hehe, in fact, there are already relatively stable materials. Vibranium and adamantium, their original molecular structures are relatively stable. You can use three-dimensional to simulate the structure, and you can extend the steel thinner without losing a certain hardness. In this way, it can be very light, and the stability will not be reduced too much. 0. Seeking flowers. 0. Ask others. Lin En may not know. However, the technology of nanotechnology is instilled in the system. This kind of thing seems to be rooted in the mind. As long as he recalls a little, he can find a solution. But there is also a downside. Except for nanotechnology, he doesn't know anything else. In this case, it is equivalent to a student. 100% math. The other 6 doors are all divided. Don't ask, even if you don't understand, you won't. 0. That's right. The individual extension of molecules can be accurate to millimeters. In this way, many ideas can become reality for the research of medicine, engineering materials, and lithography machines. Lin Xiao said excitedly. The old face was shaking constantly. But those eyes burst out with extreme light. Hehe. Lin En could only feel embarrassed. After all, he didn't understand these things, so those who were knowledgeable didn't interrupt. Okay, Lao Lin, don't scare little friend Lin En. That's right, look at your appearance, it's not your research institute now. The other 2 old men couldn't help but speak. Lin Xiao only reacted at this time. Hastily smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, I scared you, I'm a person, that's the problem. Understood, a scientific researcher may not care about basic necessities of life. Lin En nodded. But in the face of a new technology, that mysterious unknown territory, there is no resistance at all. Lin Xiao patted his thigh. Excited. Well said, friend Lin En, you understand me better than these 2 old guys? The 3 old people were very happy to see Lin En. Don't say anything else. Nanotechnology alone can make the technology of Dragon Kingdom take off as a whole for thousands of years. After greeting each other, next, is the official content of the meeting. The 3 old men were sitting upright, looking at the 3 sitting opposite them meticulously. With a serious face. If this is seen by others, jaws dropped for sure. To know, these 3 people are the pillars of the Dragon Kingdom. In this world, there are not many people who can make them pay so much attention. But, the 3 old men were very clear in their hearts. The status of the 3 Lin En in front of them is not weaker than the 3 of them. Needless to say, Tony Stark is rich as hell. It is also the main weapon supplier of the Lighthouse country. A person with a clever brain. Weapon research that crushes the entire world. Such a person is more important to a country than the 3 of them combined. After all, only 197 experienced the decades of hard work in the Dragon Kingdom to understand the importance of rejuvenating the country through science and technology. And that burly man, identity is even more special. After understanding, even with the knowledge of the 3 of them, they couldn't help being dumbfounded. A god in Norse mythology. Thor, son of Odin. This identity really weighed them down so much that they could barely breathe. But, what made them even more curious was this Lin En who was always calm. When he didn't come, Tony Stark and Thor just adore this man. In the words, there is also a little respect. This also aroused the endless curiosity of the 3 of them. I don't know what Lin En wants to say. There was a moment of silence. Zhu Zinan, who is still in the military, has a straight temper after all. One question directly. Yes. In this meeting, the three of them didn't even know the content of the meeting. There are aliens on this earth, you know it. Lin En knocked on the table and spoke slowly. However, anyone who hears the words in it will be extremely shocked. The faces of the three old men were startled, and their pupils shrank indiscernibly. After a moment of silence, the three people nodded. Zhu Zinan asked, "Little friend Lin En, we still know a little about aliens. In fact, not only know. In the top secret research institute of Longguo, there are also aliens with machines that have been dissected. They are hidden among human beings, possessing abilities that ordinary people do not have." They didn't wonder why Lin En would know. After all, it's normal for people who are with Thor to know some secrets. Lin En nodded. These three people are quite honest. They should be talking about Skrulls. But it's not time for the secret war yet. So there is no need to worry about these guys. What troubles can be caused? I have a message here. Tomorrow in July, there will be an alien fleet attacking the Earth, the old god Lin En said. He refers to, definitely, the plot in Avengers. Led by Loki, Chitauri armies begin their invasion of Earth. Every south. The sun is shining outside and the scenery is beautiful. A burst of warmth envelopes everything. However, the three old men all stared wide-eyed. Tony also leaned forward, somewhat unbelievable. Lin En, is this true? Lin En nodded. But in order not to arouse everyone's suspicion, he continued to speak. I have an ability, and my mental power is relatively strong, so I sensed fluctuations unintentionally. When I arrived, there was only an old spaceship. It landed in Kansas, USA. According to the information inside, there will be aliens coming, and they will be very bad. Definitely, the information he gave about the spaceship was about Superman. In some information networks, he found a little bit of news. Once an unidentified luminous object landed, the initial judgment should be the spaceship. But what puzzled him was that there was no information about Superman Clark. This means that Superman is on Earth. But for some reason, it disappeared. This kind of thing needs to be investigated. It's not convenient for him and Tony to investigate this kind of matter. And Longguo happened to be a good helper. He doesn't believe it. The Dragon Kingdom is in the Lighthouse Kingdom. Will there be any spies placed there? The three old men nodded with serious expressions. What you said, I have some impression. Zhu Zinan frowned, as if recalling. 7 or 8 years ago, there was such a thing. But when we rushed over, it was already blocked, and the guards were very tight. There was no way, so it was nothing. Lin En raised his eyebrows. Was quickly blocked. Is that S.H.I.E.L.D, or the Lighthouse government? It seems that it needs to be confirmed. So, the focus of the meeting is to investigate the matter of aliens? I will definitely support it with all my strength. Tang Chen said with a serious face. His words carry a lot of weight. There is no doubt that aliens attacking the Earth is a very serious matter. In the face of such big right and wrong, all the things between human beings, all the hatred between nations, become insignificant. After all, no matter how troublesome human beings are, it is their own family's business. But aliens are completely different. I'll trouble you to investigate. Lin En nodded. Zhu Zinan also had a serious face. There is no anger on the face. Later, Dragon Kingdom will enter a state of full preparation for war. No matter what, aliens cannot be allowed to attack. Lin En smiled. Don't worry about aliens, 5.0. The three of us will handle it. Hearing this, the three old men couldn't help opening their mouths. Facing the attack of aliens, it would be too childish for three people to deal with it. Hehe, in fact, the two of them are fine, and I'm just a handyman. Don't underestimate them. 1 Thor who conquered the 9 realms, and 10 geniuses Iron Man. They are very powerful. Lin En said with a smile. Leave such trivial matters to our Earth Street office. And there is only one thing you have to do. Study spaceship. The three elders lived their entire lives, but they couldn't keep up with Lin En's words. Before turning his head around now, he asked subconsciously. What do you study spaceships for? Lin En smiled lightly. Occupy alien planet. Even if the surrounding temperature is very suitable. However, all the people were still dumbfounded and stiff. He opened his mouth, really not knowing what to say. Haha, this is good. Thor clapped his hands and laughed loudly. As the son of Odin, his biggest goal now is no longer to worry about whether he is a qualified king. Instead, lay down another territory similar to the 9 realms, and let everyone see that he, Thor, is not weaker than others. Now Lin En's proposal is the core of the Earth Street office. However, Lin En, why are you looking for Dragon Kingdom for this kind of thing? Asgard's army is invincible. Thor said loudly, his spirits flying high. I can't wait to contact directly now and summon the army to attack directly. Hehe, Asgard's army is indeed powerful, but you have to be careful. Lin En looked serious for the first time, looking at Thor with burning eyes. Asgard is facing many crises. If you deploy most of your troops at the end of 2009, it is very likely that Asgard will fall. Thor frowned, and shook his head directly. My father's glory shines on the 9 realms, and no one dares to touch Asgard. Lin En didn't speak, just looked at you quietly. The latter took a deep breath, his face froze slightly. I see. After finishing speaking, his brows were tightly wrinkled, and sadness appeared inadvertently. As everyone knows, Odin is old and should have been the strongest time for the Aesir Protoss. But because of the serious injuries when he was young, can no longer fight. Even, the number of appearances is less. Most of them are spent in long sleep. So, this is a false proposition. If you want to attack the 9 realms, you have to fight. When you are injured, when you get old, the vitality will recede and it will deteriorate. But the people of the Aesir Protoss, the older they are, the stronger they become. This leads to, there is not much chance at all to unleash that devastating energy. Or it's just a good spanking and then a fart. This scene shocked the 3 old people once again. You know, this is Thor, proud son of Odin. From the conversation just now, they could feel each other's pride and arrogance. But facing Lin En, he was so obedient. This made the 3 of them feel that the status of Lin En was raised again. Little friend Lin En, if possible, we can do our best to help you with the matter of conquering alien planets. Zhu Zinan spoke righteously, and a pair of eyes burst out with a sharp light again. The fighting spirit that had been gradually concealed due to age reappeared from him. In this world, what makes money the fastest? The easiest way to live a good life. Monopoly? Faster than Monopoly? Definitely is looting. For this point, the 3 old people in Longguo have a deep understanding. However, the Dragon Kingdom back then was the one that was plundered. Years of wars have led to the outflow of most of the money. All kinds of compensation have caused the people on this land to suffer. It is also for this reason that Longguo vigorously develops science and technology. But after decades of use, it can only catch up with the tail. They are all old. I want to see the Dragon Country have a strong day. I thought I couldn't see it. But now, the arrival of this young man gave them a dawn. The wealth brought by plundering a country is enough for the Dragon Kingdom to be prosperous and strong for decades. So, looting a planet? Definitely. They definitely can't do this kind of thing. After all, they're just helping out. But in the process of helping, getting a little bit of the resources of an entire planet is enough to make the entire Dragon Kingdom strong and prosperous for 100 years. If all kinds of new materials and ores are found, all of these can make the scientific and technological development of Longguo take a blowout leap. Not to mention other things, it is on a planet suitable for human habitation. Build a sightseeing channel between planets. Can make a lot of money. Most importantly, humans no longer have to worry about overpopulation. There is no longer a fight between various countries for the resources of this 1-acre 3-point land. On the contrary, it will be consistent with the outside world, and all resources will be poured into space. Everyone will also be full of hope and longing for a better life in the future. The happiness index soared. The 3 old men couldn't help but be in high spirits. His breathing became short of breath. That era was definitely the era of their dreams. It's just that this matter of capturing an alien planet will attract the attention of other countries. Tang Chen frowned. As a politician, he naturally thinks about more and more comprehensive things. Sometimes, in real combat, the enemies on the front line are not terrible. What's really scary is that something goes wrong at home. In case the Dragon Kingdom will devote most of its forces and resources to space aggression. But the home was stolen 937. This is great fun. You don't think that with such a big piece of cake, you have to eat it yourself. Lin En laughed dumbfounded. If he wants to attack a planet, he doesn't just want to attack and transform a suitable planet. It is impossible for a single Dragon Kingdom to eat it. For such a big event, at least a dozen rich and powerful countries need to act together. My plan is next year. Lin En knocked on the table, quietly looked at the 3 old people. Hearing this, excitement appeared in the eyes of the 3 people. 1 year in advance means, when their spacecraft reaches space. And other countries, just started building. Just this time difference. It will allow the entire Dragon Kingdom to obtain innumerable benefits. However, although our country's research on spacecraft has been making progress, it still has very big limitations. Lin Xiao said. As the vice president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, he still has a general understanding of the technological development of Longguo. This is a very difficult thing to do. The most important is, they also don't have a lot of research subjects. Even if it is researched, whether it can fly into space has to be tested. This kind of thing can't be hidden from various countries at all. As soon as the words came out, it also made the 3 of them look sad. But Tony Stark beside him, his face is not so pretty. After all, he is from the Lighthouse Country. The Dragon Kingdom is also one of the biggest opponents of the Lighthouse Kingdom. If it weren't for Lin En, it would be impossible for him to be in this conference room. Then the 3 elders also realized. He quickly shut his mouth. They all looked at Lin En. Then contact the Lighthouse Country, and the 2 countries will work together. Lin En smiled and gave guiding advice again. Impossible. No way. Absolutely don't do that. The 3 elders spoke hastily. Even if Tony Stark was angry, they couldn't split this opportunity equally. Lin En rolled his eyes. These 3 people really thought that they were studying spaceships. Can be completed in a short time. Your own plans don't wait for others. In case that time comes, I am afraid that only the spacecraft of the Lighthouse Country can soar in space. At that time, in Longguo, I am afraid that he can't even drink the soup properly. The most important purpose of coming here today is to let the Dragon Kingdom and the Lighthouse Kingdom stand on the same starting line. After all, he has no knowledge of spaceships. For this kind of thing, the Dragon Kingdom still needs to find a way for the White Tower Kingdom. The most important is, not just the Lighthouse Country. In a remote corner of Africa, there is a hermit country, Wakanda. The technology and development of this country are stronger than that of the Lighthouse Country. However, the technology of this country is more inclined to vibranium technology. Therefore, it is difficult for other countries to replicate. It's time for the Lighthouse Nation to lift off on behalf of the white man. And Wakanda represents the rise of black people. Lin En absolutely cannot allow this kind of thing to happen. He wants the people of Longguo to stand at the forefront of the world again. Definitely, for this matter, he is not free. Even, in order to make the Dragon Kingdom more prosperous, it will not be weaker than others in the future development. He came to Longguo this time to attend this meeting. I'm afraid it has reached Fury's ears by now. But there is no way, this is my own country. You can't eat such a big cake. Cooperation will benefit both, and division will cause two disadvantages. Lin En said lightly. People's hearts are not enough to swallow elephants. After all, the goal of the Dragon Kingdom is not only the Lighthouse Kingdom, but the group of alien creatures that are coveting. Lin En's words made the three old men's expressions tremble. They all became serious. Yes. For the first time, they no longer appreciated this boy, but admired him. This young man, who is less than 20 years old, has a wider and bigger vision than theirs. I'm really glad that you have the bloodline of the Dragon Kingdom. Tang Chen couldn't help but said. His wise eyes were full of joy at the moment. He is a fine person and definitely knows the reason for Lin En's return. If it weren't for the black hair and yellow skin, maybe their Dragon Kingdom is about to lose the most important opportunity to take off after the founding of the country. That's right, this is no longer a heroic boy. If he is a little ignorant, it's not an exaggeration to call him a savior. Zhu Zinan also laughed heartily. Lin En, it's okay, you have always cared about the Dragon Kingdom. Palace Yi Wine. Lin En blinked and smiled. 108 cups. The three old men froze for a moment, and then answered the following sentence. Ha ha ha. The four of them laughed loudly. This kind of stock, which only belongs to the people of Long Kingdom, made the relationship between the four of them get closer again. As for Lin En, it is like three people proving one thing. No matter what the circumstances, he is a native of the Dragon Kingdom. Definitely, the happiest one is still one of the three elders. In Lin En, they saw hope. This powerful person who has never forgotten his roots will open a new chapter for the Dragon Kingdom. Tony and Thor looked at each other with doubts in their eyes. What is this with what? How did it get involved with alcohol again? However, the three old men and Lin En laughed even louder. This is the tacit understanding unique to the people of Longguo. And Tony was happy too. Getting the Beacon Country to participate means that Lin En has not forgotten him. After all, in this Earth Street office, he is also one of the trio. This is a cooperation, a mutually beneficial cooperation between the Dragon Kingdom and the Lighthouse Kingdom. However, what made Lin En speechless was that no one asked what to do if the aliens could not be defeated. Do these people have confidence in themselves or in him? Helplessly shook his head. Lin En no longer thinks about this problem. Okay, these are the general meetings, and you can do the rest yourself. I don't understand either. Lin En waved his hands. Now things come to an end. By the way, little friend Lin En, I heard that the kid from the Zhang family has offended you. Zhu Zinan asked. He must have known about this kind of thing. Lin En nodded. It hasn't been dealt with yet, but I didn't expect that the bureaucracy of the Dragon Kingdom is still so serious that they dare to rob people in public. You know, I've only seen this kind of thing on TV. To be honest. For Dragon Kingdom, what he hopes more is that ordinary people can live a good life. It's not just that little rubbing people live a good life. And with the development of these, Niu Zhao's, years, this kind of problem in the Dragon Kingdom has intensified. The idea that being rich is a master is also constantly corrupting the thinking of the next generation. This idea is undoubtedly a wrong way of thinking. Hearing this, Zhu Xin had nothing to do with himself, and hung up high. This kind of thing has nothing to do with his military. Lin Xiao clasped his fingers, drank a cup of tea and looked out the window. He is only responsible for scientific research. Something like this? Sorry, nothing to do with him. Tang Chen coughed in embarrassment. Over the years, for the sake of development, I have neglected some problems. For this phenomenon, we are also looking at the lung of law. In this case, only he can intervene. If it was an ordinary person, he would definitely ignore it. But facing Lin En, he can only answer, and must answer. After staring at nothing, he didn't care about his old friend. He replied with a haha. No matter how it develops, some things in the inheritance can't be lost. Lin En said helplessly. The old man's official words are also very disrespectful. He knew that it was very difficult to stop this kind of thing. However, the situation in Long Country seems to be extremely serious. So, he decided to go in. What will happen if there is someone better than me in our next generation, but he is not patriotic at all? Hearing this, Tang Chen's pupils shrank. Lin En, they investigated. Not surprisingly, if it weren't for the patriotism, this opportunity would not have the Dragon Kingdom's share at all. After a long silence, he nodded heavily. With a serious face. Don't worry, I will definitely hold a national meeting to deal with this kind of thing seriously. Lin En nodded. How to do this kind of thing, he didn't want to ask. Since Tang Chen could say this, he believed that the latter would be able to do it. How to deal with that damned guy? Thor came over and spoke aggressively. Killing intent burst out in his eyes. As a god, he doesn't care about other people except Lin En. Zhang Kong, as long as he said a word, he would kill him immediately. Who dares to stop? Definitely killed. Lin En didn't have the slightest hesitation. The three elders looked at each other without speaking. They also analyzed Lin En's character from this point. Yazzie must be reported. If I offend him, if I apologize in time, I still have a chance to live. Otherwise, the latter will kill the other party at all costs. That kind of people. Fortunately, they are friends. This time, the Lin family is finished. Lin Xiao couldn't help but said, I heard that it seems to be Lao Zhang's grandson. Do you want to inform him about this? Zhang Kong's grandfather is also a relatively high-ranking head of the military region. Otherwise, relying on Zhang Lin, no matter how smart he is, he would not be able to conquer the big business empire of Enanyo. It is even less likely to become the richest man in the country. As an absolute business leader, there are dabbles in all walks of life in the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Kong is Zhang Lin's only son. In the past, they would still consider it. But now, there is no hesitation at all. As long as Lin En is happy, not to mention Zhang Kong, even Zhang Lin, the richest man in the country, should be arrested as soon as possible. Let's go, let's take a look. Lin En raised his eyebrows and went straight out of the meeting room door. At the same time, Zhang Lin was also excited, and walked into the administrative hall under the guidance of 2 special police officers. When he got here, his breath was short of breath. The reason is simple. He has been in business for many years, and his wealth must have reached an astonishing level. But the old man in the family is already high in the military. In Dragon Country, it is not enough to have money, but also to have power. Therefore, he wanted to take his son Zhang Kong into politics. Only in this way can the Zhang family truly continue to gain a firm foothold. For this matter, he has been running around for several years. But today, he who was struggling on a woman's belly suddenly received a call. It is said that the Special Administrative Department of Nanan is looking for him, and it has something to do with his son. Immediately, he pulled out the stick, and put on his clothes in 3s and 5s. Came here by car directly. When he arrived at the door, there were indeed 2 people waiting for him and guiding him into the hall. This also made him very fortunate. Fortunately, he was directly in Nanan, otherwise, it would be really different, and he could come here so quickly. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door. But in the next second, he was a little stunned. In the entire meeting room, only Zhang Kong was sitting. Why are you here? Zhang Lin couldn't help asking, and at the same time he was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, Zhang Kong shouldn't be here even if there was a meeting. Dad, those special police officers brought me here. When Zhang Kong saw Dad coming, he seemed to have found his backbone. The flustered heart also settled down. Hastily ran over. Speak clearly. Zhang Lin stared. Just kidding, the time police are usually not dispatched. Immediately, my heart was filled with joy, and it cooled down. You little bastard, have you offended someone? Zhang Lin's face was unusually serious. After all, in Longguo, some people may not live under the eyes of cameras and the public, but they are the ones who really cannot be provoked. Status and identity, one is more terrifying than the other. Offending anyone casually, even he can't stand it. Dad, I'm not stupid. You told me about those people. I can't wait to bend over at 90 degrees when I meet them. How dare I provoke you? Zhang Kong quickly waved his hand to explain. It's a guy named Lin En, not very handsome. Even if he didn't want to admit it, Zhang Kong still said the word handsome. Lin. Zhang Lin was silent for a moment, constantly thinking about the family in Longguo with the surname Lin in his mind. But after thinking for a long time, he shook his head. The Lin family has 2, but the family property is only tens of billions. Certainly dare not provoke them. Tell me about it in detail. Zhang Kong nodded. Aware of the seriousness of the matter, he did not hide anything. Said the matter as it was. You little bastard, you can't live without a woman. Zhang Lin cursed angrily. Are you hurt? Zhang Kong shook his head. Someone brought tea. Zhang Lin nodded, and let go of a lot of the big stone in his heart. Someone who can get the SWAT to show up. And brought Zhang Kong here, this person must be unusual. However, he did not treat the latter badly, which proved that he was still afraid of him. In other words, fear of his father. That person in the military region also has a lot of prestige. Let me do it this time, I'm afraid I'm going to bleed a lot. Dad, this matter should be settled. Zhang Kong asked cautiously. Zhang Lin turned his head and glared fiercely at this useless son. It shouldn't be a problem. This Lin En, I even suspect, is just a chess piece used by other people to mess with our Zhang family. Dad, what do you mean? Zhang Kong's eyes widened. The entire conference room. There was a brief silence. 2 people understand. Many people, and many families. Everyone knows the predicament of the Zhang family. The old man's age is there. If in the past few years, there is no one who enters the political world and can hold the banner, something will definitely happen. At that time, the Zhang family's business empire is likely to decline in an instant. There are many people staring at such a big cake. Zhang Lin was silent for a moment, then nodded to his son. Don't look at this son as a dude, but his brain is very useful. Many problems are cleared up at one point. Therefore, even if there are many small problems, he still trains them as successors. These bastards, what are you doing? Zhang Kong cursed in a low voice. Zhang Lin frowned. It's not you. If you can control yourself, you can still fall into the trap. Zhang Kong shrank his neck and didn't dare to speak. Zhang Lin didn't scold anymore. He knew very well that if there were real people, they would maliciously want to mess with their Zhang family. So even if you hide from this one, there is the next one. There is no way to hide. Both of them stopped talking and just sat on chairs. What should we do now? Zhang Kong was silent for a long time, waiting anxiously, couldn't help asking. Zhang Lin slowly opened his eyes. Wait. Yes. In this case, we have to wait. As long as you wait, the black hands behind the scenes will appear. They can also know who it is that has the courage to target the Zhang family. Dad, when the time comes, Lin En. Zhang Kong still couldn't forget the scene where Lin En scared the crap out of him. A young man, what do you think will happen to him when the time comes? Zhang Lin asked back. Power struggles like this level. This kind of pawn thrown out has no value. It is a discarded child that can be discarded at will. Hey. Zhang Kong chuckled twice in a low voice. When the time comes, I will treat him well. Click. At this moment, the door of the meeting room opened. Two well-dressed beauties opened the door. Lin Xiao and Lin En walked over. The moment I saw Lin En, Zhang Kong's eyes immediately turned cold. Clenched hands tightly together. Zhang Lin's pupils contracted, and he knew that this young man was probably Lin En. But this old man, who is it? Judging by his temperament, it is also extraordinary. At this time, Tang Chen also walked over from behind. His legs and feet are not flexible, so someone was pushing a wheelchair, so it was a bit slower. Uncle Tang. Zhang Lin quickly stood up and greeted him respectfully. This old man is still an old acquaintance with his father, so it is normal to call him uncle. Tang Chen raised his eyes, but didn't speak, just sat quietly aside. The reason why he came here was to see Lin En's attitude, and then deal with it to satisfy the latter. As for the rest, it has nothing to do with him. As for Zhang Lin, he has already become a dead man. Seeing this scene, Zhang Lin's heart skipped a beat. A bad feeling suddenly appeared in my heart. Tang Chen's attitude had already revealed everything. Taking a deep breath, he asked respectfully to the old man beside Lin En. Excuse the old gentleman. Hehe, my name is Lin Xiao, the vice president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, just a humble old man. After Zhang Lin listened, he quickly thought about the clues in his mind. Forest? Also surnamed Lin? Could it be that he and Lin En are related? But if it was the vice president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, his tense heart would relax instead. After all, the current Dragon Kingdom is not the same as it was when the nation was first established. The treatment of scientists is no longer the same as before. As long as money opens the way, everything can be settled. Only, is this the black hand behind the scenes? After all, my family has never had any interaction with Lin Xiao, or, this incident was just an accident? This Lin En is your junior, he had some conflicts with Zhang Cong. Zhang Lin took a deep breath, and then said. From what Zhang Kong said, it seems that he also killed a dozen bodyguards. 0. Seeking flowers. Many people have seen the whole incident. When it came to his mouth, he avoided the important ones. Skip Zhang Kong's evil deeds directly, and move on to Lin En's murder. In Dragon Kingdom, killing such things is absolutely unacceptable. The nature is very bad. This is Zhang Lin. In a word, take the initiative. It's just that, until now, he doesn't understand how Lin En killed a dozen bodyguards. After all of them were from special forces. Skill is also very extraordinary. Asked his son, Yesong said that blue flames came out of his body. Then everyone was instantly reduced to ashes. 0. He definitely doesn't believe in this kind of stuff. Hehe, I don't have this blessing. Lin Xiao said with some emotion. If Lin En was my junior, I would have picked up the solace of my shoes and beat that little bastard beside you to death. At the same time, he looked at Zhang Kong with disgust. This dude, he is the most disgusting. Compared with people like Lin En who brought technology back to Dragon Kingdom even in Lighthouse Kingdom. Simply one ground, one world. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Lin's face turned blue and white for a while. He didn't expect that Jail would be bullied like this when he spoke directly and nicely. But it also made him have some doubts. Could it be that my calculation was wrong? This Lin En is not an abandoned child? He looked at the handsome and indifferent Lin En in front of him. Just as he was thinking, Zhang Kong on the other side couldn't bear it anymore. With a ferocious smile, Lin En, you killed a dozen people, let's see how you run. The country will definitely bring people like you to justice and send them to prison. He didn't lose his mind with anger. The words are still watertight. No matter how Lin En explained the murder, and fell into his trap, it is equivalent to indirectly admitting the murder. Hehe, I admit, I killed someone. Lin En raised some eyebrows lightly. Admit directly. By the way, I still want to kill you, just work here. Admitted? Zhang Lin was overjoyed. I didn't expect this kind of thing to end so easily. This guy is handsome, but his brain doesn't seem to work. Wrong? What's the situation? You want to kill his son? How dare this Lin En? This is the administrative building in Nan'an. Saying this, I really don't want to live. He looked at Tang Chen, but found that the latter still closed his eyes, as if he didn't hear it. Have you figured out how to die? Lin En looked at Zhang Kong with a half smile. There was an important matter just now, so I didn't have time to come here immediately. But that doesn't mean he forgot about it. Anyone who dares to touch his woman will kill his whole family? You dare to kill me? Here, you dare to kill me? Zhang Kong roared angrily. The 553 in the voice is full of disbelief. Noisy. Lin En snorted coldly. Terrifying mental power swept out. Zhang Kong's face turned pale, and he fell to the ground without even screaming. For people like Zhang Kong, he has no mercy at all. This guy, by virtue of his own identity, has caused many wastes. It is true that many are posted willingly, but there are also many who are forced to do nothing. Such a person, Lin En, used to be helpless. Now that you have strength, meet one and kill one. Son. Zhang Lin saw Zhang Kong fell to the ground. He ran over quickly, but was horrified to find that the latter was no longer breathing. This made his heart ache suddenly. The expression is also a little crazy. After living to such an old age, there is only this one son. Now the son is dead. Even if the Zhang family has no descendants, how can this keep him from getting angry and angry? However, more is fear. He didn't know how Lin En killed Zhang Kong. The corners of Lin Xiao and Tang Chen, who pretended to close their eyes, twitched their mouths. I didn't see how Lin En made a move at all. With just one sentence, Zhang Kong died. This method can no longer be described as unbelievable. Horrible? This boy is not only smart and calm, and also very scary. The two people's evaluation of Lin En is much higher again. Damn it, no matter who you are, I will make you die. Zhang Lin lost his previous composure, and looked at Lin En with red eyes. I can't wait to swallow the latter alive. I know, so I called you here too. I understand the principle of cutting grass and roots. Lin En's expression did not change at all, just opened his mouth lightly. Zhang Lin's mouth twitched. Looking at Tang Chen, I call you Uncle Yi. You just watched Zhang Kong die like this, and watched this Lin En murder without scruple. Still in this place. Hurry up and find someone to arrest him. Alas, Tang Chen knew that at this moment, it would be a bit artificial to pretend not to hear. Immediately opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Lin. For Lao Zhang's sake, I'll tell you the truth. It's your child, the one who offends first will deserve to die. Zhang Lin did not expect to get this answer. More than enough to die? How could you die without guilt? His son is a member of the Zhang family, who dares to speak of him? Die? Have? Remain? Gu? In a moment of extreme confusion in the head, a flash of lightning appeared in my mind. He understood everything. It was none other than Tang Chen who wanted to mess with their Zhang family. Okay, you are really good, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Zhang Lin gasped heavily. He glared at Tang Chen. A trace of madness flashed in his eyes. You want to mess with our Zhang family? You're still so blatant. Many people have seen me come in here, and if there is an accident, you can't escape. I will never let you go. Tang Chen's face trembled a bit, being scolded by a junior. He also felt a little embarrassed. But hearing Zhang Lin's words, he immediately frowned. I would like to advise you, it is best not to say too much. When Lin En heard this, he immediately became interested. It turns out that there is a powerful father. I said, how did he become the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom? Old Tang, what will his father do if he finds out about this? The corner of Tang Chen's mouth twitched, and he just stopped talking. I heard Zhang Lin's twisted and roaring voice. He stared at Lin En fiercely. I tell you, if my dad finds out, you will die. Anyone related to you will die. His voice constantly echoed throughout the conference room. Creepy. Lin En raised his eyebrows. It's clear in my heart. Also, what kind of a good thing can someone who can teach such a son, such a grandson? Old Tang, I'm sorry to trouble you, let his dad commit suicide, and I won't pursue the rest of the Lin family. Zhang Lin froze for a moment, pointed at Lin En and laughed. That look seemed to be looking at a fool. What are you doing? Telling Tang Chen to do something. Even in anger, he knew how terrifying Tang Chen's status was. But now, a boy in his 20s actually said such words directly. And let my dad die. Do you know who my dad is? As long as you are on the land of the Dragon Kingdom, I will make it impossible for you to live or die. Okay, I'll call Lao Lin and tell him to die on his own initiative. Tang Chen on the side nodded expressionlessly. Now Lin En's will is the highest. Even let a chief die. As long as the teacher is famous, they must agree. At the same time, he also looked at Zhang Lin with hatred for iron. This guy is so immortal that he insists on involving his father. This is all right, 3 generations of grandparents, let's die together. 4.3. What a stay. But it's okay. At least, that old Lin still has other sons. Even if you don't become a talent, at least you don't die. Thinking of this, Tang Chen sighed. These old guys, when they get older, they start to think nonsense. Assign some powers and privileges to juniors. Let them live smoothly. This also changed their personalities in invisible. Everyone thinks they are superior. These are all right, I have offended people who shouldn't be offended. It seems that I have to beat the younger generation of the Tang family well, in case I also provoke. Thinking of this, he couldn't help shivering. Grass? People sit at home, and the pot comes from the sky. At the same time. In a courtyard in the capital. This courtyard house covers a very large area. In ancient times, it was the residence of Lord Bell, with pavilions, towers and pavilions inside, with extraordinary momentum. However, now it has become the Zhang family's manor. And those who can live here are naturally extraordinary people. Zhang Jun. People live up to their name. When I was young, I was a gangster. Later it caught up with luck. In addition, I met the guidance of a mysterious existence, so in a series of karmic encounters, relying on a burst of vigor, he gradually climbed up. However, the fierceness in that character has never been less. He has 3 sons in total. Joined the army, engaged in politics, and did business. It's a pity that neither the boss who joined the army nor the second son who entered politics has much ability. Even with his support, it is useless. Only the youngest Zhang Linshan has his heart. He became the richest man in Long Qiuming's face. Definitely, the grandson of Zhang Kong is the one he likes the most at 13. Whether it is character or temper, they are very similar to him back then. But today, he is very happy, because the old enemy is dead. And he can also arrange Zhang Kong into the political circle in an instant. He takes care of the above, and Zhang Kong takes over from below. In this way, the Zhang family will only get better and better. Thinking of this, a sinister smile flashed across his stern face. This life is coming to an end, but before that, I have to see this precious grandson and enter the political world. Only in this way can the Zhang family prosper forever. Everlasting? Who dares to say this? The Dragon Kingdom has a history of more than 2,000 years. Who can last forever? And today, not only will the Zhang family not be able to prosper forever, but it will collapse. All this is because of a phone call. Ding ding ding, accompanied by a rush of bells. The guard ran all the way over. Hold the phone. Chief, the phone number from above. Zhang Jun's body curled up in the rocking chair straightened a little. There was also a hint of surprise on his expression, but what was more, he was dignified. Above? Who is above him is self-evident. He answered the phone suspiciously. But in the next second, his face suddenly changed. The phone in his hand fell to the ground. That sinister look is gone, only paleness is left. Suicide? Above, let him kill himself. There is no reason, execute immediately? His brain was buzzing. Don't know what happened. He even suspected that he hadn't woken up. Everything is a dream. What is his status? In this soaring dragon country, he is also one of the best people. Those who are stronger than him are those 2 or 3. Just when he was still wondering, the housekeeper in charge of managing the daily life of the courtyard ran over in a panic. His face was full of anxiety. It's not good, the special department came in with guns. The voice has not yet fallen. Zhang Jun has already seen that group of soldiers. Ahem. This scene. He couldn't catch his breath and coughed a bit. You have 5 minutes to kill yourself, and you'll be left with a whole body. Otherwise, we will do it ourselves. The leading officer looked at Zhang Jun with a trace of sympathy. So big it was asking for suicide. This is a matter, even for him who often deals with difficult problems, this is the first time he has encountered it. However, he doesn't care about such things. He just needs to do the job. I want to know what's going on. Zhang Jun's face was pale, and he glanced at the dozen or so soldiers in front of him. There was fierceness in his eyes. As a bandit, he has experienced many battles, and he has never seen anything. Naturally, it is impossible to be frightened by what is in front of you. This skinny old man leaned forward. His hazy eyes became extremely sharp. Aren't you afraid that other people will know about this matter if you do this? Aren't you afraid of causing turmoil? He was right. Once he died at home. Old people like him, although not many live, but there are dozens of them. These people cherish their lives. Naturally, it is impossible to let it go. After all, if it is Zhang Jun's turn today, it will be his turn tomorrow. Oh, a sigh sounded. Zhu Zinan slowly walked in from the courtyard. A head of silver hair, coupled with his unsmiling old face, is full of chilling feeling. Especially that pair of eyes exudes a strong killing intent. It's you? Zhang Jun's pupils shrank slightly. It's me, Zhu Zinan said lightly. Haha, you want to fuck me? Zhang Jun was no longer nervous, and laughed out loud. Immediately, a pair of cold eyes became more ferocious. I didn't expect that after so many years, you still remember the past. Zhu Zinan's face was icy cold. How can I forget that my new wife was robbed and killed by a bandit like you? Zhang Jun smiled disdainfully. So, you led the soldiers and broke in like this. He felt a little ridiculous. Don't you want to live? For this kind of thing, your 903 Zhu family will suffer the most ruthless revenge. It is impossible to hide this kind of military affairs from everyone. At that time, other people will grab this braid and bring Zhu Zinan down. The entire Zhu family will also usher in unprecedented revenge. Zhu Zinan laughed out loud, very happily. The laughing Zhang Jun was terrified. His face also became distorted due to excessive excitement. You old man, did you forget the call just now? I'm here to carry out the order? A scene from decades ago appeared in his mind. A group of bandits took his wife up the mountain when he was newly married. When I found it again, it was in a stream. There are scars all over his body, and he has been insulted. For revenge, he resolutely joined the army. In the back, he also successfully wiped out the bandits. However, it was discovered that the former bandit boss had joined the army incognito, and made a career out of it. Later, he constantly looked for opportunities for revenge, but they were all settled by Zhang Jun, an old man. I thought that I would die with this regret in my life. I didn't expect that. Lin En gave him this chance? How could he let Zhang Jun commit suicide? For so many years of hatred, he must take revenge. Zhang Jun refused to kill himself. Take him away. Remaining time. Lin En stayed in Longguo for another period of time. Nothing else was done. It is to take a dozen people, from north to south, from east to west, to eat all kinds of things. In 7 or 8 days, most of the Dragon Kingdom has been traveled. Definitely, everyone is not the kind of tourist to catch up with the schedule. Under Lin En's portal, when I thought of that attraction, I arrived in the blink of an eye. If you want to eat some special food, you can go directly. Every time I go to one place, Lin En's group always caused quite a stir. After all, the 3 men with a dozen glamorous foreign beauties are still Hollywood stars. This is relatively explosive anywhere. As a result, many people uploaded it to some entertainment software. Let Lin En and others also become a little popular. However, slowly, many people also discovered the problem. People like Lin En are sometimes clearly in Tibet. At 10:30, I ate hot pot in Sichuan. This counts as a matter, causing everyone to speculate a lot. All of a sudden, the entire network also started to discuss this kind of thing. Wow, look, they say we're fairies. Hehe, look at this, it is said that we are ghosts, that's why we were able to cross most of the Dragon Kingdom in a short period of time. However, many girls call Lin En handsome husband? Farky, what a bunch of bitches. Several women chattered and stood together to discuss. Lin En rubbed his nose helplessly. I forgot about this kind of thing. Unexpectedly, such can be famous. At this moment, he received a text message. Lin En raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be Fury. It seems that he already knows the recent things. Tony, Wayner, we're going back. Lin En stretched. During this time, it was really fun to play. Tony came over and nodded. Thor said a little unhappy, why bother with this guy, I can't go back. Lin En smiled helplessly. He didn't want to have too much communication with Fury. But who let others decide whether Avengers is established or not? As long as it is related to points, he still has to be cautious. Let's go, Lin En greeted. Then the portal opened. In a blink of an eye, everyone returned to the hotel again. Looking at the familiar scene in front of them, everyone couldn't help feeling a little bit of an illusion as if they had passed away. Wanda, May, you can go home first. Lin En opened a portal. Wait until the two of them disappear. Exchange eyes with Tony and Thor. The three nodded. Triggerwing building. In a large conference room, Fury sat at the head of the table, flanked by Phil Coulson. And Black Widow, Hawkeye, Captain America, Banner, and others sit on the right. The moment Lin En entered the room, he couldn't help raising his eyebrows. This was probably the only meeting where the Avengers were in attendance. Long time no see, Fury. Tony greeted and sat on the left side of the conference table. Nice to meet you all, I am Thor, son of Odin, the glory of the northern god. Thor sat on the left with a proud face. The group of people in front of him were too weak for him to like. Lin En did not speak. Under the influence of powerful mental power, he could feel that the four people sitting on the right were not in a peaceful mood. Even, a little irritable. Everyone is here, so the meeting begins. After Fury finished speaking, he turned to look at Lin En. You three, set up the Earth Street office. Sure enough, this is the problem. Lin En knew it in his heart. However, he didn't seem nervous. He had already figured out how to deal with this matter. Fury, I made this matter up. The ideal of protecting the safety of the Earth is really too small. Razor Thor said directly. I want to fight like my father, to conquer all obstacles, and make those countless planets submit to me. Yes. Lin En doesn't need to speak at all, Thor will take all the responsibilities. After all, for him, everything Lin En does is to assist him. This kind of misunderstanding is also brought out by Lin En's subtle influence. So, you formed this organization and invited the two of them to join? Fury asked aloud again. Definitely. Thor slapped his chest vigorously, and said with vigor. Fury narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Thor's facial expression. Unfortunately, apart from that arrogance and self-confidence, there is no other emotion. Fury sighed, and looked at Tony and Lin En. So, the two of you agreed. Tony didn't care. Playing with the phone, he said lightly, yes, I have the same interest in joining that organization. The Avengers were founded, and it was he who provided money and shelter. And his purpose is to be able to be of the same kind. It is enough to have a friend like Lin En by my side now. Fury nodded. Facing Tony, he also had no way to do it. This is an uncontrolled thorn. Immediately, he could only look at Lin En. Others also looked at Lin En, watching and being stared at by everyone. Lin En shrugged helplessly. What's the use of you, Liz, looking at me? I don't want to be a little cop. Natasha Romanoff finally couldn't take it anymore. Standing up abruptly, her beautiful eyes were full of anger. So, you joined? Why not wait for Avengers to form? Without Avengers, she can only continue to be an agent. Complete the assassination mission in the dark. And she was tired of this life. But she can't resign. As an agent, she has no life of her own, nor can she live her own life. It is even more impossible to live like an ordinary person. Joining the Avengers is her only way to the light. However, all of this has become out of reach. Shut up, do you think Avengers still has a chance? Lin En was also blunt, and slapped the table and stood up. The entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. Hawkeye and Natasha Romanoff looked at Lin En in disbelief. Even Phil Coulson's pupils constrict suddenly. But no one spoke. Everyone has a hunch. Under the current social situation, the establishment of Avengers has been repeatedly delayed. Whether it can be established, no one knows. Even, each of them had this idea in their hearts. Avengers will not be established. I'm just a policeman, so what if I get promoted to the chief? No one wants to live in a police station for the rest of their lives. Avengers, it's my chance to. But really, I'm having a hard time seeing Avengers being a day. The emergence of the X-Men and the intensification of the mutant conflict, you should all be aware of it. I even suspect that as long as Avengers is established, Professor X will follow us. Have you ever thought about the consequences? A complete war. Lin En's voice is deep and without any ups and downs. But those calm words made everyone gasp. If Lin En, followed by, but what he said was not wrong. These are very straightforward questions. They are just subconsciously ignoring. As Xavier's school came into people's sight, everyone knew the power of mutant. Not to mention other things, this Professor X, after sitting on the brainwave strengthening machine, can easily kill the entire human beings on the Earth? Yes, the whole planet of humans. More useful than nukes. This is a shuddering answer. In other words, the lives of all human beings are not in the hands of one person. And this person is a special mutant? In the past, the government could rely on Professor X's kind and gentle personality to control it. But now Professor X, it seems that the concept has changed. It's ridiculous, everyone's right to survive, we all have to pray that Professor X is kind. Lin En's mouth curled up with a hint of mockery. Even if he is not happy, the Avengers will be established on the front foot, and the back foot will, BDBG, be killed and injured. Everyone's hair stand on end, that is, they don't say a word. This situation is indeed possible. Once that's the case, the government has no choice but to kill Professor X. They are equivalent to death in vain. Avengers cannot be established, and even all superhero organizations that have relations with the official cannot be established. Lin En's voice calmed down, and he said this sentence as if explaining a reason. Then what's the situation at the Earth Subdistrict office? Hawkeye, who had been silent all this time, asked with sharp eyes. Those eyes were exceptionally sharp, as if they wanted to see through Lin En. But to his disappointment, there was no slight change on that face. There is no need for Lin En to answer this question. Pissed. Tony couldn't help laughing, looking at Hawkeye as if looking at a fool. Open your mouth slowly. The tone was extremely mocking. Did you shoot too much and your IQ drop? What are you talking about? Hawkeye slapped the table and stood up viciously. Being insulted in front of so many people, it would undoubtedly rub his face against the ground. Take your gaze away, it's really uncomfortable to watch. Tony glared in the face and didn't care. Even if I don't want to admit it anymore, don't forget Thor's identity and his father's identity. He tapped his fingers on the table. He didn't realize that he had developed the same problem as Lin En. I don't think that Professor X can face Odin's majesty, and I also don't think that Professor X dares to challenge Odin's majesty. Professor X may be for them. It's someone who can't deal with it for the time being. But for Odin in the myths and legends, I am afraid it is not a difficult task. With Thor's background, Teacher X would never dare to make a move. Damn it, Tony, next time you call my father the king, please bring an honorific title. You shouldn't call him by his first name. Thor raised his opinion with some dissatisfaction. Tony shrugged. I wish, but you too, why didn't you remind me? Thor, how do I know what you're going to say? But why can't I refute it? I'm so angry. Hawkeye opened his mouth a little. Can't even say a word. Not reconciled to him, his brain was running crazily. Suddenly, he thought of a loophole. Since this is the case, Thor joins Avengers? Professor X still dare not do it. After he finished speaking, he looked at Tony confidently. This matter is definitely a fatal loophole. Even Tony Stark couldn't explain it. However, beyond his expectation, the latter rolled his eyes. He sat directly on the chair without looking at him. Look, he has no way to explain it. This damn guy is definitely guilty. Hawkeye, Tony said contemptuously. But this is the case now. Still have to catch this loophole. Let the latter completely lose face. Brainless. Tony's light words made Hawkeye jump into a rage. Damn, I must make you apologize to me. Hawkeye gritted his teeth. As a marksman, when was he belittled and ridiculed like this? Sit down. Natasha Romanoff put her face in her hands. A hand tugged helplessly at the corner of Hawkeye's clothes. What are you sitting on? I'm not afraid of him. Isn't he just rich? Hiding in a pile of iron sheets all day long. I really think I'm a superhero. Hawkeye growled. Clenched hands. If it wasn't for his final sanity, he would definitely punch him directly. Captain America Steve, who had been silent all this time, saw this happening. Shaking his head helplessly, he joined Avengers. Professor X dare not kill him. Why not dare to kill us? Lin En already said it. Why did you forget it? As soon as the words came out, Hawkeye of rage froze for a moment. His face flushed and turned red. He quickly sat down on the chair, bowed his head and did not speak. This life. I have experienced so much, but there is no such moment, such a useless death. Hawkeye sat down flushed. This moment, if not for professionalism, I'm afraid he will leave directly, and hide in a place where no one is there, for the rest of his life. Embarrassing, really embarrassing. Natasha Romanoff sighed, embarrassed as an old friend of Hawkeye's. One can imagine how embarrassing Hawkeye was. So, your establishment this time is equivalent to breaking away from the government and directly establishing a higher institution? To protect the Earth at the level of Asgard. Fury frowned, a flash of understanding in his one eye. He also thought about it for a while about the matter of the Earth Subdistrict office. I also have a rough idea in my heart, some guesses. It's just that a meeting is still needed to know the plan of Lin En and the others. Now, he has understood. Thor wants to prove himself. It doesn't matter which organization Tony is in. Lin En wants to be famous, and doesn't want to live in silence like this for the rest of his life. Everyone has a valid reason, but there are always some problems. Lin En also held his breath. His eyes fell on Fury indistinctly. According to his inference, as long as the SHIELD director in front of him cancels the plan to establish Avengers, then he can get a lot of points. There will also be a qualitative leap in strength, even among the first echelon, the kind that can stand up to Superman and Captain Marvel. X-Men, Earth Subdistrict Office. Fury murmured, a complex look flashed in that one eye. After a while, he sighed, this Earth doesn't seem to need so many superhero organizations. As soon as these words came out, Lin En was extremely excited. His eyes suddenly lit up. Worried about being discovered, he quickly lowered his head. At the last critical moment, he still had to hold back. Couldn't make it to the end, something went wrong. Director, you have to be careful about this matter. Aren't you going to Xavier's school in 2 days? Maybe we can have a good conversation with Professor X. Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but said. She had a nervous look on her face, afraid that Fury would raise the words of the center of the Avengers plan. In this way, she really has nothing. Fury's eyes faltered slightly. He's been plotting Avengers for decades. This organization has always been a wish of his. Protect the Earth. Protect humanity from aliens. But now, this ideal has become extremely distant. Real. Do you want to suspend this plan that has been in preparation for decades? Very unhappy? Fury fell silent. The corner of Lin En's mouth twitched twice, wishing he could slap Natasha Romanoff to death on the spot. He could not wait to directly control Fury's mind and announce the end of the Avengers plan. However, he was not sure if the system would recognize it. If that is the case, it will really fall short. Alas. Fury sighed and didn't bring up the matter again. The system prompt still did not sound in the end. This means that Fury still hasn't completely given up on the establishment of Avengers. Grass? Lin En couldn't help cursing in his heart. For Natasha Romanoff, there is also some resentment. If not for this woman, he has now taken off. The longer this kind of thing is delayed, the more prone to accidents will occur. But there is no way to worry. Instead, he asked about another matter. You went to Dragon Country? I heard that you also attended a meeting. This should have been a question. But Fury's voice was very calm, without any ups and downs. This turned this matter into an affirmative sentence. Lin En nodded. Very free and easy, it is impossible to hide this matter from anyone. S.H.I.E.L.D and the Lighthouse Kingdom, it is impossible that there are no spies in the Dragon Kingdom. And the reason why Fury is worried is probably very simple. Just worried about Lin En helping Longguo unconditionally. Such a powerful existence is related to gods like Tony Stark and Thor. Definitely exerts a terrifying influence. Lin En also understands this kind of thinking. But from the beginning to the end, he didn't have the slightest intention to hide. This meeting, Tony is here. Asking for flowers. Lin En shrugged his shoulders. I have recorded the entire meeting. Lin En fumbled in his pocket and threw a voice recorder over. Fury was a little stunned. He didn't expect Lin En to be such a bachelor. Without the slightest secret, he even took out a recording pen. Lin En also has no choice. After all, for him, Fury's trust is still needed. Give him complete trust. As long as he can become stronger, you can continue to get more things. At that time, it will be able to better help Longguo. This is called a strategic plan, not a place for foreign affairs. Lin En couldn't help but nodded. Fury was silent for a while, and Phil Coulson was the recorder and played it directly. All the people listened quietly. After a long time, Fury rubbed between his brows. I don't know how to answer. Lin En, you gave the nanotechnology to Longguo for free. Phil Coulson's pupils contracted slightly. As a Lighthouse Country people, he definitely doesn't want Dragon Country's technology to be greatly developed. This nanotechnology, Lin En gave it to me a week ago. Tony knocked on the table. So, don't ask questions here. Furthermore, Lin En's scientific and technological achievements can be decided by whomever he wants to give to. Hear this. Phil Coulson stopped talking. Good guy. Turns out Tony knew earlier. Although not with the Lighthouse government, it was given to Tony Stark. And Tony Stark is a citizen of the Lighthouse Country. It is also the largest weapons manufacturer in the Lighthouse Country. In other words, there isn't much of a difference. It's just one state-owned and one privately owned. They Lighthouse need to spend money to buy Stark's weapons. But it's better than nothing. Fury's frown slowly relaxed. He gave it all, and there was nothing he could do. Lin En is from Longguo. It is also reasonable to seek some benefits for one's own country. Furthermore, Tony also knows that the Lighthouse Country has not gained nothing. It can be heard that the 3 old men in Longguo respect you very much, and it's really beyond my expectation that you can come back. There was a long silence. Fury spoke again. This is something he doesn't understand very much. After all, according to Lin En's current strength and contribution, even in Dragon Kingdom, you can enjoy top treatment. Why come back? Lin En felt a little helpless in his heart. Definitely because the big events of Marvel basically happened in New York and Metropolis. Living in the Dragon Country, how can you get involved? But it certainly cannot be said that way. Many of my women are from the Lighthouse Country. Tut tut. This sentence is really too standard. I don't know if Fury will send a group of 657 women to himself. It's time to pack it up and take it away. Fury's breathing stopped. His expression was a bit weird, but he didn't say anything in the end. He just nodded meaningfully at Phil Coulson. Lin En, do you want to attack aliens? Captain America Steve frowned. Having experienced the cruelty of World War II, he deeply understands the horror of war. What's more, Lin En set off a battle between planets. Compared with World War II, one don't know how many times more terrifying. You have no idea how catastrophic this would be. How many people will die? The essence of this world is plunder, Lin En said helplessly. All the material conditions of the earth are here. If we don't steal from others, our development will be slow. Development is slow. In case we encounter aliens with higher technology, as long as they have some malicious intentions, we will be enslaved. At that time, we can't just shout a few slogans and we can settle it. The essence of this world is plunder. Lin En spread his hands. I really want to explain the dark law of the universe. But he felt it was pointless. The lighthouse country was originally a country built on colonization. For this kind of thing, I am afraid that I am more interested than anyone else. It is estimated that the Dragon Kingdom has already negotiated with the lighthouse country. Once this matter is settled, no one can change it. With Thor as an endorsement, chances are no one will doubt the authenticity of this matter. After all, conquering the 9 realms is no joke. Lin En, when the war really breaks out, you will definitely regret it. Captain America's eyes were full of incomprehension. It was like meeting Lin En for the first time. He never imagined that this person who always had a smile on his face was regarded as a righteous person. Why would you take the initiative to provoke a war? Once a war is started, it will never end. Before humans attack, I can guarantee that only the power of resistance will be destroyed. Lin En was silent for a moment, and spoke slowly. You want to be an invader, but how do you know that aliens are evil? Captain America's eyes lit up. No matter what, he would never allow this to happen. Lin En narrowed his eyes. It can be seen that for Captain America, he disapproves of this aggressive behavior. But this kind of war often has nothing to do with justice or evil. The weak can only be bullied. Did you ever destroy an ant nest when you were a child? Lin En asked with a smile. What do you mean? Captain America frowned. When you killed the ants, do you have any strong guilt? Lin En spoke slowly, with a calm and scary voice. For example, Professor X, it is easy to kill all human beings. We can only ask him to be kind. It's easy for advanced alien civilizations to kill us. Do we also ask them to be kind? Don't be funny. For them, there is no difference between us and ants. Take advantage of the opportunity now, and Thor is willing to help us, with the backing of Odin, the God King of Asgard. Let's develop it well. In this way, at least we have an extra ability to protect ourselves. It is meaningless to regret when the alien fleet hits us in the face. Captain America's expression changed twice. A trace of steam flashed across that handsome face. This is rare on his face. Even so, we can use a more gentle way to seek cooperation with aliens instead of trying to bully and invade these weak races. Lin En. He felt that he had said it thoroughly and clearly enough. But the Captain America in front of him. Why don't you understand? Again, if you have a knife in hand, use it. Do you have to throw it away and let others cut you? When the time comes to regret, there is really no chance at all. This is not kindness anymore. I'm afraid it's already a bit of a Madonna. 3 views are different. Lin En spread his hands and said helplessly. You. Captain America was choked and speechless. Immediately sat on a chair, staring fixedly at Lin En. I will stop you. Lin En rolled his eyes. Boy, what's the use of you organizing me? Wait until the Dragon Kingdom and the Lighthouse Kingdom have finished their discussions. As long as it is past, I am afraid that more than a dozen powerful countries around the world will be involved. When the time comes, it will not be something that one person can decide. Even if Lin En doesn't show up, things will continue to develop. In other words, no one can stop this matter. 3.4. In the face of aggression, and countless wealth, no one person, no country will not be tempted. You bastard, why are you so stupid? Thor couldn't help but said. He found that this blonde-haired guy was really a bit silly. Conquered the 9 realms for hundreds of years. He has seen too many colonized and oppressed races. This kind of thing really happened. Why don't you want to admit it? In ancient times, your current humans were colonized by a group of snake-like aliens for tens of thousands of years. If it weren't for the Nordic gods, Indian gods, and Eastern gods to destroy them together, I'm afraid you wouldn't even have the chance to speak now. Thor's words are like a huge amounts of stone thrown into a calm lake. Let everyone's hair stand on end. Lin En's heart tightened too. No wonder. He has been afraid of snakes since he was a child, and many people are born afraid of snakes. It turns out that there is still this experience. Captain America's breathing also stopped for a while. He clearly knew that the person in front of him was a guy who had lived for hundreds of years, and Asgard has existed for an unknown amount of time. Some of these ancient events may not have been recorded by humans, and the people of Asgard probably know a lot, and there is a high probability that this kind of thing will be true. Lin En, how sure are you about going to Xavier's school? Fury asked. Lin En was silent for a moment. Definitely is 100% sure, but he couldn't say that. After pondering for a while, he opened his mouth slowly. If the plan to attack aliens can succeed, I'm 90% sure. 13 After all, no matter how much you hate mutants, they are still human beings. When unanimously external, we human beings are still united as never before. Hearing this reply, Yang Rui laughed. A stone in my heart can be regarded as letting go. Recent. The matter of Professor X has become a stone on his heart. You guy, you don't know how to attack aliens. It's also your plan to ease internal conflicts. Your thinking is too exaggerated. Take it away. Lin En rolled his eyes. This kind of thing. Just know it yourself. What he said was a bit appalling. Hehe, I'm not exaggerating. Fury shook his head. I don't know if it's because I'm old, I always feel that I can't keep up with the ideas of your young people. When he faced aliens appearing on the Earth, he was extremely terrified deep in his heart. That's why after more than 10 years, I want to build an organization that belongs to the protection of the Earth. The concept of Avengers was also proposed at that time. But now, Lin En came up with an even more outrageous idea. Attack aliens directly. Ridiculous though. With Thor's help. With the help of the Aesir Protoss, there might be a real chance of success. The most important is, in this way, the contradictions within human beings have also been greatly eased. Even among various countries, there will no longer be any contradictions. After all, a brand new planet to be developed brings abundant resources. It is far more than the ore and oil resources of some Middle Eastern countries. In front of huge amounts of cake, no one will stare at the rotten steamed buns to compete. At that time, no one will hate mutant anymore. After all, compared with aliens, mutant is simply too sweet. After figuring out the key points, Fury couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Perhaps the new era of mankind may begin here. Okay, if there is nothing else in this meeting, we will leave first. If it wasn't for Lin En, I wouldn't bother talking to you. Thor sat on the chair arrogantly, his round eyes swept over everyone. Is there anything else? If there is nothing, we will leave. Fury smiled wryly. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, he is really not qualified to order Thor. Definitely, even more unqualified, to reprimand the latter. Lin En, Tony, let's go, it's too boring here, let's go drink. Thor stood up and spoke angrily. Huge amounts of voices, so that the entire conference room was enveloped in it. Tony shrugged non-committally. Also stood up. There is still a problem. The simple and honest voice sounded. Everyone looked and found that it was Banner who had been silent all this time, sitting there like a passerby. He pushed his eyes and looked at everyone with a smile. You also object? Thor froze for a moment, then laughed. Looking at Banner's appearance, the corners of his mouth curled up a little indifferently. Banner smiled, but wasn't offended. I don't want to stop it, I just want to verify whether you are qualified to invade alien planets. I don't want to see the 3 people who have been beaten to the ground after the spaceships of various countries reach the alien planet. This sentence is merciless, but it can happen. But this kind of words, whoever listens, will be unhappy. Not to mention Thor, an extremely proud man. Even if you scold him, he will not be particularly angry. But you can't question his strength. We can compare. Banner was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Although I don't want that guy to appear, but for the future of mankind, I can only use that method. Upon hearing this, Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye's pupils constricted slightly. The terrifying monster naturally appeared in his mind. Immediately subconsciously took a step back. A little horror flashed across his face. You want to fight me? Thor's eyes widened, as if he had heard the biggest joke. 153 looked Banner up and down. Simple and honest face, not strong body. Without any momentum. What are you kidding, you kind of guy? In Asgard, a bitch could rub you on the ground. After saying this, Thor laughed out loud. Look around. However, no one echoed his words. Turning his head to look at Lin En, he found that the latter's face was also slightly dignified. This made him even more curious, because he really couldn't see that the Banner in front of him was so powerful. Director Phil Coulson started aside. Fury was silent for a while, and finally nodded slowly. It's a test, just to see how powerful our Thor is. To be honest, he has a deep understanding of Hulk's destructive power. That group of data is even more tingling. The strength of a single arm has reached a terrifying 100 tons. The skin can easily withstand armor-piercing projectiles. Even if it is hit by a missile head-on, there will be no scars. The jumping ability of the muscles can also easily reach a height of several hundred meters. To put it bluntly, in terms of numbers alone, Hulk has almost no weaknesses. Defense, strength, speed, apart from not being able to fly, there are almost no weaknesses. The scariest thing is, and with anger, this value will increase endlessly. In other words, the angrier Hulk gets, the more powerful he becomes. This also makes S.H.I.E.L.D not know where the limit of Hulk is. And Thor is a god from Asgard. It is also invincible. So scary. If 2 people fight, it's really hard to say who wins and who loses. Arrange a remote place. Fury began. Phil Coulson nodded. Lin En directly blocked the ladder. Follow me? After finishing speaking, he stomped his feet and opened a portal directly. Then drilled in. Everyone raised their eyebrows when they saw this scene. There is speculation that Lin En might be a mutant. In the hearts of Natasha Romanoff and others, it has never stopped. And the current scene confirmed their thoughts even more. Go, I want to see. What qualifications do you have? Fight for me. Thor laughed and stepped in. The rest of the people looked at each other and walked in one after another. The sky is full of yellow sand raging in the vast desert. Except for the whistling of the strong wind, there seemed to be no more sound here. And at this time, a strange purple portal suddenly appeared. Then a handsome black-haired man walked out of it. Not long after he appeared, several people appeared again. With the appearance of several people, the surrounding wind also gradually decreased. Finally stopped completely. It seems that the wind also knows that a big battle will break out in a while. So quietly hid. This battle is interesting. Tony blocked the wind and sand with his hands, and couldn't help but speak. He's also had comparisons to Hulk and Thor. With the help of J.A.R.V.I.S, he also compared the data of the two. The result is that they are evenly matched. But data is data after all. In addition, there are not many materials and information about myself. So in this battle, it is really difficult for him to judge who will win. Lin En, what do you think? Tony turned to look at Lin En. After all, the latter is what took Thor, rubbing against the ground. The strength is beyond that much. Presumably, some clues can be seen. With Mjolnir, Thor should have the upper hand in the early stage, and be beaten as a civilian later. Lin En touched his chin. I am also quite interested in this battle. After all, no matter how many times you watch a battle of this level, you don't think it's too much. Now, it's a bit difficult. I'm going to lose 80% of the time. Thor on the side heard this, his pupils contracted slightly. Other people's reactions, he cannot be present. But for Lin En, he couldn't care less. After all, he was beaten helplessly by the latter. Will he be defeated? Doubt arose in Thor's heart, and he looked at Banner who was standing not far away. No matter how you look at it, this honest guy doesn't seem to have any pressure. Where is it strong? I can't see it at all. You'd better stand far away. Banner smiled and looked at the people around him. Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye and others nodded, then pushed to hundreds of meters away. This distance is far enough. Director, who will win? Phil Coulson also asked with great interest. Fury shook his head. I don't know. Banner's data is very clear, but for Thor's data, it is still relatively little. In this battle, even he, who is well informed, has no way to draw conclusions easily. Captain America flexed his wrist, as a soldier, for this heads up. He is still very interested, but being able to watch the Superman class fight up close, it also made him very excited. Even, a trace of the heart to fight was born in his heart. Just take a look and you'll know. Banner, come on. Natasha Romanoff shouted with her hands in front of her red lips. When Banner heard the voice, a happy smile appeared on his face, and then he smiled confidently. Don't worry. No one knew better than him how powerful that green guy in his body was. It can only be described as horror. As long as he thinks, there is no opponent he cannot defeat. Hey, you two, why don't you have some cheers? Thor couldn't help turning his head. Looking at Lin En and Tony with their hands in their pockets, they couldn't help complaining. Okay, be serious. If you really want to be rubbed on the ground, you will be ashamed. Lin En couldn't help laughing. It seems that Thor still doesn't know how terrible Hulk is. To underestimate the enemy like this will suffer a great loss. The most important thing is that if you lose, it will be the people from the Earth Street office. Next. Lin En raised his hand, took out Mjolnir from the system space and threw it over. The current Thor cannot exert the full power of Mjolnir, but it can also play 80%. There is no Thor without Mjolnir. Otherwise, if the strength and defense are not as good as Hulk, I am afraid that after 10 rounds, he will be beaten to doubt his life. After Thor took Mjolnir, his eyes were a little complicated. But the battle was imminent, and he restrained himself a bit. Look at Banner. You, Hao Zhao, guy, I will beat you to the ground and surrender. Banner smiled and took a deep breath. It's best not to let me get extremely angry, otherwise, you will die miserably. After saying this, a hint of greenness began to appear on his simple and honest face, and the whole body, as if inflated, began to swell rapidly. This scene made Thor a little astonished, but in the next second, he became serious. In this instant, he emitted a powerful aura from Banner's body. Roar. With a roar, a huge green monster 5 meters high appeared in front of everyone. Hulk. He pounded his chest with both hands. Make a loud noise. A 5-meter-high green figure appeared in the desert. Huge amounts of 2 air columns sprayed out of the nostrils. Then he rushed towards Thor without any hesitation. The latter is not to be outdone. It's not like I haven't seen huge amounts of creatures. I've killed even the frost dragon. Thor shouted. Driven by Mjolnir, the speed of the whole person is very fast. However, in the next second, the huge impact on the green fist made his face change. At the last moment when the whole person flew upside down, he directly smashed Mjolnir over. Boom, rumble, the two people, one big and one small, all flew upside down after a short fight. Hulk huge amounts of body hit the ground. There was a roar all over the ground. Hulk, smash. Hulk rubbed the corner of his mouth with his hand, and Mjolnir hit it, making him feel a little uncomfortable. But this attack, it can only make him hurt, did not bring him any harm. He stood up directly, leaped vigorously, and bounced directly towards Thor from 100 meters away. And on the ground where he was standing, a 430 deep pit appeared. One can imagine how huge the impact just now was. The surrounding sand is constantly flowing towards it. Fack. Such a strong defense. Thor was also a little surprised. It is indeed rare that a person survives Mjolnir's blow without being injured. Of course, there are reasons why I didn't try my best. However, it can also be seen that the original strength of this green monster. The two collided again. The fist-to-body sparring is the most exciting. Everyone was dumbfounded, and Lin En looked at Hulk with great interest. Dr. Banner's experiment failed and was irradiated with gamma rays. Instead of dying, there is a monster called Hulk in his body. However, Hulk's strong destructive power made Banner very disgusted with this powerful monster in his body. Lin En thought of this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He still knows a little about Hulk. This huge green monster was actually born to protect Banner. It also existed originally, This could have had the chance to kill God. In the main universe, it seems to be raised and abandoned. All fear the power of the Hulk. Let him be there when you need him. When he was not needed, he was extremely afraid to prevent him from appearing. Nobody wants to know about Hulk. Even banners. This also caused Hulk to constantly doubt himself, unwilling to come out. Tisk tisk, there are typically bugs, and I don't want to use it. Lin En knows. Banner is unwilling to accept Hulk, so Hulk's power has been unable to be exerted. In the final chapter of the Avengers Alliance, become a guy who makes soy sauce properly. From an invincible Hulk, to a weak chicken. However, the current Hulk is still a fierce group. Rumble, a large cloud appeared in the sky again. The whole sky became dark. Everyone looked up, only to see thunderbolts walking among them. Constantly twisted, and then fell quickly towards the Hulk. Hulk was surrounded by lightning. His body was unconsciously paralyzed, and he knelt down directly on the ground. I said, I will make you kneel in front of me. Thor fell from the sky. The fighting power is in front of Hulk. But there was no contempt in his eyes. In the battle just now, this green monster has already won his respect. Even in the entire 9 realms, it is rare to be able to fight head-to-head with oneself for such a long time. Dad. Hulk gasped. Listen to the mocking words. Endless anger welled up from his heart. Since he was born, no one has dared to mock him like this. Be careful, Hulk is going to become stronger. Lin En said with interest from the side. In sight, Hulk's body was trembling constantly. Originally, the muscles were strong, but they became even more ferocious. Even stronger. The tough skin changed from green to darker green. The snort from the middle of the nose is like 2 pillars of air, making a rumbling sound. The body that was kneeling on the ground like a hill became bigger and punched again. The stronger the anger, the stronger the strength, and there is no online. This setting is really terrifying. He also remembered, after Hulk's family was killed. This huge green monster directly incarnates as the Emperor Hulk, LV Shang. His terrifying strength to the limit, coupled with his terrifying resilience, made him almost slaughter the entire universe. All the gods and superheroes were all smashed into the sand. Thor also noticed the change in Hulk at this moment, although a little surprised, but not any fear. Do you still want to resist? Banner, the winner is already divided, so stop struggling. Banner, no, this is Hulk. Me, Hulk. Hulk growled deafeningly. With him as the center, the powerful impact spread towards the surroundings. A circular pit began to appear throughout the ground. All the yellow sand in it was blown up. Fokker, Thor exclaimed. There was another burst of collision sound in the yellow sand. Fury covered his face with his leather jacket, trying to open his eyes to observe the battle. It's a pity that his move is doomed to be useless. The yellow sand filled the sky, blocking everyone's sight. Damn it, I can't see anything. Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but said. The blowing sand hit her arm, causing a burst of pain. The wind and sand is really too big. Captain America raised the shield, and the raging wind and sand hit it with crackling sounds. Tony hid behind Lin En. Can't help cursing, these 2 guys, really, who can see what they're doing like this? I can't even tell who is above. The outcome is decided. Lin En murmured. Hearing this, Tony froze for a moment, and then his eyes turned cold. The huge amounts of monsters lost. Although he is not too satisfied with Thor's character. In any case, Thor is his family. He definitely wants the latter to win too. However, to his shock, Lin En shook his head. In the vast desert, a few people like ants are trying to keep their eyes open in the wind and sand. Trying to look at the place where the yellow sand is flying all over the sky, as if there was something particularly important there. Or people. The sound of collision inside constantly rang. There was a sound in the middle, roaring and cursing. The people who couldn't see the battle clearly scratched their hearts. However, to his shock, Lin En shook his head. Hiss, he gasped. Anyway, Tony is Thor? How could it lose to the creatures on the earth? It is still a product of technological failure. Come out. Lin En said slowly. Tony quickly turned his gaze to where the battle was taking place. Whoosh! A black shadow shot out from the yellow sand. Everyone looked around quickly, wanting to know who it was. Rumble! The figure rubbed against the ground for dozens of meters before stopping. The yellow sand on the ground was splashed. A half-meter deep path appeared in front of everyone, which was shocking. Hulk, smash! Immediately afterwards, a huge figure emerged from the yellow sand again, falling directly in front of Thor. Immediately afterwards huge amounts of fists constantly fell. Intense excitement and tyranny appeared on that huge hideous face. Thor raised his arm, and he could vaguely see a lot of red bloodstains on it. Boom! Mjolnir flew out of the yellow sand and hit Hulk hard. The powerful impact left Hulk with no room to resist. It was directly thrown dozens of meters away, rolling in the yellow sand like a toy. But in the next second, Hulk stood up again. The broad chest was constantly panting. His face was still full of excitement and ferocity. This feeling is like a brat finding a durable, unbreakable toy. And Thor also stood up. There were scars of varying degrees on his face and arms. Drops of blood also rolled down the muscle lines. The hair was also messy, and the clothes on his body were also shredded. The state of 2 people. It is also extremely clear who wins and who loses. Everyone looked at each other and saw each other's shock. Anyway, the battle is over. Thor, the god of Asgard, was defeated by Hulk. He kept panting heavily. There was strong anger and humiliation in his eyes. If not Mjolnir has alienated him. If it wasn't for being too careless just now, this green monster would have seized the opportunity. He will never lose. Absolutely not. However, now that he is injured, his condition will only get worse and worse as he continues to fight. On the other hand, Hulk's breath is stable. There is a vague feeling of climbing upwards. Well, I lost this time, but I will definitely win it back next time. Thor took a deep breath. Even in arrogance, as a warrior, he would admit his defeat. But he was not discouraged. The battle with the Hulk can be fought well. Unlike Lin En, who can only be ravaged all the time. As long as you pay attention when fighting, you can still win. The battle was settled. Looking at the desert with huge potholes on the ground, everyone's eyes were full of embarrassment and shock. Fortunately, this battle was not in a city, otherwise, such a large destructive power. Imagining that scene, everyone couldn't help being terrified. This is definitely faster than a professional demolition team. Hey, it seems that the Earth Street office is not very powerful. From this point of view, it is not a wise thing to attack aliens. At this time, Hawkeye couldn't help but speak. He who has been hated all the time finally found a chance to speak. Fury and Captain America beside him frowned. Even if Thor lost, the battle just now has proved his strength. No matter how to find it, they are better than you. When Hawkeye said this again, it seemed a bit inappropriate. Bah! Thor moved his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. Among the three of us, I am not the strongest. Fury frowned. The rest of the people do the same. There are only 3 people in the Earth Street office. 1 Tony, 1 Lin En. However, everyone has a general understanding of Lin En's power and strength. A month ago, he killed Caesar in the street, and the cement and steel bars were cracked by the wind of his fist. It has to be said that this force is indeed very strong. But it can't compare with monsters like Hulk and Thor. Could it be that Tony has developed a new armor? Watching Kikai look at him, the corner of Wang En's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Fuck, look what I do. I don't have a battle armor now, and I can't beat the monster Hulk. Just when everyone was wondering and thinking, another accident occurred in the field. Hulk, smash. Hulk, who had been in the distance, came running wildly. Huge amounts of the solace of the feet stepping on the sand and subsequently carrying the sand up. Due to the high speed, a path of yellow sand flying all over the sky can be seen from behind him. Boom! Before Thor could react, he was kicked away. The whole person was like a shooting star in an instant, flying heavily towards the distance. That's not all. Hulk exerted strength on his legs again, his muscles bulged high, his whole body turned into a green shooting star, and quickly came to the top of Thor. His arms were raised, obviously wanting to smash Thor back to the ground again. Shameless? You sneak attack. Thor stared angrily. Unexpectedly, Hulk would attack when he stopped. If it was hit heavily on the ground, even he would be injured. He wanted to raise his arms to block, but the punch was too fast, and he was too late. Hulk, smash. Hulk made an extremely excited voice. He had been waiting for such a hearty battle for a long, long time. Everyone looked horrified. Fury's complexion kept changing. No one thought that Hulk would completely lose control. If Thor was really seriously injured, or even killed, the consequences would be disastrous. The situation in front of me can only stop it all. For some reason, everyone remembered Thor's words, and looked at Lin En in unison. In an ordinary desert, yellow sand blows all year round. However, today, this ordinary desert will no longer be ordinary. Because the yellow sand was stained with red blood. Red, God's blood. This Thor, who was famous in Asgard, was injured today. Not only that, he may also be seriously injured, or even fall. Damn it, Banner, stop it. Gosh, stop it. Phil Coulson and Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but scream, trying to stop the tyrannical Hulk. But they have no chance. There is no such ability. All they can think of at the moment is Lin En. However, the latter has no desire to make a move. He just stared at the battlefield with a frown. 837 Hulk. Hulk smashed down hard. This punch carries endless sonic booms and strong winds. Echoes of the silent desert. Thor's eyes widened. He dodged desperately, trying to avoid the punch. However, Hulk was faster than him. This punch that distorts the air is destined to fall. Unless someone is faster than Hulk. There is someone stronger than Hulk. Although you were born not long ago and are still a child, it's wrong to bully people like this. A faint voice sounded around. Immediately afterwards, behind Thor, a purple portal appeared. A hand protruded from it. Drag Thor straight into the portal. Hulk, smash. Hulk roared. Seeing the person he was going to smash disappear, he became even more angry. This punch fell even more quickly. Since you're crazy, I can only suppress you? A faint voice sounded without any ups and downs. But, facing the Hulk, so fearless. If it weren't for the fool. Otherwise, it is absolute confidence in yourself. He stretched his arms forward and opened his palms, obviously wanting to receive the punch. The palm is slender and looks ordinary, even, a little beautiful. But, such a palm can block Hulk's punch? Boom! Palm and fist intersect. A terrifying air wave spread from the place where the two touched. It was like a storm, blowing yellow sand all over the sky, making everyone unable to open their eyes. Then, there was another loud bang. Everyone barely opened their eyes, only to see a huge figure falling heavily from the sky. There was only one tall and straight figure in the air. Beneath the black hair is a handsome face. The strong wind blew his clothes, making a rattling sound. Just a glance is enough to attract everyone's attention. Lin En, is Lin En. Fuck, how is it possible? After all, Hawkeye has good eyesight, and he was the first to see the people in the air clearly. Natasha Romanoff and Phil Coulson also opened their eyes desperately regardless of eye discomfort. Also found Lin En floating in the air. That elegant figure and calm face made everyone's hearts tense and inexplicably relieved. Fuck, when will Lin En fly? Fury couldn't help but exclaimed. He originally thought that the investigation of Lin En was clear enough. Unexpectedly, what this young man was hiding was so deep. But the priority now is to calm down the tyrannical Hulk first. Hulk. Hulk roared to the sky, and let out a violent roar at Lin En in the air. Being thrown from the air just now made him even more angry. He had no other thoughts, so he wanted to teach this guy who made him eat hard. Then tear him to shreds. Only in this way can his anger be appeased. Hulk, I know, you are sensible, calm down now, lest you get beaten up. Lin En looked at Hulk. He didn't do anything directly, but chose to communicate. For this kind of guy who only knows how to use brute force and doesn't have any fighting skills, he is not interested in fighting. Hulk is powerful and he is stronger. Hulk is fast, he is faster. Among other things, just pure physical fitness, he has already crushed Hulk. There is no need to fight. Why not control your body strength and fight Captain America? At least you can learn fighting skills. Lin En's truth left everyone speechless. Don't want to grow up with Hulk? Afraid that Hulk will get hurt? Are you crazy? Smash. Hulk on the ground became even angrier when he heard this. This feeling of being underestimated almost drove him crazy. Angry and crazy. Crazy now. Crazy and crazy, stronger and stronger. There are no superfluous words. Hulk soared into the sky again, and the target was Lin En. Lin En, get out of here. Fury shouted hastily. If Lin En really has flight's ability, it should be easy to dodge the attack. He has mastered the air supremacy. When facing the Hulk, he only needs to be cautious. Basically invincible. However, it makes everyone's scalp tingle. What made his heart beat faster was that Lin En not only didn't dodge, but also raised his fist. My god, what is he doing? Is he crazy? Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but panic. Warong turned pale with fright. Hulk bursts from the ground, has a point of leverage, and can exert all his strength. Even under the influence of inertia, he can exert more than usual strength. And Lin En, floating in the air, there is no point of leverage, and there is no desire to rush forward. Wanted to block the Hulk like this, unless it is 2.37 or 8 times stronger than Hulk. But, is it possible? Under normal conditions, Hulk can punch down a full 100 tons. Even before their fists touched each other, everyone seemed to have seen Lin En being thrown flying. Like a shooting star, it flies towards outer space. Boom! Thousands of meters above the sky, 1 and 2 fists together. Lin En's body fell back several meters in the air, and Hulk fell to the ground like a shooting star. Rumble, like an earthquake. The entire desert was shaking violently. Endless yellow sand filled the air. Everyone couldn't stand still and staggered one after another. If it wasn't for his good skills, he would have already fallen to the ground. Just at this time, the sonic boom in the air rang in everyone's ears. This is the sound of Hulk and Lin En's fists colliding. Only now has it reached the ears of the people. Everyone turned pale. For a while, I didn't know whether to block the wind and sand with my hands or cover my ears with my hands. But in the hearts of the people, it was extremely shocking. The sound of the collision was only heard now. One can imagine how fast the two of them fought. This wind and sand is really too big. Lin En looked at the yellow sand all over the sky, feeling a little helpless. I knew I would not choose this place. It was sandy and not comfortable at all. But when you go back at night, you can ask Wanda to wash yourself. Thinking of this, his mood suddenly changed a lot. Immediately took a deep breath. His chest, at this moment, also became much higher. Immediately afterwards, Lin En opened his mouth and blew fiercely towards the surroundings. Boom! The terrifying air waves are like typhoons. Directly press the surrounding yellow sand firmly to the ground. At this moment, everyone's sights were restored again. When they saw the ground, everyone's eyelids jumped. I saw a huge amount of deep pit a few hundred meters away. The diameter reached hundreds of meters. Along the potholes, there are countless cracks. It was astonishing that the earth was smashed apart. A large amount of yellow sand is poured into it constantly. The rustling sound made people swallow involuntarily. The battle, is it over? Natasha Romanoff swallowed on her snow-white neck before barely suppressing the shock in her heart. It's just that the towering chest still kept rising and falling, drawing out a series of attractive arcs. It's a pity that no one is going to appreciate this wonderful scene at the moment. Because, in the deep pit, there was some movement again. Hulk. With a terrifying roar, Hulk jumped out of the pit. A pair of green pupils fixedly stared at Lin En in midair. His arms and body were constantly shaking. And in a short period of time, from 5 meters high, it became 7 meters. Not only that, but the aura emanating from him was even crazier and more terrifying. Lin En, something's wrong. Thor's eyelids twitched, feeling jealous towards Hulk for the first time. There is something really wrong with this big green monster. It can recover quickly even if it is injured, and its breath becomes stronger and stronger. If this continues, can Lin En beat him? However, what responded to him was Lin En's faint smile. It's okay, I'll get out of the frame. Lin En looked down at Rage's Hulk with a flat expression. Unless Hulk can turn into Green War. Otherwise, there will be absolutely no chance. I'll give you another chance to curb your anger, otherwise, I promise you will suffer a little bit. Lin En looked at Hulk, who was punching his body again. His voice was slightly full of sternness. However, the tyrannical Hulk almost lost his mind. Even if he is not afraid of the sky, how can he be afraid of Lin En? Roar. A roar was his greatest response to Lin En. What should we do now? The Hulk has completely lost control. Phil Coulson turned pale, looking at the huge green monster in horror. Fury's one eye flashed solemnly. If it doesn't work, send troops over. At this moment, he also regretted a little why he agreed to this competition. As a result, there is such a big commotion now. Few people can imagine how much damage a crazy and uncontrolled Hulk will cause. Just getting into the crowd I was a disaster. We don't know where this is. Captain America Steve Rogers flicked his wrist, constantly adjusted his breathing, looking at the battlefield firmly. As a fighter, even if you know you are not an opponent, you still have to use it to charge. Lin En, tell us the location and let the troops come over. After Captain America finished speaking, he rushed towards Hulk without any hesitation. Don't go there, Lin En will take care of everything. Thor held him tightly beside him. We should trust him. Knowingly going to die, there is no turning back. Although he looked down on Captain America at first, this man, even he has to admit, is a fighter. Damn, you trust him so much. Captain America looked anxious. Thor nodded. The current Hulk is not as powerful as Lin En made me feel back then. Hear this. Captain America froze for a moment, then his face changed drastically. What did you say? Back then Lin En was stronger than the current Hulk. Thor nodded. Lin En is very strong. Hearing this, several people were skeptical. However, Fury quickly found his position. What made him speechless was that this location was actually in the core of the Sahara Desert. In this way, the army will not be able to come, and the air support will take half an hour. The fastest way is to use satellites in Earth orbit to implement fixed-point laser strikes. But that power, 623, is enough to turn a radius of several kilometers into ashes. Not even they were spared. The key is, this kind of laser strike may not be able to kill Hulk. See this scene. Lin En is no longer hesitation. A direct dodge came to the ground from high altitude. Looking at the hill-like Hulk in front of him, a trace of fighting spirit flashed across his face. Straight out with a punch. Hulk blocked subconsciously, but he only felt an indescribably powerful force, which made him not even qualified to block. The huge body staggered and retreated towards the back. Rub rub rub. Hulk took 3 steps back. Every step leaves a deep footprint in the sand. It's not over yet. Lin En jumped up and went directly to the midair, raising his right foot high. Then with the force from the waist, the oyster spun and smashed out. The whip leg falls. Hulk, who hadn't stood still, was directly ejected. Hulk, smash it. Hulk roared in midair. The anger in his heart burned more and more vigorously. He swore that as soon as he landed, he would quickly let this small human being bear his endless anger. However, he was destined not to have this opportunity. When Hulk was about to hit the ground, Lin En disappeared suddenly. At dozens of times the speed of sound, everyone didn't even have a chance to react. Lin En had already caught up with Hulk, who was flying upside down. Immediately, he hugged Hulk's broad palm with both hands, and slammed it down hard. Hulk still didn't have time to react, and was hit hard on the ground. Boom! With huge amounts of impact, bursts of yellow sand were set off again. Hiss! Everyone gasped. Fury, Natasha Romanoff, and others, even more eyelids twitched. In their view, Hulk is irresistible. Especially seeing Lin En holding Hulk's palm, slamming that 7-meter-high body on the ground heavily, this kind of visual impact is extremely shocking. Boom boom boom! In the next second, they realized how ridiculous their shock was. I saw Lin En holding Hulk's palm, constantly hitting Hulk back and forth on the ground. The sound of huge amounts of objects hitting the ground is heard constantly. Everyone stared blankly. Only Thor couldn't help but shuddered. After all, that's how he was ravaged by Lin En at the beginning. But thinking of Hulk being beaten like this, he immediately calmed down a lot. That's it, hit him hard. Rumble, rumble, the voice sounded constantly. The dull look of the crowd did not last long. Because of the constant trembling, the nearby land began to crack and collapse. With one's own power, shape-shifting the entire Earth. This has gone far beyond the scope of human beings. It's not good, it's getting worse. Natasha Romanoff took 2 steps back, narrowly avoiding a 20-centimeter crack. The group began to back away again. The battle was too fierce. Even if they were separated by hundreds of meters, they still felt unsafe. Lin En, stop, the ground around here is starting to collapse. Fury shouted hastily. However, in the yellow sand all over the sky, he couldn't see where Lin En was at all. But what made him more at ease was that it wasn't long after he finished speaking. The constantly roaring sound disappeared. Immediately afterwards, I saw Lin En jumping into the air, slapped a strong wind, and pressed down the yellow sand all over the sky again. In front of everyone, is a deep pit. After waiting for a while, everyone did not hear any movement. No die. After a long silence, Tony couldn't help but speak. After all, under this kind of blow, no matter how strong the defense is, the internal organs will be directly ruptured under this kind of impact. Impossible. Fury shook his head directly. As for Hulk's defense, he has numbers. Even if it is a nuclear bomb, it can be resisted, so how could it be possible to die? Everyone waited for another minute. It was found that there was still no movement in the deep pit. They looked at each other. After all, they were not ordinary people. The high-yield people were bold and ran straight ahead. Come close. Everyone gasped again. The reason is simple. The scene in front of me was really too appetizing. The uneven ground now has a basin with a radius of 100 meters. The surrounding sand flowed towards the inside from time to time. In the center of the pothole, there is a monster with huge amounts of sprawling. It was Hulk. It's just that the green skin is contaminated with a lot of yellow sand. It has become mottled. Nothing will happen. Phil Coulson couldn't help but said. Hulk's miserable appearance made him a little frightened. In case the Hulk died, it would be a lot of fun. The corner of Fury's mouth twitched undetectably. The situation at hand. He was also a little confused. But he still spoke. Hulk's defense, we all know it. However, there was no confidence in that voice, which made everyone laugh bitterly. Just at this time, the Hulk in the pit suddenly moved. Immediately afterwards, the head suddenly lifted. A pair of green eyes stared at Fury and the others. This glance contained endless tyranny and killing intent. This feeling is 100 times stronger than meeting wild lions and tigers. Just looking into the eyes made everyone feel fear in their hearts. Even, the body was too frightened to move. Not good, retreat quickly. Fury deserved to be the king of agents. Even in his old age, he still responded quickly. After reminding everyone, he turned around and ran towards the back. The three of them, Phil Coulson and Natasha Romanoff Hawkeye, also ran towards the back immediately. At this moment, fear made it impossible for them to remain calm. Especially this time when they came out temporarily, everyone didn't bring any weapons at all. Not even a pistol in hand. Facing Hulk, there is no way to stop it. You can't use love to influence this monster. Only Captain America swallowed a mouthful of saliva and tightly held the shield in his hand. In this case, he still didn't back down. Instead, it was at the forefront. He took a deep breath, constantly adjusting his breathing. As a soldier with very rich combat experience, he knows one thing. In this case, if they all run, they can only be quickly caught up and then killed without any resistance. Someone has to break. And in this case, only he can stand up. By horse. Thor and Tony in the distance did not step forward from the beginning to the end. Seeing a few people fleeing in a hurry, they looked helpless. These guys really have no sense of crisis at all. Lin En didn't even say that the battle was over, and just ran over in a hurry. Isn't this adding to the chaos? Hulk? Smash. Huge amounts of Hulk confronted Captain America. Huge amounts of fist, a little bigger than his shield. Gudong? Captain America swallowed again. To be honest, he wanted to fall. Just the gas exhaled between the nostrils. It made him feel a burning breath. Only at such a close distance can one truly feel the powerful sense of oppression. This green monster is like a giant. The chaotic and tyrannical atmosphere exuded made him a little unsteady. At the moment, Captain America Steve Rogers. There is really a feeling of being irresistible. This man, who had gone through World War II and never backed down from countless steel tanks, aircraft, and cannons, even had the idea of turning around and running away at this moment. Watching Thor, Lin En and Hulk fight from a distance, I don't feel anything. But under the close contact at this moment, he only felt suffocated. Yes, fear to the extreme suffocation. At first, he thought he could block Hulk for a while with his excellent fighting skills. Take a look now. My own thoughts are really too naive. But as a soldier, even calling himself Captain America, he must stick to his beliefs. Can't take a step back. Even if it is death. Hold off Hulk too. But in the next second, he saw an incredible scene. I saw 4 white slime cobwebs suddenly appear on the ground. These cobwebs condense into ropes that bind Hulk's limbs directly. Get out of here. I want Hulk to come down. Lin En came down slowly from midair. That handsome face has not changed from beginning to end. It seemed that even if 000 Hulk went crazy, it was within his consideration and tolerance. Captain America scrambled and ran towards the distance. He knew that he didn't even have a chance to intervene in this battle. Even if they are too close, the aftermath of the two will shock him. Not at all of a magnitude. Hulk? Smash. Hulk snarled again. The wind in the entire desert was drowned out by Hulk's voice. In his huge amounts of pupils, the flames of anger almost turned into substance. An already ferocious face became even more distorted. Aren't you willing to wake up? Or, think you have a chance to fight me? Lin En couldn't help but ask. As someone who is familiar with Marvel plots, he knows a little bit deeply. That is, Hulk is really going to be beaten out of his face. When facing anti-Hulk armor, Hulk was directly knocked out. A set of military punches in the face of Thanos. He also regained his sanity. Therefore, Lin En will never believe it. Zhao Hui has no reason at all. As long as Banner's consciousness is still BDFF, the Hulk wouldn't be completely out of control. Hulk. Hulk struggled more violently in answer. Under that fierce struggle, Cobweb's endurance also reached its limit, and began to gradually collapse. Where there is one, there is a second. In an instant, all 4 cobwebs were broken. And Hulk, also officially out of trouble. See this scene. Lin En didn't hold back anymore. He knew that if he didn't fight hard, the battle would be endless. Since you don't listen to advice, don't blame me. Lin En, who made up his mind, pointed with one hand, and endless azure blue flames rose from the ground. It is the most proficient Omega-level mutant ability, the Flame Emperor. This mutant ability followed him from the beginning. Under his long-term research, it can also play a greater role. The most important thing is that he is quite familiar with the control of flames. And Thunder's variant, ability, may be more harmful. But it hasn't been long since I got it. If I accidentally hurt Hulk when using it, it will be bad. Even if Hulk recovers quickly, it doesn't mean that he won't be seriously injured or die. In comparison, the skill of flame is more handy to use. Following Lin En's thought, a large piece of flame appeared in the desert out of thin air. The flames churned like blue ocean waves. Look from a distance. It was as if there was a sea tide above the desert. Blue flames, white and yellow sand, intertwined together are extremely dazzling. The moment the azure blue flame appeared, in this already hot desert, the temperature has risen again. A terrifying heat wave swept across. Fury and the others were sweating profusely in an instant, and feel a tingling on the face and exposed skin. Fac, are these flames Lin En's handwriting too? Captain America Steve couldn't help but ask. Even he couldn't help being shocked at this moment. This Lin En is like a bottomless pit. Every time he thinks he really knows him, the latter will show even more terrifying power. I really can't believe it. Natasha Romanoff said blankly, her red lips parted slightly, her absent-minded look was extremely alluring. Let's back up first, the temperature here is too high, it will burn you. Fury wiped the sweat from his forehead, hastily opened his mouth. Just a few seconds. He even saw that the holster on his body was showing a tendency to soften. One can imagine how high the temperature contained in that blue flame is. Continue like this. Several people are feared to be either dehydrated or scalded by the temperature. Crash. A few people did not have the slightest hesitation, and stepped back a few meters again. When we got here, the surrounding temperature dropped a lot. Although it is also very high, the tingling pain on the skin has disappeared. This Lin En, how many tricks we don't know. Phil Coulson swallowed hard, but he found that his mouth was dry and his tongue was dry. This swallowing action made his neck feel uncomfortable. I don't know, but after this time, we have to re-evaluate Lin En. Fury said firmly. The importance of Lin En is also straight in his heart. Fury looked at Lin En. There was strong shock and complexity in his eyes. This kind of situation where you can only be a bystander on the battlefield coincides with that of thousands of years ago. The heroic Captain Marvel wrapped under the golden streamer is also so powerful. However, the latter has already left the Earth. His eyes flickered, and an idea unconsciously rose in his heart. But the original Lin En can stay on the Earth and protect the Earth, rather than just disappearing into space like Captain Marvel, going for decades without a sound. He didn't even know whether he was dead or alive. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt the surrounding temperature rise again. Looking in surprise, suddenly found Lin En standing in the blue flame. In the palm of his hand, a cluster of red as pure as jewels gradually emerged. Yellow sand filled the sky. In the center of Lin En's palm, a ray of red flames like emeralds and gems slowly emerged. The color is clear and beautiful, with an idea that people can't help but play with. Looking at the red flame in his palm, Lin En's calm face showed a little excitement for the first time. Inexplicable brilliance also flashed in those pitch-black eyes. This flame is an advanced version of the blue flame. In the case of constantly becoming stronger through practice, the Omega-level variant ability has been brought into full play. It also changed from the light yellow of ordinary flames at the beginning to dark yellow, and finally reached azure blue dash. And now, it has become red again. The evolution of each stage makes the ability of the flame increase dramatically. The power is stronger and the temperature is higher. Lin En tried it, and even steel bars can melt instantly. However, due to its great power, it has never been used in actual combat. And on Earth, apart from Superman's Iron Man, no one has a stronger defense than Hulk. Since Hulk is unwilling to suppress his anger, he can only use it as a living target to test the strength of his flame and how powerful it can be in battle. Yes, Lin En really doesn't have to put in all his strength to fight Hulk's level. The difference between the two is already very large. Even though Hulk was already very angry, his height changed from 5 meters to 7 meters. But the gap with Lin En is still like a gap. Perhaps for others, Hulk is already suffocatingly terrifying and unspeakably powerful. Facing Hulk, he can only use his voice to influence and persuade him, like Black Widow Natasha Romanoff did. But Lin En has at least 3 ways to wake Hulk up: mental shock, or direct stun. In the end, it is to hit Hulk's sky eye and hit 100. Lin En shook his hand slightly. The red flames on the palm rolled. The fiery temperature is constantly spreading towards the surroundings. Let the already distorted space become even more distorted and empty. Gudong, Fury and the others all changed their expressions drastically. All are aware. The surrounding air became hot again, which was related to this red flame. Their eyes fixed on Lin En. A strong fear flashed through it. Among other things, this flame is enough to burn everything. In particular, the range is so wide that it is thousands of feet wide. It's literally a walking flamethrower. Except for Fury and others whose expressions changed dramatically. Only the incomparably huge amounts of Hulk are facing the boundless flames. His green hideous face was still so tyrannical, and he let out a deafening roar towards Lin En, which really seemed to shake the surrounding space. Hulk, smash. Hulk roared again, his muscles tensed, as if he could directly kill Lin En in the next second. A pair of green eyes fixed on Lin En. The tyranny that flashed in it seemed to eat the latter. Come on, let me see where the limit of your resistance is. Compared with Hulk's tyranny and anger, Lin En stepped on the void, and Zero's clothes fluttered like an exile. The atmosphere in the entire desert immediately became tense. Everyone knows that this is enough for everyone to remember for a lifetime, and it is also very likely that the battle between the strongest single bodies that has ever happened on the Earth is about to appear. It's really frustrating. All the limelight has been given to Lin En. Thor shook his head and said helplessly. Anyone can see that Lin En's calm appearance obviously hasn't exhausted his full strength yet. Even, some are playing Hulk. This idea is so shocking, but it really appeared in my mind. Among the 9 realms, he is the most shining existence. Unexpectedly, after coming to the Earth, he was hit by a company. And all of this is related to the boy in front of him. A mortal, but far beyond the gods. It's time to do something, retreat quickly. Captain America took a deep breath, let out a loud shout. Once the two of them fought, as long as the terrifying flames splashed out, it would be enough to seriously injure them or even kill them. Asking for flowers. This kind of thing absolutely cannot happen. A group of people did not have the slightest hesitation, and all retreated towards the distance. Until 1,000 meters away, everyone looked at the battlefield and could only see a small dot. Of all the people, only Captain America looked troubled. Originally in World War II, as the first super soldier, he was so weak for the first time. There was a bitterness in the corner of his mouth. Perhaps, when the other soldiers looked at themselves, they felt the same way. Just as he was thinking, the battle had already begun. To be precise, a unilateral beating is more appropriate. The entire sky was completely occupied by azure blue flames. The same goes for deserts on the ground. Lin En sighed slightly with his fingers, and the red flame in his palm quickly turned into a stream of light and fell towards Hulk. In the azure blue space, the red flames passed through the void without a sound. There was no noise along the way. However, the tail of the red flame carried an extremely twisted path. This is what the air looks like when it is incinerated. Hulk let out a roar, but the next action left everyone dumbfounded. The green giant actually dodged to avoid the flames. It seems that he also knows that this flame can cause harm to him. This instinctive reaction made everyone dumbfounded. It turns out that this Hulk is not really sane. However, the flame, as if possessing intelligence, deftly turned a corner, and finally landed on Hulk. The flame of the file size of the thumb is completely out of proportion to Hulk's 7-meter-high body. However, it was such a small flame that caused a little panic to appear in Hulk's tyrannical eyes for the first time. Puff! A crisp sound sounded. The red flame of thumb file size rises instantly. Wrap Hulk's entire body inside. The terrifying temperature exploded instantly. Hulk couldn't help but let out a roar. It's just that there is a little pain in it. It seems that this flame has already caused 9 damage to him. Let Tony and Potts break up. By the way, earn a wave of points. Hulk's growl was deafening and enormous. His voice was like a powerful wave of energy. Let everyone have to cover their ears to protect themselves. The desert was shaken by the Hulk's roar, echoing his voice. Countless sand dunes began to collapse, as if the entire ground was about to be shaken apart. This is due to the Superman-like strength and energy contained within the Hulk. He possesses unparalleled muscular strength and destructive power. Just the vocal cords can cause a disaster. However, no matter how he roared, constantly patting his body with his hands, trying to get rid of the red flame attached to his body, neither is of any use. The flames are as stubborn as maggots attached to the bones and have not abated in the slightest. At this time, Hulk once again proved that 950 not only possesses great power, but also possesses wisdom and rationality. He cast his eyes on the sand on the ground and decided to take a clever and effective approach to the problem. He lay flat on the sand, swing hard with huge amounts of both hands and scoop out a sunken space. The purpose of doing this is to put yourself into an environment without oxygen. Because a flame cannot survive without oxygen, Hulk managed to get into the hollow he had created, and the flames began to thin out. He used his wisdom and reason to find a solution to the problem, and successfully got rid of the red flame that troubled him. See this scene. Lin En didn't feel any anxiety. His flame cannot be described by normal physics. After all, normal people, who can produce fire? In a sense, the X gene is responsible for the power of the mutant ability. Mental strength is also the key to extending the variant ability. As far as his mental power can completely cover, his mutant ability can be used. No oxygen? Then use mental power as fuel. With his current mental power value, it is enough to burn it for a few months. Hulk, smash it. Hulk looked at the red flames that still existed on his skin, completely angry. He roared and rushed towards Lin En. Just knock Lin En down, out of control, and the flames will disappear. And he can also win this battle. However, it's not that easy. Facing Hulk's constantly dropping fists, Lin En blocked them all with just one hand. Then Lin En seized a neutral position and directly punched a rising dragon, from bottom to top. Hit the Hulk's off-duty directly, accompanied by a tooth-piercing sound. Hulk was dizzy from the hit head and couldn't stand upright. Shaking his head, he staggered and fell to the ground. Thump! The sand was splashed again. Hulk wanted to pass out. However, the pain in his body made him forcefully wake up. Lin En watched and struggled with Hulk. I couldn't help raising my eyebrows. I have to say that this guy's ability to resist beating is indeed first class. Immediately beckoned, Mjolnir in the distance flew over. That appearance seemed to be cheering. Fack. Thor couldn't help but cursed. His eyes were full of envy. In his hands for hundreds of years, he has never seen Mjolnir like this. I was so angry that my whole body ached. In the battlefield, under the control of Lin En's consciousness, he directly pressed on Hulk. Facing Mjolnir, Lin En also needs to go all out. Hulk naturally didn't have any room to struggle. The Mjolnir on the chest looks like a planet. No matter how much he struggled and roared, he couldn't move. Admit defeat, I've had enough. Lin En walked slowly to the vicinity of Hulk's head. Even if it was lying there, the huge head with a height of 1 meter was extremely powerful. Hulk! Hulk roared, the wind blowing. Lin En took 2 steps back, avoiding the spit of saliva. However, the clothes were still being blown and rattled. However, Hulk's state is already very bad. The skin on his body was baked by the red flame. It's starting to show signs of melting. Be rational, I put the flame away, Lin En said slowly. But he wasn't done yet. I saw that the huge amounts of head nodded slightly. Hulk! The sound is still there, but the volume is not loud. This decisive look made Lin En laugh dumbfounded. Convincing Hulk, looking at Marvel, there are no more than 5 innumerable planes. I can be regarded as doing a relatively awesome thing. Fury in the distance looked blank. This brilliant and powerful director. It was such a shock for the first time. In everyone's mind, Hulk is a monster who has no reason and only knows destruction. But now, not only can understand what people say, but also know how to be soft. This Nima? Who has seen it? He turned to look beside him. It is found that Captain America, Natasha Romanoff, Phil Coulson, and others are worse than him. Eyeballs popped out one by one. Ahem. Fury coughed. As an agent and a fighter, at no time should you be frightened. Phil Coulson blushed when he heard this. Sorry, director, I will pay attention to it in the future. Thor in the distance. Good guy, this black old man who seems to be fairly honest is really shameless. Just now I was so shocked that I could teach others a lesson in a blink of an eye. I never thought that Lin En would be so powerful. Hawkeye swallowed. I have to say that having excellent eyesight is sometimes not a good thing. That moment when Hulk nodded, his face no longer confirming. The impact on his 3 views is incomparably huge. 21. Why is he so strong? Captain America couldn't accept it. He injected with super soldier serum. Knowing very well that you have reached your limit. It has reached the limit that human beings can achieve under normal conditions. With the disappearance of the super soldier serum formula, no human being can achieve his current strength. And he can confirm that. Nor has the government developed a super soldier serum. Remove technology. So how is Lin En so powerful? Mutant alone is that strong. Can mutant be reduced to everyone shouting and beating? Possesses greater strength than the Hulk, and a terrifying flame, capable of wielding Mjolnir. Most importantly, he also has teleportation skills. Even if it is a lighthouse country, it will be extremely fearful. The power of Lin En shocked everyone incomparably. When the strength is only 1 point stronger, everyone still has the idea of catching up, but when the strength is so strong that it is unimaginable, they can only watch the battle from the sidelines. This idea of catching up will quickly become a respect and admiration. At this moment, everyone, including Fury, began to feel differently about Lin En in their hearts. The look in Lin En's eyes also began to change greatly. At this moment, it dawned on them that this little policeman, who had already looked up to him a lot, was stronger than they had imagined. Natasha Romanoff's cheeks flushed even more. To be honest, from the bottom of her heart, she looked down on Lin En at first. After all, besides being handsome, this young man is handsome. Not eligible for Avengers at all. But at this moment, she realized one thing clearly. They are not qualified to join Avengers with Lin En. With Lin En's strength, he can easily destroy them all. I always feel that this guy has become stronger again. Thor muttered to himself. He stared at Lin En. The battle displayed by the latter at this moment is even more comfortable. I can't imagine what this guy will become if he continues to grow stronger. Tony also had a serious expression on the side. Is such a strength really big enough to rely on technology? Maybe I've been too lazy recently, and I haven't even paid much attention to the research on the battle armor. No matter how everyone thinks differently. Hulk in the battlefield, his huge body began to shrink slowly. The green skin also began to fade slowly, changed to normal color. That Hulk also becomes a Banner. God, you're horrible. Banner panted heavily, naked to the waist, lying on the sand, sweating profusely. Even if Hulk's consciousness is dominant, he can still know what's going on outside through perception. For that green monster inside, he is very confident. In the process of avoiding the pursuit of General Ross for several years, he faced the heavy firepower of the military more than once. Facing those steel tanks that could destroy houses, he didn't receive any damage. Even Banner has always believed that if it were not under his own control, a monster like Hulk would definitely destroy the world. Because no one can stop him, this green monster with nothing but rage and a desire to destroy. But today, Lin En smashed his idea directly with his strength. Even under that red flame, Hulk's skin was melting constantly. It was also the first time that he felt Hulk's heart and felt a little fear. What an irony. This monster who only knows destruction and makes others fear, was beaten by a handsome young man, and fear arose in his heart. You bastard, how did you become so brilliant? Banner took several gulps of air. The scorching breath of the desert entered the body along the nose and mouth. It made his lungs hot. But what surprised him was that the surrounding blue flames were still burning, but strangely without the slightest temperature. Banner, your strength is not bad. With a thought in Lin En's mind, the flames within 1,000 feet range instantly disappeared without a trace. I can't compare to you. I thought the monster inside me was invincible. Banner scratched his head and said awkwardly. Originally, I wanted to stop the actions of Lin En and others. But now, Lin En proved with his strength that he has the ability to carry out his plan. Actually, if you can accept Hulk, maybe you can become even stronger, Lin En said with a smile. Hulk's strength is far from reaching the limit. This behemoth, as long as it is used properly, can definitely reach the level of the 5-day creation god. Although absurd, this is a real story that happened in the Marvel world. Hehe, I just want the monster in my body to disappear completely and return to a normal life. Banner shook his head. For the Hulk in his body, apart from fear, he hated it. Lin En shrugged helplessly and said nothing more. This kind of thing, the party is unwilling, and he has nothing to do. But this time, his eyes fell on the surroundings. Under the scorching of blue flames, the grains of sand on the ground melted. Now a large piece of transparent glass covers it. Lin En knows that this is a diamond produced under high temperature. Immediately also some speechless. Sure enough, after the strength is strong, the money will come quickly. Not to mention other things, even this method of turning sand into diamonds can make a fortune. After all, as the old saying goes, diamonds last forever, and one diamond lasts forever. In this society, the credibility of diamonds has not yet collapsed. There are so many diamonds, which are thousands of feet long, even if they are only as thin as 0.5 centimeters in thickness. It's worth a lot of money if you buy it. It is even better to pick up girls. But now Lin En doesn't care about these things. Definitely, no one else cares either. 457 After all, those who can be here are relatively special people, and they really don't care much about money. Except for Natasha Romanoff. This woman, looking at the diamonds within 1,000 feet, swallowed unconsciously. The slender neck made this movement, which made people daydream. Lin En raised an eyebrow. I feel a little helpless in my heart. Sure enough, women have no resistance to shiny things like jewelry. But men are different. Only the woman's body has no resistance. Want? Lin En said with a smile. Natasha Romanoff immediately restrained her expression when she heard the voice. Covering his mouth with a smile, who wouldn't want to? Oh. Lin En nodded. Please, take whatever you want. Please, handsome Lin En. Natasha Romanoff spoke directly without any hesitation. Especially in those pupils, there is a little pitifulness. That coquettish appearance is really a credit to the man. Lin En. He also did not expect that Natasha Romanoff is so flexible. It made him feel no sense of accomplishment. This stuff, I still have to pull it. It's interesting. This Natasha Romanoff, who is still working as an agent, is really rubbish and doesn't understand the needs of customers at all. Accompanied by the opening of the portal, everyone disappeared from the desert. The wind and sand are still there. Only thousands of feet of file-size diamonds remained on the sand. With the blowing of sand, it was gradually covered up. Perhaps there is a predestined person who can come here to discover this magnificent and strange scene. S.H.I.E.L.D. Conference room. Figures of Lin En and others reappeared. But no one spoke. Just look at Lin En. Don't look at me with that expression, I'll be shy. Lin En shrugged his shoulders, lightening the atmosphere jokingly. Lin En, your flight ability. Fury pursed his lips. This is the first time for him. Facing Lin En, he has a feeling that he can't see through. It's always been there. Lin En looked at Fury suspiciously. He has never deliberately hidden this ability. It's just useless normally. Fury looked a little stunned. I never thought that Lin En would answer this way. Yes. People have always had it, but it's useless. You don't have any other abilities, do you? Fury twitched the corner of his mouth and said half-jokingly. He doesn't think that Lin En is so powerful and has other abilities. Yes. Lin En touched his chin. Raising his hand, a silver-white lightning appeared in his hand. Thorn? The electric snake twisted and made a piercing sound. Then he let go of his hand and flew towards the filing cabinet beside him. Boom! Metal filing cabinets turned black. The paper files inside were also reduced to pieces. Confetti floated throughout the meeting room. A little unskilled. Lin En touched his hair, a little embarrassed. Fury's mouth twitched again. He really didn't know whether Lin En was honest or dishonest. If you ask him, he will show you. Even if you haven't mastered it yet. Once you master it, let's perform again. Fortunately, no one was hurt. That file. Lin En pointed to the trash scraps of paper in the sky. Each of the files here is more important. There are backups. I'll let Phil Coulson prepare them when the time comes. Fury said. Phil Coulson on the side was speechless. So many files. To find one by one. There is no way to complete it without 2 days. It is more necessary to know which files are damaged, and it takes a lot of time to find them in the archives. By the way, these 3 days are almost over. How are you preparing for Xavier's school? Fury asked again. For this matter, he still pays more attention to it. As soon as these words came out, everyone held their breaths. He looked at Lin En. Comparing the success of this matter, and Professor X's attitude towards the government, not only determines the relationship between humans and mutant. More importantly, it is also related to the establishment of Avengers. If Professor X's attitude is relaxed, there is still a chance for the establishment of Avengers. Hawkeye muttered. Natasha Romanoff's eyes lit up involuntarily when he heard this. In this case, she still has a chance. After all, there are not many super ability users in the world. Even without Lin En, Tony and others, there are others. Phil Coulson on the side had a calm expression, but deep down he sighed. Even in forming the Avengers, it doesn't really make much sense. There are not many people with super abilities in the world, but not many can pass their psychological evaluation. A person with an unjust character. Get into the team. Not only will it not be of any help, but it will drag down the entire team. The current candidate for the Avengers is the most suitable one. It is also between personalities that can complement each other. Captain America's combat command, and absolute justice. Hawkeye's remote fixed point support. Natasha Romanoff's infiltration and disguise. Tech and money support from Tony Stark. Thor is the main attacker. Hulk is used as the last hole card to turn the tide of the battle. And Lin En is a gentle character, used to adjust all aspects, and keep Avengers from getting off track. Now, all three are gone. Without financial support, there is no place Tony provides. They can't even exercise everyone reasonably, and they don't have enough technology to support the cost of various training. Avengers can no longer be formed. Thinking of this, Phil Coulson turned to look at Fury. It was found that the latter was also silent. Immediately there was a judgment in my heart. Lin En didn't respond on the surface, but he was happy in his heart. Joke. Professor X is his gun, he can shoot wherever he points. Forming Avengers was a no-brainer. What makes him feel the happiest is, from Fury's face, he also saw the latter's establishment of Avengers. Also in a state of hesitation. Points for that plot. He had to push again to make the latter wake up completely. The establishment of Avengers has no meaning. When Lin En was thinking, he found that everyone was looking at him, waiting for an answer. Immediately coughed. I'm almost ready for this matter. Tomorrow, I will go to Xavier's school. Fury nodded. Anyway, Natasha Romanoff is also by Lin En's side, so nothing will go wrong. Just be patient and wait. But do you really want Natasha Romanoff to go too? Would it be too obvious? Lin En tilted his head and looked at the glamorous Natasha Romanoff. This beautiful woman, to be honest, is really attractive, good money good. That figure and appearance will make every man who has seen it unforgettable. It is very normal to be recognized at that time. It's okay, this kind of thing depends on your cooperation. Fury smiled. According to their survey, the relationship between Lin En and Xavier's school is very good. It's easy to bring a person in. There will not be very strict inspections. Okay, it's getting dark. If there's nothing else to do, I'll go first. Lin En nodded and bid farewell to everyone. After meetings and battles, this incident passed so quietly again. Lin En went straight to the nearby streets and bought a few bottles of wine. I haven't been home for several days, this time I go home and have a good drink with everyone. When he came to the door, he raised his eyebrows suddenly. Near a garbage dump in the villa, he saw the figure of a young girl. Today's weather is still very cold. There are also thin snowflakes floating in the sky. What's even more frightening is that the wind outside is also very strong. Under the action of the wind, the soft snowflakes whistled sharply, hitting people's faces. In this state, if you are unconscious outside, it is very likely that you will not freeze to death. Lin En looked at the girl lying beside the garbage dump, and was also taken aback for a moment. Most of the girl's body and head were buried in the white snow king. If it weren't for his good eyesight, he might not be able to find it in this dark night. Immediately walked over quickly. Looking closer, it was obvious that it was a girl's clothes. The curves of the jeans look very attractive. Seeing this situation, Lin En walked over without the slightest hesitation. Pick up the girl. As the snow fell off, the girl's appearance appeared in front of Lin En. Exquisite facial features, frowning, with a hint of rebellion and unyielding. To be honest, this is a beautiful girl, not inferior to Wanda and rich. What concerned him most was that the girl's hair, long green hair, attracted Lin En's attention almost instantly. Living in the lighthouse country for so long, I have seen a lot of brown and yellow hair 190. But with green hair, he really hadn't seen it a few times. Combined with the girl's appearance, a name comes to mind. Polaris Lorna? This is a very famous mutant. He is also the leader of the second-generation mutant. Most importantly, she is also Magneto's daughter. Whether it is the mutation ability or the management ability, it is exactly the same as Magneto, very sharp. To put it bluntly, this is an extremely important person in any Marvel plane. What Lin En didn't expect was that he could meet here. I hope you don't die. Lin En's heart tightened. After all, there are tens of thousands of planes in the Marvel universe, and it is very normal for anyone to die at the beginning. The mental power poured out, and the perception was still there, but he just passed out. Lin En's tense heart also relaxed. As long as you don't die. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin En hugged Lorna directly. This contact, he found something wrong. A strong smell of blood was introduced into the nasal cavity. Lin En frowned. Gazed to Lorna's back, where the down jacket has several bullet holes. There was a lot of blood seeping inside. However, due to the weather, the oozing blood was frozen. Seriously injured, plus the freezing weather outside. If I hadn't discovered it early, I'm afraid Lorna, the extremely popular existence among mutants, would have died. The most urgent task now is to enter the house first. With Alice as a healing assistant, he wasn't worried that Luna would die at all. After opening the door, just in time to see Wanda clearing the table. Lin En, you are back. It's almost time for dinner now. May just said that if you don't come back, I will call you. Wanda turned her head very happily. Then I saw Lin En hugging a girl. I was stunned for a moment. The girl passed out next to the garbage dump, as if she was seriously injured. Lin En said hastily. Wanda heard this. Quickly got up, hurry up, enter the room first, I will contact Alice. The fastest healing is Alice. This is the consensus of almost everyone. After all, even Professor X's body, which has been paralyzed for decades, can be repaired. Alice is much better than many hospitals. What's going on here? God, so much blood. May heard the movement and came out of the kitchen. Under the light, she clearly saw a large red, BHED, blood stain on Lorna's back. Due to the increase in room temperature, those frozen bloodstains began to melt, and fell to the floor drop by drop, and finally fell to pieces, exuding the bloody smell inside. Lin En came to the room with Lorna in his arms, and gently placed the latter on the bed. At this time, Daisy also rushed over. God, what's going on? She won't die. Lin En found this next to the garbage dump. Wanda briefly said the matter. This girl is too pitiful, she looks so young, who hurt her? Daisy covered her mouth, she had been studying in college, and she basically stayed in school in Hirata. In any case, in school, there are relatively few people and things to experience. Daisy has never seen such a thing in her life. Immediately shouted out in panic. The most urgent thing now is to heal her first. After all, May is old and knows what is most important now. After she finished speaking, she wiped her hand on the apron, hastily walked out of the house. I'm going to get the medical kit, I think it's on the second floor. No need to go, I'll call Alice. Lin En stopped May's action. The latter froze for a moment and quickly reacted. Yes. With Alice, there is no need to worry about injuries. Then hurry up, if you delay for a second, this girl will be in more danger. May was still anxious. The kind-hearted woman was very worried that this young girl would die like this. Okay. Lin En pointed with one hand, and a portal opened directly. Through the portal, everyone saw Alice. This little girl was lying on the bed idly swiping her phone and watching a movie. The moment she noticed the portal, the little girl froze for a moment, then jumped off the bed excitedly, and ran over to hug Lin En. Brother Lin En, are you here to pick me up? I'm so happy. Lin En stroked the latter's hair, with gentle eyes, help me heal this person's injury first. Alice pouted, sure enough, I only came to see me when I had something to do. Okay, let's move here after tomorrow. Lin En said helplessly. Hearing this, Alice suddenly smiled. The little girl bounced to Lorna's side. The hands exude a faint golden light. With the golden light shining, Lorna's body seemed to regain consciousness. The slender eyelashes moved a bit. At the same time, the eyes looking at Lin En became softer. She couldn't help thinking of 2 months ago. It hadn't snowed yet, but it was already very cold. She and Pietro were starving and cold, and also passed out at the door of Lin En. If it wasn't for this teenager who saved both of them, maybe the two of them just died. How can there be such a happy and carefree life now? Looking at the green-haired girl lying on the bed again, Wanda felt the same way. Get Wanda loyalty. Wanda loyalty level, 100. Hiss. Hearing this, Lin En's heart trembled. Wanda's favorability has finally reached 100. As her first woman, Wanda can be said to be the earliest among these people to follow her. It's just that I was too busy in the back, so I never had the opportunity to communicate with her too much and promote my relationship. In addition, there are more and more women around her. Wanda doesn't say anything, but she must mean it in her heart. This has also led to no increase in loyalty. I didn't expect it now, but suddenly it was 100. Could it be that seeing the injured Lorna made me empathize and know my goodness? Lin En guessed. But the most important thing now is to look at the rewards first. Gwen's 4-dimensional attributes at that time reached 1,500. Wanda can't be low anyway. The value this time will definitely allow him to take off directly. Congratulations to the host for receiving rewards: Constitution plus 2,600, Strength plus 2,600, Speed plus 2,600, Mental Power plus 2,600. With the familiar electronic sound, Lin En's pupils suddenly contracted. This data is simply ridiculously high. You know, his current value is only around 4,500, but this time, Wanda directly increased by 2,600. Jane directly soared half of the attributes. If coupled with Lin En's unyielding fighting spirit, just double it. This strength has directly increased several times. Wanda, it's really amazing. At this time, his body changed again. The cells in the body begin to divide constantly, and the original old cells are completely replaced. Lin En knows that this is too much increase in value. As a result, the body began to undergo earth-shaking changes again like last time. From bone marrow, skin, flesh, and blood, all are constantly changing. Even reached the inside of the cell. It is also the beginning of earth-shaking changes quietly. This is a strengthening in the most fundamental sense. It is no less than washing the marrow and cutting the bones. His muscles began to constantly break down, turned into strands of muscle fibers. The cells then recombine again. New muscles are born, but they are more tenacious, and the power contained in them is also stronger. However, this process is undoubtedly extremely painful. Fuck. Lin En couldn't help crying out in pain. Bean-sized drops of sweat dripped constantly from his face. Due to the severe pain, his pale complexion instantly distorted. The originally handsome face has become extremely ferocious. Honey, what's wrong with you? Wanda was taken aback by this scene. Un exhaled. At the same time, he hurriedly supported Lin En, who was on the verge of falling and was almost unable to stand. She was pale and bewildered. Tears burst from the embankment in an instant, and fell down in a patter. Lin En, don't scare me. Daisy also ran over in a panic. Like a frightened bunny. Wow, brother Lin En, are you sick? Alice released Lorna instantly. Directly ran over. The little girl hugged Lin En. The golden light in her hand was incomparably bright. A large amount of blood gushed from her mouth and nose. This kind of urging her mutant ability to the extreme also caused huge amounts of damage to her body. At this moment, her body also began to tremble violently. A strong pain emerged from every part of her body. The intense sting almost made her go crazy. Brother Lin En, it hurts so much, is this the pain you endure? Alice's face was full of tears and blood. But she still didn't let go. Yes. She has never told everyone that when the mutant ability is pushed to the extreme, her body will feel the pain of the person being treated. Asking for flowers. The reason why no one noticed this was because she never used her full strength. But this time, she didn't have the slightest hesitation, and directly pushed the mutant ability to the extreme. Even if it is painful to death, she will not let go. It's okay, it'll be fine in a while. Lin En raised his head slowly and took a deep breath. Looking at the worried Wanda and Daisy, there was also Alice trembling with blood gushing from her mouth and nose. A smile was forced on his face. It's just that smile is uglier than that. Alice, hurry up, let go of your hand. Lin En wanted to push Alice away, but now that his whole body is undergoing cell reorganization, he can't exert any strength for the time being. Zero. No, don't. Alice's immature voice sounded, and she shook her head firmly. No intention of letting go. The bright golden light envelopes Alice and Lin En. At the same time, Alice began to emit a foul smell, accompanied by stench. It is Alice's pour. A trace of black, foul-smelling liquid began to seep. As soon as this liquid appeared, the stench in the whole room almost reached the point where it could not be increased. Alice is undergoing a qualitative change too? Could it be? Lin En raised his eyebrows and stopped pushing Alice. Lin En, I brought my medicine kit here, vomit. May's voice sounded, accompanied by the sound of opening the door. It was just the sound of vomiting. Fuck, why is it so stinky? But the next second, she saw Lin En's painful figure, and ran over quickly. A pair of beautiful eyes are full of tears. Lin En, what's wrong with you? You can't have an accident. She looked at Lin En's body in a panic. This woman, at this moment, experienced the most lying moment in her life. Her mind was blank and she didn't realize anything. At this moment, time and space are lost concepts. She just stared at Lin En, tears streaming down her face. I'm really fine. Lin En took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the pain in his body. In Lin En's heart, there was emotion. Humans are social animals. Legend has it that when a person is born, his heart is broken. The purpose of coming to the world is to meet more people and make the broken heart slowly become whole. And Lin En, really happy, traveling to this world for so long, being able to meet so many people who warm themselves. Lin En constantly adjusted his breathing. With the passage of time, traces of a foul-smelling black viscous liquid emerged from his body surface. However, this situation did not last long. All the excruciating pain disappeared, turned into the ultimate comfort. This process from pain to pleasure. Lin En couldn't help moaning. Coolness, coolness from the inside out, straight from 420 to the depths of the soul. Okay, it's all right. Looking at the three women who were crying and panicked, Lin En had a soft look in his eyes. The three of them, resisting the stench that even they couldn't stand, still didn't want to leave half a step away. Let's go, let's take a shower first, otherwise, we will be stink to death. Okay, let's go take a shower. May burst into tears when she saw that Lin En had returned to normal. He wiped away the tears with his hands indiscriminately. Daisy is also smiling. The big stone in my heart finally fell down. Lin En, I was scared to death. I thought I was going to lose you. Wanda didn't care about the smelly liquid on Lin En's body at all, and just hugged Lin En directly. Her body is still trembling until now. Okay, it's okay. Lin En patted Wanda's back. Wait until the latter calms down. He hugged Alice, who had fainted from the pain, again. This little guy, already passed out from the pain, is still unwilling to let go. But Lin En gently pressed the latter's arm with his hand. It is found that the skin has become extraordinarily resilient. This is something he didn't expect. Although the whole process is quite painful, Alice has gained a lot of benefits. Originally, ability and physical fitness have been greatly improved. From the level of life, she has grown from a thin little girl to be physically stronger than Captain America. This kind of leap forward is definitely not something that can be shown by numerical values. After changing Lorna to another room, everyone took a shower separately. However, what made Lin En a little puzzled was why there were no system skill rewards. Logically speaking, there should be 2 skills. System, you won't swallow it for me, will you? Lin En couldn't help asking. But in the next second, his heart settled down. Rewards are being distributed. Lin En quickly restrained his mind, and there are 2 more rewards in the back, which is the highlight. I don't know what skill it will be. Will there be a chaos demon? Lin En couldn't help thinking in his heart. He is extremely familiar with the power of origin magic power. As long as you get it, you can directly join the first echelon of the earth, or even surpass the first echelon. For origin magic power, he has longed for it for a long time. Hoo hoo? Lin En took a deep breath, feeling extremely nervous inside. if not available through rewards. He currently has no better way to get origin magic power. Congratulations to the host for obtaining mind control. P.S. With this ability, you have a huge but mental power, and you are no longer a waste skill that can only detect small secrets. This skill made Lin En's eyes light up. As the name suggests, this skill is the ability to use mental power to manipulate objects. For ordinary people, it may not have much effect. After all, the mental power of ordinary people is only a pitiful 3 to 5 points. The best you can do is shake a glass of water, it doesn't help. But Lin En is different, his mental power has reached about 6,000. With this reward from Wanda, it is a full 8,600. With the blessing of such a huge numerical value, his mental power is already stronger than Professor X. But, a bug with Professor X. Such powerful mental power can only be used for mind control and telepathy. Let's be honest, it's also very painful. But when it comes to robots or technological things, it is useless. For example, a bullet made the strongest mutant lie in a wheelchair for most of his life. With mind control, all this is very different. This is not just the Magneto kind, which can only manipulate metal. Instead, use mental power to manipulate anything you can see. This skill is a perfect match with his massive mental power. Similarly, it made up for its shortcomings again. Let his attack methods become more diverse. However, when he was rejoicing, his heart slowly lifted. Because the next reward is the final reward. It must be origin magic power. Lin En's heart was beating wildly. To put it bluntly, apart from the system awakening, this is the first time he is so nervous now. Congratulations to the host for obtaining origin magic power, seed. P.S. Don't look at him as a child, he will scare you to death when he grows up. Lin En was a little puzzled. What is this seed? Some inexplicable. He went straight to check. Sure enough, I found a scarlet air mass in the mental space, not big, only the size of a thumb file. But there was an ancient air about it. There is a unique charm among the tumbling air masses. It seems to contain the trajectory of 0.5 movement of the universe. Lin En can detect the endless destructive energy just by looking at it. Hiss, it's really scary. Lin En has a feeling that even this little bit of origin magic power should be used directly when facing the enemy. Even Hulk would be seriously injured. Definitely, Lin En would not be so stupid. If he really uses it like this, he will probably miss out on origin magic power in this life. The most correct way to use it is to warm up the seeds of origin magic power first. Wait until it grows slowly. Lin En believes that one day, he will be able to use origin magic power wantonly. By the way, I remember getting the fragments of origin magic power before. I don't know if I can use it. Lin Si fumbled and turned off the power. A scarlet crystal the size of a thumb condensed out of the system, following Lin En's thought, appeared directly in the spiritual space. When the cloud of gas came into contact with the scarlet crystal, it rolled even more violently. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Lin En actually felt the excitement. Immediately, he stopped hesitation, and directly controlled the origin magic power fragments to fly over. Origin magic power envelopes medium scarlet crystals directly. In just a few breaths, the scarlet crystal surface began to melt. And origin magic power has also directly changed from the thumb file size to the fist file size. This scene let Lin En's spirit shake. At the beginning, he thought that only by collecting all the fragments of origin magic power can he obtain origin magic power. Now it seems that the fragments of origin magic power are all food. Looking at the slowly growing origin magic power, Lin En's mood was extremely good. Now let's study the magic of origin magic power for 19 years. I believe that it won't be long before I can use origin magic power to fight. Jean, we need to speed up the progress. Lin En murmured. Jean Grey's ability is better than Wanda's. Whether it is the added value or the Phoenix Force, Lin En is bound to win. Flame before, thunder after. Phoenix Force in one hand, origin magic power in the other hand. This kind of thinking, Lin En has never had half a point. Open the character panel. Lin En said. Physique, 8570. 8550. 7900. Asterisk 9050. Ability, Flame Emperor, Mental Barrier, Origin Magic Power, Fragment, Steel Kidney, Spider Telepathy, Cobweb, Poison Immunity, Portal, Man of Steel 3.0, Feedback, Thunder Heart, Mind Control, Unyielding Fighting Will, Origin Magic Power, Comprehensive Combat Power, 9,830 to 18,230. Hey, the overall combat power is 7,866. This data, without a doubt, is really impressive. Especially with that unyielding fighting spirit, even close to 20,000. Say it bluntly. Compared with the original, his combat strength is almost doubled now. However, the ability to strengthen eyesight has disappeared, and I am afraid it has also been integrated into the body of steel. Everything is getting better. A smile appeared on the corner of Lin En's mouth. Unexpectedly, not long after Christmas this year, it will be so strong. Even faster than he imagined. Now, you should be able to face existences at the level of Odin and Ancient One. Lin En felt endless heroism in his heart. However, after careful consideration of the gap between the two sides, this idea was dispelled. After all, Odin's weapon is said to be able to tear apart all objects. I'm afraid even the Man of Steel can't stop it. The genuine level Godfather is also an extremely powerful existence in the entire universe. As for Ancient One, it is the most difficult to deal with. With the time gem, Eye of Akhmeto, you can change time. This is the most disgusting thing. The most important thing is, Ancient One, even if you kill her, her soul can also exist alone. Damn, Marvel is really a place with all kinds of bugs. Lin En was a little helpless. As far as his strength is concerned, he can smash everything with one punch wherever he is placed. Unfortunately, in this Marvel universe, many things cannot be measured by common sense. Those awesome people can travel through time one by one. Can't kill at all. Forget it, think about it later. Lin En rubbed his brows. Don't think about this kind of problem anymore. Anyway, it can't be solved at present. Also useless. Lin En washed his body clean. Wash off the black dirt on your body. Looking at the more delicate and elastic skin in the mirror, Lin En couldn't help but smile. It seems that he has become a little more handsome. If this continues, those women may be even more uncontrollable. Think of the troubles you will encounter in the future. Lin En felt the need to raise her harem mark. Without a certain strength, ability is not very high, and it is not the main female plot character. It must not be accepted. Lin En wiped the drops of water off his face with his hands, and Lin En's heart skipped a beat. A thin layer of blue flame appears on the body surface. As soon as the flame appeared, it emitted a large number of hot spots. The drops of water on his body disappeared in an instant. Looking at the instantly dry body, Lin En couldn't help smiling. There are still many wonderful uses of flames, which need to be discovered slowly by oneself. At the same time, in the room, Polaris Lorna's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Then a pair of eyes slowly opened. I didn't die. Lorna remembered being hunted down by the FBI. In the end, he was accidentally shot, and although relying on the mutant ability, he escaped the hunt. But in the end, he bled too much, and his injuries became more and more serious, and he finally fell to the ground. I thought I was going to die, but I didn't expect to be alive. After experiencing a brief period of confusion, her eyes became sharp in an instant. I looked around and saw the warm room, the comfortable temperature, and the soft and white quilt. At this time, she relaxed a little. It seems that they are not from the FBI. The big stone in Lorna's heart was relieved. But she still didn't take it lightly. After all, no one knows what the person who saved her was thinking. Let's go now. Lorna thought for a while, and was about to get up. In the current environment, humans are much kinder to mutant. But after all, it is a minority, and most people are still full of disgust for mutant. As a mutant, she felt too much malice. If she is recognized as a mutant, the end will be extremely miserable. Now she is seriously injured, but she has no way to use the mutant ability to fight. Crackling. There was a sound of opening the door. Lorna tensed up instantly, but the next second, she froze. I saw a handsome young man who was so handsome that he walked in the arms of the young man, holding a little girl carved in powder and jade. The two stood at the door, as if they were angels. It's hard to take your eyes away. For a moment, Lorna even forgot to run away. Alice, go and heal her injury first. Lin En said softly. Because of herself, Alice interrupted the information on Lorna. But it was also because of the treatment for a period of time that Lorna was able to get out of danger and wake up at this time. Okay. Alice nodded, and Lin En jumped down. Trot all the way towards Lorna. What do you want to do? Lorna subconsciously put her arms in front of her, making a defensive posture. She, who has been hunted down all the time, was already astonished. I no longer trust anyone in my heart. Hey, big sister, I want to save you. Alice said a little unhappy. I am very dissatisfied with the hostility shown by the green-haired lady in front of me. After all, if it wasn't for her, Lorna would be dead. Now there is no thank you, and he is still looking at himself with these cold eyes. Don't be nervous, we have no malice towards you. Lin En spread his hands and explained from the side. Lorna hesitated for a while, but saw this little girl carved with jade and Lin En with a faint smile on her face. The tense body still relaxed. Who are you? My name is Lin En, and her name is Alice. Lin En replied truthfully. Lorna on the bed nodded. Suddenly she froze for a moment, then stood up abruptly. However, due to the severity of the injury, she did not stand up completely, and fell to the bed all of a sudden, and the wound on her back opened again. This kind of pain made the green-haired girl's already fair face even paler. Bean-sized drops of sweat also surfaced. But she doesn't seem to care. It's just a pair of beautiful eyes, staring at Lin En firmly. Fac? You are Lin En? Yes. Lin En raised an eyebrow. But it doesn't look like it. How dare you lie to me? Lorna gritted her silver teeth, and spoke in Japanese words. I have to say that Lorna's appearance is a bit scary. But he didn't offend her either. Lin En looked at Lorna playfully. If you look carefully, you can still find something in common. Lorna's delicate body trembled slightly, and the injuries on her body made her unable to hold on. But those eyes were still staring at Lin En firmly. After a while, she seemed to have discovered something. The whole person immediately relaxed. You have plastic surgery. #A. What a good girl, how can she speak? His good looks are innate. How can those who have undergone plastic surgery be compared with themselves? I'm here to find you. Lorna put down her guard and lay powerlessly on the bed. She was hunted down by the FBI, and when she had nowhere to go, she thought of Lin En, who directly killed the deputy director of Sentry's secret service for the sake of the mutant girl. Unexpectedly, when he first arrived in Queens, he was discovered. During a battle, although she escaped, she was seriously injured. I thought I was going to die. Unexpectedly, he still met Lin En and was rescued by him. Hear Lorna's words. Lin En laughed a little dumbfounded. I didn't expect myself to be so high in other mutants. Okay, let's chat later, let's heal the injury first. Lin En smiled slightly. Lorna nodded. But, where's the doctor? She glanced around the room. It was found that besides Lin En, there was only one little girl. Are you going to treat me? Do you need me to take off my clothes? Lorna opened the mouth. For this mutant who lives at the bottom, there is not so much unnecessary reserve. When facing a crisis, she has experienced even worse situations. Immediately prepare to take off the outer clothes. Regardless of this action, it is undoubtedly very difficult for her with a back injury. Sorry, Hui Neng needs your help. Lorna's face is a little red. After all, the scene for a while, just imagined, is very evocative. Hey, what are you doing? It's me who healed you, damn it, don't take off your clothes. Alice's face was bulging with anger. Even if it wasn't for Lin En's arrangement, she wouldn't even want to save the girl. Looking at this unreserved look, I'm afraid I'll crawl into Brother Lin En's bed again. I haven't grown up yet. Brother Lin En has more and more women. It's worth it if it goes on like this. You. Lorna looked at Alice in disbelief. He even forgot to wipe the cold sweat from the corners of his eyes. That her variant ability is healing. Lin En added on the side. Hearing this, Lu Guangran was enlightened. Don't move. Alice's face was tense. A bright golden light began to radiate from his hands. A golden light appeared. The holy radiance filled the surroundings. There was a reassuring atmosphere. Lorna's originally painful wound seemed to be less painful at the moment. With the time of treatment, she could feel that the pain in her back disappeared completely. Okay. Alice withdrew her palm. The golden light also disappeared suddenly. She wiped the sweat from her brow with her arm. Lorna moved slightly. The wound on the back was found to be completely healed. The look in Alice's eyes was completely different. Mutants are known to be discriminated against by humans. They can only hide in sewers and slums. Such an environment, living conditions are not good. No-nos. Very easy to get sick. Coupled with the government's pursuit, many mutants are more or less injured. These two things caused many mutants to die, and the only thing they can do is to rob the hospital. However, this kind of behavior will basically lose a few partners again. Alice's skill is simply too useful for mutant. There is nothing wrong with calling it a divine skill. For a while, Lorna even had the idea of abducting Alice, but in the next second, she killed the thought in her mind. Others saved him, so he couldn't do such a shameless thing. Okay, you go wash up first, and come down to eat later. Lin En picked up Alice and walked downstairs. In his heart, he was secretly thinking about how to bring Lorna into the harem. Husband Lin En, are you thinking of bad things? Alice turned her head suddenly. Lin En looked serious. Just kidding, can I be that kind of person? Also, be careful, don't call me husband. In the room, looking at the empty house, Lorna took a deep breath and got up from the bed. I went into the bedroom and washed my body. Through the mirror, she clearly saw that the wound on her back had completely healed. Even, there is no trace of injury on it. This not only made her lament the power of Alice's mutant ability again. I'm so lucky, I thought I was going to die. It was Lin En who saved me. Lorna couldn't help feeling emotional. Lin En's handsome appearance immediately appeared in his mind. For some unknown reason, my heart suddenly beat a lot faster. After washing up, she glanced around and found some pajamas in the closet. The softness and fragrance on it made her look in a trance for a while. After all, she has not enjoyed this kind of life for many years. Put on pajamas and walk out the door. What greets the eye is the luxuriously decorated corridor. Hey, you're awake, let's go eat together 223. The voice of Joy sounded. Lorna turned her head and found a plump girl with brown hair. Hi, I'm Daisy. Looking at the palm stretched out by the girl, and the expression of joy for himself. Lorna froze for a moment, and an imperceptible smile appeared on his cold face. Hi, I'm Lorna. You've made a lot of delicious food today, you're lucky. Daisy took Lorna's arm and walked downstairs. The latter's body stiffened a bit. With an unruly and cold personality, she has never done such intimate actions with anyone except her best friend Sonia. It made her a little uncomfortable. Aren't you fully healed yet? Sorry. I don't seem to be pushing so hard. Daisy patted herself on the head, realizing her nervousness. After all, the latter has just recovered from a serious injury and may still be in pain. Coupled with excessive bleeding, it needs to be raised well. I had so much strength just now. It really shouldn't be. Looking at the apologetic and, BJED, kind Daisy, the coldness in Lorna's eyes also softened. She could feel that this girl was really thinking of her. It's okay, my injury is completely healed. Daisy stopped worrying. The two of them walked downstairs holding hands like this. Downstairs. Lin En is serving the food. See two people holding hands. Immediately froze for a moment. According to his understanding, Lorna is extremely arrogant and also extremely cold. This has something to do with her childhood in a mental hospital. How did you get along with Daisy so quickly? The personalities of the two are exactly the opposite. Women are really magical creatures. Lin En couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't understand this kind of relationship where you could hold hands after just seeing each other once. Like a man, you have to get along for at least a week, or go whoring together once, in order to establish a deep relationship. Lin En. Daisy greeted cheerfully. Then he also ran over, ready to help. Looking at the busy crowd, Lorna stood where she was, a little at a loss. This feeling is like being out of place. If possible, can you help me get 2 bottles of drinks from the refrigerator? Lin En asked, pointing to the refrigerator on the west side of the living room. Okay, Lorna knew that this was the boy in front of her helping her to blend in. She ran all the way to the refrigerator and took out 2 bottles of drinks. At the same time, I also have some emotions. In this severe winter, in their mutant base, many people are wrapped in thick quilts, praying that they will not freeze to death. As for Lin En, the whole house has underfloor heating. Wearing thin pajamas, cannot feel any cold. The right temperature allows people to drink cold drinks in this environment. This kind of heaven and earth environment made her look a little dazed. Oh, God. Just then, May let out an exclamation. It turned out that I accidentally knocked off the metal pot that was going to hold the sweet soup. Wanda quickly manipulated the origin magic power. A dark red energy spewed out. But what surprised her was that the metal basin was directly suspended in midair, and returned to its original position as if alive. Wanda turned her head and saw the green-haired girl in the distance, and the faint green energy on her palm. It seems that she was the one who controlled the metal basin just now. Looking at this seriously injured girl, she is not an ordinary person. Hello, my name is Wanda. Wanda greeted Lorna with a smile while carrying a steak from the kitchen. Lorna looked at the beautiful girl in front of her and responded, Hi, my name is Lorna. Lin En raised his eyebrows. In some planes, the 2 are sisters who have never met. Plus Pietro, all 3 are Magneto's children. But in this plane, it seems to be a little different. Wanda and Pietro are children of ordinary people. Has nothing to do with Magneto. But Lorna is 100% sure that she must be Magneto's daughter. Are you awake? The meal will be ready soon. May poked her head out and said with a smile. You are so lucky to meet Lin En. If he hadn't carried you back, you might have frozen to death outside. Hearing this, Lorna couldn't help looking at Lin En, remembering how she was held in his arms, her heart couldn't help beating fast again. It's dinner time. A large group of people gathered at the dining table, and the table was full of food, which surprised Lorna a little. She had never eaten such a rich meal. Hurry up and eat, you've lost a lot of blood, it's good to add more protein. Lin En drank a glass of milk and spoke slowly. He could sense Lorna's primness. However, he also understood that after all, he had just narrowly escaped death, and with his status as a mutant, it was difficult to quickly integrate into a new environment. Vigilance has almost become an instinctive reaction. Okay, Lorna looked up. Everyone ate and drank, chatting occasionally. Talk about something interesting that happened recently. Let the whole house, full of laughter. Listening to the bursts of laughter around, a smile appeared on Lorna's face involuntarily. In her life, she only constantly ran away and was hunted down. It's been a long time since I was listening to laughter and eating delicious food like this. This long-lost feeling reminded her of the time when she was with her aunt when she was a child. Definitely, what caught her attention even more was Lin En. The voice is magnetic and humorous. Every hearty smile is like sunshine, which makes people feel at ease. How did you get so badly injured? Lin En turned his head and looked at Lorna. It's the FBI. Lorna took a deep breath, and icy coldness flashed in her eyes. I was originally at the border of the state of Mexico, and I had a base, which gathered more than 30 mutant areas. But we were recently discovered by the FBI. Facing the arrest, we have no way to resist, so we have no choice but to go into hiding. Fortunately, we temporarily evaded arrest, but in the new place, there is no material or food. We went to rob the supermarket and were found again. During an arrest, we decided to go to Xavier's school. After arriving in New York, he was discovered by the FBI again. During the battle, we got separated and I was badly injured, but I remembered that the hero Lin En was nearby, so I fled towards Queens. However, I was seriously injured, and finally fainted. I didn't expect that I would be saved by you. Lorna told the story exactly, and everyone sighed after hearing it. Although what Lorna said was simple, everyone understood that a group of dozens of people fled across a distance of hundreds of kilometers during the constant arrest. Finally, we separated from our partners one by one. Damn, is the government still hunting for mutant? Wanda frowned. Experienced William Stryker's X-Weapon project. The government didn't know how to restrain itself, and arrested mutant wantonly. Aren't you afraid of really angering mutant and being counterattacked by mutant? Lin En also frowned, but after a while, the brows relaxed. There is a high probability that the government is trying to do this. As for the target of temptation, it is naturally the attitude of citizens. And the Xavier School attitude. You Xavier School people, I don't care, but give them citizenship passes. But the mutant outside, you can't control it. As a mutant, it is difficult to survive. Who dares to say that he will not steal or rob, and he has not made any mistakes? At that time, even if the two sides confront each other, as long as Professor X dares to have any objection, he will be dealt with directly. We're not catching mutants, we're catching criminals. Do human beings have to be caught for crimes, but you mutants have committed crimes, can't you still catch them? As soon as this sentence comes out, the pitiful situation of mutant established at the beginning will completely disappear. Humans will also hate mutant even more. As for the reason, it is also very simple. We can pity you, but now that you have legal privileges, who can suffer? A very good conspiracy. There is almost no way that can be cracked. Let's eat first, let's talk about it tomorrow. Lin En didn't say much. Because of Lorna's words, the atmosphere of the whole dining table became extremely dull. Laughter is absent. After eating in a hurry, everyone tidied up the house and went back to the room. Let's find some nannies, Lin En whispered to May after putting away the dishes. The current villa is very big, and it takes a few hours to clean it. In addition, when there are too many people, every time you cook, you have to prepare a lot of dishes. As a result, May was busy almost all day. It's okay, I can come over quickly. May turned her head, her beautiful eyes were full of emotion. She understood very well that it was Lin En who felt sorry for her. There is no need to spend this money. Lin En couldn't help smiling wryly. May is used to living a hard life. Even if there is no shortage of money now, I still don't want to waste an extra penny. Why, you're disobedient. Lin En stared, and slapped that plump buttocks directly. My woman, you don't work every day. If you hire a few nannies, you can relax. Ask for flowers. May still has some hesitation. After all, in the lighthouse country, the price of a nanny is not cheap. In this way, every day is a day's expense. Lin En coughed, knowing that to deal with a frugal person like May, he had to use other methods. Ahem, May, have you noticed that recently your skin has become worse and worse due to the oily smoke? Your hands have also become rough. After Lin En finished speaking, she looked at May from the corner of her eye. Sure enough, after the latter heard this, his complexion changed constantly. Originally, her age was much different than that of Lin En and Wanda. Hearing Lin En's words at this moment is like being struck by lightning. Raise your hands and look through them constantly. Although these hands are about the same age as people of the same age, compared with those of Wanda and others, the gap is obvious. Immediately, he couldn't help touching his face again. She already had an anxious appearance, but at this moment, her heart became more and more nervous. Lin En, what should I do? She held Lin En's shirt tightly. Deep down, what she worries most is that Lin En dislikes her. If I really get old and look bad, will Lin En still want her? Even if she is wanted, does she have the face to let others know? Pointing at that time is not enough to embarrass Lin En. What should I do? Take good care of it and stop wasting time on such meaningless things like cleaning. Take time to practice. X-gene training method can beautify your face and prolong your life. Lin En said slowly. Lin En, hurry up and hire some nannies. May said hastily. Compared with money, she is more peaceful than Lin En's peaceful care. So whatever. I can't let my appearance continue to age. If this goes on like this, Lin En will despise herself even if she doesn't have to speak up. Lin En couldn't help laughing. If not, there is no way. It really doesn't make sense, and he wouldn't do it. May looked at Lin En. I knew in my heart that the latter said such words because he felt sorry for himself. Deep down, I was also very moved. Lin En, the luckiest thing in my life is to meet you, May said softly, her eyes blurred. The whole person is in a state of emotion. Lin En also smiled slightly. He patted May's head lightly. The latter understood instantly, and immediately winked like silk. That look is extremely charming. She pulls down the shoulder straps. Then kneel on the ground. This angle allows Lin En to see all the arcs perfectly. Standing on a high place is really wonderful. This kind of overlooking allows people to fully capture all the scenery in their eyes. However, May's big move next still shocked him. 330. Lin En narrowed his eyes slightly. I have to say, this kind of luxurious treatment of big steamed stuffed buns. It can't be done without some capital. Fortunately, the chest is more plump. At this time, Daisy suddenly sounded in Lin En's mind. This 21-year-old girl is obviously not very old, but that scale is bigger than the young woman May. Damn, now May is by her side. Why think of other women? My own behavior is really very wrong. But Daisy could actually be made to do something. Lin En smiled slightly, stretched her arms, and embraced May amidst May's exclamation. Then walked towards the room. Things in bed are wonderful. Both of them were in a good mood. The next day, Lin En stretched out his arms. I felt really good yesterday. And after testing, he really found that May's breath had become a little stronger. It's good to feed back. Lin En couldn't help but sigh. This skill is to improve women's physical fitness and ability through fit. Lin En also suspected more than once that the system wanted to train him towards a point of no return. Honey, have you rested yet? May curled up under the quilt, looking very weak. But her psychology is still very happy. A strong man is always satisfying. In this case, the mood will become extraordinarily good. You have a good rest, I'm going out to do something. Lin En put on his clothes. Come back soon, May said weakly. Lin En turned his head and replied with a smile, Hee, rest well, change the quilt first, it's all wet. When May heard this, she shyly covered her face with a pillow. I hate it, it's all your fault. Haha. Lin En laughed, turned, and left. Have to say, last night, May was really hot. Lin En's younger brother also experienced the baptism of manna. Out the door, it was found that Wanda and others were already downstairs and had prepared breakfast. Daisy and Lorna are helping from the sidelines. I'm going to Xavier's school. Who are you going to? Lin En asked everyone. I'm going. Daisy immediately raised her hand. Excitedly ran over. She is still very interested in Xavier's school, which is full of mutants. It's okay at home anyway. It is also more convenient to go out to play together. I haven't seen my brother for a few days. Wanda also said. Since Pietro and Peter Parker went to Xavier's school, with so many mates, straight out of nature, not at all willing to come back. basically live in Xavier's school. And his variant ability is also very special. After all, the speed is fast, and this variant ability is very special. In many cases, it can play an unexpected role. Professor X is also very willing to guide Pietro. The latter's understanding and application of the variant ability is also increasing rapidly. Me too, Lorna said. A rare expression of eagerness appeared on his frosty face. She came to New York just to go to Xavier's school. She also needs to urgently find Professor X, and let the latter know that the current situation of mutant has not improved. At the same time, I also need to ask Xavier's school to help find the lost companions. Lin En nodded. I didn't expect all three of them to go. In this case, May was alone at home. But with artificial intelligence and the defense system built by Tony, there is no need to worry about the latter's safety. At this moment, Lin En sensed that Natasha Romanoff had arrived. Come in, Lin En said, and at the same time let the intelligence system directly authorize Natasha Romanoff to come in. Just walking outside the door, Natasha Romanoff, who was about to ring the doorbell, was stunned for a moment, and then saw the metal door in front of her slowly open. Without the slightest hesitation, she came directly to the living room. As an agent, she looked around for the first time. She met May and Wanda. Daisy also knows based on the information gathered by the most recent SHIELD. She had never seen this green-haired girl. But in my mind, a file appeared. It also records the confidence of a green-haired girl. Polaris Natasha Romanoff, leader of the mutant base. It is a mutant with excellent ability and leadership ability. Relying on his own personal charm, he formed a mutant base. In a short period of time, there were already 40 or 50 people. Natasha Romanoff was a little puzzled. Why is Polaris Lorna here? She hesitated for 2.2, but still suppressed her desire to investigate the information. Have you had breakfast? Lin En picked up the bread and dipped it in some jam. The taste is sweet and the taste is very good. It's high in sugar, but with his physical fitness, there is no need to worry about such things. Eat whatever you want. Not to mention a little bit of sugar. Even if he drank a bottle of dichlorvos and paraquat, nothing happened to him. His current body can automatically filter out this kind of thing. And, he's poison immune. Okay. Natasha Romanoff wasn't polite either. Walked over directly. Beautiful eyes fell on Lin En. I don't know why, facing Lin En this time, I always feel a strong sense of oppression. It seems that the latter has become much stronger. Natasha Romanoff looked at the women and couldn't help laughing. Lin En, you are very lucky. But it's also fortunate that Wanda and the others are not jealous. Oh, Lin En frowned. This Natasha Romanoff, it's unpleasant to open your mouth. What is jealousy? Isn't it obvious that you are disgusting yourself? I'm so good, it's not normal to have more women. At the very least, I really love them, and I don't treat them badly at all. The most important thing is that he didn't use force at all, and he always obeyed the decisions of Wanda and others. Feelings are such things as heart-to-heart comparisons. Lin En believes that she does not owe anyone. However, people like Natasha Romanoff have to be punished. He hooked his fingers immediately. Come here. Natasha Romanoff looked at the boy who seemed to be smiling but felt a bad feeling in his heart. What are you doing? I asked you to come here. This is an order. Lin En put on airs directly. You must know that 19, now he, in this operation, is Natasha Romanoff's immediate boss. Natasha Romanoff's heart suddenly became tense, and the bread in her hand was also pinched by shape-shifting. But she still had no choice but to move forward. Lin En looked Natasha Romanoff up and down. The latter's delicate body can't be concealed even by loose sweatpants. That arc is extremely attractive. This woman, Natasha Romanoff, is like a peach, which is irresistible, especially her demeanor, which seems to be specially trained to make people fascinated. To put it bluntly, this is a soul-stirring stunner. When any man sees it, he can't help kneeling and licking, dedicating everything he has. However, Lin En is not the kind of person who sympathizes with others. Immediately raise your palm. He pulled it down hard. Snapped. Accompanied by the crisp sound, Natasha Romanoff couldn't help screaming. What are you doing? She clutched her upturned buttocks. The burning pain made her tremble all over. But after the severe pain, there was still a little tingling sensation, which made her even more ashamed and angry. Don't play tricks on me. Next time you try to sow discord, the punishment will only be worse than this. Lin En withdrew his hand indifferently, and shook it slightly. Said in a neutral tone, I can't tell, it's quite flexible. Sure enough, it's different when I exercise regularly. You. Natasha Romanoff was exasperated, and pointed at Lin En with her finger. What are you? If you do this again, you will not go to Xavier's school. Lin En said directly. What a joke, who has he been used to in this life? A Natasha Romanoff, still here to give him arrogance. Looking at the latter who was panting and whose chest was constantly heaving up and down. Lin En touched his chin. Pick another place next time? It's not impossible. Despicable. Natasha Romanoff said angrily, but didn't dare to say any more. After all, the task is important. At the same time, she felt helpless in her heart. Obviously in the past, when I saw Lin En, I performed pretty well. There is a great deal of kindness towards Lin En in disguise. Why are the two facing each other now? But she doesn't know. Lin En has a system that can clearly see everyone's loyalty. Her disguise doesn't work at all. Wanda and May, looking at Natasha Romanoff, were no longer so kind. As a person with good loyalty, they trust Lin En unconditionally. Natasha Romanoff's kind of sewing discord may be useful to other women, but in their ears, apart from nausea, it is disgust. So Natasha Romanoff didn't look good either. There's not much sauce left, save some. Daisy was even more straightforward and put away the applesauce directly. The corner of Natasha Romanoff's mouth twitched. I didn't expect to lift a rock and smash my own foot. But she was also a little speechless. She was fine before coming here. Why did she become so angry after seeing Lin En? Just want to fight the latter. She couldn't figure it out, but someone did. That is Lin En. He is also very curious. This Natasha Romanoff, who clearly knows that she is powerful in battle, is still her immediate boss. In addition, Fury also takes a fancy to himself. Why does she always find fault? You must know that to become an agent, besides skill, what is more important is that the brain is smart enough, and the best thing is acting and adapting to the situation. As for what doesn't work, long dead. Natasha Romanoff is the only 10-level agent in the world. If it was said that he survived by luck, Lin En would not believe it. So, for knowing the truth, he also had to probe Natasha Romanoff's mind. But what made him speechless was that Natasha Romanoff also seemed to be wondering why she couldn't help but target herself. In this regard, Lin En can only call him a good guy. Could it be that the two are not compatible? Forget it, let's make an exception. Lin En touched his chin, probing directly into Natasha Romanoff's memory. However, he is more principled. Only explored 713's memories of Natasha Romanoff and himself. He started with Natasha Romanoff meeting himself for the first time. Along the timeline, he pulled out all the memories related to himself that appeared in all the subsequent memories. After watching it carefully, he had a weird expression on his face. Because, he found the reason. And the reason is very simple. Many men, even a righteous man like Captain America, Iron Man Tony Stark, a well-informed playboy, when seeing her, no matter how well he hides it, his attitude towards her is very kind. Even Fury, treat him differently than treat others. She can feel this kind of thing. So she is very confident about her beauty. And using her beauty and trained skills, she can face any man with ease, and after getting what she wants, she can retreat unscathed. But Lin En is different. As if ignoring her beauty, ignoring her temptation. From beginning to end, they all behaved extremely flat, without Natasha Romanoff knowing it herself. As for Lin En, as far as everyone cares, it is also very specific. Lin En. Hey guys, turns out Natasha Romanoff is still a narcissistic green tea. Lin En glanced at Natasha Romanoff helplessly. Sure enough, no matter how smart a person is, he can't bear the praise for a long time. It's not shameful enough to find fault because of one's own indifference. But even if he said it, Natasha Romanoff would definitely not admit it. After all, the latter himself didn't know why he was targeting him. Okay, hurry up and eat, I'll go in first, you can just come in after a while. Lin En looked away and opened a portal directly. Take the lead in walking in. In the case of a large number of X genes, his mutant ability has achieved a qualitative leap. Just like the current portal, as long as he wants, it can always exist. The only shortcoming is that it needs to use mental power to maintain it. However, he has a lot of spiritual power, and the consumption of this portal is not as fast as his recovery. Natasha Romanoff hurriedly followed. Her mission was to sneak into Xavier's school on the one hand, but more importantly, to keep an eye on Lin En. After all, the conversation with Professor X is very important, and it is related to mutants' attitude towards the government. So he must follow closely, and there must be no mistakes. I'll go too. Lorna hurriedly followed. For her, if she can find Professor X first, her lost partners can be saved earlier. Lorna can't forget that all those companions are being arrested by the FBI. Every minute is a moment of life and death. Okay, we'll go there after we pack up. Wanda kissed Lin En's cheek. As the hostess of the family, when May was exhausted and unable to move, she felt that she had an obligation to take care of the family. I want to kiss you too. Daisy also ran over. This girl never cared about the eyes of others, and kissed her directly. Hmph. Natasha Romanoff snorted coldly, turned her head away, and for some reason, she felt a little unhappy in her heart. How come so many people like this annoying person? I'm really upset. Are these two women stupid? Obviously so outstanding. What kind of man can't meet? Lorna was stunned for a moment. A trace of surprise flashed across her cold face. Two women kiss a man without any jealousy. But she was only stunned for a moment. Live at the bottom of society. Sometimes live in the sewers. All she had ever seen was dirty and dark. Those gangsters from underground organizations can even get together with 4 or 5 people, smoking drugs all day long and having sex everywhere. Lorna looked back. She didn't object to this kind of thing, but she was disgusted. After all, in her opinion, love is sacred. How can a third person be allowed to intervene? Xavier's school. Lin En led several people straight to the principal's office. Basically, if Professor X has nothing to do, he will read books and think about problems in it. Along the way, some students greeted Lin En kindly when they met Lin En. Mr. Lin En, you are here. Have you had breakfast? I heard that the canteen today has miso shipped from Longguo. My god, is this Mr. Lin En? It's because of it. One by one the students spoke excitedly, and on this cold morning, their faces flushed with excitement. I've eaten, now go to the professor. Lin En said. Professor? It should be in the principal's office now. A woman mustered up her courage and stood up. Thank you. Lin En smiled slightly and rushed towards the principal's office with the girls. And that girl was staring at the stars. His face was flushed and his breathing became short of breath. The other girls around were too regretful. If they had taken the initiative just now, they would have been able to talk to Lin En. After getting Lin En's nod in response, he was extremely excited. After all, Lin En is the celebrity protecting the mutant girl now. Especially in New York, it is even more rumored. Most of these students are in their teens. For Lin En, he is naturally an idol. Seeing this scene, Wanda couldn't help smiling. Seeing Lin En being respected so much by others made her even happier than being respected herself. Daisy took Lin En's arm and said excitedly, "Honey, you are so famous, they look at your eyes with fanaticism." Lin En touched his nose helplessly, and opened his mouth modestly. "Well enough? Fine? It's not just good enough." Natasha Romanoff's eyes narrowed slightly. If you don't see it with your own eyes, you will never imagine that these mutants have such respect for Lin En. After all, because of Professor X's telepathy, no one will install agents or spies in Xavier's school. Not even S.H.I.E.L.D can help. Any disguise, facing Professor X, will have nothing to hide. But what she didn't expect was, Lin En directly opened the portal and entered Xavier's school. Even with a few strangers, no one came to check or ask. This kind of respect is already the highest level. But in this way, there are also benefits. The more important Lin En's status is in Xavier's school. Then say the words, make the point. It is easier to be accepted and listened to by Professor X. Natasha Romanoff couldn't help looking forward. The young man with a faint smile on his face was chatting casually with the students around him. Her expression was a little dazed for a moment. I don't know when, the danger of the beacon country and even human beings, all pinned on this, Zhao Zhao, young man. Soon, several people came to the principal's office. After opening the door, Professor X was looking out quietly through the window. Natasha Romanoff's pupils constricted slightly, and she felt a little nervous. After all, she was very worried, being picked up by Teacher X to discover the secret. But fortunately, Professor X did not pay special attention to him. "Hey, Professor, here I come." Lin En directly pulled a stool and sat down. "Lin En, don't say anything when you come so that I can pick you up," Professor X said. "Come on, I specially asked Scott to buy some high-quality tea from Longguo, you can try it." Looking at the two chatting happily, Natasha Romanoff's tense heart also slowly fell down. But in the next second, she couldn't help but exclaimed. Because Professor X actually stood up. "Hey, Professor, here I come." Lin En directly pulled a stool and sat down. "Lin En, don't say anything when you come, so I can pick you up," Professor X said. "Come on, I specially asked Scott to buy some high-quality tea from Longguo, you can try it." Looking at the two chatting happily, Natasha Romanoff's tense heart also slowly fell down. But in the next second, she couldn't help but exclaimed. Because Professor X actually stood up. Natasha Romanoff opened her mouth wide, her beautiful eyes full of shock. In sight, Professor X stood up and took out a bag of tea. Her expression was naturally seen by everyone. Professor X looked over. "This is..." Lin En shrugged, "A friend." "Oh." Professor X nodded, then looked away. Seeing that Lin En didn't reveal her true identity, Natasha Romanoff also breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, I secretly blamed myself. How could I not be able to control my emotions just now, and made such a low-level mistake? But, as we all know, Professor X has spent half his life in a wheelchair. Stand up now, what's going on? Unfortunately, I can't ask myself. On the other side of 370, Lin En accepted the surprise. Lin En raised his eyebrows. He had only seen this tea on TV before. Wei Mountain de Hongbao. The production of this kind of tea is extremely rare. It is a special offering in the Dragon Kingdom, and only the country's bigwigs have the opportunity to drink it. Others can't buy it even if they have money. Unexpectedly, Professor X actually got it. "I have a heart." Lin En waved his hand directly, and put away the tea leaves without being polite. "Professor, please help me." Lorna, who was on the side, hurriedly walked over. A trace of anxiety flashed across his unruly face. "What's wrong?" Professor X asked gently. He knew that the girl in front of him was a mutant. After all, that green hair is too obvious. Lorna began to briefly talk about the FBI's arrest of mutant, how they escaped to New York, and the last scattered things. Professor X didn't speak all the time. After Lorna finished speaking, a trace of loss and coldness flashed in his wise eyes. This is the loss of the government, and the coldness of the enemy. The moment this look appeared, Natasha Romanoff's heart tightened. On file, this quintessentially dovish mutant is almost never angry. And he always deals with the government with kindness, looking for a way to coexist with human beings. But there is no doubt that the current Professor X has changed. This also worried Natasha Romanoff. This sentiment is no longer stable, and even Professor X, who no longer trusts the government, will change from a weapon restricting Magneto to a weapon against the government. If it really comes to that time, the situation will be very critical. "Professor, please find them. I'm afraid they will have an accident every minute at night," Lorna said anxiously. "Okay, please wait a moment." Professor X sat in the chair. "I closed my eyes. Although there is no brainwave strengthening machine, there is no way to cover the entire world with spiritual power. However, covering half of New York is still no problem. In that spiritual space, a series of white figures alternated with red figures. The whole process lasted about 10 minutes. Professor X slowly opened his eyes. There is a sadness in the eyes. I found it, but except for a few people, the others have been arrested. The rest, I'll let Scott take them over. Hearing this, Lorna's palms were tightly clenched together. Everyone knows what the consequences, CCFF, of being caught are. They were beaten all day long, or reduced to experimental products, and tied to a cold operating table. These damned fellows. Lorna gritted her teeth in hatred. When she thought of the harm to those partners who lived with her day and night, she felt a twinge of pain in her heart. Oh my god, why are you still arresting Mutant? Wasn't the scandal enough last time? Daisy couldn't help but said. Last time Stryker's Weapon X project, using Mutant as an experiment, was like a big rock that fell into society. Caused such a stir. The government also apologized in person. Later, it led to Magneto making a big fuss about the White House. As a result, there was not much time this time, and this kind of thing started again. Even she who doesn't have much social experience understands that this is to create an opposition between mutants and humans. But this approach does not benefit the government at all. Can't figure it out, really can't figure it out. Wanda crossed her arms, her eyes were extremely cold. She who has practiced the X-gene training method knows it better than anyone else. Except for Daisy who just came here and hasn't had time to practice yet, everyone else, including Lin En, are mutants. So she, who felt the same way, also developed a lot of hostility towards those guys from the FBI. I will ask the government for an explanation on this matter. Professor X said in a deep voice. He was also very angry about this kind of thing. Obviously Mutant is already miserable, so why does the government still target it? Will the government of the Lighthouse country feel at ease only when Mutant completely disappears from this world? At the same time, he thought even more how ridiculous his idea of begging the government to accept Mutant was. Hearing this, Lorna's cold expression softened. Professor X has a heavy weight in Mutant and the government. So if he comes forward, maybe the government can stop hunting down Mutant. Let Mutant, who is already struggling to survive, have a little more hope of surviving. You can't control this matter. Lin En tapped his fingers on the table and said slowly. If it doesn't matter, why don't we let the FBI catch Mutant? Lorna said angrily. She doesn't understand. Why did Lin En stop Professor X? Isn't this going to put the life and death of all mutants at risk? Immediately, the eyes looking at Lin En became a little cold. Lorna looked at Lin En with a cold gaze. There are also many puzzles. If Professor X does not come forward, the government will only go too far, and Mutant's situation will become more and more difficult. Are you still the hero who protected the mutant girl? Lorna asked bluntly. On the contrary, Professor X and Lin En got along for a long time. I know that the boy in front of me is very good and has unique ideas. On many issues, it is more comprehensive than he thought. Lin En, is there any problem? Professor X asked seriously. After you find the government, what can you say? Lin En asked rhetorically. Professor X frowned and thought for a while. They wantonly arrested Mutant, which is a desecration of personal rights. As long as the public knows, the government will definitely compromise. As long as this matter gets bigger, not only will it not be harmful to Mutant, but it will be beneficial. Wanda, Lorna, and the others also nodded. This kind of arresting people without authorization and violating personal freedom will definitely arouse the opposition of all citizens in the Lighthouse country that advocates freedom and democracy. At that time, Mutant only needs to play the role of being bullied, and then force the government to make concessions. Issue laws that do not allow the capture of mutants. Thus, Mutant across the country. No more daily worries about waking up the next day. A squad of soldiers would break into the hiding place and arrest them. Yes, I really don't know why you want to stop it. Every delay will cause many casualties of compatriots. Lorna's tone is very anxious. Just think of those few partners who are still being hunted by the FBI. Her heart was very chaotic. She set her sights on Professor X. The latter serves as the spiritual leader of the mutant, known as the Wise One. Certainly not watching fellow mutants suffer. However, to her disappointment, the latter did not have the anger she had imagined. Instead, after hearing Lin En's words, he began to think. Lin En, although you saved me, if you stop the professor from saving Mutant, don't blame me for being rude. Lorna said directly in a cold voice. Although deep in my heart I really don't want to talk to Lin En like this. After all, no matter how you say it, she still has a good impression of the man who saved her. But, now if you want to save Mutant, you can only rely on Professor X. In any case, she will not allow anyone to stand up and refute. Listen to me first. Lin En was a little helpless. This Lorna had the same temper as her father Magneto. Like a powder keg, if you encounter a problem, just one word, do it. Such a character is really very easy to fall into the trap. Definitely, in the case of absolute strength. Direct recklessness is the most correct choice. But when you are still weak, it is very dangerous to be so impulsive. If you want to bring Lorna into the harem, you need to change your temper. Otherwise, there will be big trouble sooner or later. Lin En, please explain in detail. Professor X nodded. At this moment, after thinking about it carefully, he also felt something was wrong. This Lighthouse country, on the one hand, allowed the government to appease itself, and on the other hand, arrested Mutant. This approach is really too contradictory. You know, he has been confronting those guys for more than 10 years. They were all played around. How could such a stupid thing be done? Hehe, the reason why they still arrest mutant when the conflict between mutant and humans is so intense is actually to lure you out. Lin En narrowed his eyes slightly. Their target, from beginning to end, is the professor, not the mutants outside. As long as Professor X comes forward, the government will prosecute mutant on the grounds of arresting criminals. And point the finger at Professor X, and then the entire Beacon country will know something. The government arrested criminals only because they were mutants, so Professor X came forward in person to argue with the government. What do you think the citizens of the world think of mutant? Hiss. Everyone gasped. I just feel my scalp tingling. Asking for flowers. Lorna, you can't say that your companion didn't break any law. Lin En shifted his gaze to Lorna. This rebellious girl's expression changed at this moment, and there was a deep shock in her eyes. After Lin En's touch, she also fully understood at this moment. It is difficult for mutant to survive. For supplies and survival, they did things like stealing and $0 purchases. He even killed a policeman. From a legal point of view, it is normal for them to be arrested and sentenced to decades. And once Professor X stands out, what will happen to the consequences? Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. With just one sentence, you can be invincible. Since you want mutant to enjoy the same rights as citizens, you must also fulfill the obligations of citizens. Don't say anything else, let's stay in prison first. Professor X was also lost in thought. A trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. If Lin En hadn't reminded him of this method of targeting, he would never have thought of it. If you really fall into the trap, the consequences will be disastrous. At that time, the government's targeting will not be the focus. The most frightening thing is the opposition of the people in the lighthouse country. Looking at the mutants who were cast aside before, they suddenly don't care about the law and can override their rights. Waiting for Professor X and mutant will only be against it across the board. All will bash them. The living environment of mutant will only become more difficult. Lin En, if it weren't for you, mutant might. The end is coming. Professor X opened his mouth with difficulty, and while his eyes were shaking, there was also a trace of gratitude. Once again, he felt that he could meet Lin En. It's really a very lucky thing. If not, the latter appears. I'm afraid that the strikers incident, Xavier's school, will face a very big crisis. Even he might die. Hehe, it's nothing. In fact, your thinking hasn't changed. Lin En said with a smile. He looked at the professor. In the following words, he mainly wants to talk to Professor X. Mutant is still too dependent on the mutant ability, so after a long time, it will be a little different from the way of thinking of humans. When you encounter problems, you only want to use your own variant ability to solve things. But in this world, there are still many human beings, not only now, but also in the future. After integrating, use your own mutant ability to perfect the plan, so that it can be counted as complete. Lin En talks about everything. Directly stated the disadvantages of mutant. After possessing great power, people will ignore their other abilities. For example, Deadpool, before obtaining the healing ability, can split bullets with 2 knives. The combat skills can be described as astonishing. But after participating in Project X and obtaining the healing ability, according to the logic of August 17, there is an X gene in the body. It should become stronger. But he never slashed through bullets with his double knives again. The biggest reason is that after no longer being injured, he neglected his fighting skills. But Deadpool with healing factor is indeed stronger. But he should have been stronger. This is typical of only relying on one's own variant ability, while ignoring the things that are important to him. Lin En, you are right. Professor X was ashamed and nodded obediently. Yes. Ever since he possessed the ability of telepathy, he can face anyone with ease. But relatively, he thought much less about some conspiracies and tricks. If you want to know any secrets and plans, go directly to explore other people's brains. In this way, it is indeed very convenient. But the disadvantages are also great. When people are not in front of him and engage in conspiracy and tricks, he has nothing to do. Coupled with the long-term dependence on telepathy, his brain has not been trained for a long time. Therefore, in some conspiracies and tricks, they were suppressed by a group of ordinary people's politicians. Daisy was very happy, her waist was straight, and her already magnificent chest was even more obvious. Watching Lin En talking to a wise old man, and humbly asking for advice from the latter, she is also very proud. And there is honor. Look, this is my man. Compared to Daisy's happiness, Lorna was incomparably shocked. Who is Professor X? That is the strongest mutant. Incomparably wise man. When mutant was hunted down by the government, he stood up and led mutant to survive. Speaking bluntly, Professor X is the spiritual leader in the hearts of all mutants. But now he was ashamed by what this young man said. This kind of thing, if it doesn't really appear in front of you, she wouldn't believe it even if she was killed. But hasn't the government always wanted to appease Professor X? Wanda frowned beautifully, and couldn't understand for a while. This captures mutant, leads to Professor X, and then? Completely against? But as long as Professor X is alive, no one can completely eliminate mutant. Instead, Professor X will be more targeted at the government. So, still the same sentence, the government does this, the logic does not make sense. As long as Professor X is portrayed as a villain that affects the peace of mankind, then the internal conflicts in the Beacon country will disappear. Everyone will work together to deal with mutant. Lin En explained on the side. If someone else asked this question, he would most likely roll his eyes and ignore it. But facing Wanda, His patience has always been very good. Jing, 18 years old, rarely thinks about things. No matter how powerful Professor X is, it is impossible to face the opposition of everyone on the planet. If those superpowers really unite, what will happen to them? What do you think will happen? Whatever the result, definitely Professor X died. All mutants were destroyed. Those who have super abilities, no one knows exactly what abilities are. In case there is one for Professor X, maybe. Furthermore, don't say that Professor X can't exterminate all human beings. Even if he really wants to do this, I'm afraid not to mention others, the people in Xavier's school will stop Professor X. Some of the family members of these students are still alive. No one can be a student under the hands of a demon who kills his relatives. However, the professor can't kill ordinary people, but it's enough to kill other counselors. Daisy said directly in a daze. Since this problem cannot be solved, then get rid of the person who created this problem. As soon as the words came out, the audience was silent. Everyone looked at her as if they were fools. Good guy, how did you get into your master's degree? I heard that you're about to get into your doctor's degree. Lin En couldn't help complaining. Even a normal person would not be able to ask this kind of question. It's not the education in the lighthouse country, it's practical education. Is it a question answering machine? What's up with this, Daisy? Oh, I hate it, but people really don't know, Daisy said coquettishly. She can answer fluently the academic questions she comes into contact with on weekdays, but she doesn't know anything about the world, especially this kind of strategy. Who does Professor X dare to kill? The teacher is unknown. Lin En rubbed his brows with his hands and couldn't help explaining. As long as Professor X comes forward, he will directly fall into the disadvantage. In this way, the next thing to do is passive defense. As for killing MPs, let's not say that I don't know who to kill. Does the professor dare to kill? Not only did he not dare to kill in 1.6, but he had to protect it vigorously. Otherwise, even if it is an accidental death, it can be placed on Professor X. This pot is big and black, and it can't escape. Oh, Daisy suddenly realized, and a deep shock flashed in her eyes. In this case, wouldn't it mean that the professor can't show up at all? Everyone. However, is it really a good decision to make the professor hate the government even more? Daisy asked again. Everyone. Oh, it turns out that you didn't see it, didn't realize that this is a trap. Daisy said suddenly again. Professor X. You didn't see it, what's the point of being arrogant here? Ahem, if it wasn't for Lin En's reminder, I'm afraid I've fallen into a trap. Professor X said awkwardly. He even felt that this girl deliberately stimulated him. As a wise man, he didn't even know he almost fell into a trap. I have lived in vain all my life. Lin En also couldn't help laughing. Daisy's life experience is really too little, or college is more suitable for her. But there's another reason for the government to take the gamble and start risking itself against Professor X. That is, they have the confidence, or the cards to face Professor X. White Queen of Hellfire Club. After learning that the White Queen is still alive, he regained control of the Hellfire Club. The members of the wealthy and political circles in those clubs knew the changes in the first place. This is something that cannot be hidden, so the government knew it immediately. Facing the 22 White Queens who also possessed telepathy ability and were only inferior to Professor X, they immediately chose to win over them. The reason why Lin En knew it was definitely reported by White Queen. And the reward is thick milk. One night's reward also made the White Queen more loyal to Lin En. But it is different from others. Natasha Romanoff, who had been silent all this time, had an increasingly ugly and gloomy face. Good guy? Call it a good guy. Lin En turned out to be a double agent. S.H.I.E.L.D. thought Lin En was from the government. Now it seems. This is all about helping mutant fight humans. Unexpectedly, Fury was so smart that he misjudged the wrong person. But in the next second, her body tensed up. Lin En is a member of the mutant side, so isn't he very dangerous? Her brain was running fast, trying to think of a way to escape, and her fingers quietly touched the communicator in her pocket. But at this moment, Natasha Romanoff noticed that Lin En turned his head with a half-smile. Gudong. Natasha Romanoff swallowed uncontrollably. Lin En secretly smiled inwardly. This Natasha Romanoff really has a lot of eyes. Just to play tricks on her. Immediately his expression turned cold. Under this look, she just felt cold all over, and she couldn't press down that finger no matter what. Natasha Romanoff was horrified. Could it be that Professor X controlled her mind and made her unable to move? Immediately, his complexion sank, and he approached Natasha Romanoff directly. What? Want a message? Tell Fury, or tell God. These words made Natasha Romanoff's complexion extremely ugly. She was already sure that Lin En belonged to mutant's side. Damn, why are you doing this? Both Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. are so kind to you. Even when you were a cop, let you join the Avengers. Even knowing that you awakened the mutant ability, Director Nick Fury still believes in you. You joined the mutant side, why on earth? You have so many women and friends, don't you worry about them? She asked constantly. I hope that with these words, Lin En can change his mind. Be in sight, though. On that handsome face, only indifference and a hint of killing intent emerged. This also made Natasha Romanoff's heart sink to the bottom of the valley. Her heart was beating wildly. Having seen Lin En's terrifying strength, she knew deeply that she had no chance to escape. What's more, there is such a powerful mutant as Professor X by his side. Immediately, deep in my heart, a trace of despair emerged. Unexpectedly, after being an agent for decades, he did not die in other places in the end, but died in this kind of stealth mission. And the roots are simple. Fury misread Lin En. Also, if something happens to me, you will be exposed, and Fury and the others will definitely notice. However, as an agent, she has experienced many dangers. Even at the last moment, she adjusted her mentality and did not give up. So what? I can change your thinking and forget all about it, Lin En said with a half smile. Boom! Natasha Romanoff's scalp tingled. Yes, this way, there won't be any problems. After she went back, she would not say anything, and Lin En could continue to hide. Fack, you traitor to humanity, bastard. The intense fear made her completely flustered. Natasha Romanoff cursed directly. This kind of way of changing and erasing her own memory for others made her extremely terrified. Hihi, you woman, you have such a beautiful mouth, you are not weak at all when scolding people. Lin En pinched Natasha Romanoff's cheek unceremoniously. Lin En was a little surprised by the soft, delicate, and elastic touch coming from between his fingers. Good guy, although the potion Natasha Romanoff took is a defective product of the super soldier serum, it is really strong in terms of anti-aging. This is Natasha Romanoff, in her late 70s or 80s. This skin is tighter than that of a girl in her 20s. Natasha Romanoff's beautiful cheeks were pinched, and her sexy lips were pouting directly, looking very cute. Lin En sighed again in his heart, this woman is really a stunner. Wanda and Daisy don't know what happened. Even Lorna, on the unruly face, flashed a trace of bewilderment. This was fine at first, but suddenly the two of them confronted each other. But from the words in it, they can also analyze a little things. That is Lin En seems to be S.H.I.E.L.D's Xavier's school again. The expression of Professor X on the side changed twice. Some can't laugh or cry. He naturally knew that Lin En was deliberately scaring Natasha Romanoff. But this is a boy, rather than a person who sees through everything and strategizes. Sometimes, Lin En's resourcefulness and maturity make people forget his original age. But now such a young man's mind is very good. More like a real person. Lin En, are you sure you won't leave him with a psychological shadow? Professor X asked with a strange expression on his face. Okay, I wanted to play more, so I don't want to scare her. Lin En let go of his hand. Along with Lin En let go of his hand, Natasha Romanoff also found herself regaining control of her body. She took 2 steps back subconsciously, looking at Lin En and Professor X warily. But what made her even more puzzled was the panic. The latter two didn't have any killing intent, nor any desire to do anything. This point, she can be incomparably sure. After all, as an agent, her training in this area is unparalleled. For a moment, she couldn't figure out what was going on. Okay, don't look at me with that look, it's just for fun. Lin En shrugged his shoulders. Natasha Romanoff didn't answer. Still looking at Lin En, her heart was beating violently. She dared not relax her vigilance. Honey, why are you scaring her? Wanda blinked her beautiful eyes and asked with some doubts. Whoever tells her to hate me all day long, and scares her, it will be treated as interest. Lin En's tone was flat. But there is a lot of resentment inside. If it weren't for Natasha Romanoff's talkativeness, the Avengers' plan would have been over long ago. Fury also doesn't know hesitation, and he can get a lot of rewards. Scaring her now is cheap for her. Pissed. Wanda couldn't help laughing. His eyes looked at Lin En, full of smiles. Having been with Lin En for so long, this is the first time I see Lin En showing such a young man's behavior. I have to say, it's pretty cute. On the contrary, it made her like it even more. You are good or bad, I like it so much. Daisy was even more nympho. She directly pulled Lin En's arm, and pressed her chest tightly against it. Lin En's diversity, and this kind of character of revenge, made her more devoted. Lorna snorted coldly and turned her head. With a cold and rebellious personality, she was very unimpressed by this kind of teasing. As for the party Natasha Romanoff, the corner of his mouth twitched, wanting to say something, but he didn't know where to start. Let's say Lin En is on the side of mutant, but he has no intention of killing himself. It seems that he is still ready to let himself go. Let's say that Lin En stands on the side of S.H.I.E.L.D and the government, and he helps Professor X to prevent him from falling into the trap. So, for a while, her head was very confused. Ms. Natasha Romanoff, I can answer your doubts. Professor X said. You know my name. Natasha Romanoff shuddered. In this way, wouldn't it be that when he appeared in this room, his identity had already been exposed? I met you more than 10 years ago, but you were in a hurry, and you may not have noticed me. I have a better memory. Professor X smiled kindly. 10 years ago, Natasha Romanoff thought for a moment, racking her brains. Suddenly, she remembered. More than 10 years ago, Professor X came to S.H.I.E.L.D once, and talked to Fury too. However, the content of the conversation between the two is unknown, and it is always not very pleasant. If you have seen yourself, then there is a high probability that it was that time. But, if so, Professor X knows about himself. Fury knew it. Then let yourself come. Why is that? Do you want to give up your own agent? The moment this idea appeared, she was thrown out of the house. Hihi, you know about aliens, right? Professor X continued to explain from the side. Once aliens actually invade the Earth, the nature of this matter is very huge amounts of. Natasha Romanoff nodded. This will not only make the existence of extraterrestrial life known to everyone, And everyone has to worry day and night, whether one day, aliens will occupy the Earth. The gap between aliens and humans. Probably even bigger than the gap between lions and whales. When the time comes, this war, once humanity has lost. What will happen in the end, you can use your butt to know. It is extremely lucky to be enslaved like livestock. The greatest probability is that they will all be wiped out. Since then, there has been no human existence on Earth. Compared with aliens, there are much fewer conflicts between mutants and humans. Professor X said. In any case, mutant is also a human being. Except for the number of X genes, everything else is exactly the same. Natasha Romanoff looked serious. What Professor X said was definitely not delusional. As long as aliens invade, this kind of thing is almost 100% likely to happen. When Lin En proposed this concept, the old fox was naturally aware of it. In the face of aliens, humans, and mutants must unite and stop fighting each other. I asked you to follow Lin En to show you my attitude towards this matter. Professor X spoke again. So, Director Nick Fury knew about this all along. Natasha Romanoff tentatively asked this sentence. Yes. Professor X nodded. Natasha Romanoff paled. This made her a little hard to accept. Because if Professor X's attitude is to completely hate humans, then his fate will not be very good. Don't think so much, Fury is absolutely sure, I won't hurt you. Professor X dispelled Natasha Romanoff's concerns. Natasha Romanoff smiled, knowing the truth in her heart. As an agent, it is normal to be in danger and die for a mission. Even if she died, she couldn't have any complaints. Even after Niu Qian died, she couldn't even have a tombstone. Very helpless, but this is the ending of the agent. Again, that's why she wanted so badly to join the Avengers. There is a new identity, a clean identity, which can make people remember her, and can have a destination of her own after death. However, in the end, this wish completely disappeared. Okay, I will report this matter to Director Nick Fury. Natasha Romanoff nodded. Professor X's talk and kindness. He has fully expressed his thoughts. This dovey mutant. I still want to cooperate with humans to resist the aliens that will come in the future. However, she was still a little puzzled. Why everyone is so convinced of Lin En's statement that aliens invaded the Earth. Natasha Romanoff expressed great incomprehension. For such a big event, it stands to reason that countless meetings should be held. Then constantly discuss the authenticity of things, and specific practices. But now, everything is so simple and has been recognized by everyone. Whether it's Fury or Professor X. Even Eagle Nation and Dragon Nation have already started to negotiate and manufacture spaceships, preparing to counterattack the Earth in the next step. This almost absurd approach made her feel unreal like a dream. However, are these people stupid? Definitely not. Then there is only one possibility. There really are aliens in this world. These lofty big shots know it all. As for myself, I don't have the authority to know. Natasha Romanoff was constantly taking deep breaths, trying to use this method to suppress the surging emotions in my heart. Tell me, are there really aliens on Earth? Natasha Romanoff looked at Lin En with a hoarse voice. In this case, if you want to know the truth, it is undoubtedly the most appropriate to ask him. If you don't, go and look through the files yourself. After all, you are a 10th level agent in S.H.I.E.L.D, and you can still find cobweb horse traces if you have the authority. Lin En said with a smile. He is able to tell the truth directly. 173, telling Natasha Romanoff that there are aliens. However, there are naturally other reasons for letting the latter investigate. He's been trying to find out about Superman. According to the news obtained by Longguo, a spaceship did land more than 10 years ago. Regarding Superman's matter, although he asked the Dragon's people to help secretly investigate. But this is not safe, let Natasha Romanoff investigate, maybe there will be some new clues. As for myself, after dealing with the matter, I will go to Metropolis to see it for myself. Not to blame him for being so cautious, but Superman is just too strong. It must be treated with caution, and there must be no slight mistake. Damn it, Kryptonians are really a bug. Lin En couldn't help complaining. The Kryptonian bloodline is really an unbelievable thing. Just by basking in the sun, you can get the ability of Man of Steel and flight, and the speed can even exceed the speed of light. Though Super Silver and Super Thinking are exaggerated one by one, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the cutting-edge combat power of the universe. And this kind of powerful strength, CCFB, does not require hard training, nor does it need to pay any painful price, it is just to bask in the sun. At this moment, the gap between the pros and cons of the races is vividly revealed. Anyway, human beings are exhausted. Can't reach this point. Oh shit. Thinking about it this way, even if I have a system, when facing Superman, I still feel that he is the protagonist. It's so unfair. Shaking his head, Lin En no longer thinks about such things. This kind of thing will be investigated sooner or later. The existence of Superman will also be known. The most urgent task now is to improve one's own strength. In case it is Black and Superman, he has enough confidence to suppress the opponent. But this is unlikely. After all, the current world still exists. Thinking of this, Lin En's heart relaxed a little. He knows everything in this world, but he is not afraid of anything. But now that there are so many friends and lovers around him, he has more worries. No wonder, those traversers don't have any feelings, and don't make any friends. Lin En couldn't help thinking deep in his heart. In this way, there is no concern, even if you destroy the world, you will do all kinds of evil and you will not have any psychological burden. But, if time could start over and give him another chance, he would still choose this way of living. He is a man of flesh and blood. It is impossible to be alone, and it is impossible to ignore relatives and friends around you. It was love for Gwen to save him. The family of 3 treated him very well and even arranged for him to work. This is love. Wanda's eyes are full of love, and she is desperate for herself. This is love. May gave up everything and took care of herself meticulously. This is love. Fury's unconditional trust, even if there are calculations involved, it is undeniable that this is love. There are too many things. Lin En is not a piece of wood, he keeps these affections in his heart. Living in this world, these people are alive, and he can't treat these people as NPCs or tools. He couldn't. He looked at Wanda and Daisy. Can't help but smile slightly. The sun was shining on her face. The golden hair color sets off the white skin, like a holy fairy. Especially the upturned nose, which is white and small, makes people can't help but look at it. Wanda flicked her hair. Looking at the boy's smile, he also laughed, very innocently. Everything is so beautiful and wonderful. So, having said all that, how do we save Mutant? Lorna interjected directly from the sidelines. She knew that Professor X couldn't show up, but just watched Mutant get arrested like this? This is something she cannot accept. If you don't want to, I'll go directly. After Lorna finished speaking, she turned around and left. From the face full of killing intent, one could tell what she was going to do. Stop. Lin En said. But the latter did not stop. Lin En had no choice but to reach out and grab the latter's wrist. Lorna wanted to break free, but felt Lin En's palm, like a steel bar, could not be shaken. Please don't stop me. Lorna took a deep breath and said with a serious expression. I don't want to shoot you. Lin En was a little helpless, and Lorna's temper was a little too big. A person single-handedly went to save others, and he didn't know how he died. You listen to my method first. If you don't want to, you go to die. I will never stop you. Hearing this, Lorna stopped in her tracks and stood beside her. The professor has no way to come forward about this matter, but I'm afraid one person can't bear it anymore. Lin En said with a smile. Professor X on the side froze for a moment, then thought of something. If this is the case, then it is very appropriate for this old guy to come forward. Lorna didn't understand. Magneto. Lin En said these 3 words slowly. Sometimes, when you are obviously at a disadvantage and you can't reason, you will be completely crazy. Let Magneto come out directly, so that there is no need to use reason or any law at all. Just do it and it's over. If you are ruthless, I will be more ruthless than you. It will hit you until you are afraid, and you will not be able to bear it. This gives you the opportunity to negotiate. Lorna's expression changed. Something about Magneto came to mind. Immediately, he clenched his fists fiercely. That's right, after he knows about this, he will definitely not be able to bear it, and his eyebrows will definitely make a move. I'm going to find a way to contact him. How do you contact him? Lin En was a little speechless. Magneto is hiding now, and no one can find him. Make a big splash about the FBI's capture of Mutant. When everyone knows, Magneto will know. Lorna nodded, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Yes, this is undoubtedly a very good way. She looked at Lin En with a different gaze. This man of her age is really too smart. Facing the traps that Professor X did not discover, he not only discovered them, but also found a way to deal with them. This intelligence alone is enough to crush many people. But if Magneto comes forward, many people will die. Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but said. The last time Magneto made a fuss about the White House, the whole Beacon country was in chaos, and all those in power were in danger. If you come again, it's okay. What do you mean? Our mutant's life is not our life. Lorna's face turned extremely cold in an instant. Those eyes were fixed on Natasha Romanoff. The killing intent was not concealed at all. In the process of growing up, he was betrayed many times by humans. She has long been extremely disgusted with humans. Do you understand that this will only make Mutant and the government more hostile? Natasha Romanoff also shot back. If it is really immortal, only one side can survive. Lorna didn't retreat at all. His eyes became colder and colder. The government and you humans took action first. Shouldn't we let us resist? Professor, please stop this practice, and Magneto must not be allowed to go. Otherwise, it will really cause irreparable consequences. Natasha Romanoff turned her attention to Professor X. At this time, she could only persuade the latter with a gentle personality. Most importantly, if Magneto really reappears, probably only the old man in front of him, and the X-Men, can stop that murderous Magneto. The latter variant ability is really terrifying. As long as you want to cause damage, in this steel-built city, it can almost support a catastrophic level. I can't do anything about this kind of thing. I don't even know where he is. Professor X was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. Perhaps you can give the government advance notice so they can prepare for Magneto's wrath. As soon as this remark came out, it was Natasha Romanoff, a top acting actress. He couldn't control his expression either. There was a look of horror on his face. Professor X actually rejected her words. This means that this old man who has always been kind is really no longer on the side of human beings. Although he has not become an extreme person like Magneto, but just like this, it is already extremely frightening. Lin En, please think of a way. Once Magneto does something, many innocent people will die. Natasha Romanoff said anxiously. In this situation, only Lin En can save it all. Lin En touched his chin. You can tell the government in advance that I predict that Magneto will attack the White House, and you let them prepare in advance. Natasha Romanoff's lips quivered. Prepare ahead of time to anticipate an attack on the White House. What if something goes wrong? The consequences were unimaginable. She only felt a burst of swelling in her brain. I'm going to find Fury and ask him to find a way to stop this from happening. Natasha Romanoff hurriedly walked outside. But in the next second, her face instantly became ugly. Because, asking for flowers, that metal handle, no matter how hard she tried, can't even shake it a bit. She turned her head, just in time to see the cold and disdainful face under the green hair. Do you know what you're doing? Natasha Romanoff asked gravely. How could it be possible for you to notify the government in advance? If you dare to take a step, I will let you die here. Lorna said coldly. There was a strong killing intent on that unruly face. She was really moved to kill. She will mercilessly treat anyone who tries to stop this matter as an enemy. On the other side, looking at the ability that controls the metal, there is also the character of fighting if there is a disagreement. Professor X always felt a little familiar, and a person appeared in his mind involuntarily. 0. Lin En, this girl seems to be with that old guy. Professor X asked softly. Lin En nodded. Professor X has a weird expression on his face. I was also a little surprised in my heart. Who would have thought that Magneto had a daughter? But it seems that he still doesn't know his own life experience. Immediately, I couldn't help cursing in my heart. Eric is an old guy, he's showing mercy, and now he has a kid who doesn't even know it. Professor X sighed. I also lament the power of genes, because this girl's character is almost carved out of the same mold as Magneto. More importantly, he couldn't help but imagine what expression Magneto would have when he met Lorna. Lin En said again, okay, Lorna, let her go. Lorna turned her head and looked at Lin En puzzled. However, she did not refute immediately as before. Instead, he watched quietly. It's not a bad thing to tell the government. At the very least, it's not good for the government to make a fuss. Humans and mutants should work together now, not King In. After all, compared to aliens, humans and mutants are still of the same root and race. You have to tell Fury about this matter. If he comes forward, see if he can change the government guys. Lin En replied with a smile. Fury's identity is still very different. On the political side, although there is no post. However, many people are extremely afraid of this one-eyed black stewed egg. Whether Magneto will make a move is Schrodinger's move. If the government is willing to coexist peacefully with mutant and enter the future together, then Magneto will not make a move. If the government of the Lighthouse country still insists on going its own way, it must eliminate the mutant before facing the future alien crisis. Then it can only make them completely hurt once. After all reforms and revolutions require the shedding of blood. This is inevitable and the most effective way. I don't want anyone to die. If the government agrees, I can guarantee that people of the 207 race will never become the enemy of mankind. Lin En spoke slowly after a moment of silence. Remember, we are all one family on Earth. I see. Natasha Romanoff pursed her lips and nodded firmly in her eyes. Mutant-human collaboration, plus alien stuff. She already understood that this was the masterpiece of the young man in front of her. All purpose is to transform internal contradictions into external contradictions. Compared with the universe, all living things on this Earth, even a dog, they are more friendly than aliens. With a common enemy and a common goal, mutant and human beings can live well. After all, the universe is so big, it will take decades to improve a Mars and make it suitable for human habitation. Attacking other planets, and completely exploring and occupying them, is impossible without 100 years. After integrating for such a long time, humans and mutants may have already integrated into one. Thinking of this, Natasha Romanoff felt that her breathing was stagnant. Lin En's idea is really amazing. To put it bluntly, no one in this world has ever dared to think about such a thing. Even someone like Professor X who caused the Lighthouse government a headache. Throughout his life, he just wanted the government to accept mutant. And after decades of effort, the harvest is not satisfactory. And Lin En, it is an epoch-making plan. Defend against aliens, and counterattack aliens. Under such circumstances, all countries work together to face the new unknown planet, and everyone is gearing up. Those small resources on the Earth no longer need to be fought by various countries. Under this unanimous external goal, the differences and crises between mutants and humans are nothing short of a fart. After all, everything is an interest. As long as there are enough interests, any enemy can become a friend. I will report this matter to Fury properly. Natasha Romanoff turned and left after thinking clearly about the key points. Now that the situation is clear, Mutant has made concessions. As long as the government of the Lighthouse country agrees, Mutant is also willing to cooperate. But she can't make the decision on the specific matters, and whether the government of the Lighthouse country agrees. The only thing that can be done is to fully report the importance of this matter to Fury. Natasha Romanoff turned to leave. When she reached the door, she stopped suddenly and turned her head to look at Lin En. Lin En, you are really scary. Sometimes I can't tell if you are a good person or a devil. All Lin En's actions are to preserve everyone's name. And for Alice, he killed Caesar, the deputy director of Sentry's secret service, on the street, which shows that he is a person who values love and righteousness. But the war he proposed may lead to the destruction of many aliens and their families. The most important thing is that as long as there is war, many people on the earth will leave their homes to fight against the king. How many people can fight in that situation and come back alive? How many human beings will have their wives and children separated for profit? As long as the earth can exist and human beings can live. Lin En smiled and didn't say anything else. His abilities are limited, as long as he protects his 3 acres of land. As for other planets, other aliens, it has nothing to do with them. Under the law of the dark forest, with a soft heart and a soft heart, she just wanted to be a virgin, but she didn't know how she died. Rather than being crushed to death by a higher civilization as a bug, I am more willing to quickly increase the amount of earth science. Squeeze someone to death. There are not so many twists and turns in the situation of life and death. Is there anything I need to do next? Professor X asked with a smile. Get your lunch ready. After a while, Xavier's school will have some new students. Lin En shrugged his shoulders. Okay, it seems that you have made complete preparations for the future plan. But if you need me, you must notify me as soon as possible. Professor X nodded. Then he looked at Lorna with a smile on his face. Are those people you mentioned her partners? Did someone tell you that the old man is too smart to be too good? Lin En joked. I'm not as smart as you. I'm young, and I look like an old monster. Professor X also countered. Lin En rolled his eyes. The current Professor X, since standing up. I like to joke more than before. The most important thing is that his personality is also lively. Yes, it is not accurate to describe an old man, but he is much more lively. Lin En even heard from Chin Gilei that he saw Professor X playing basketball at 4.5. Want to find my companion? Let's go now, Lorna said eagerly. Pulling Lin En's arm, he was ready to walk outside. But it didn't pull Lin En. No need to go out, they will come by themselves. Lin En smiled. Then, under Lorna's puzzled eyes, he snapped his fingers lightly. Subsequently, 7 portals appeared in the principal's office. At the other end of each portal, the scene is different. Some are in the sewers, some are in the woods. Others are hiding in abandoned warehouses. But coincidentally, there is a person at the center of these scenes. Some of the 7 people backed away in fright, and some screamed in fright. But when they saw Lorna, they couldn't help cheering. The 7 of them came to New York with Lorna. Then the mutant partners who got separated under the pursuit of the FBI. After being dispersed, they live in panic every day. I don't know when it will be caught by humans. They tried their best to hide, but in this cold winter, survival became extremely difficult. Some people had a fever, and some people were so hungry that they fainted. Many of them were in despair. But at this moment, a portal suddenly appeared in front of them. On the opposite side of the portal, standing is their leader, Polaris Lorna. This shocked their spirits. Come in quickly, this is Xavier's school. Lorna hurriedly called to her partner. When the 7 people heard this, they were also shocked. Xavier's school? Looks like Lorna has succeeded. And they were saved. Immediately one by one quickly walked in. For them, although the method of this portal is shocking. But if 24 is someone from Xavier's school, it's no surprise. Great, Lorna, I thought I was going to die. It's great, I knew it, you would definitely come to us. Woo, almost, you won't be able to see me. These 7 people are 4 men and 3 women. Lin En knew only 4 of them. Eclipse Marcus. The variant ability is that the body can emit light, causing huge amounts of destruction. But when it comes to potential, it's not very powerful. Can only be regarded as a good mutant. The reason why Lin En knows him is mainly because, in some cosmic ministers, this guy is Polaris Lorna's boyfriend. And the 2 had a child. Lin En's heart also sank. If the 2 have really established a relationship, then he and Lorna have no fate. He wouldn't be a Tauran anyway. The most eye-catching thing was a man nearly 2 meters tall, with an extremely burly figure. If nothing else, it was John the Thunderbird. A body-strengthening mutant with a particularly strong perception ability, suitable for tracking and finding people. An intellectual woman wearing glasses is a computer woman, and the mutant ability is a computer type. It can be said that it is an existence that can dominate one side on the internet. The last one is a gentle and charming woman with a body that explodes. Daisy has developed very well. But, compared with this woman, she pales in comparison. The size of this woman's chest, Lin En has never seen such a magnificent chest in his 2 lifetimes. That full curve is enough to attract the attention of all men. It's also the only Marvel one. Ming Grade is not big, but her figure was comparable to that of a plump woman like a young woman. Sweet dreams Sonia. Also Lorna's girlfriend. The variant ability is to spray pink smoke from the mouth, which can modify people's memory. The variant ability is too restrictive. In addition, originally there are no particularly outstanding skills. In the original plot, it is the fragrance that disappears and the jade dies. As for the other 3 people, Lin En doesn't know. When Lin En looked at the 7 people, 7 people are also looking at the people in the room. When Marcus saw the hand held by Lorna and Lin En, his eyes narrowed, and there was a flash of unhappiness in it. My God, Lorna, the boy next to you is so handsome. Seeing that you are still holding hands, you can't be talking about someone. Miming couldn't help but exclaimed. We have only been separated for 3 days, and you are too fast. It was only at this time that Lorna realized that she quickly dropped Lin En's hand, and Yuan hurriedly explained. No, it's just that I was a little anxious to save you just now. Miming covered her mouth and smiled lightly, and finally leaned against Lorna's ear, and spoke with a voice that only 2 people could hear. You panic. According to her understanding, Lorna's temperament is particularly rebellious and withdrawn. For things that have nothing to do with me, the performance is extremely cold, and there is no such a hasty explanation at all. Lorna, who is this? Marcus asked in a deep voice. Lorna turned her head to look at Lin En, and smiled slightly. This is Lin En. It is the portal he opened to save you. Otherwise, it would take me a lot of time to find you. Lin En, is that Lin En who saved the mutant girl? Not as strong as I thought. You can still dare to stand up in that situation, you are a man. Several mutants started talking. Most of them looked at Lin En with respect instantly. I believe that in that case, you will do the same. Lin En responded with a smile. How many people heard this? Also laughed. Looking at Lin En's eyes, there is a lot of recognition and kindness. A man of great fame. There is no arrogance in the attitude towards them, which makes them very happy. Looking at Lin En's just one sentence, he won the approval of several people. Marcus' face darkened a little. Hello, welcome to Xavier's school. Professor X said. My name is Charles, you can also call me Professor X. Because he has been sitting behind the desk, the location where the portal opens is quite special. So the 7 people who came didn't notice the old man. After hearing the voice, he turned his head immediately, just in time to see the wise old man. The gentle appearance and kind eyes made the 7 of them very excited. Professor? It's really you. My god, I actually saw the answer. I knew the professor would save us. They were extremely excited. This look is just like the excitement of a simple super idol fan. All of them were red-faced, with respect and awe in their eyes. Professor X smiled slightly. You are all safe now, live a good life here. The 7 nodded. With excitement in the eyes. Everyone cheers. Only Marcus looked at Lin En, with a flash of displeasure. Lin En sensed being watched, and also turned his gaze sideways. Seeing that hostile gaze, I knew it was probably because of Lorna. But he didn't care. After all, the gap between him and Marcus is bigger than the gap between an ant and a lion. Why care? There is nothing else to discuss. Lin En also went out with Wanda and others. I'm going to find Pietro first. Wanda tiptoed, kissed Lin En's face, then waved away. Wanda, I'll go too, wait for me. Daisy kissed Lin En. Quickly following behind, she also wanted to see what Xavier's school was like. And if you are with Lin En, there is a high probability that you can't help but have sex again. Honey, I'll see you later. Lin En touched his nose, originally wanting to press the road and relieve his school days. Unexpectedly, the 2 women who brought him abandoned him. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin En turned and left. The white snow on the ground was accompanied by a creaking sound, leaving a string of footprints. Hey, you stop. A dull voice sounded, followed by a burst of footsteps approaching quickly behind. Lin En turned his head and saw the bearded Marcus. Immediately raised his eyebrows. What's the matter? First of all, thank you for saving me. Marcus took a deep breath, his brown eyes fixed on Lin En. But I hope you can stay away from Lorna in the future. 1. He leans forward. Exudes a ferocious breath. It seems that if Lin En doesn't agree, he will come directly in the next second. Lin En's face remained flat. Even Hulk's madness, he doesn't care. Marcus in front of him, he doesn't pay attention to this kind of power. It's probably not your turn to ask me what I want to do. Lin En's words showed no mercy. Not to mention that I just saved him. It's the tone that makes people very uncomfortable. Lin En wasn't used to it either, and directly turned back. Say it again? I'll make you regret it. Marcus took 2 steps closer, and the Democratic Party gradually emitted a faint light. This is his variant ability. He actually wanted to do it. Boring. Lin En didn't bother to deal with such things, and turned to leave. But without thinking, Marcus quickly stopped in front. If you don't promise me today, don't even think about leaving. Marcus snapped. Lin En frowned. Are you playing with fire? This is Xavier's school, he doesn't want to do anything. Definitely, if the latter is really so indecisive, don't blame him for being rude. Marcus, what are you doing? Lorna stood up and said coldly. Lorna, this guy is not a good guy, didn't you see? He has no relationship with those 2 girls. Marcus took a deep breath to suppress the anger in his heart. This kind of person, you must stay away from him. The remaining 6 people did not speak. After all, the 2 beautiful girls just kissed Lin En before leaving. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the relationship between the 3 is unusual. In addition to being envious of Lin En, several men also have deep jealousy. Why, are all mutant? They fled everywhere, and their lives were not as good as dogs. But Lin En lives such a good life, hugging left and right, and she is also a big beauty. Marcus, are you teaching me how to do things? Who do I get along with without your consent? Lorna's voice also became cold. A trace of indifference flashed across that unruly face. It's not like that, I mean, Marcus hastily explained. Back then he was an underground drug cartel, specialize in black things. However, after killing many people and causing more and more influence, and coupled with the pursuit of mutant by the FBI, he had no choice but to flee. Eventually came across the mutant base that had just been established. Since he joined the mutant base, he was attracted by this rebellious woman the first time he saw Lorna. During the constant relationship, he also tried to get close to Lorna many times. In a long period of suffering, he could also clearly feel that the bond between the 2 was getting heavier. This discovery also filled him with joy. After all, in this way, he can get this woman smoothly. This kind of strong satisfaction brought by conquering a rebellious woman, just thinking about it, makes people tremble all over. And at this critical moment, what made him angry was that Lorna actually held hands with Lin En. You know, after half a year of hard work, he has never held Lorna's hand. And now I've only been separated from Lorna for a few days. The latter is holding hands with a man. This made his chest tight. He has long regarded Lorna as his own taboo. When he saw this scene, he almost went mad with anger. In any case, he would not allow this kind of thing to develop any further. Lorna, you have to understand one thing, I am doing it for your own good. Marcus said in a deep voice. I have my own ideas, and I don't need you to teach me about this. Lorna said coldly. The quarrel between the two naturally attracted the attention of the people around them. Some passing students also stopped after seeing this scene. We have a disagreement, we can discuss it ourselves, don't let outsiders see the joke. Marcus saw more and more people around him, and his mood stabilized a little. However, his gaze towards Lin En became more and more cold. If it wasn't for you, why would Lorna argue with me? Lin En folded his hands with great interest and looked at the two people who were arguing. Unexpectedly, after turning around for a long time, the finger pointed at himself again. Why, a woman who can't discipline herself well, has to mahjou to find a sense of existence from me. The voice is still indifferent. Damn it, what I hate the most is your calm face, I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy. Marcus's forehead was full of veins. Lin En's calm expression made the fury in his heart feel like hitting cotton. The weakness made him almost want to vomit blood. I'm not his woman, so be careful what you say. Lorna frowned, and her voice was cold and even. Miming on the side blinked her eyes. As Lorna's only girlfriend, she knows this rebellious woman very well. As usual, I met other people talking about this kind of topic. Lorna just snorted coldly, not even having the desire to release. Instead, it was clarified for the first time today. It seems. This handsome man named Lin En seems very different in Lorna's heart. Miming looked at Lin En. The fat man also shone slightly. This man, looked at from any angle, is so handsome, as if he has no flaws at all. The skin is also extremely delicate. Even she, a woman, looks extremely envious. Especially Marcus, who faced rage, was extremely calm from beginning to end. Comparing the two, it can show Lorna's elegant dust removal. However, to really fight, the most critical thing is the combat ability. She is very clear about Marcus' strength. Condensing the light, the powerful heat can even easily melt steel. Single target damage is extremely powerful. In the original mutant base with dozens of people, the strength is enough to rank in the top 5. Plus a fierce character. He also won the respect of many people. As for Lin En, apart from the reported punch, which caused huge amounts of destructive power, he knew nothing about it. The most important thing is, who knows whether the content of the report is exaggerated. Marcus, we just came to Xavier's school, don't make trouble. The burly John hurriedly stopped him. He looked around, and there were more and more students watching. Don't worry, I won't kill him, I'll just teach him a good lesson. Marcus moved his wrist, and a coldness flashed in his eyes. Lesson? 817. He must take advantage of this opportunity to abolish Lin En's hands directly. If you dare to touch Lorna, you must pay the price. Even if there is punishment, he will admit it. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, and a dazzling white light bloomed on his hands. From a distance, his hands are as dazzling as the sun. What variant is this ability? It seems to have something to do with light. You can still feel the scorching heat from it. This variant ability is pretty good. The surrounding students discussed excitedly one by one. But none of them left, or prepared to tell the teacher. For Marcus and Lin En, they must stand on Lin En's side unconditionally. As for Lin En's strength, they have a deep understanding. When Magneto fell from the sky, he didn't even have a chance to speak, and was directly rubbed by Lin En on the ground. What kind of thing is this unknown mutant? If you really do it, you won't even have a chance to regret it. But Marcus was very happy to see that no students stopped him. Thought I had found a chance. Immediately he stopped hesitation, raised his palm, and the fingertips of the 5 fingers radiated white light. He shot at Lin En mercilessly. Marcus, what are you doing? Lorna's cold voice was full of eagerness. A green glow bloomed on the palm, the billboard shook in the distance, and the metal frame screws bounced off. She wanted to block the attack, but the light was too fast. At the moment when her mutant ability was activated, the light was only 2 meters away from Lin En. Lin En, get out of the way. Lorna shouted loudly, her voice full of anxiety. She doesn't know much about Lin En. The only mutant ability that Lin En has ever seen is the teleportation gate. But this kind of thing can't be used in battle. If an accident happened to Lin En because of herself, then she really couldn't forgive herself. Hearing Lorna's anxious voice, Marcus' eyes became more and more gloomy. The scorching white light that was originally only the thickness of a pen lead suddenly soared to the thickness of a thumb. And 5 white rays integrate. It directly turned into a light beam as thick as an arm. The terrifying temperature distorted the surrounding space. Even those who stood watching from a distance of more than 10 meters felt a stabbing pain on their faces. It is conceivable how terrifying the temperature is. If this attack is on the human body, I'm afraid it can directly penetrate people. God, Marcus, you're crazy. John asked in a low voice. This level of attack is no longer as simple as a lesson. This is to directly kill Lin En. Hmph. Marcus, stop now. Speak up if you have something to say. Are you going to kill him? The rest of the people also exclaimed. If this really killed Lin En, it would still be at Xavier's school. Then these people have not been directly driven away. After finally finding a place where they can live a good life, they don't want to go out and be hunted all day long. Fake, this bastard is going to kill you. This kind of person deserves to be in Xavier's school. The surrounding students cursed one by one with righteous indignation. If it's an ordinary sparring, it's nothing. But suddenly attack, and scare the hands to death. This kind of behavior is really disgusting. Don't say anything else. At least, the quality of this kind of person is low enough. Be different from everyone. On the contrary, Lin En felt a little happy in his heart, originally thinking that there was no reason to kill Marcus. Well now, Marcus is looking for death directly. A few people are looking for death, so don't blame me. Lin En raised his head slightly, without the slightest emotion in his eyes. The palm is slightly raised. Looking at the appearance, it turned out that he wanted to use his palm to block the hot light. This approach made everyone's eyes widen. This kind of temperature and penetrating power, even steel bars can't last much time. Wanting to resist with the palm of your hand is simply a dream. Go to hell. A look of joy flashed across Marcus's face. He was worried at first that Lin En would run away. Unexpectedly, the other party did not dodge or evade. Lin En. Lorna screamed. On the white forehead, blue veins popped out. Her face is always indifferent and cold, for the first time due to emotions of concern and worry, and looked hideous. Without the slightest hesitation, she ran to the doctor directly in the direction of Lin En. Lorna, don't be impulsive. Miming cried out in panic, worried that Lorna was accidentally injured. Fack, the bloody bastard. Do it, kill this bastard. Some students also stepped forward one after another, each using their mutant ability, and ran towards Marcus. But the next second, everyone just stood there, looking at the field in disbelief. I saw that fiery light shining on Lin En's palm, but no harm. If you only have this strength, then you will die next time. The handsome young man spat out these words indifferently. In Lin En's opinion, he has never been a kind person. For those who show killing intent towards themselves, there will be no kindness. When this Marcus shot, he was merciless, clearly wanting to kill himself directly. Lin En immediately showed no mercy, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. With the palm against the light, he approached Marcus step by step. Gudong. Marcus swallowed, spit. There was a surge of fear in my heart. His variant ability can melt even steel, but it didn't cause any damage to Lin En's palm. What kind of monster are you? Marcus said with a ferocious face, pushing the mutant ability to the extreme. The terrifying temperature of the light and the dazzling white light made all the surrounding students back away. Fuck, this person's mutant ability is really pretty good. The damage is not bad, and it can also be used remotely. In a certain sense, it is perfect. But unfortunately, I met Lin En. This guy, I'm afraid he doesn't know yet. Even if Magneto comes, he will be rubbed on the ground by Lin En. A series of noisy discussions sounded. Marcus' expression changed upon hearing these words. Magneto was pressed and rubbed on the ground by Lin En? No matter how proud he is, he doesn't think he can rival an existence like Magneto. Even Magneto can't beat Lin En. How dare you take the initiative to provoke? What happens then? He looked into Lin En's eyes. In the glaring white light, there was no emotion at all, and only a faint killing intent flashed occasionally. For the first time, regret and fear emerged in his heart. Ah! Marcus yelled loudly, veins popped out on his forehead, and his cheeks were distorted and hideous due to excessive force. But he didn't stop. Instead, it pushed the mutant ability to the extreme. Anyway, I have already offended, and there is no way to end it. By now, it's better to give it a try and see if you can kill Lin En. The light on Marcus' palm suddenly rose sharply. From a distance, it looks as dazzling as a sun. The terrifying temperature swept all over the place. The surrounding onlookers stepped back more than 10 meters again. Contrary to the crowd, only one is making steady progress. Not in a hurry, but every step is approaching. How could it be? How could it be? Marcus looked at the expressionless boy and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The intense fear made it extremely difficult for him to breathe. There were drops of cold sweat constantly oozing from his forehead, but it was evaporated by the terrifying high temperature in an instant. The asphalt road on the ground began to melt and become sticky. However, he still couldn't stop the approaching footsteps. Especially the sound of footsteps, which gradually accelerated until it was at the same frequency as everyone's heartbeat. Marcus's tight strings were finally broken by fear at this moment. AHH, don't come here. Marcus yelled in horror, but in the next second, his throat was held by a hand. Then an irresistible force came, and his whole body was lifted in the air. A strong sense of suffocation struck, and his variant ability was also forced to interrupt. Out of the corner of his eye, he found that Lin En's hand, which had been burned all the time, did not have any scars. This made him feel fear at the same time. I also realized how huge the gap between the two was. Don't kill me. Marcus squeezed out the words from deep in his throat. His heart beat like thunder, fast and loud. The intense tension caused his whole body to tense up. There is also fear in the eyes. He was afraid that Lin En's fingers would use a little force, and his life would end here. Before you kill someone, you must have the awareness to be killed. Lin En calmly looked at Marcus, who was struggling constantly. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Coupled with that handsome face, the smile makes people feel like a spring breeze. But for Marcus, this smile is extremely frightening. This is the first time he saw Lin En smile. But it is also the time of death. Lorna, save. Marcus turned his head with difficulty and looked at Lorna, hoping that the latter could help. Yet the words were not finished. I felt a sudden force on the palm of my neck. Ask for flowers. Click. A clear voice sounded. Marcus' head was tilted at an odd angle. From his mouth and nose, strands of blood oozed out. But Marcus' blood was very different. It actually emitted white light. Exactly the same as his variant ability. This made Lin En curious. The thing sprayed out by this guy, wouldn't it also be white light? But if this is the case, how did Lorna get pregnant in the original timeline? 7. Thinking of this, Lin En felt his brain explode. He quickly shook his head to expel this thought. 0. Anyway, in this world, he and Lorna will never have a chance to be together again. Plop. Lin En threw it away. The body fell heavily to the ground. The originally melted asphalt glued Marcus' body. It looked scalp tingling. Hehe, I knew that Lin En would definitely win. Yay, ha 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 ha. This guy actually provoked Lin En, he deserves his death. Before you kill someone, you must have the awareness to be killed. I will remember this sentence forever. It's been a long time. In the extremely silent surroundings, laughter broke out. Although every student wanted to kill Marcus. But Lin En really killed Marcus. There is still a huge gap between wanting to do this and doing it. The students around are not ordinary people. As mutants, most of the time, they have a bad experience. Plus follow the X-Men on missions. So I have seen people die, and even many of them have killed people. So there was no screaming and running away. Lin En, he has already begged for mercy, why did you kill him? John watched his companion die, and couldn't help but growled and questioned. That burly body carried a great sense of oppression. What, you want to do it too? Lin En looked over coldly. Those calm words made John's body stiffen in place. John, who is nearly 2 meters tall, is extremely oppressive. Especially the roaring appearance made people feel instinctive fear. Lin En, who is opposite him, is not short even if he is tall. But in comparison, it looks very thin. But this is the case, just a word from Lin En made John sweat coldly. Do you want to do it? He really didn't dare to do it. Because he was extremely sure, as long as he did it, the boy on the opposite side can also move people. And the result? Just a death. Marcus is a lesson from the past. You madman, he is our compatriot. John gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Funny, when he attacked me, he killed me. Lin En smiled disdainfully. 423 Why don't you stop? John was at a loss for words for a moment, but he still insisted on saying, but you're fine? Marcus has already begged for mercy, and you still want to kill him. Hehe. Lin En laughed angrily. When Marcus attacked just now, everyone saw it and hardly gave himself time to react. If he wasn't strong enough, his body would have been pierced long ago, and he would have died. Just like this, John still has to argue with reason and turn black and white. If he died, would John still be like this? I'm afraid that if you die, you will die in vain. He didn't bother to pay attention to this kind of double-standard guy. Immediately looked over with cold eyes. One more word of nonsense, and I'll cut off your tongue. You can try, the truth of my words. An indifferent voice sounded. But John opened his mouth, and didn't make the slightest sound. Haha, why don't you say it, double-standard dog? Didn't you just talk very vigorously? Fack, what is it? There is a face wash here. All the students around laughed. The sound of that sentence was like a needle, leaving him with a tightness in his chest. John moved his lips. Don't talk. Miming quickly stopped her. She was extremely sure that Lin En, who had a faint smile in front of her eyes, would really do what she said. If John really dared to speak, the end would be extremely miserable. The most important thing is that you really have to do it, according to the strength shown by Lin En. John is not necessarily an opponent. After all, John couldn't resist the scorching white light. Only this one comparison makes the difference. After a long silence, John finally didn't say a word. Since it's all right, I'll go. Lin En turned and left. There is also some helplessness in my heart. Kill Marcus. The relationship with Lorna may have dropped to a freezing point. There is a high probability that there will be no chance to be a harem in the future. But if it happens again, Lin En will still kill. Come 1 to kill 1, come 2 to kill 2. Still the same sentence. I have traveled through time, and there is a system. What kind of bird air should I suffer from? A Marcus, dare to ride on his own head. Just kidding. As for the aftermath of the killing at Xavier's school, he doesn't have to worry at all, someone will take care of it. No one would blame him anyway. At Xavier's school, he was heaven. At the same time, SHIELD. Natasha Romanoff has reported everything to Fury. Fury looked out the window. As far as the eye can see, snowflakes are falling, full of a different kind of beauty. Winter is coming to an end, and when spring comes back to life, it will be a thriving scene. Fury spoke slowly. Natasha Romanoff was taken aback. Already knew what Fury was thinking. The government. Natasha Romanoff asked. Magneto is really a ticking time bomb. Fury tapped his fingers on the windowsill. Do you need to find a way to eliminate him? Phil Coulson, who had been silent all the time, asked. The mission of S.H.I.E.L.D. has always been to protect the Earth from alien invasion. In addition to the investigation of many abnormal events, there are also a lot of time-delivered things in SHIELD, as long as it can be used. Although it is difficult to eliminate Magneto, there is still a chance. If it fails, S.H.I.E.L.D will be in danger. Fury shook his head slowly, rejecting the proposal. Now the focus should be on aliens, and we can no longer provoke civil strife. Phil Coulson nodded and said nothing more. Yes, it would be fine if we eliminated Magneto once, but if it failed, according to Magneto's character of vengeance, what S.H.I.E.L.D ushers in will be constant revenge. Most importantly, kill Magneto. That might really poke the mutant nest. You know, except Professor X's Xavier's school. Magneto's mutant brotherhood is also a very big force in mutant. Most importantly, there are no longer a few mutants that support Magneto. Originally, the government ignored the arrest of mutant. If Magneto is killed at this point in time, I'm afraid it will really ignite mutants' anger completely. When the time comes, the crazy mutant will definitely cause great damage to the entire society. At this point in time, Magneto cannot move. Then how should we deal with this matter? Should we go to the government? Natasha Romanoff took a deep breath and spoke again. After all, this matter involves too much, and one mistake will cause many casualties. During the conversation, what was Lin En's attitude? Fury was silent for a long time, and finally spoke slowly. Natasha Romanoff was stunned for a moment, and then 0.4 quickly replied, "It's not clear whether Lin En is on the side of mutant or human. The only thing that is certain is that he is on the side of the Earth." It is the same as not saying this sentence. But Fury understood what it meant. This kid, how did his head grow? Fury couldn't help but smile wryly. Lin En's thinking has far surpassed mine, Professor X, and everyone else. His gaze is no longer limited to the Earth. His ambition is truly terrifying. Even he, who built Avengers, is just to help the Earth and resist aliens. But Lin En did something that he didn't even dare to think about. Humanity may open a new era because of Lin En. Hiss! Natasha Romanoff and Phil Coulson gasped. The two looked at each other, seeing the disbelief in each other's eyes. None of them expected that Fury would have such a high opinion of Lin En. At the same time, they also came up with the Oriental boy who was not yet 20 years old in their minds. "I'm going to call the Secretary of State for a meeting. Phil Coulson, you come with me." Fury took out the documents and headed outside. Natasha Romanoff naturally had no reason to stay in the room. Immediately found a reason to leave. However, she did not leave S.H.I.E.L.D immediately, but went to the archives instead. Along the way, the agents we met greeted each other. "Wait until there is no one around." She quickly came to the door of the file room. The gate of the archive room is extremely technological. The silver-white metal gate has a heavy feeling. Here is a very important place for SHIELD. It stores all the secrets and events collected by S.H.I.E.L.D for decades. To put it bluntly, if any of the files here are thrown outside, it can cause a social turmoil. I'd like to see if there are really files about aliens on Earth. Natasha Romanoff entered the password without any hesitation. Then he showed his identity magnetic card. Drop, accompanied by an electronic sound. The silver-white door opened. Watching the door of the archive room gradually open, her breathing also became rapid. Unlike the past, this is the first time she has not come to this place for a mission. The file room is very large, and there is no end in sight at a glance. But Natasha Romanoff knew that this room was just the most insignificant file in the archives. Most of them are lists and records of superpowers and political personnel in various countries in the world. So, without the slightest hesitation, she rushed directly to the next room. In S.H.I.E.L.D, the archives are divided into 9 rooms in total. From 1 to 9, the higher the number, the more important the file. Definitely, the higher the permissions required. Fortunately, I'm a level 10 agent. Natasha Romanoff couldn't help feeling grateful. Except for the last number 9 archive room, she can freely consult the other 8 archive rooms. Natasha Romanoff watched from file to file. His eyes swept over the categories. However, no records of aliens have been found. Shaking her head helplessly, she was about to give up. At this moment, a hidden filing cabinet happened to be seen. This filing cabinet is just behind 2 filing cabinets. If she hadn't observed more carefully, I'm afraid she wouldn't have found it. It shook her spirits. She also knows this situation. It is the files in this filing cabinet that are not enough to enter the 9th room, but it is special and higher than the 8th room. So put it in the most hidden place. Natasha Romanoff walked over quickly, and there were dozens of thick files inside. Extraterrestrial Biological Investigation Record, 1901, Alien Unpacked Data Analysis, Alien Plant Composition Data. All the names above made Natasha Romanoff's breathing quicken. She knew that what she was looking for had already been found. His eyes quickly scanned the file. Extraterrestrial Investigation Records, that's all. Natasha Romanoff reached for the file. Hesitation for a while, or take it apart. At the same time, her heart became more tense. She had a very premonition that once she opened this file, she would be completely exposed to a new world. A world completely different from my own cognition. She glanced quickly over the file. What was recorded inside shocked her incomparably. It turns out that S.H.I.E.L.D was established because of some unusual events. The Avengers' plan is to resist aliens. At the root of it all, it's about the time of World War II, when an alien race was rewarded on Earth. Skrull, Kree. Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but gasp. Unexpectedly, these aliens have more than one race, and they keep fighting. People on the entire planet are being enslaved, even genocide. Natasha Romanoff looked more and more startled. There are only a few words in the file, and there are not many records. But according to the testimony of the Screws, it can be concluded that their technology and ability are all far from Superman. But such a powerful empire was wiped out by the Kree people. Planets are nearly destroyed. What would happen if the Kree wanted to attack Earth? Natasha Romanoff couldn't help shivering at the thought of that scene. In her mind, Lin En's appearance and Lin Kang's words emerged. War, only you die and I live. Perhaps he is right. Natasha Romanoff continued to look down. Captain Marvel. A trace of doubt flashed in Natasha Romanoff's eyes. Then I continued to look through and saw a photo. 740 however, the part about the face was torn off, and the only thing that can be found is that this Captain Marvel is a woman. It seems that the file about Captain Marvel is in the 9th file. One thing Natasha Romanoff can be sure of is, when she checked the archives just now, she didn't find any news about Captain Marvel. But the purpose of her visit this time is only about aliens. Immediately looked down again. What is this? Butterfly? An alien creature that wants to live on humans and control them? This alien life form. My God, in the orbit of the Earth, a starfish was found, captured by a scientific research institution, and has been studying it. Natasha Romanoff constantly looks at the contents of the file. A small spaceship landed on the farm. The military took control of the scene urgently and took the spaceship away. The first to discover this was a couple of farmers whose child had just reached 1 month old. Natasha Romanoff murmured, and continued to scroll down. Just at this time, suddenly she heard footsteps. Now, transfer all the files about extraterrestrial beings and aliens to the 10-county archives. Phil Coulson's voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, there was a dense sound. Natasha Romanoff looked at the file in her hand, feeling a little flustered. She looked at the files in her hand, but most of them were not read. But now it has been taken apart. Boom boom boom. Footsteps approached. By this time Phil Coulson had come over. Behind him, there are several agents standing. When I saw Natasha Romanoff, I froze for a moment. Why are you here? Natasha Romanoff smiled dryly, hiding the file behind her back. I'm here to check some files, about the Red House. Natasha Romanoff smiled dryly, finding an excuse. Phil Coulson didn't doubt either. After all, he also knew a little bit about Natasha Romanoff's life experience. The past is all in the past. It's better to forget that painful memory. I hope. Natasha Romanoff took a deep breath, sadness in her eyes. Taking 2 steps back slowly, he stuck the file in his hand in the corner of another filing cabinet. Then you are busy first, I'll go first. Natasha Romanoff already knew everything she wanted to know. It is not allowed to let people know now, but I peeked at the files. After all, unpacking files privately is very serious in SHIELD. When Telsun left, she came back and sealed the opened file. With her ability, not to mention exactly the same, she can be very similar. As for the file appearing in another filing cabinet, although this kind of thing is not allowed to happen in a strict organization like S.H.I.E.L.D, it has happened a few times. Phil Coulson didn't speak, watching Natasha Romanoff's leaving back. He turned his head and looked at the agent who was about to come over to clean up the files. They are all agents who guard the archives and have lived in S.H.I.E.L.D almost all their lives. 100% loyalty. You go out first. Phil Coulson said in a deep voice. Several agents left obediently. Phil Coulson sighed helplessly at this moment. Take out the portfolio that Natasha Romanoff hid. Natasha Romanoff. After finishing speaking, he couldn't help but shook his head, opened a silver white box, and took out various tools from it. Reseal the portfolio. Then put it in your hand. You transfer all the files in this filing cabinet. After giving the order, Phil Coulson walked outside. Just at the door of number 8 archives, I saw Natasha Romanoff. I have a task for you. Natasha Romanoff froze for a moment, but nodded anyway. Then her pupils shrank suddenly. The whole body trembled, and he looked at the file bag that Phil Coulson handed over with some disbelief on his face. Because this file is exactly the file she just looked at. Most importantly, this file has been resealed. And in such a short process, there is only one person who has come into contact with this file, and that is Phil Coulson. You hand over this file to Lin En, be careful not to open it. Phil Coulson said. After Natasha Romanoff took the file, she hurried out. At the same time, in her heart, she felt more gratitude to Phil Coulson. At the same time, at Xavier's school, the whole school held a banquet again. The playground ushered in laughter again. Peter, you bastard, it's been so long, you don't want to go home. May pinched her waist and glared at Peter Parker aggressively. After resting, she followed the portal left by Lin En and came to Xavier's school. The latter laughed dryly twice. I have been a good student all my life. I go home after school every day. Never before have I played so freely. This time he can be regarded as experiencing. The most important thing is that he found that the library here has a rich collection of books in this school. Aunt May, I'm also learning, not just playing. Peter Parker shrank his neck and said with an aggrieved face. Yeah, I see, then you can study here. May nodded. She didn't really blame Peter Parker, either. Even, Peter Parker lives here, she is quite happy. In this way, I can be with Lin En without any scruples. Now Wanda and the others have accepted themselves. But there is still no way to let Peter Parker know about this kind of thing. You can't usually call Lin En brother, but later you can call him Uncle Lin En. It's not justified after all. I can only hide it for one day. I heard that some newcomers came to Xavier's school, and you killed one of them. Pietro came out from nowhere. This guy played even crazier and basically never went back to the villa. Stayed at Xavier's school. But I heard that I had a hot fight with a girl recently. Lin En. Good guy. Pietro really has no way to answer this question. Hmph, those guys, Master saved them, and dared to avenge them. The fat cook hugged Alice, with a killing intent in his eyes. After what happened last time. But anything that threatens him or the people around him happens. He has only one thought, which is to destroy it. For this kind of thinking, Lin En has no way to adjust it. Only when Professor X is fine. Give the fat cook some psychological counseling. That's right, those big villains, my husband, don't save this kind of people in the future. Alice's face was puffed up, and she waved her small fist fiercely. In her current appearance, due to the accidental marrow washing, the skin is smoother, and the small face is more lovely and white. Qian Ziyahao. She was already cute like a doll, but now she is even more cute. The big eyes flicker and flicker, which can make people's hearts cute. How many times have I told you, don't call me husband in the future? Lin En covered her face helplessly. Originally, there were several women in the harem. How embarrassing it would be for other people to hear such words. Didn't he become a guy worse than a beast? No, you said, I will grow up. Alice pouted, tears welling in her eyes. If you do this again, I will cry for you. Lin En. Good guy. He swears that this is the only woman he has no way to deal with. As long as he meets Alice, he really has nothing to do. Just when he was shaking his head speechlessly, he saw Lorna and others walking into the playground banquet. Lin En raised his head and met Lorna's eyes. The latter immediately stood in place. Lin En shook his head and looked away. It seems that killing her companion is a very serious provocation for this domineering Lorna. As a result, the latter lost all goodwill towards him. The only pity is that such a woman cannot take back the harem. But it doesn't matter, anyway, there are tens of thousands of beautiful women in the world of comics. Also really not bad for this one. No fate, just no fate. When Lin En thought of this, the depression in his heart was also swept away. Immediately picked up the wine glass and drank with the fat cook. On the other side, a little tiredness appeared in Lorna's cold eyes. It can be seen that after Marcus' death, she also thought a lot in the past few hours, and her internal friction was very serious. When she saw Lin En, she clenched her hands unconsciously. Especially the eyes of the few beautiful women around him, a trace of bitterness flashed across them. Hey, let's go up and say hello, this matter is not his fault. Mei Meng looked at her best friend and couldn't help but sigh. For several hours, the two have been together. During the conversation, Mei Meng was very surprised. Lorna seems to have a crush on Lin En. As the most familiar girlfriend, she clearly knows Lorna's character. Marcus has been pursuing him for half a year, but it only makes Lorna slightly shaken. And how long have you been with Lin En? It's full of plans, and there are not a few days. Mei Meng couldn't help looking at Lin En. Hiss, the more handsome you look. He is really a handsome guy with no dead ends. This perfect face would indeed make many women unable to extricate themselves just by looking at it. Want to come on Lin En. And with a faint smile on his face, he looks really sunny and gentle. However, this angle cannot be used on Lorna. Lorna's personality is very unruly, and with that cold heart, it is impossible to fall in love with someone just because of his handsomeness. CGDG. However, Lin En also seems to be strong. Mei Meng couldn't help but shook her head, thinking of Lin En's display of prowess. And when he was fighting Marcus, he was clearly not serious about his ease. Handsome and powerful. These two advantages are fatal to women, and Lin En has them all. I know, but... Lorna pursed her lips. The situation at that time was that Marcus shot first, and it was a dead shot. Lin En should fight back. Most importantly, this matter also started because of her. So in a way, she is also responsible. But, she is a leader. When her subordinates died, she did not seek revenge, but instead talked to others. What would the people under him think? In fact, the most important thing is her inner resistance. Her love for Lin En is definitely not just a simple favor. She had a feeling that she seemed to be in love with Lin En. During the process of being seriously injured and comatose, she could vaguely feel those powerful arms. It also makes her want to be near Lin En. But, there are too many girls around Lin En. Each one is so beautiful. She didn't know how people like Wanda and Daisy convinced her heart. But she can't. With extremely strong self-esteem, she does not allow herself and other women to have a man. Lorna sighed. For this reason, my girlfriends around me will not know. So her heart is very tangled. Lorna, listen to my sister's advice. Sometimes, if you like it, go after it. You will worry about it here, and leave regrets later. Mei Meng took Lorna's hand and exerted a little force. Use this kind of practical action to express your support. How could she not see what Lorna was thinking? I like to have my self-esteem and face that I can't let go of. But, how could Lorna, who has seen too much darkness in this world, not understand one thing? It is only natural for a man as good as Lin En to have several or even more women in this dark gray. Those monogamy, or loyalty to love, are all lies to deceive ordinary people and comfort them in life. The truly powerful person is not one who embraces left and right and has countless women. Most importantly, those people. How many others can match Lin En's appearance and personality? Mei Meng couldn't help shaking her head and smiling wryly. Lorna used to be very envious of Lorna's strong character. But when it comes to the issue of feelings, this kind of personality actually hinders Lorna. I really don't want to go. We will be strangers when we meet in the future. I can't hear his words, and I can't see his smile. Miming added fuel to the fire again. Hearing this, Lorna's delicate body trembled. Thinking of that possibility, she really couldn't help but feel a pain in her heart. The night she stayed in Lin En's villa was the scene where she slept most peacefully in these years. The experience of that day was also her most carefree time. The most important thing is that as long as you look up, you can see the boy who saved you. Thinking of this, she gritted her silver teeth, took a deep breath, and turned directly to look at the other 5 mutant base partners. Sorry, I can't avenge Marcus, and I can't blame Lin En. He saved me and you. No matter what you think, I hope this incident will cause a misunderstanding between me and him. The faces of the 5 people were a little surprised, and they didn't have time to say anything. I saw Lorna turn around and walk towards Lin En. It's the same for me. A smile curled up on the corner of Miming's mouth. He also moved his long legs and followed behind. Looking at Lorna's much lighter footsteps, she also felt joy from the bottom of her heart. Lin En. A cold voice sounded. Lin En turned his head slightly surprised. In front of his eyes, 10 green-haired girls stood pretty. Her cold eyes were also looking at herself. This is. What are you here for? But looking at it like that, it doesn't seem like revenge for Marcus. I'm sorry about Marcus. Lorna pursed her thin lips. Muster up the courage to speak. Looking at the pretty green-haired girl standing in front of her, Lin En blinked her eyes. The heart is also a little surprised. He is familiar with the Marvel plot, but he remembers it clearly. The character of this Polaris Lorna is extremely arrogant. Then her daddy Magneto, even more extreme. There is a high probability that such a person will not have such a friendly conversation with the murderer after the person who is important to him is killed. Her character will only make her do one thing, love, which is revenge. Such unique personal charm. It also made Lorna a favorite of many mutants. However, there are also many people who maintain an aversion to this character. After all, from another perspective, this is a somewhat unreasonable person. But this kind of character of helping relatives and not helping relatives, Lin En still prefers it. However, what he didn't expect was, the hostile side this time is myself. Grandma's. Originally saved Lorna, Tian who started. As long as you get along a few times, you can successfully win. Now the relationship is so embarrassing. This Marcus, be damned. Lin En couldn't help cursing. You are. I'm here to apologize. Lorna took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Lin En raised his eyebrows. Because of Marcus, he thought there was no chance. Unexpectedly, things now have a turning point. He has already paid the price he deserved, and you don't need to apologize for him. Lin En was silent for a moment, and then said, this matter, in the final analysis, is Marcus's own idea. And when the other party attacked, Lorna also tried to protect herself. But what really surprised him was that this Lorna would bow her head. Can I sit here? Lorna looked at the empty seat beside her. Hear this. Wanda and May exchanged glances. They all saw each other's helplessness. Teacher Chin, I see, Lin En has won the heart of another girl. Flashing said in a low voice. Chin also shook his head helplessly. There's no way, it's okay if you don't get in touch with Lin En at first, but as long as you get in touch with Lin En, you will know how good this man is. He is like a drug, which makes people addicted. As long as you get close, you can't get rid of it. Day and night, I will think about this outstanding man. This woman, also a mutant, seems to be the leader of a small base. Blink whispered again. As a student, she still has many classmates, and it is easy to know Lorna's identity through the notification among the students. The eyebrows look very unruly, and the personality is also cold. Chin took a perception, and said to Shimmer. Because of the teacher-student relationship, the two had a lot of communication before. Although both of them became Lin En's women, this kind of thing was a bit embarrassing at first. But after a period of time, both of them got used to this kind of thing. On the contrary, they have become friends who never talk about anything. This kind of character, I want to share Lin En with us, but I don't know if I can fully accept it in my heart. Chin Gilei tilted her head and said in a low voice. Due to the variation of ability, her telepathy can slightly perceive people's thoughts and characters. According to her inference, an independent person like Lorna can't wait to overwhelm a man in a relationship. It's impossible to make that kind of little girl pose. Looking at Lin En's harem, there is almost no such character. While everyone has ailments, most are very mild. There is no conflict with each other, but they are as close as sisters. But Lorna's character is definitely a bomb. If you don't manage it well, I'm afraid your life in the future will be full of bits and pieces. Chin Gilei looked at Lin En and opened her mouth. In the end, he still didn't speak. After all, she can think. Lin En can definitely think of it too. If this is the case, it is better to wait and see. See how Lin En does it. Only one more person in the harem? Just kidding. Anyway, there are already so many, and there is still one more. The most important thing is, only by experiencing it can you know the true strength of Lin En. It's like a tireless cow that plowed several acres of land alive. Ask for flowers. Can't hold it at all. She didn't want to do it again, eyes out, delirious, gibberish. One more, but to share the pressure. Thinking of this, she looked Lorna up and down. I don't know if it's because of too much work. Compared with normal people, Lorna looks extraordinarily thin. Not that shapely, but thin. I don't know how long this figure can last by Lin En's side. I don't know if the unruliness between the brows will disappear. The moment this kind of bad taste appeared, she almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Sit down, it's empty anyway, do you need a glass of wine? Lin En shook the wine bottle in his hand. 0. Lorna nodded, and casually took the cup next to her. And thank you for saving me. Lorna poured a glass slowly, and then gulped it down. After drinking red wine, her pale face, in an instant, a touch of rossiness rose, like a red apple, rosy in white. This also made her feel a little less cold, and added a touch of softness. Don't you invite me to have a drink? Miming asked with a smile covering her mouth. What do you want to drink? Lin En raised his eyes, and what caught his eyes was the round and upright place. Really big, unique, visual impact. This is what you eat to grow up. These thoughts echoed constantly in Lin En's mind. But only for a moment, Lin En looked away. To be sure, absolutely no one saw the scene where he lost his mind just now. This guy, looking there, is also a lecherous guy, Mei Meng muttered in her heart. Knowing your physical strengths, so she will also unconsciously pay attention to the eyes of the man when talking with him. I thought Lin En would be different. As a result, it now seems that he is also a lecherous pig's trotter. But in the next second, she felt naive for her own thoughts. After all, Lin En has so many girlfriends. There is no doubt that it must be a person who has great demand for women. Lin En, I have something to say to you. Lorna wrapped her fingers around the corner of her clothes. This scene left Miming stunned. As Lorna's best friend, she has lived with Lorna for so long, but she has never seen Lorna have such a small woman's side. It seems that love really makes people more humble. But what made her even happier was Lorna's actions. It doesn't matter if it succeeds or not, as long as Lorna can speak out boldly. If Lin En refuses, Lorna can completely stop thinking about feelings. If you agree, everyone is happy. Good for everyone. Tell me. Lin En tapped his fingers on the table, feeling very happy in his heart. You know, Lorna's temper can be very hot. It is normal for a person to be unhappy and pinch someone's head. He didn't even dare to think about Lorna's 173 twisted look. Either way, it can be known from this appearance that what she wants to say must be very important, or difficult to say. Well, how are you going to rescue the mutant outside? Lorna said. She let go of her tightly clenched fingers and sighed. I don't know if it's because of the mutant suffering outside, or because I'm not brave enough. Sweet dream. She couldn't help but sighed. This always courageous Lorna. Unexpectedly, on this matter, I still flinched and became hesitation. Sure enough, love only serves to confuse the corrupted mind. Don't worry about this matter, I believe the government will make a decision soon. Lin En said slowly. The answer to this matter may change the fate of everyone. But Lin En is not worried at all. Regardless of whether the government of the Lighthouse country is completely targeting mutant or cooperating with mutant, he has a way to deal with it. If he dared to intensify the conflict between mutant and the beacon country, he would have a way to deal with it. As for how to deal with it, it depends on the final decision of Tajikistan. Okay, I believe you. Lorna blinked and looked at Lin En firmly. With that look, let the sweet dream cover his face. Father, like son. Everyone could tell that Lorna was looking for something to say. That embarrassing look really made people speechless. Lorna, I think of something, you come with me first. Miming pulled Lorna and walked outside. In staying, there is no topic. On the contrary, it seemed even more embarrassing. A look of puzzlement flashed across Lorna's face, but pulled by the dream, she still walked towards the distance. Husband, it seems that it won't be long before there will be another person in the empty room in the villa. Wanda smiled while covering her mouth. Those nimble pale red eyes kept looking at Lin En. The teasing meaning in it is self-evident. Now she thinks about it too. It is normal for a man as good as Lin En to have many women. Anyway, the first time you take it yourself. As long as she thought of this, she couldn't help being happy. Fortunately, I took advantage of the strength of the wine and pushed Lin En directly. Otherwise, maybe what will happen? Who says it's not? This enemy is seductive all over. Mei also covered her mouth and snickered. But she didn't feel any annoyance. After all, having one more sister is good for sharing. As the saying goes, when a person reaches middle age, women will become exceptionally powerful in certain aspects. Especially her kind, who can't be satisfied for a long time. But in the recent period, she almost always wants to die. Was severely satisfied. Every time I have to rest for half a day before I can move. There are obviously 5 or 6 people in the family, and they can't take care of Lin En. Well now, this Lorna seems to be a person who refuses to admit defeat. At that time, I will definitely be able to grit my teeth and persist. The pressure of the few of them can also be relieved. Thinking of this, she could hardly close her mouth from ear to ear. But the next second, she froze. Then he turned his head stiffly. In sight, Peter Parker, who was eating a steak, froze in place. Pat? The steak in his hand hangs directly on the ground. The oil stains on the face and the funny dull expression make people laugh. Aunt May. Peter Parker swallowed the handy thing in his mouth, his lips trembling constantly. My mind was blank, I didn't know what to say. God? What did he hear? Aunt May's words are inside and out, and her attitude towards Lin En is not like the way an elder treats a junior. Instead, it is a joke between lovers. So, what's going on here? May's heart skipped a beat. I was so carried away just now that I forgot that Peter Parker was by my side. This time I slipped my mouth. It's over, Peter. May took a deep breath, with an embarrassed smile on her face. That. Aunt May, you and brother Lin En. Peter Parker's upper body suddenly leaned forward, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. May pursed her lips, her head was also blank. In this situation, she didn't know what to say for a while. I still have something to do, I'm leaving first. Peter Parker stood up, walked towards the outside of the playground. Crash! Peter Parker didn't go far, and knocked down the table piled with pizza in a panic. Gift crab? Parker, what are you doing? God, can you be careful? Several students couldn't help shouting. Sorry. Peter Parker apologized constantly, stepping back uncontrollably. What's wrong with you at 5.7? Your face is so pale. Several people around couldn't help asking when they saw Parker's appearance. Oh, sorry, are you asking me? Sorry, I'm going first. Peter Parker kept waving his hand in front of him, talking incoherently. Lin En, I'm going to see Parker. May stood up anxiously. Follow in the direction Peter Parker left. Master, this situation. The fat cook scratched his head, feeling a little at a loss. Hmph, stinky man, I haven't watched you for a few days, you're just flirting with each other. Alice pouted angrily, turning her head away from Lin En. Wanda, Daisy, and Jean Grey looked at each other. Finally, Chi-Chi looked at Lin En. Well? Lin En sighed, moved his body, and disappeared in place. Peter Parker walked aimlessly. He didn't know where he was going either, just subconsciously avoiding the crowd. Go where there are few people as much as possible. Thanks to the banquet held at Xavier's school today, he never met anyone else except a few scattered people along the way. Unknowingly, he walked into the woods behind Xavier's school. This is a forest, connected to the back mountain. Occasionally there are some animals like squirrels and foxes, but there are no ferocious beasts. In addition, the forest here is also very vast and safe, so some young couples who are in love also like to come here to live a two-person world. Or 3 or 5 friends come here to camp together. Peter Parker sat down under a tree with a panicked look on his face, his head buried in his knees. He is very at a loss now, and has no idea how he should face May and Lin En. 28 These two people are the most important people in his life now. His parents died accidentally during a science experiment. Of the remaining relatives, only Uncle Ben. But, in an accident, Uncle Ben also died unexpectedly. Only May, who was newly married not long ago, was left. Peter Parker's life was completely gloomy at that moment. But what moved him was that May did not leave. This kind woman took care of him like this, brought him up, and worked several jobs at the same time, so that he could go to school. In this life, Aunt May has also become the last ray of light that illuminates the darkness of his life. Similarly, Aunt May has also become his only relative, a relative who has no blood relationship. He also thought that he could live with Aunt May forever. When he goes to college, earns a salary, and talks about a girlfriend, after a decade or two, he will be able to honor Aunt May. But now, Aunt May is actually with Lin En. So, will his Aunt May leave him? Thinking of this, his heart throbbed. Peter, where are you? Answer me quickly, Peter. Aunt May's shout sounded. Parker got up quickly, ready to leave. Now he is not ready to face Aunt May, but at this moment, he saw the handsome Shaya standing not far away. Lin En. Peter Parker said these words with difficulty, and asked hoarsely, Why did you take away the most important Aunt May in my life? His face was full of anger. Lin En is the person he respects the most. Strong, popular, and very stable in handling things. Most importantly, after getting to know Lin En, their family no longer has to worry about money. He can live a good life, and he also made many friends at Xavier's school. And all of this was brought about by Lin En. But, now this most respected person, actually, don't you think you're selfish? Lin En raised the corners of his mouth and said with a half-smile. In your life, it seems that May should always show up when you need it, and then take care of you and live with you. Work 2 jobs a day, and then let you go to college? Let you fall in love and start a happy family. Peter Parker's complexion changed constantly. Nonsense, I will earn money in the future and take good care of Aunt May. 2 years later, or 30 years later, Lin En asked mercilessly. Your high school, university, graduate student, you count, how many years? She is 29 now, when she is 50 or 60, will she rely on your meager salary? In other words, no matter how hard you try, it may be difficult to buy a house in New York. Will you bring your girlfriend and children to live in May's old house? The most important thing is that she has no blood relationship with you. She can ignore yours, but how do you repay him? I want to reach out for clothes. I want to open my mouth for food. I want to go to a concert. I want to travel. I want a pair of brand name sneakers. Lin En's words are like a sharp sword. Ruthlessly pierced Peter Parker's heart. Yes, even if he went to graduate school and became a Ph.D. But unless you invent your own patent, otherwise, you can't make money at all. With that meager salary, he may be able to live well, but buying a house in Queens is still a bit unreliable. And when the time comes, what happens may really be as Lin En said. There was some regret in Lin En's eyes. He knew that it was impossible for May to wait until 20 or 30 years later. Because if she followed Peter Parker, she would die. On many planes, a Spider-Man would be alone. People around me will leave one by one. However, his own appearance changed this matter. Peter Parker is no longer Spider-Man. Corresponding, May's life trajectory will also change. It shouldn't be like this, it shouldn't be like this. Peter Parker stepped back constantly. 870. It ended up hitting a tree trunk behind. Peter, sorry. At this time, May ran over from a distance. The skirt on her body was also torn by the branches, and her head was also a little messy, with some broken leaves stuck to it. It can be seen that she was very anxious in the process of catching up. Pat? Peter Parker couldn't stop crying at this moment. He shook his head desperately. I'm sorry, Aunt May, I was too selfish. Peter Parker was crying. At this moment, the 15-year-old boy deeply understood what May had done for him. This beautiful woman spent her youngest years giving everything to take care of herself. And I actually want Aunt May to spend her last time. Selfish? How selfish? I really didn't realize, sorry, for making you take care of me for so many years. Peter, what are you talking about? May also walked over in a panic. Lin En, what did you tell him? May didn't understand the situation in front of her, but now she just wants to explain it to Peter Parker. Otherwise, she was really worried about what extreme things this child would do. It's okay, he will know about this kind of thing sooner or later. Lin En shook his head with a smile. Peter Parker is not a person who is prone to extreme thinking. This is a good old man. Even if you have great power, you can still say that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility of the good old man. The venom wraps his body, infinitely expanding the negative personality in his heart. This guy is just a guy who changes into clothes and dances on the road. Definitely not Blackens. What's more, this kind of thing is beneficial to May. Parker, I'm really sorry, Lin En is so good, I can't control myself. If you blame me, don't blame Lin En. It's all my fault. May put her hand on Peter's shoulder. Even at this moment, she is worried that Peter Parker will resent Lin En. She didn't want Lin En to be resented by anyone because of herself. No, Aunt May, it's all my fault. Peter raised his head and wiped the tears off his face. I was the one who delayed your life. Now that you have finally found someone you like, I should support it, but it just makes me feel uncomfortable. Peter Parker lowered his head and spoke apologetically. Aunt May has paid so much for him, but she is still so stingy and wants to prevent her from finding happiness, and she still has a grudge in her heart. It's really disgusting. At this moment, he felt extremely self-blame and remorse, and constantly criticized his own character. So, you agree with me and Lin En? May's worried eyes were instantly filled with surprise. Looking at Peter Parker and nodding, May couldn't help crying out excitedly. The teardrops constantly cut across the cheeks. She didn't expect that this kind of thing would pass so smoothly. Not only did Peter Parker not oppose it, but he strongly supported it. In this way, she no longer has to hide, and can be with Lin En openly and above board. Holding his arm, you no longer have to worry about being discovered. Thinking of this, she really broke down in tears. Tears flowed down involuntarily. Okay, don't cry, but now many people saw us running out, and they are worried now. Go back quickly. Lin En rubbed his chin, looked at the pear blossom with rain, and there was an inexplicable flash in his eyes of light. That's right. Peter Parker quickly realized. Running out like this will definitely cause many people to worry. Those friends are also worried. The banquet was originally a happy thing. If it caused everyone to feel bad because of it, it would be a sin. Use this to go back, it's more convenient. With a thought, Lin En directly opened a portal. Peter Parker looked at Lin En, but he still didn't change his mind for a while. I don't know whether to call him brother or uncle. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to address him, so he simply went in without speaking. From now on, I can finally be with you above board. May hugged Lin En excitedly. She, who was still crying, now smiled. I was so happy that I burst into tears, and I felt pity. May said happily. Lin En, let's go too. May took Lin En's arm, but found that the latter did not move at all. She turned her head in doubt, just in time to see the slightly narrowed eyes and the half-smile face. Immediately a sudden heart. Lin En raised his eyebrows. Go back, where are you going? This is a small forest, do you know what it is for? What? May swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked weakly. Fuck you. Lin En's mouth curled into a smile, and he hugged May directly, with the latter's exclamation. A new stick into an old clam. At the same time, in Xavier's school, Peter Parker watched the portal close, puzzled. Mum May Lin En, brother, why didn't you come over? Wanda closed her eyes, sensing Lin En's position. Due to origin magic power, she can slightly sense Lin En's position and status. Boom boom boom, heavy heartbeat, heavy breathing. As for what you're doing, it's self-evident. She rubbed her eyebrows helplessly. A little desire also rose in my heart. Snort. Clean up Lin En at night. He must pay some public rations properly. The banquet ended up being held for several hours. When it gets dark, it is even more lively. Under the dim light, the environment became more ambiguous. As for Pietro, he found a girl and didn't know where he was. Why hasn't Aunt May come back? Nothing will happen, right? Peter Parker has been worrying. Finally, he couldn't help standing up. At this time, Lin En, who had walked away from a distance, was discovered. But what surprised him was that he didn't see Aunt May. Where's Aunt May? She was crying a little sadly, so she went back to rest first. Lin En smiled. It's all my fault, I'll go back and see Aunt May now, Peter Parker said anxiously, but was stopped by Lin En. Let her have a good rest, and it will be the same if she goes back tomorrow. But I'm worried that Aunt May is hungry. She hasn't eaten much since noon. Peter Parker was still very worried. After understanding what Aunt May has done, he decided to pay more attention to Aunt May. Lin En had a weird expression. Okay, she ate a lot and couldn't eat anything. Just now, Mei was vomiting and diarrhea from eating. In the villa, Mei rolled her eyes and passed out. She is very happy today. Because there are no scruples in my heart, there is no worry. So let go. In order to celebrate this day, she also tried her best. But the end is, she still can't. Shaking her head helplessly, Mei closed her eyes. The moment she fell asleep, the tender body couldn't help trembling. Lin En, go to my room, I want. Lin En just sat down when he saw Wanda walking over. Fingernails grazed his arm. The chill in it is self-evident. Lin En smiled. It seems that what happened just now is over. He looked at Blink and Daisy who were still playing around. Tut tut. Sure enough, active women have something to eat. At night. Lin En looked at the noisy environment around him and couldn't help but shook his head. Wanda beside her had already made no sound, and examined her hand. For Wanda's initiative, Lin En will never refuse. After all, she is her own woman. In this case, just go back to the villa. There is a portal anyway, so you don't have to worry too much about the long distance. As for this banquet, it's okay not to attend. But when he was about to get up, he found Wanda holding him back. What? Lin En asked doubtfully. He was a little puzzled. What on earth does this little girl want to do? Lin En couldn't figure out her thoughts for a while. I think this is quite fun. Wanda pointed her finger. Gently apply on red lips. Lin En's tiger body trembled. Good guy. Although he was a little happy, Lin En still had some doubts in his heart. Something is wrong with Wanda. Lin En looked into the watery eyes, and the brown pupils had turned slightly red. The hair also changed from golden, at the tip of the hair, to red. Lin En knows that this is the erosion of origin magic power. Origin magic power will gradually change Wanda's body. Origin magic power has the ability to change time and alter reality. Likewise, as an ancient force, it is omnipotent and also carries the original negative emotions of the universe. As Wanda practices and becomes stronger, these needs are constantly stored in her body. Lin En knows this. But he wasn't worried either. Just as he was thinking about it, Wanda suddenly dropped the cutlery in her hand. Immediately afterwards, he shook his hand, and the chopsticks in his hand were scattered on the table. At this time, many people looked over. After all, with Lin En's strength, how could he not be able to hold chopsticks? Lin En, what's wrong with you? Shuang asked with some confusion. Ahem, hiss, it's okay. Lin En waved his hands quickly. I was just thinking about something. He didn't dare to let anyone know about this situation now. Flickering looked next to Lin En and found that the place where Wanda was sitting was empty. After he finished speaking, he stretched his head to look over. Lin En quickly knocked on the table and changed the topic directly. How is your mutant ability training going? He has great expectations for Twinkle. The variant ability of opening the portal seems to be a teleportation skill that opens up space and shortens the distance. But Lin En knew that everyone was wrong. Because during the use of this skill, once it is closed in advance, the space will directly cut off the object. This is no longer a question of sharpness or not. Space cutting. No matter how strong the defense is, there is probably no way to stop it. If used properly, it can be used against the enemy. When the enemy is careless, a portal will be opened directly. Cut it. Just ask who can stop this attack method. I haven't mastered it yet. Huan lowered his head, feeling a little embarrassed. She now opens the portal much faster than before. However, there is still no way to control it as you wish. Does it still need to be thick when using variant ability? Lin En asked again. Divert everyone's attention. When he said this, he looked helplessly at Wanda under the table. The latter blinked his big eyes. The eyelashes quivered slightly. A pair of eyes were extremely moist, and there were tears in the corners of the eyes. Woo. Wanda rolled her eyes at Lin En. There were more tears in the corners of my eyes again. Odd. It's much better than before, but without guidance, I feel like I can't use it. Huan blushed. To unleash her mutant ability, she needs to raise her hands to guide it. Therefore, I am very envious every time I see Lin En not making any moves, but just a thought, and the portal opens. When she tried it, without raising her hands, something felt wrong. It's as if the variant ability has failed. Lin En burst into laughter. This is a common problem with all mutants. When releasing variant abilities, you always have to raise your hands and look constipated. It seems that if this is not the case, variant ability cannot be used. But is it really necessary? Totally unnecessary. These are all psychological reactions. When Lin En spoke, he also attracted the attention of other mutants. Except for a few individuals, guidance is required when releasing variant abilities. Not to mention that even Magneto is like this. This is basically common sense. However, at this moment Lin En actually said, skip the guidance. If it were really possible, wouldn't it mean that the mutant ability could be activated instantly? Thus, whether it is against the enemy or a sneak attack, it is very useful. Is it really possible to directly mutate instantaneous abilities? That's impossible. If it were true, it would make me look stupid. I want to release mutant ability, and I even need to think about it for more than 10 minutes. Some of the surrounding mutant students couldn't help but gathered around. They all expressed their own questions. What Lin En teaches is also very useful to them. People can't help but approach things that can improve their strength. Looking at these students approaching, Lin En's expression froze. Good guy, good intentions lead to bad things. I should have made a different excuse. If this was discovered, it would be really disappointing. He lowered his head and looked into those cunning eyes. However, why in this case, why is it even more exciting? Lin En, keep talking. At this time, Wolverine Logan also walked over from a distance. His variant ability is rather special. Healing factor. This does not require any preparation, it is directly applied to the genes. So, Lin En's words are useless to him, but to others, they are very useful. It will be of great help to other people in the academy. Lin En's expression changed twice. The whole person slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, his brain was extremely clear. His thoughts also entered the mode of a saint. The main theme is to have no desires and no desires. Godong? The man swallowed hard. He never thought that this tall and thin girl would have such a big temper. Especially the shot, sharp and decisive, without any sloppiness. Get out. Lorna spoke again, and the cold voice made a drop of cold sweat fall from the man's forehead. There was no other way, so he had no choice but to take 2 steps back. Looking at the knife and fork suspended in the air and not moving, he let out a long sigh of relief. He scrambled back to his seat. Haha, I didn't expect you kid to be deflated sometimes. Look, I just said that girl is not ordinary. Several bad friends burst out laughing. The man didn't speak, but looked in Lorna's direction, and said viciously, look, I will make this woman 440 kneel on the ground one day, and let me enjoy it. But the next second, he saw those cold beautiful eyes looking over, and immediately shrank his neck, not daring to speak any more. Fuck, this man is disgusting. Lorna couldn't help but cursed, already in a bad mood. Now this disgusting thing happened again. He paused, and walked directly in the direction of Lin En. Seeing Lorna coming, Miming smiled knowingly. Coming. Lorna glanced inside. A few people came late, and they couldn't see Lin En's figure at all. Look at mine. Miming smiled softly, showing a beautiful smile, and then said coquettishly to several male students. Hello, can we walk inside? You can't see anything from here. Several male students turned their heads and saw Miming's beautiful face and explosive figure. Immediately, as if he had been beaten with chicken blood, he directly pushed the crowd away with both hands. Leave away, let this beauty walk in. Some people inside couldn't help cursing. Fuck, rush to reincarnate. Don't push me, or I'll do it. Cursing voices sounded, but the moment he saw Miming, the anger disappeared directly. Brothers, can you save me a seat? Miming said coquettishly, with that charming look. Let these male students breathe quickly. The tiger's body couldn't stop trembling. Come on, I'll give you my place. My god, this kind of trivial matter can be said every day. As a gentleman, this is what I should do. Many male students immediately patted their chests and spoke boldly. Straight out of the way. Thank you everyone, I love you. Mei Meng blinked her beautiful eyes. Many students here, most of them are 15 or 16. In addition, I have been living in school, and I have seen these scenes there. Immediately, they all blushed and had thick necks. I can't wait to give my life to Miming. One of the male students turned red even more, and his body twitched a few times. Immediately clutching his pants, he ran outside without looking back. The people around laughed loudly. Since then, this person has lost the right to choose a spouse in this college. Come near. Miming and Lorna also saw Lin En. At the moment the latter is sitting on a stool. Talk about everything. Tell me about your own understanding of the variant ability. And the people around them are all focused, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. Women are strong. And Lin En is without a doubt, the focus, the center of the individual. With that handsome face, there is no doubt that it is enough to attract everyone's attention. The female students around, seeing Lin En's appearance, were all infatuated. It's so handsome. Mei Meng couldn't help but said. Lorna also nodded subconsciously. At this moment, the two women were a little moved. Lin En also noticed Lorna at this time. But there was nothing to look at, and then he retracted his gaze. Variant of ability, as long as the middle guide is omitted, you can be surprised. This kind of change may not make you stronger, but in the actual combat process, it will allow you to defeat the opponent faster and more quickly. Next, I'll give you a demonstration. When Lin En said this, the people around held their breath. This kind of personal demonstration is the easiest for people to absorb and understand. This kind of opportunity is rare. Immediately, one by one became more concentrated. Boom! There was a sound of flames sweeping through. Everyone turned around quickly. Impressively saw the tumbling flames in the sky. The azure blue flame exudes this terrifying high temperature. The snowflakes on the playground are constantly melting. Everyone felt their faces scorching hot, and they were about to take 2 steps back subconsciously. To my surprise, the horrible high temperature disappeared. The most amazing thing is that the flame is still in the air. The rest did not respond. However, some mutants with the same flame ability have tingling scalp. With extreme shock in their eyes. God, what did they see? Being able to control the temperature of the flame, this kind of thing, they didn't even think about it. It is this kind of ability that is displayed at will that touches the point that they cannot understand. However, before they woke up from the shock, they fell into even greater shock the next second. I saw the blue flames began to condense. Then it changed its shape in the air, and turned into a galloping horse for a while. The mane made of flames fluttered in the wind. After a while it turned into a tiger again. Through the number of flames and the depth of color, a tiger is visually outlined. The tiger of Bai's hang file size lowered his head and looked at the 4.5 people. Knowing that it was fake, everyone still couldn't help being shocked. Then the tiger roared up to the sky. There was obviously no sound, and everyone seemed to be in the forest, with the roar of a tiger in their ears. This immersive illusion made everyone forget in an instant that this is just a fake tiger constructed by Lin En with flames. Fac. This is amazing. Just now, I thought this tiger was going to eat me. This kind of exquisite control is simply amazing. Everyone stopped breathing, staring blankly at this scene. In this life, none of them thought that they could use the mutant ability like this. Not only that. At this time, a dull thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. Then a bolt of lightning pierced the sky. It suddenly appeared in the line of sight. The thunder and lightning turned into a long snake, attached to the azure blue flame. Lin En accurately controls fire and lightning. Turn them into sharp weapons in your own hands. Whether it is flame or lightning, it can be manipulated according to Lin En's will. Demonstrates precise and powerful attack power. And Lin En also condenses the thunder and fire into a shield. You can give it a try and attack. Lin En glanced at the crowd and said with a smile. Everyone is naturally dissatisfied, one by one using their own variant ability. However, no one was able to shatter that shield a little bit. What's more, the use of the mutant ability is not proficient, and so many people are watching. I was nervous for a while and couldn't use it at all. Fake, this flame can also be used for defense. This is really the first time I've seen it. It's because Lin En lowered the temperature, otherwise, we wouldn't even have the chance to get close because of the high temperature. Everyone sighed. I also understand the power of Lin En better. The latter controls a shield at will, so many people can't break the defense. 28 This is no longer a question of who is strong and who is weak. The gap is already the difference between cloud and mud. Just when everyone was disappointed. In the crowd, several people looked at each other. There are men and women among them, but they have a common characteristic, that is, great potential. Not long ago, he was selected by Professor X to carry out special training. Bobby, go and try. Yeah, use your ice layer and see if you can freeze that shield. This is a great time to be famous. Several people whispered and pushed out a person at the same time. Poppy Iceman stepped up. Since Lin En told Professor X that Poppy Iceman has great potential, Professor X gave Iceman special training. During this period of time, Poppy Iceman's ability has improved by leaps and bounds. Look at me. After Iceman Bobby finished speaking, he took a deep breath. He looked at Lin En with respect. Professor X is willing to lean resources on him. A big reason is Lin En's help. This also made him very grateful and respectful of Lin En. Take the initiative to stand up today, in addition to showing off. The biggest purpose is to show off your strength. Let Lin En check it out. Similarly, he is not the only one who has this mentality. Among the list selected by Lin En, the rest of the people are also grateful to Lin En. In the crowd, the little rascal with a strand of white hair on his forehead was touching his hands, and his eyes were not looking at the thunder in the sky. He also ignored the noise of the people around him. This love-minded person just stared blankly at Lin En, looking at that handsome face. Next to her is a cute girl with a petite figure and a baby face. That cute appearance makes people can't help but feel the desire to protect. It is a computer genius, but also a mutant who can shuttle through walls, Shadowcat Katie. The two of them are also on the training list due to the particularity of the mutant ability. But what really makes them grateful? In this particular training, the strength and growth rate she showed shocked others, as well as themselves, inspiring them to explore and tap their own potential. They constantly break through their limitations and burst into amazing growth. However, their mutant ability is not suitable for actual combat, so there is no way to stand up. However, Iceman Bobby's words are very suitable. Look at mine, Poppy Iceman said. With him as the center, a thin layer of hoarfrost appeared on the ground, and the surrounding air became icy cold. Everyone's eyes lit up. Everyone knows Poppy Iceman's ability is a frozen object. One is ice and the other is extinction. Two heavens of ice and fire? I don't know which one is more powerful. Click, click. There were bursts of tooth-piercing sounds in the air. Many water molecules around are all condensed together. A translucent ice sphere appeared in front of everyone. Not bad. Lin En nodded. In this period of time, Iceman Bobby can condense water molecules into ice, which shows that the latter's training during this period is still useful. The main thing is, if the relationship between water molecules and ice is fully understood, Poppy can completely turn himself into ice. In this way, when the time comes, he will be able to display the true power of the Omega level mutant ability. The reason why I know these, it's because Lin En's flame and thunder are also variant abilities of Omega level. This kind of application that touches the molecular level is actually interlinked. For example, Lin En, as long as he wants to, he can turn himself into a flame, in the form of flames. Even if his body is broken and his limbs are chopped off, he can still absorb other flames to allow his body to recover quickly. But, at present, no one has forced him to use it. Really. Hearing the compliment, Poppy Iceman looked extra excited. Immediately controlled huge amounts of ice 267 crystals, and directly bumped into it. The mighty and cold aura it carried made everyone startled. Boom! The ice crystals shattered, and then were directly evaporated between the sky and the earth. Both are Omega-level mutant abilities. At this time, the fight is to master each other. The X gene in Lin En's body has now been cultivated to an extremely terrifying amount. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Even Poppy Iceman can't break the defense, and there is no need for others to try. I'll try it too. A cold voice came. A tall girl with green hair came over. With her appearance, a faint green light began to bloom on her hands. With the slight movement of her fingertips, the surrounding steel also began to shake with a clatter. Whoosh whoosh, a sharp sonic boom sounded. Countless knives, forks, and steel pipes turned into arrows, shooting towards the thunder shield in the sky. Seeing the speed and penetrating power, everyone's spirits were shocked. However, before contact, it directly turned into molten iron. Seeing this scene, the people around were also a little stunned. Thunder, little rain. Lorna pursed her lips and clenched her fists. Originally, I wanted to show it in front of Lin En, but I didn't expect to be slapped in the face like this. Hehe, don't feel disappointed, these ordinary metals can't bring out your mutant ability. Lin En smiled lightly. Ability, the variant of Magneto and Lorna, is very special. It seems to be the 5th level variant ability. Actually not. In a sense, it is also a variant ability of the Omega level. Only, it depends on whether you can comprehend magnetic control from controlling metal. In this regard, what Magneto has done is obviously much better than Lorna. Lorna is still at the stage of simply manipulating metal, and Magneto can already change the shape of metal at will. Metal can also be integrated. This alone has already touched the threshold of molecules. As long as you go one step further, you can reach the Omega level. When the magnetic storm breaks out, even the entire Earth may be easily destroyed. Time to instruct Magneto. But for Lorna, telling her about molecules or something is going too far. Just give her some sharper and more durable metal. I'll give you a gift. Lin En tapped the table. A dozen daggers appeared on the table. The eyes of the dagger are all white. The surface looks incredibly smooth. The moonlight sprinkled on it, and a sharp breath hurt people's eyes. This metal doesn't look very ordinary. What I'm more concerned about is how Lin En was conjured out of thin air. The students around were discussing enthusiastically one by one. Everyone was very shocked. After all, most normal people only have one variant ability. More special, there are 2 kinds. And Lin En is simply a monster. First the portal, then flame, thunder. And some people have seen that Lin En's strength and defense are also top-notch. Now there is a metamorphosis. So, how many variants does Lin En have? Isn't this proper bullying? But this kind of thing, they are not envious. Lin En shook his head helplessly in his heart. That's a lot. He remembers it clearly. A child named Dakin from Professor X is a pretty cool guy. There are hundreds of personalities, each of which possesses a variant ability. Among the hundreds of variant abilities, there is no lack of Omega level. Lin En felt countless times. Even with a system, in this Marvel world full of obscenities, he wasn't the luckiest either. This world is really ridiculous. Lin En shook his head helplessly. Bring your attention back to your surroundings. This is adamantium. At this moment, an exclamation sounded. Wolverine Logan stepped forward quickly. A pair of piercing eyes stared coldly at the dagger on the table, without the slightest hesitation. With a thought in his mind, several sharp metal steel claws stretched out from his fist. The moonlight shines on it, reflecting a chilling light. Oh my god, it's adamantium. This kind of thing is simply not available in the market. Yes, they are very precious. 1 gram costs $10,000. These dozen or so daggers are absolutely priceless. A few $100 million is a bit. The students around couldn't help talking. Everyone knows about adamantium very well. After all, as their teacher, Wolverine Logan has shown those invincible wolf claws more than once. Even if it is metal, it can only be easily cut under the wolf claws. Is this for me? Lorna couldn't believe it. Although I don't know how sharp adamantium is. However, she was completely shocked when she heard the students around her say several $100 million, this number. As the leader of the mutant base, she understands the importance of money better than anyone. Sometimes, hospitals are robbed for thousands of dollars in medicines, and the price is very likely to be the lives of several mutants. Therefore, a few $100 million adamantium is placed in front of you, even if you want it very much. For a while, I didn't dare to take it. These dozen or so daggers are really too precious. What? It's just a dozen daggers, and you don't even dare to take them. Lin En tapped his fingers on the table, and said with a half-smile. Hmph, why dare not? Lorna's beautiful eyes stared, and the green light on the palm lighted up slightly again. Then a dozen adamantium daggers were directly suspended in the air. As Lorna's palm stretched out, these daggers directly pierced the thunderfire shield in the sky. There was only a pause, and the adamantium dagger went straight through. This scene also made everyone exclaim. Up to now, among dozens of students' attempts, only Lorna has succeeded. So sharp. Lorna couldn't help exclaiming. Also a little excited. With one move of her hand, all the daggers flew back. Around her, the other students around made a clatter and retreated one after another. In case of being injured by this dagger, the loss outweighs the gain. It's different from everyone's exclamation. Miming was on the side, her charming face was full of smiles. Also happy for Lorna to get these daggers. This dagger was simply custom-made for Lorna's variant ability. Speaking bluntly, own these sharp daggers. Lorna's actual combat ability can be directly multiplied several times. Not only that, in the case of a sneak attack, as long as she wants, almost nothing can stop her. Congratulations, Lorna. Mei Meng's eyes narrowed slightly, and a happy, Wang Li's, expression flashed in them. I can't use this thing. It was beyond everyone's expectations. After playing with the dagger for a while, Lorna still resisted her love and put the dagger on the table. Lorna, what are you doing? Mei Meng couldn't help holding Luoli. Adamantium, relying on them, I'm afraid I won't be able to get it in this life. I don't want this kind of treasure in front of my eyes. If I really lose it, I'm afraid I won't have such a chance to fall from the sky in this life. Too precious. Lorna shook her head firmly. Unruly, she has inner persistence. Oh, Mei Meng sighed helplessly. She is familiar with the character of her best friend, and she always agrees with her when she knows it. If you don't want it, then you don't want it. This kind of thing is nothing to me. Lin En smiled and shook his head. If you feel valuable, go to my villa and be my bodyguard. Looking at Lorna's reaction, it seems that she didn't feel too much resentment for killing Marcus. Nor did he clamor to be at odds with himself. Lin En pondered for a while. Also understand the key. At this time, Lorna and Marcus have not officially dated. So the relationship is not so deep. At best, it's a no-do partnership. In addition, the latter took the initiative to seek death, so Lorna couldn't resent herself due to emotion and reason. If this is the case, then he must take it into the harem. But the latter's temperament is too unruly. It is destined not to be directly pushed down like other women. Don't get Lorna's heart. Even if you are drunk, or the ambiguous atmosphere is here, take advantage of the opportunity to have sex. After feeling better, Lorna will leave angrily. At that time, the gain outweighs the loss. For this character, Lin En also has a way. That's the picture slowly. The first thing to do is to increase the contact between the two. Being a bodyguard. Lorna froze for a moment. She is now very clear about Lin En's strength. The latter is just a shield condensed casually, and he has to go all out. Even if she has adamantium in 003. Facing Lin En, I am afraid that he is not an opponent. If you are a bodyguard, you may be in real danger. Instead, it was Lin En who protected herself. Don't get me wrong, you are not qualified to be my bodyguard. Lin En said with a smile. You just need to live in the villa and protect Mei and Daisy. It doesn't take long, just a year. They are just ordinary people, and they are easy to encounter danger. Definitely, if you don't want to, you can refuse. Reject? How could you refuse? Lorna loved the dagger, and everyone could tell. It's just that the damn face made the latter unacceptable. Now a suitable reason is given. Lin En didn't believe she disagreed. Hiss, this is a big deal? The onlookers gasped. Be a bodyguard for a year. You can get the adamantium dagger worth hundreds of millions. No matter what you do in this business, you won't lose money. Even they are extremely excited. They can't, Sabite, use adamantium, but they can sell it. Mr. Lin En, look at me. Boss? I can do it too. What boss? This is my father. Various voices of discussion sounded. The eyes of each student turned red. I can't wait to go to Lin En's villa now, put on a handsome security uniform, and perform a backflip. Lorna, why are you still hesitation? Mei Meng hastily pushed Lorna lightly with her hand. The latter took a deep breath and nodded heavily. I agree. She knew that if she really refused, there is no chance of getting the adamantium dagger again. Furthermore, just as a bodyguard, not as a secretary. Just do your job as a protector well, and don't use it for other things. Very good, wise choice. Lin En smiled and nodded. Then with a wave of his palm, more than a dozen daggers flew directly towards Lorna. They're yours now. Lorna quickly manipulated the mutant ability to catch these daggers, then fondled it fondly. From this moment on, these daggers are all her personal property. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile despite her indifferent personality. You cast the mutant ability, I'll take a look. Lin En said to Lorna. The latter has no hesitation. Take a deep breath, adjust your mentality, and stretch out your hand. About 2 seconds later, a green light bloomed on the palm. Take control of the plates on the table. Lin En pointed to the distance, the table with stainless steel plates. Although Lorna didn't understand, she still pointed her hand in that direction. Don't use your hands. Lin En stepped forward and pressed Lorna's hand. Tisk tisk, it really is incomparably weak. Try again. Lorna nodded. He stared at the dinner plates with full attention. But even if she tried her best, veins popped out of her forehead. Those dinner plates just shook a bit. There was no sign of movement at all. I can't do it, it's too difficult. Even in winter, fine beads of sweat still ooze from Lorna's forehead. Nobody can. Before Lorna finished speaking, she stopped abruptly. The scene where Lin En manipulated the flames and thunder just now came to mind. There is no guidance, no action. Flames and thunder filled half the sky. The mutant ability is derived from the power of genes, not from your hands. Lin En thought for a while, and used an example that was easy to understand after all. If you don't use your hands, it will be difficult at first, but it's like eating. As long as you have more contacts, you will subconsciously. We can't think about how to breathe when we eat or breathe. Lin En's voice is gentle, but it can be heard throughout the playground. He said this not only to Lorna, but also to every mutant. Every time I use the variant ability, I always have to raise my hands and look constipated. With such a delay, if he meets an enemy, he will probably be swept into Quill directly. So, I want to make mutants stronger. The most basic point is to ensure that the variant ability can be released at will. There is no need to pose in any particular way. Not to mention that the practicality is greatly improved. At least it's pretentious. Okay, let's stop here today, let's go. Lin En waved his hand. Then he turned his gaze to Wanda. He can't forget. This little girl had aroused his lust just now. By now, this desire has already burned even more vigorously. I'm going back first. After you finish your meal, go home early. After Lin En finished speaking, he disappeared directly into the portal. I'm full too, and I'm a little sleepy. Wanda yawned, showing sleepy eyes, then also entered the portal. Gili blinked her eyes. For some reason, she always felt that something was wrong.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.